mercilessly. So in the visuals, you can see how these convicts were lynched by a mob. 4 prisoners, we are told, died in this attack, while 1 managed to escape. We have Anuruddha also breaking that story for us. Anuruddha, if you could talk to us more about this very, very shocking incident coming to light. When did this happen? We are told that 4 of the 6 convicts were lynched by this angry mob.
Yes, Amiksha, the jailbreak incident in fact happened on Saturday, and after the jailbreak incident, this individuals who escaped from the jail were hiding in a nearby jungle. And yesterday, when people got to know about their presence, they seized down and lynched 4 of the prisoners who managed to escape from the Joy district jail. In this incident, one I Love You Talang, who happens to be a murder accused and had been confessed to the crimes, was also lynched to death. Meanwhile, one managed to escape from the scene, and as per the update that we have as of now, 2 of the prisoners who escaped on Saturday are still on the run. Meanwhile, the Meghalaya police have ordered an investigation into the incident, and also we have got to know that 5 staff of the Joy district jail, including the chief warder, have been put under suspension, and they have also been arrested for the lapses that took place on Saturday. Samiksha.
Yes. Anuruddha, stay with us. The bigger question here also arising that how did the convicts really manage to escape in the first place? And 2, who was that person who shot this particular video capturing that lynching which happened on tape?
Yes, Amiksha, the incident happened on Saturday afternoon, and we are getting to know that there was some major security lapses in the jail premises, due to which, taking advantage of this lapses, these 6 prisoners managed to escape from the district jail. Serious allegation of security lapse have also been raised by the public as of now. And in regards to the incident that took place on Sunday, we are still uncertain as who shot this video, which is going viral on social media platforms. But yes, we are also getting to know that in this video, one police personnel can also be seen in this video, which raises a serious question as how an incident of lynching took place if police was very much aware of their presence in the areas.
Well, absolutely, Anuruddha. This is a very important point that you're telling us, that one of the police officials was also present at the spot. So several questions that the police officials will also have to answer with regard to this lynching which was captured on tape. All right, we'll try to connect with Anuruddha again, but the visuals on your screens as well of this shocking news coming to light from Meghalaya, where the inmates managed to escape and 4 of those 6 inmates were lynched. And moving on then, the Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs today, including a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the contentious Citizenship Amendment Act. A bench headed by Chief Justice U.U. Lalit is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the CAA, whose enactment had triggered widespread protests across the country.
Chief Justice U.U. Lalit has hit the ground running, with the top court set to hear 200 PILs today. The list of businesses on the Supreme Court website shows how a bench comprising the Chief Justice and Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt has posted 220 petitions for hearing. Among the 200 cases is the petition by the Indian Union of Muslim League against the CAA. According to the list of businesses, several high-profile cases are likely to be heard, including those of Kamal Hassan's M&M, Mahua Moitra, Ramesh Chennitala, the Peace Party and Manoj Kumar, amongst others. All eyes will now be on the top court and the hearings are set to begin very soon. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, the Varanasi District Court is also set to announce its verdict on the merits of the famous Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi Masjid case on September 12. The decision relates to the maintainability of Hindu women's plea seeking permission to worship Hindu deities at the Gyanvapi Mosque complex.
The Varanasi District Court is all set to rule on the maintainability of the petitions seeking daily worship at the Shringar Gauri temple.
कल जो 7 रूल 11 पे ये दावा पोषणीय है कि नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देश पे माननीय जिला जज महोदय सुनवाई जो 2 महीने लगातार किया है उन्होंने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि प्रायोरिटी पे इसको सुन लीजिए, वो सुनवाई पूरी हो चुकी है और कल इसका फैसला आना है। इस फैसले में ये तय होगा कि ये जो है मुकदमा चलने योग्य है कि नहीं।
This order in the Gyanvapi case was reserved on the 24th of August. The verdict will not be the final decision in the case.
कल का फैसला जो भी आएगा, चाहे जिसके पक्ष में आवे, वो आखिर तो है नहीं, पहला है। इसके बाद जो पार्टी दुखी होगी वो हाई कोर्ट जाएगी, हाई कोर्ट के आर्डर से जो दुखी होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएगा। तो ये मामला रजिस्ट होना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट इसमें अप्लाई नहीं करता, क्योंकि हमारा कहना ये है कि यहाँ जगह जगह हिंदू देवी देवता का स्थान है।
Many supporting the petitioners believe the evidence is piling up. The verdict comes at a time when some are alleging that threats are being issued over the case.
बहुत सी ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो नहीं चाहती हैं कि मैं और मेरे पिताजी इस केस को लड़ें और एक लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन तक ले जाएं। और जो भी बातें हैं हमने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इन्फॉर्म की हैं, सारी बातें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के और सरकार के नॉलेज में हैं। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो लोग शरारती तत्व भी हैं, असामाजिक तत्व भी हैं, एंटी नेशनल तत्व भी हैं, वो अपना संयम रखेंगे।
Security in the region has been tightened ahead of the verdict, with the commissioner imposing Section 144.
आज सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के साथ, जिसमें SHOs, ACPs, एडिशनल DCPs और DCPs सारे अधिकारी प्रतिभाग किए थे, उन्हें संवेदित किया गया है। धारा 144 CRPC के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है।
The case had previously created ripples in the political circles.
I hope that the UP government will book a case against him for creating divisions, for creating mistrust among both the communities, and arrest this person. How can this report be leaked to media? This is a deliberate leak which has been done by the person who was appointed on the suggestion of the petitioners.
Now, the countdown to the key Gyanvapi verdict has commenced. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's news in brief. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held a meeting with his Saudi counterpart on Sunday. Both the leaders held discussions on the issues of security, partnership and current global political and economic concerns. Both the leaders also agreed to work together in G20 and other international platforms. Delhi police have postponed the questioning of Jacqueline Fernandez scheduled for today. She was called by a special cell for interrogation in a case linked to money laundering case linked to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. An overspeeding cement mixer ran over a traffic cop in Mumbai. In Jammu, the entire tragic sequence was captured on camera. In the visuals, the victim traffic cop can be seen hit by an overspeeding vehicles and bystanders rushing to help him. However, he could not be saved. Heavy waterlogging was reported in Maharashtra's Pune after non-stop rains. Videos coming in from different parts of the city show the roads completely inundated and at some places even looking like a mini river. Dramatic visuals from Pune show vehicles inundated, including cars completely submerged. On the waterlogged streets, citizens also had a hard time to move as they attempted to wade through knee-deep water. Some were seen stuck amid the waterlogged roads as it became impossible to move. At some places in Pune, waterlogging scenes were even scarier as the rainwater entered the residential spaces as well. In one such video, the public has accessed a room of a house that is seen flooded, while the items lie around in the dirty water. 2 people have been injured in West Bengal's Coach Behar in a stone pelting incident. The incident is said to have taken place at a BJP rally. A very short break. Lots on the other side. It's AAP versus BJP face-off again after Liquorgate and education scam. It's Delhi bus scam now. And big thaw in India-China ties as disengagement process likely to be completed today.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। Being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the 3rd edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
So this year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up at the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only.
Welcome back. Now, ending speculations, Telangana Chief Minister and TRS leader K. Chandrasekhar Rao on Sunday said he's going to launch a national party soon, and the work to formulate its policies is ongoing. KCR has been eyeing a larger role in national politics and is looking to rally the support of like-minded regional parties as well. He met former Karnataka Chief Minister and JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy in Hyderabad on Sunday afternoon.
On Sunday, KCR met former Karnataka Chief Minister HD Kumaraswamy. Previously, he met Nitish Kumar in Bihar, and it resulted in a discordant interaction. And now it appears KCR has made his innings into national politics official by confirming the launch of a national party very soon. nothing is concrete yet, but big promises are already being made.
రేపు 24 తర్వాత వచ్చే లోక్సభ ఎన్నికల తర్వాత ఈ భారతదేశంలో ఎగిరేది బీజేపీ లేనటువంటి నాన్ బీజేపీ జెండాన ఎగురుతుంది. ఈ దిక్కుమాలిన దరిద్రం కొట్టు పేదల వ్యతిరేక, రైతుల వ్యతిరేక, కార్మిక వ్యతిరేక బీజేపీని సాగనంపుదాం. మన ప్రభుత్వమే రాబోతా ఉంది ఢిల్లీ గద్దె మీద కూడా.
Will other regional parties extend their support to KCR, or will the exercise fizzle away even before 2024? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, the 10-day-long monsoon session of the Karnataka legislature is set to begin at Vidhan's Sauda today and is likely to be a stormy session as opposition parties have geared up to corner the Basavaraj Bommai-led BJP government on a host of issues including corruption charges, alleged scams, rains and infrastructure woes among others.
All eyes are on the 10-day session of the Karnataka Legislative Assembly that begins today, with the opposition vowing to take the Basavaraj Bommai-led BJP government to task over various issues. One of the issues is the 40% bribe for government contracts, echoing the allegations of Karnataka State Contractors Association. Rahul Gandhi had earlier accused Bommai of taking money from the poor and giving to a few rich businessmen, with Bommai calling the allegations politically motivated while insisting that they go to the Lokayukta. Another issue the Congress is likely to take up is the flood situation in Bengaluru. While Congress's D.K. Shivakumar blamed the state government over inaction, the BJP was quick to counter, claiming it was the maladministration of the previous Congress-led government. While the fight between the Congress and BJP is expected to escalate, the JDS has dropped a bigger bombshell, with H.D. Kumaraswamy's son Nikhil claiming that he feels it's like the last elections they would contest.
ಈ 23ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕೊನೆ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯ ಶುರುವಾಗಬೇಕು ಜಾತ್ಯತೀತ ಜನತಾ ದಳದ ಮುಂದಿನ 25 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ.
As the assembly session continues till September 23rd, Karnataka's political parties are all ready to remove all their knives out, as it comes at a time when they have begun preparations for the next year's assembly elections. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now in news from Maharashtra, a 2-hour intense rainfall in Pune city on Sunday evening left several areas waterlogged, huge traffic jams and power supply disruptions as well as flooded parking lots, disturbing the normal lives of residents. Several parts of the city also witnessed hours of power cuts following the heavy downpour. The heavy rainfall was followed by traffic snarls in several areas as motorists complained about long queues at several important junctions and roads in the city.
Heavy rains and a city in complete mess. Visuals on your screen are from Pune. In a brief spell of rains, this is what Pune looked like. Roads inundated, looking like mini streams, huge traffic snarls, and inconvenience to commuters were the scenes in several parts of the city. Vehicles, including cars, were submerged on the flooded roads. Helpless commuters could be seen stuck, some holding their two-wheelers, struggling to wade through the waterlogged streets. And it wasn't just the roads, the flood water entered the houses. People were seen wading through knee-deep water. After the Bengaluru fiasco, yet another city where urban infrastructure has been exposed in 2-hour-long spell of rains. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now in news from Bengal, where at least 2 BJP workers were injured after several country-made bombs exploded during the party's protest in West Bengal's Coach Behar on Sunday. The injured have now been admitted to hospital and the situation has returned to normal. Here's a full report.
On Sunday, a BJP rally in Sitalkochi turned violent. The BJP alleged that it was the TMC which attacked their rally in Mathabanga.
শান্তিপূর্ণ আমাদের একটা র্যালি ছিল, মিছিল ছিল। তো শান্তিপূর্ণ মিছিল হচ্ছিল, যে সময় মিছিলটা আমাদের শীতলকুচি ওই মোড়ে যখন চলে আসে মিছিলটাকে, সেই মিছিলের উপরে অতর্কিতভাবে হামলা করে। সে পাথর ছুঁড়ে মারে, গাড়ির উপরে মেরেছে এবং মিছিলের উপরে পাথর মারে, বোম্বিং করে তারা। কিন্তু আমাদের যারা কর্মীরা তারা যখন প্রতিবাদ করে তখন তারা সেখান থেকে পালিয়ে যায়।
BJP leader Ajay Roy's car was vandalized. The BJP MLAs and district president met the police officers at Mathabanga police station and complained. The TMC is yet to respond on the matter. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, that's all we have for you in this edition of our broadcast. World This Morning coming up on the other side. Both houses of the UK Parliament to present their addresses to the new monarch. Shanghai Cooperation Organizational Council scheduled to convene at Uzbekistan's Samarkand.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Is being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the 3rd edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of
राष्ट्रवादी कलम, राष्ट्रवादी हम, मजबूत होते भारत के कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The United States marks the 21st anniversary of 9/11 attacks as President Biden gives an address to mark the event. The Queen's coffin leaves begins its journey to London after leaving the Balmoral Castle. Both houses of the UK Parliament to present their addresses to the new monarch. Shanghai Cooperation Organization Council scheduled to convene at Uzbekistan's Samarkand. Russia's capital Moscow marks the anniversary of 875 years of its existence. A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching World This Morning with me, Nivedna Prabhu. First up, after proclamation in England, King Charles III on Sunday was formally proclaimed the monarch in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Here's all that you need to know.
King Charles III on Sunday was formally proclaimed the monarch in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. In Edinburgh, in Scotland, the proclamation was followed by a gun salute and a military band playing the anthem, God Save the King.
God save the King!
In Wales, 26 men of the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Welsh, supported by the Band of the Royal Welsh, marched from the City Hall along Duke Street and into Cardiff Castle. They were led by the regimental mascot, a Welsh billy goat called Lance Corporal Shenking IV and Goat Major Sergeant Mark Jackson. Then King Charles III was formally proclaimed the monarch by Wales Herald of Arms Extraordinary, Tom Lloyd.
To whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us.
In Belfast, in Northern Ireland, bells chimed and a bugler played before the proclamation was read.
3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
With one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III.
The moves in the rest of the United Kingdom came a day after the same proclamation was made in London at a pomp-filled accession ceremony steeped in ancient tradition and political symbolism. Agency report for Republic TV.
As he is crowned as the new monarch, King Charles III is expected to visit both houses of the Parliament with both the houses to give an address to the new king.
King Charles III and the Queen Consort will attend the British Parliament to receive and respond to addresses from both Houses of Parliament in Westminster Hall. The speakers of both Houses of Parliament will present addresses of condolences to King Charles III and Queen Consort Camilla. Members of the legislatures of Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales are expected to attend the presentation. Immediately before the ceremony, the Lord Speaker's procession will process to Westminster Hall, as will the procession of the Speaker of the House of Commons. The last time King Charles appeared in Parliament was on the 10th of May this year as the Prince of Wales. He was deputizing for his mother, late Queen Elizabeth, at the state opening of Parliament. Charles was seated on the royal throne in the House of Lords to read out the programme of the government in the Queen's speech. Today, he will be attending for the first time as sovereign, appearing in Westminster Hall, the oldest part of Parliament which is steeped in history. As King Charles III addresses both houses of Parliament for the first time as its new sovereign, expectations are running high from his ministers, people and the Commonwealth as he begins his reign as a new monarch. Agency report, Republic TV.
Thousands lined the route to catch a glimpse as Queen Elizabeth II's coffin, seen in public for the first time, made its journey on Sunday from Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire to arrive at the late monarch's official Scottish residence of Holyrood House Palace in the capital city of Edinburgh. It is the end of the first stage of what her eldest son, King Charles III, has described as his mother's last great journey ahead of her funeral in London on September 19th.
Thousands lined the route to catch a glimpse of Queen Elizabeth II's coffin, seen in public for the first time, which began its journey on Sunday. From Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire to the late monarch's official Scottish residence of Holyrood House Palace in the capital city of Edinburgh. At the end of the 6-hour journey, the coffin draped with royal standards of Scotland and featuring a wreath of flowers on top rested in the throne room of Holyrood House until Monday afternoon for the royal household to pay their respects to Britain's Queen, who died peacefully at the age of 96 at Balmoral on Thursday evening. The 7-car cortege with a police escort and the Queen's daughter, Princess Anne, slowly made its way towards Edinburgh as crowds of people gather to see it pass. The oak coffin will make an onward journey to London later in the week after Buckingham Palace unveiled plans for the state funeral, which will take place at Westminster Abbey on Monday, September 19th. Prior to the funeral, the late monarch will lie in state at Westminster Hall within the Houses of Parliament complex for 4 days to allow the British public to pay their last respects. On Monday, Charles and Queen Consort Camilla will travel to Westminster Hall, where both Houses of Parliament will meet to express their condolences at the demise of the Queen. The royal couple will then travel to Scotland for an audience with Scottish First Minister Nicola Sturgeon and to attend the devolved Scottish Parliament. They are scheduled to travel to Northern Ireland on Tuesday and then later in the week to Wales. The journey from Scotland to England will be undertaken by air on Tuesday, when the Queen's daughter Princess Anne will accompany the coffin on its journey to the Bow Room at the monarch's London residence of Buckingham Palace. A day later, on Wednesday, it will be borne in procession to the Palace of Westminster for lying in state until the day of the funeral. Members of the royal family, politicians and world leaders are expected to attend the state funeral at 11 a.m. local time on September 19th. Agency report for Republic TV.
Here's also what's making news across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raise their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia. In recent days, Kyiv's army has been carrying out a large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia-occupied areas. Flames lit up the night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. Thick smoke billowed into the air. Ukrainian officials said that Kharkiv TEC-5, the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian attack. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to the nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering from the conflict. President Joe Biden marked the 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives on one of the nation's darkest days.
We learned about the extraordinary courage and resolve, as I said, of the passengers on board Flight 93, who understood that they were living the open, they were there in the middle of the open shot of a new war.
The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. Tuvalu, an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth, has suffered problems brought on by climate change, and Ayaz said the islands needs more help. Some news coming in from the world of sports. Red Bull's Max Verstappen dashed Ferrari's home hopes and won the Italian Grand Prix behind the safety car on Sunday to move potentially a race away from his second Formula One World Championship.
Formula One Championship leader Max Verstappen again made light work of starting down the grid as he won the Italian Grand Prix on Sunday to leave him within touching distance of a second successive title.
Not happy. I mean, I think the pace was strong today. Max was also really strong, but as we expected, to be honest. And then we stopped on that first virtual safety car, which unfortunately ended when we were in the pits. So we lost half of probably the gain that we normally have stopping in the virtual safety car. And from that moment onwards, we knew the race would be very difficult because it was a very long stint that we were happy to do if there was the benefit of stopping under virtual safety car, but we didn't have that benefit at the end. So it's like this.
Verstappen now has a 116-point lead over Charles Leclerc, who finished second after another questionable strategy decision from Ferrari on its home track. With just 6 races remaining, the Dutch driver could clinch the title in Singapore next month. It was the first time Verstappen has set foot on the iconic Monza podium, with his highest previous finish being 5th in 2018. Verstappen started 7th after he was among a number of drivers hit by grid penalties, but made his way up to 3rd by the first corner of the second lap. The Red Bull driver then picked off George Russell in a Mercedes at the start of lap 5, setting up the hunt for pole sitter Leclerc in his Ferrari. Russell was 3rd ahead of Carlos Sainz Jr. and Lewis Hamilton, who had both fought through the field after starting at the back of the grid following penalties. Agency report, Republic TV.
We're slipping into a short break, but on the other side, Shanghai Cooperation Organization Council scheduled to convene at Uzbekistan's Samarkand. Russia's capital, Moscow, marks the anniversary of 875 years of its existence. All of this after a short break. Stay tuned.
For this year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Is being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum.
Welcome back. People of the United States paid tribute to the victims of the terror attacks on the 11th of September in 2001 with the tolling bell, which marks 21 years of the attack.
The 9/11 anniversary commemoration at Ground Zero began with the tolling bell and a moment of silence. 21 years after the start of the deadliest terror attack on US soil, victims' relatives and dignitaries were gathering on Sunday at all three places where the hijacked jets crashed on the 11th of September 2001. The World Trade Center in New York, the Pentagon, and a Pennsylvania field.
And my brother-in-law, Daniel Francis McGinley. Danny, you are in our hearts every day. Your 5 now adult children, Terrence, Maddie, Peter, Ann, and Pat, are thriving. Like you, and with Peggy's guidance, they are kind, caring, and very fun people, succeeding in their careers and in life. We celebrate you all today.
Vice President Kamala Harris attended the ceremony in New York, but by tradition, no political figures speak at the Ground Zero ceremony. The observance centers instead on relatives reading aloud the names of the dead.
Peter, Craig, Albert.
Readers often add personal remarks that form an alloy of American sentiments about the 11th of September: grief, anger, toughness, appreciation for first responders and the military, appeals to patriotism, hopes for peace, occasional political barbs, and a poignant accounting of the graduations, weddings, births, and daily lives that victims have missed.
And my father, John Leslie Albert. I was 13 years old in September of 2001. We had a wonderful relationship to date, but I ask, how well does a 13-year-old boy really know his father? The reality is that I, along with countless other children who lost parents, missed out on countless memories, moments, conversations. So while the grief recedes a bit with time, the permanent absence of my father is just as palpable today as it ever was.
A few readers note recent events this year, ranging from the still ongoing coronavirus pandemic to Russia's war in Ukraine. Some relatives also lament that a nation which came together to some extent after the attacks has since splintered apart. So much so that the federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies, which were reshaped to focus on international terrorism after 9/11, now see the threat of domestic violent extremism as equally urgent. President Joe Biden spoke at the Pentagon while First Lady Jill Biden attended the memorial in Shanksville. The attacks killed nearly 3,000 people, spurred a US war on terror, and affect American politics and public life to this day. Agency report, Republic TV.
President President Joe Biden marked the 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, taking part in a somber wreath-laying ceremony at the Pentagon held under a steady rain, and urged people to take part in protecting American democracy. Americans are remembering the 9/11 with tear-choked tributes and pleas to never forget 21 years after the deadliest terror attack on the US soil. Victims' relatives and dignitaries are gathering on Sunday at all three places where hijacked jets crashed on September 11, 2001, the World Trade Center in New York, the Pentagon, and a Pennsylvania field. Take a look.
I hope we'll remember that in the midst of these dark days, we dug deep, we cared for each other, and we came together. You know, we regained the light by reaching out to one another and finding something all too rare, a true sense of national unity. To me, that's the greatest lesson of September 11. Not that we will never again face a setback, but that in the moment of great unity, we also had to face down the worst impulses: fear, violence, recrimination directed against Muslim Americans, as well as Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian heritage. It's that for all our flaws and disagreements, and the push and pull of all that makes us human, there is a nation that cannot accomplish. There's nothing this nation cannot accomplish when we stand together and defend with all our hearts that which makes us unique in the world, our democracy. We're not only a nation based on principles, but we are based on an idea, unlike we're the most unique nation in the world, an idea that everyone is created equal and should be treated equally throughout their lives. We don't always live up to it, but we've never walked away from it. That's what makes us strong. That's what makes us who we are. And that's what those hijackers most hoped to destroy when they targeted our buildings and our people. They failed.
Going on to some other news, the city of Moscow was decked up as Russians marked the 875th anniversary of the nation's capital. From concerts to cultural events, here's how Russians celebrated Moscow's 875th anniversary.
A festive atmosphere engulfed the city of Moscow, with celebrations and concerts taking place around the Russian capital. There was pomp and show on the streets of Moscow as Russians marked the anniversary of the nation's capital. The Russian capital turned 875.
Приехала моя давняя подруга, сейчас вот мы гуляем. Я хочу поздравить всех москвичей, и не только, с этим праздником. Все сложно в мире, но я думаю, что...
There were concerts as well as cultural performances on display as Russians enjoyed a warm summer morning in Moscow.
Настроение отличное. Всем желаю прекрасного дня в этот прекрасный праздник. Посмотрите, сегодня солнце светит, а были тучи. Настроение должно быть таким же солнечным и прекрасным.
Earlier in the day, the Russian President Vladimir Putin congratulated Moscovites on the occasion. The celebrations went on through the day and was rounded up by a spectacular fireworks display. Agency report, Republic TV.
Here's what's making news in the world of sports. Carlos Alcaraz used his combination of energy and maturity to beat Casper Ruud in the US Open final to earn his first Grand Slam title at the age of just 19 and become the youngest man to be ranked #1. Formula One Championship leader Max Verstappen again made light work of starting down the grid as he won the Italian Grand Prix to leave him within touching distance of a second successive title. Now Max has a 116-point lead over Charles Leclerc, who finished second after another questionable strategy decision from Ferrari on its home track. Team USA sealed their first ever Sail Grand Prix win after finishing ahead of New Zealand and UK at the Range Rover France Sail Grand Prix in Saint-Tropez. USA team picked up the 10 points to improve to 25 points in the Sail GP Championship, which sees them rise to 7th place in the overall standings ahead of the next Sail GP race in Spain in 2 weeks. Barbara and Katrina powered back from a set 4-1 down to defeat Kathleen McNally and Taylor Townsend in Sunday women's doubles final at the US Open. The unseeded All-American pair, both of whom won multiple Grand Slam double titles in their junior careers, looked unstoppable in the first set, and with Czechs seemingly outgunned, a major shock looked likely. Well, we're getting in visuals of Afghans celebrating Sri Lanka's victory over Pakistan in the Asia Cup 2022 final.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
It's time for the 3rd edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
For this year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि।
It's time for the 3rd edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
The Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP face-off intensifies after Liquorgate and education scam. It's Delhi bus scam now. Big thaw in India-China ties. Disengagement process likely to be completed today. All eyes on the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver its order. Top court to hear over 200 PILs challenging the CAA today. Prime Minister Modi to inaugurate the World Dairy Summit. Over 50 countries are participating. And surveys of unrecognized madrasas begin in Uttar Pradesh. Report to be submitted by the 25th of October. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in from Delhi. In fact, even as the face-off over alleged scams intensifies in the national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party has now claimed that police conducted a raid at the Aam Aadmi Party's office in Ahmedabad on Sunday, further claiming that the ruling BJP is extremely rattled by the immense support it is getting in the run-up to the Gujarat Assembly polls. Now, leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat unit have said on Twitter that the raid was carried out soon after the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal arrived at Ahmedabad. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal has said that the Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim. So we are still waiting for the Gujarat police to give out a response to this claim that's been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Priyanka Sharma reporting on this. She's joining us on the phone line. Priyanka, good morning. Priyanka, give us more details as to what really happened, and also, obviously, we are still awaiting a response from the Gujarat police as to why the raid took place.
Well, absolutely, Nopur. As of now, these are claims that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, this is Ishudan Gadvi who had tweeted yesterday, and he had stated that there was a hour-long raid, in fact, that was carried out by the Gujarat police at the Aam Aadmi Party office in Ashram Road area of the city. But as of now, the police has not responded to it. And we also see that it had been escalated by Arvind Kejriwal, who had also spoken about how these alleged raids, in fact, were because that the government of Gujarat had been spooked by the Aam Aadmi Party and the kind of campaigning that the Aam Aadmi Party had been doing in the state of Gujarat. And now these are in fact being used for political posturing by Arvind Kejriwal and Ishudan Gadvi as well, where they're claiming that right after the raids that were carried out in the national capital and the kind of cases that are being registered against the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, now we see that there are raids that are also being carried out in Gujarat as soon as Arvind Kejriwal had arrived, because mind you, he's here for a 2-day visit here in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad specifically. Yesterday late night he had arrived, and right after that Ishudan Gadvi has claimed that there were raids that were being carried out at the Aam Aadmi Party office. As of now, the police has not responded. In fact, they have said that there were no raids that had been carried out.
All right.
But these are the claims that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party leader.
All right, Priyanka Sharma reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. Let's also cut across live to Piyush Shori, who joins us from New Delhi. Now, Piyush, back in Delhi, of course, there is another tussle that's brewing between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. This one, of course, over what the BJP says is a scam in Delhi's buses. So we are expecting that to peak today as well?
As you rightly said, the political slugfest between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP continues, and Aam Aadmi Party is right now again embroiled in another scam. This time it is about procurement of 1,000 low-floor buses. Now, remember, Aam Aadmi Party is already been embroiled in two other scams in which it has been alleged that it is involved in the liquor gate scam and also in irregularities of construction of classrooms in Delhi government schools. And now with another controversy of it being involved in corruption of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses, there have been several scams in which the BJP is alleging the Aam Aadmi Party is involved in. So yes, you are seeing a lot of blames, allegations, counter-allegations, and in the process, you're watching a major political war between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party over here in national capital. Back to you, the studio.
All right, Piyush Ori, bringing us the latest on that. Thank you for joining us. As Piyush was pointing out, of course, we are expecting the slugfest to continue today. Now, moving on to another big story we're tracking this morning. A major verdict is expected to be pronounced by the District Court in Varanasi in connection with the hearing of the Gyanvapi case, leading to extensive police deployment throughout the city, along with inspections being conducted at various checkpoints.
The Varanasi District Court is all set to rule on the maintainability of the petitions seeking daily worship at the Sringar Gauri temple.
कल जो 7 रूल 11 पे ये दावा पोषणीय है कि नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देश पे माननीय जिला जज महोदय सुनवाई जो 2 महीने लगातार किया है उन्होंने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि प्रायोरिटी पे इसको सुन लीजिए, वो सुनवाई पूरी हो चुकी है और कल इसका फैसला आना है। इस फैसले में ये तय होगा कि ये जो है मुकदमा चलने योग्य है कि नहीं।
This order in the Gyanvapi case was reserved on the 24th of August. The verdict will not be the final decision in the case.
कल का फैसला जो भी आएगा, चाहे जिसके पक्ष में आवे, वो आखिर तो है नहीं, पहला है। इसके बाद जो पार्टी दुखी होगी वो हाई कोर्ट जाएगी, हाई कोर्ट के आर्डर से जो दुखी होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएगा। तो ये मामला रजिस्टर होना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट इसमें अप्लाई नहीं करता, क्योंकि हमारा कहना ये है कि यहाँ जगह जगह हिंदू देवी देवता के स्थान है।
Many supporting the petitioners believe the evidence is piling up. The verdict comes at a time when some are alleging that threats are being issued over the case.
बहुत सी ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो नहीं चाहती हैं कि मैं और मेरे पिताजी इस केस को लड़ें और एक लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन तक ले जाएं। और जो भी बातें हैं हमने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इन्फॉर्म की हैं, सारी बातें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के और सरकार के नॉलेज में हैं और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो लोग शरारती तत्व भी हैं, असामाजिक तत्व भी हैं, एंटी नेशनल तत्व भी हैं, वो अपना संयम रखेंगे।
Security in the region has been tightened ahead of the verdict, with the commissioner imposing Section 144.
आज सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के साथ, जिसमें SHOs, ACPs, एडिशनल DCPs और DCPs सारे अधिकारी प्रतिभाग किए थे, उन्हें संवेदित किया गया है। धारा 144 CRPC के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खास तौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है।
The case had previously created ripples in the political circles.
I hope that the UP government will book a case against him for creating divisions, for creating mistrust among both the communities, and arrest this person. How can this report be leaked to media? This is a deliberate leak which has been done by the person who was appointed on the suggestion of the petitioners.
Now, the countdown to the key Gyanvapi verdict has commenced. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In fact, we're just cutting across to pictures that we are getting from outside the Varanasi court, where the Gyanvapi case is going to be heard. Security, of course, has been heightened across Varanasi ahead of this verdict. Now, do remember that the Varanasi District Court is set to render a verdict on the merits of the Sringar Gauri Gyanvapi Masjid case today. The decision, of course, relates to the maintainability of the Hindu women's plea seeking permission to worship Hindu deities in the Gyanvapi Mosque complex. Now, even as this judgment, of course, or rather order comes out, security has been heightened all across Varanasi. the district administration over there wanting to make sure that nothing goes out of hand. The district judge, of course, today will give its decision on whether the ongoing trial in court regarding the permission to worship is maintainable and whether the plea is based on tenable grounds. Let's also listen into what the police is saying in terms of the arrangements that have been made ahead of this verdict.
न्यायालय के द्वारा एक महत्वपूर्ण मामले में निर्णय सुनाए जाने की संभावना के दृष्टिगत आज सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के साथ, जिसमें एसएचओस, एसीपीस, एडिशनल डीसीपीस और डीसीपीस सारे अधिकारी प्रतिभाग किए थे, उन्हें संवेदित किया गया है। धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल ना हो, अक्षुण्ण बनी रहे। इसके तहत हमने अपनी पूरी एक्सरसाइज और होमवर्क करा है।
All right, so that was the police over there putting in place a large number of arrangements to make sure that the day goes off peacefully, as we are expecting an order today in the Gyanvapi case. A Pakistani drone intrusion attempt has been foiled in Punjab's Gurdaspur sector. Reports suggest that the drone attempted to enter the Indian side at about 5:15 this morning at Kalanur area. BSF Jawans fired multiple rounds at the Pakistani drone, after which it went back. Now searches have been launched in the area. The DIG BSF is on the spot to monitor search operations. Now, do remember that we have had a large number of drones trying to enter into the Indian side. Some of them do carry weapons as well as narcotics. I'm going to go across to Gursimran, who reports from Jammu on this. Gursimran, good morning. Gursimran, give us more details about what the BSF is saying and also how this was beaten back.
See, it was today morning at around 5:15 when an attempt of drone infiltration was made by the Pakistani side, but the alert troops of the border security force that have been deployed in the Kalanur area of the international border in the Gurdaspur, they thwarted the attempt of the Pakistan by firing several rounds on this Pakistani drone, after which it went back to the Pakistani territory. Now the intensified searches have been launched along with the Punjab police in the area that is very near to international border to rule out any possibility of weapon dropping by the Pakistani drone, because in the past we have seen that drones are being used to push cash, narcotics as well as weapons into the Indian territory. DIG BSF of the range, Prabhakar Joshi, is on the spot monitoring the situation.
All right. Thank you very much, Gursimran, for joining us with those details. So Gursimran reporting on that from Jammu. And we're now learning that the NIA is carrying out raids and searches at around 50 locations in different parts of the north. Raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region. These are in cases that have been registered against terrorist gangs executing sensational murders to terrorize common people. Now, this is also a case that relates to extortion, drug smuggling and other organized crime activities to finance terror. So these are raids that the NIA is carrying out right now. These are raids that are being conducted at about 50 locations, and several raids, of course, being conducted in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region. We are given to understand that this is also attempting to probe links of these gangsters with Pakistan's ISI. Abhishek Kapoor, a senior executive editor, on the phone line with us. Good morning, Abhishek. Raids being carried out in about 50 locations. What are these pertaining to? Can you give us more details, please? All right, we're going to go back to Abhishek in just a bit, but here's what we know so far. We are told that these raids are being conducted at various locations in the north. These are Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region. These, we are given to understand, are against gangsters who could have links to the ISI. These are also raids that are being conducted against gangs which are involved allegedly in extortion, drug smuggling and other organized crime activities. So this is being seen as a mega crackdown of the National Investigation Agency against gangs which are believed to have terror links. They are being conducted in various parts of North India. 4 states in particular is what we are learning right now: Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, the Delhi NCR. Abhishek Kapoor back on the phone line with us. Abhishek, good morning. Can you give us more details, please?
Yes, Nupur. So, we saw how in the backdrop of Sidhu Moosewala murder, the role of gangs, many of them operating without compunction across the belt in North India, from Delhi to Haryana to Punjab to Rajasthan. Remember, in the case of Sidhu Moosewala murder, after committing the crime, they were moving around for almost a fortnight, as far as Gujarat. So, for example, the criminal gangs associated with Lawrence Bishnoi, so of course he's in jail, but his members of his gang, is another gangster called Bombaya, then Kaushal, then Kala Jathedi. In fact, all these gangs, their role in some manner or the other had come to light in the Sidhu Moosewala murder itself, and subsequently we have seen how their role has emerged in extortion and terrorizing cases, also of course associated drug peddling and narco terror. So I think a call was taken to do a major crackdown and get all their members also, so that the backbone of these syndicates is broken. That's why NIA, the National Investigation Agency, is carrying out this massive swoop down on members of these gangs. At least 50 locations across these 4 or 5 states happening. This might go on for a couple of hours and then we'll get more information.
Now, Abhishek, as far as these gangs are concerned, particularly, whether it's the Lawrence Bishnoi gang or others which were behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder case, we have learned that there is a link that is emerging to some foreign countries as well. Is that also something that's under the scanner?
Oh, absolutely. So, for example, in the case of the Sidhu Moosewala murder itself, all these men of Lawrence Bishnoi were working at the behest of Goldie Brar, who's operating from Canada. And similarly, we have seen a murder of an RSS activist was carried out in Punjab by men of one of these gangs at the behest of ISI. In fact, both in the case of Sidhu Moosewala and in the case of the murder of RSS activist, there were links going directly up to Pakistan and some Khalistani terrorists backed by the ISI. So, it's a complex chain which connects these gangs, sometimes small ruffians, members of these gangs, right up to the Pakistani deep state, to narco terror, to those anti-India elements within countries like Canada, like Germany, like they're embedded there, and then they're carrying out those anti-India activities, coordinating those activities. And of course, when it comes to narco terror, then of course Afghanistan. So all those things are connected, and that's why an in-principle decision was really taken to break the backbone of these networks, and that's why this swoop down happening, Nupur. And as I said, the moment it's complete, we'll get more information as to what was the plan and how it was carried out and how many arrests have been made. It's likely there are a dozen odd or more arrests might end up being made by the time this entire operation is completed in a few hours.
Right, absolutely, Abhishek. In the wider sense of, the problem, we've had a re-emergence of gang wars in Punjab and, in various areas of up north. This also an attempt perhaps by the NIA to essentially deal with this, because, it was quite unheard of to see these murders happening in broad daylight in Punjab. But now, that's something that's back to haunt the state.
Well, yes. So what happens is, Nupur, that these gangs have been operating for a while, and as I said, in many instances, without compunction, without checks, without fear, and across the states. So it's not just Punjab. It's, for example, in the case of Moosewala, all the operatives came from Bishnoi gang, and Bishnoi himself being in jail. So imagine the deep-rooted tentacles that they have, that they can really operate out of jails as well. And they affect common men, they affect businessmen, they indulge in extortion. I mean, essentially these are extortion rackets, scavenging on small business and enterprises, and taking protection money, extortion money, and then channelizing that to, spread their tentacles, getting into drug trade, and then, of course, narco terror, and then these targeted killings. So I think this was going on for a while, irrespective of, state administration. And sometimes, in fact, what they would do is, like it comes out again in the Sidhu Moosewala, which is the latest example, they would operate from one state, carry out crime in another state, and, vamoose into third state for the time being, and then come back. Also, they would be using freelance shooters who would be just, after the crime, melding away in the masses without a crime history. So I think all those things are there on the table, being dissected, and that's why a call was taken to get into it by an agency like NIA, because remember, these are trans-state crimes. These are not limited to one state, and that's why it was decided to let National Investigation Agency, which otherwise only deals with anti-terror cases, to get into these gangsters and these gangs and break their back, and that's why these raids.
Right, Abhishek Kapura, Senior Executive Editor, joining us. Thank you for that. Let's also go across on the ground to Piyush Ori, who's reporting from Delhi on this. Piyush, any more specifics that we are getting right now? We do know that about 50 locations are being raided, even as we speak. Now, as Abhishek's been pointing out, these are aimed at anti-terror activities?
So, as rightly pointed out by Abhishek, that yes, these raids are mostly conducted in order to curb the anti-national activities in which most of these gangs are involved in. Now, what we've been told over here is that not only Lawrence Bishnoi, of which is the main person, and his henchmen, are being targeted in these raids, but there are also other members who are primarily involved in these nefarious activities that are being raided, and the antecedents and their whereabouts are being found out by the NIA. Primarily in Delhi, where these raids are conducted, we have been told that areas that are mostly in southwest Delhi, that are bordering Haryana and Rajasthan, those areas are being raided because it is these areas where most of these gangsters have their hubs in. So the NIA now is making sure that they go raid these areas, understand the source of financing of these gangs, understand the henchmen who are working in these gangs, and understand that what kind of people, who are the victims, who these gangs are targeting. Because as we have already seen, that the murder of Sidhu Moosewala has really made us realize about how dangerous these gangs actually are. Now, these gangs actually are involved in most of the criminal activities like murder, extortion, robbery and burglary. But now, as Abhishek rightly pointed out, that these gangs are not only operating in one state, but they are operating in different states, and that's why trying to understand their antecedents, trying to understand their way of functioning becomes very important. And for this purpose, a reputed investigative agency in form of NIA is being used to now raid these gangs members and understand their identification points. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush, as we are pointing out, of course, obviously the fear that's there is that like Sidhu Moosewala's murder case, it did shake us a bit because, it hasn't been, we haven't seen this really for a number of years now, that someone is killed like this, someone who's been granted protection in broad daylight. And obviously that has brought the focus back on these gangs, which also do enjoy support from other countries. For instance, Goldie Brar, of course, is operating from Canada. So those things also under the scanner, perhaps?
You rightly pointed out, Nupur, that how exactly the murder of Sidhu Moosewala made us realize about how brazen, how dangerous, and how difficult, how complex these gangs actually operate. And you rightly again pointed out that, not only within the country, but also outside the country, these gangs have their network. So thereby it becomes very important to understand and to curb their financing activities. We are going to make you updated of all these raids that are being conducted in different parts of the country to curb these gangs that are involved in murder of Sidhu Moosewala and other anti-nefarious activities. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we keep you updated. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Is being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Top headlines at 8:30. Mega NI crackdown on terror gangsters and links with terror under lens.
Pan-India NI raids underway across 50 locations in the country. AAP versus BJP face-off intensifies after Liquorgate and education scam. It's Delhi bus scam now. All eyes on Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver order today. Top court to hear over 200 PILs challenging the CAA today. Prime Minister Modi said to inaugurate World Dairy Summit, over 50 countries to participate. Thanks for tuning in this Monday morning. You're watching The Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight up, starting with breaking news coming in. And starting with news coming in from West Bengal, where Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law is said to be quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate today. Remember, Priyanka, Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law, Menika Gambhir, was on Saturday evening stopped by the ED at the Kolkata airport from flying abroad and was handed over summons to join the investigation in a money laundering case. The ED is set to quiz Menika Gambhir today. In fact, Priyanka Tibrewal has also reacted. BJP leader Priyanka Tibrewal has reacted to this ED summons to Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law. Let's listen into what Menika Gandhi, what Priyanka Tibrewal had to say on the summons by the Enforcement Directorate to Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law.
See, it's an ongoing investigation. The ED and the CBI are doing the investigation, and she was also summoned earlier and she was asked not to leave the country. That is the reason that the same was, the message was passed at the airport as well. And yesterday night we have seen that very quietly she was trying to slip out from the country and she was caught at the airport. And that's the reason that a notice has been served to her and summons have been given and she's been asked to appear again on Monday. Now again the question remains that Abhishek Banerjee, with so much of courage, he is facing the investigation and he said that he's the Pushpa who will not bend. So why, if you are so honest, why are you ensuring that your sister-in-law leaves the country? This is basically because there are links to the account of his wife Ruchika Narula with the sister-in-law.
And Kishle also joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, if you could talk to us more on this about the money laundering charges that Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law is facing as she is said to be quizzed by the ED today.
Well, exactly. As we have seen that day before yesterday when she was trying to leave the country, she was trying to go to Bangkok, she was stopped. Now, after the summon was given to her, after the notice was served to her, the big breaking is that yesterday night around 12:30, she reached ED office and she reached with a lawyer. Now, the question arises why she had suddenly decided to go to the ED office yesterday at midnight with her lawyer. According to our sources, the summon that was given to her, the notice that was given to her, it mentioned 12:30 a.m. as the timing when she had to reach on Monday, that is today. So whether this is a technical fault, whether this is an error, or whether she was summoned at 12:30 at night is a question. However, no ED officials or investigators were present in the ED office so late at night, so she had to come back and probably she will be visiting again the ED office today at 12:30 p.m. That's what we are tracking right now. So the big breaking is that Menika Gambhir, she tried to leave the country, but as she has been restricted from visiting any other country, she was stopped at the airport and then she was summoned. Yesterday night she visited ED office, but there were no officials, so today she is probably visiting again. Samiksha.
Yes, and Kishle, just to continue on that point, if you could talk to us more about these money laundering charges for which she's been summoned by the ED today.
Well, Samiksha, we have seen that the coal scam is one of the most investigated scams in West Bengal, apart from SSC scam and the cattle smuggling scam, which means that coal scam is both investigated by the two central agencies, CBI and ED. CBI and ED had both summoned Abhishek Banerjee as well, and Abhishek Banerjee was questioned as well in the ED office. The charges are that, also by the CBI, the charges are that when the whole area of Asansol and Birbhum, which are coal areas, which has big coal mines, all the coal from these areas, much of the coal from these areas was smuggled illegally to different parts of the country and outside the country, and there were beneficiaries, and most of the Trinamool Congress leaders who are charged in this case are said to be beneficiaries in this whole scam, who helped in the process of illegal smuggling of the coal, and names of big Trinamool Congress honchos such as Abhishek Banerjee himself has also come up, and as Priyanka Tibrewal also said in her reaction, his wife as well, Rujira, has also been questioned. Now, whether his sister-in-law Manika Gambhir is herself directly involved in this whole process of scam, or whether she has been helping in some other way, what is her exact role is what ED and CBI is trying to explore and investigate. However, ED has come to know that she has got certain benefits from this whole scam, therefore they are trying to investigate and question her. That's why she has been summoned. So the question is, what role did she play in this whole scam, and what exact benefits, how much money did she get, is what ED is looking at. Samiksha.
Yes, we also have a senior editor, Shravan, joining us. Shravan, if you could talk to us more on the ED summons to Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law today.
Well, in fact, this summon is a result of the fact that Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was essentially trying to leave the country. This at a time when she's already under the scan of the enforcement directorate. She's already been called in for questioning in the past. They give it to understand that she was actually handed out a summon on the very day that she was stopped at the Kolkata airport. In fact, she was asked to appear before the enforcement directorate's Kolkata office today. Remember, in the past, in this particular case itself, Abhishek Banerjee has already been questioned. Along with him, his wife too has been questioned. This is pertaining to the fact that there are certain companies that have been alleged linked that have emerged with Abhishek Banerjee and his family members. A company which goes by the name of the Leaps and Bounds Management. In fact, the enforcement director basically suspects that this company is linked to Abhishek Banerjee and has actually in turn received money from certain businessmen for providing protection. Now, that's the allegation that has been leveled so far. Abhishek Banerjee has distanced himself, saying that there is no link whatsoever. Having said that, the enforcement directorate still maintains that there is a link that has emerged, which they are probing at this point in time, which also involves his wife as well as sister-in-law, and that is the reason why his sister-in-law too has now been called in for questioning. In fact, she's been asked to appear before the enforcement directorate's Kolkata office this morning.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Shravan, for putting this into context. So all eyes on the ED quizzing Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law today. Really, it remains to be seen what comes out of it. But moving on to more news for now. Now, amidst the ongoing row over madrasas in Uttar Pradesh, the state government has started the process of conducting a survey to identify the unrecognized madrasas and gather details as well, such as organizations who are running them, curriculum as well as source of income of these madrasas.
The Yogi government's decision to survey unrecognized madrasas is all set to be executed beginning today.
जितने अपंजीकृत मदरसे चल रहे हैं उनमें एक निर्धारित प्रारूप है, उस प्रारूप में इसकी जांच कराई जा रही है, सर्वे कराया जा रहा है, कितने लोग वहां पर पढ़ाने वाले हैं और कितने बच्चे वहां मदरसे में पंजीकृत हैं। शासन उस पर अग्रिम कार्रवाई करेगा कि उसमें नीतिगत रूप से कोई फैसला लेना है, उनको फैसिलिटेट करना है या क्या करना है, इस पर सरकार निर्णय लेगी।
Some were previously writing letters saying a survey of unrecognized madrasas is unwarranted.
कानून व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत जो भी चीज़ होती है वो पूरी ईमानदारी से हो रही है, और किसी को कोई समस्या है तो जैसे मैंने बताया है कि उचित फोरम पे बात रख सकता है।
The Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind was seeking meetings with the Yogi government.
कह देंगे, उनसे भेज देंगे अपनी तरफ से एक दरखास्त, एक एप्लीकेशन कि हमें टाइम दिया जाए, हम मिलने के लिए तैयार हैं कंसर्न अथॉरिटीज से और लोगों से। जितना भी सही काम हो उसे गलत तरीके से नहीं किया जाना चाहिए। कोई भी चीज को हमेशा सही करने की, और सही है तो और अच्छा करने की हमेशा गुंजाइश है।
But this action of locals in Assam shows public support towards a crackdown is only growing.
Local public has taken initiative to demolish the madrasa. The government was not involved in it. District administration was not involved in it on 20th August. So they were completely surprised to see that the jihadi who was arrested was actually a teacher in madrasa. So public has given a strong message that we are against these jihadi activities.
Fact is, those defending illegal madrasas don't want to talk facts on the reality of what's happening in these madrasas.
There is some radicalization going on in Muslim-dominated areas in Assam. Physical training, and after that they go into the phase of preparing the people for jihad, preparing what is called as askari cells, so that they can indulge in violent activity.
It is time to look at hard facts. It is time to answer the tough questions and let the surveys take place. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Roundup of news in brief. Varanasi District Court is set to announce verdict today in the Gyanvapi case. However, before the verdict on this case, officials have declared an alert by invoking Section 144, and security has also been beefed up outside Gyanvapi Mosque. Ahead of verdict on Gyanvapi case, security has been tightened in UP's Varanasi district. Top officials have been asked to interact with the religious leaders as well to ensure law and order situation remains in place. Directives for flag march and foot march in sensitive areas have also been asked. Meanwhile, checking has also been intensified in Varanasi's border areas, and social media posts will also be monitored. Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka's hijab row today. In the last hearing, remember, the SC had said Sikh's turban cannot be compared with the hijab. A 5-judge bench constitution bench further said that comparison of turban with hijab is not correct. Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part. Teams have been formed for survey in several districts of madrasas today. A 3-member team of SDM District Basic Education Officer and District Minority Welfare Officer will conduct the survey. The district team will complete the survey by 5th of October. Slipping into a very short break, lots on the other side. Pan-India NI raids underway across 50 locations. AAP versus BJP face-off intensifies after Liquorgate and education scam. It's Delhi bus scam now.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें
और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगते हैं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Is being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
Welcome back. Now, after almost 2 years of standoff at the LAC, the disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from friction points in eastern Ladakh is set to be wrapped up today, as announced by the two sides earlier. Now, the process involves troops moving back to rear positions and dismantling of temporary infrastructure created there as well. Our senior executive editor gets us this report.
लगातार जब 16वें दौर की कमांडर लेवल की बातचीत हुई, उसके बाद ये समझौता हुआ लिखित में कि दोनों सेनाएं जो PP-15 है, या जो गोगरा हॉट स्प्रिंग का इलाका है, या गलवान का इलाका है, या जो पेंगोंग लेक है उसके आसपास के जो इलाके हैं जहां पर भी दोनों सेनाएं पेट्रोलिंग किया करती थी, वहां से डिसएंगेज होंगी, वहां से डिस्कलेशन शुरू होगा, वो पीछे जाएंगे। और 12 तारीख उम्मीद ये है कि जिस तरह से लगातार सेना पीछे हट रही है, शांति बहाली की प्रक्रिया आगे बढ़ाई जा रही है, इसमें भारत कामयाब भी होगा, क्योंकि भारत ने न सिर्फ सामरिक शक्ति दिखाई है, बल्कि कूटनीतिक तरीके से भी, रणनीतिक तरीके से भी चीन पर इतना दबाव बनाया, जिसके बाद चीन को मजबूरन पेट्रोलिंग पॉइंट 15 से पीछे जाना पड़ा है।
A big thaw has been witnessed between India and China ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping's meeting on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Uzbekistan. After more than 2 years on the Ladakh standoff, the troops of both the countries have started to disengage in the area of Gogra Hot Springs, and the process will be completed by today. Earlier, the troops of both sides had disengaged from both the north and south banks of Pangong So, patrolling Point 17A and patrolling Point 14, the last being August 2021. But going by history, can India take this disengagement on face value? And even as the disengagement process continues, the Army Chief General Manoj Pandey visited the Ladakh sector, where he was briefed about the IAF's Apache attack helicopter. General Pandey carried out a comprehensive review of the overall security situation in eastern Ladakh, 2 days after the Indian and Chinese militaries began disengaging from patrolling Point 15, which will be concluded today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into the air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help. A very short break. Lots on the other side. Top court to hear over 200 PILs challenging CAA today. And Prime Minister Modi set to inaugurate the World Dairy Summit, over 50 countries to participate.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration.
Welcome back. Now, the long hunt for a new Sena Bhavan has ended for Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Republic has the information on Shinde's new Sena Bhavan. Here's a report.
After ensuring Uddhav Thackeray is out of power and claiming the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde began his hunt for the new Sena Bhavan. Now, sources tell Republic that Shinde is set to build his Shiv Sena Bhavan in Vastu Central of Mumbai's Dadar. The big development comes just ahead of the BMC elections. Sources tell Republic that the new Sena Bhavan will consist of a ground floor plus 4 floors. The Maharashtra Chief Minister will himself inaugurate the new building just ahead of the BMC elections so that it's functional before the crucial polls. Shinde choosing Dadar as a location for his new faction's Sena Bhavan holds a major significance as it is in close vicinity of the original Shiv Sena Bhavan of Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. However, the proximity to Uddhav Sena Bhavan is most likely not the only reason for Shinde's decision. Dadar holds importance for the Shiv Senics as it is where the roots of Shiv Sena are and where the party was born. In the year 1966, Bal Thackeray founded the party from his residence, and in the 1970s, the party's headquarters, the Shiv Sena Bhavan, was built. Hence, the Shinde faction as well as the Thackeray family has more than just political roots and reasons with Dadar. Shinde, with his move of having his own Shiv Sena Bhavan in Dadar, sends out a strong message in his series of attempts to claim the legacy of Shiv Sena and its hero Bal Thackeray. Even though the Supreme Court is yet to pronounce an order on the real Sena, this development will certainly be a jolt to an already cornered Team Uddhav Thackeray. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. Lots on the other side. AAP versus BJP face-off intensifies after Liquorgate and education scam. It's Delhi's bus scam now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
It's time for the 3rd edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
For this year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up at the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार
I'm joined by RCP Singh, former Union Minister and once a close confidant of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, but both are at loggerheads and it seems that there is a point of no return. RCP Singh जी, कटुता इतनी बढ़ गई है आप लोगों में। आज आप पहली बार यात्रा पर निकले हैं, जनसंपर्क यात्रा पर, पॉलिटिकल यात्रा है, नीतीश कुमार जी के खिलाफ ही आप करेंगे। तो कटुता इतनी बढ़ गई है कि आप फॉर्मर IAS ऑफिसर हैं उत्तर प्रदेश काडर के, और जब नीतीश कुमार जी आजकल आप पर काफ़ी गुस्साए रहते हैं, बोलते हैं कि हमारा स्टाफ था, सेक्रेटरी था, कौन रखा, तो क्यों इतनी कटुता बढ़ गई है? और क्या वो एक IAS ऑफिसर पूरा सिस्टम पर स्टील फ्रेम जिसे कहा जाता था, मैक्स वेबर ने कहा था, उस पर भी क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, एक बात को समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि कटुता मैंने तो कोई बढ़ाई नहीं, और मैं अपने मन में किसी प्रकार का द्वेष भी नहीं रखता हूँ। लेकिन देखिए, जिस प्रकार की भाषा का वो उपयोग कर रहे हैं, आखिर उनकी पहचान क्या इस देश में थी? एक संयमित भाषा बोलने का, सम्मानजनक शब्दों का प्रयोग करने का। लेकिन किस प्रकार की भाषा बोल रहे हैं, तुम तड़ाम पर आए हुए। तो देखिए, पथ से तो भ्रष्ट हुए ही वो, भाषा उनकी बिल्कुल भ्रष्ट हो चुकी है। किस प्रकार का भाषण दिया विधानसभा में, दिल्ली में किस प्रकार का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया। तो देखिए, वो जो उनका जो एक अंदर का जो समझिए क्या कहिए कि जो कटुता है ना, अब वो जवान पर आ जा रही है। अब हमको टारगेट करने के लिए वो पूरी की पूरी IAS पर टारगेट कर दिए। बोले क्या था IAS? अरे साहब, IAS की जो सेवा है, अन्य सारी सेवाएं हैं, प्रादेशिक सेवाएं हैं, हमारे सभी कर्मचारियों की सेवाएं हैं, सबका एक योगदान लोकतंत्र में है, जनता का है, जनप्रतिनिधियों का, सबका है। आप उसको टारगेट हमारे चलते कर रहे हैं। और बगल में मूर्ति किनकी रख रहे हैं? सरदार पटेल की। सरदार पटेल ने ही ऑल इंडिया सर्विस जिस रूप में आज है उसको फिर से स्थापित किया था, और सरदार पटेल को मूर्ति बगल में रखते हैं जी। सरदार पटेल को कभी कुर्सी से लगाव था क्या? याद करिए, जिसमें देश आज़ाद हुआ था, मौका मिला था प्रधानमंत्री बनने का, उनके कांग्रेस के जितने भी नेता थे राज्यों के, उनके पक्ष में प्रस्ताव किया था, उन्होंने उसको छोड़ दिया। कुर्सी उनके लिए महत्वपूर्ण नहीं था। कैसे पूरे देश में 560 से ज़्यादा रियासतें थी, उनको एक किया, और बगल में बैठाए हुए काहे के लिए? कि पटेल जाति के थे। पटेल एक जाति के नहीं थे, पटेल इस राष्ट्र के थे। ये हमारा हिंदुस्तान राष्ट्र, भारत राष्ट्र कैसे मजबूत हो, कैसे एक हो, इसकी पहचान सरदार पटेल की थी। और जिस सरदार पटेल ने इतनी बड़ी सेवा स्थापित की, हमारे माध्यम से उसी को टारगेट कर लिए। दूसरी बात जो आपने कहा कि भाई जिस प्रकार की सोच उनकी है, और हम
कहते हैं कि आप स्टाफ थे उनके।
बहुत बढ़िया। देखिए
सेक्रेटरी,
अब देखिए यही मैं बता रहा हूँ। ये सोच फिर आई, सोच क्या थे हम जी? अब वो क्या है? वो जनता जब चुनती है तब MP बने, प्रधानमंत्री तत्काल मंत्री ने तय किया तो मंत्री बने, व्यवस्था थी। नीतीश कुमार आज व्यक्ति कुछ नहीं बन गए। उसी प्रकार से मैं जब प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी बना तो एक व्यवस्था, चूँकि मैं IAS में था, मुझसे उन्होंने अनुरोध किया, मैंने अपनी सहमति दी। हमारा काडर था यूपी, उससे आपने नो ऑब्जेक्शन लिया, उसने नो ऑब्जेक्शन दिया, फिर ACC ने अपॉइंटमेंट किया। जी आप कौन होते हैं? और जो बोलते हैं बहुत लोग कि साहब स्टाफ है, अगर प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी स्टाफ है एक मिनट के लिए हम कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मुझे नाम से कोई मेरे मन में कुछ है ही नहीं, क्योंकि मैंने तो सब चीज़ प्राप्त कर लिया है। लेकिन आपकी सोच स्टाफ अगर नहीं रहे, आपका काम चलेगा कभी? किसी श्रेणी का स्टाफ अगर नहीं रहेगा, श्रीमान जी कुछ कर पाइएगा आप लोग? लेकिन देखिए, इनकी मानसिकता को दर्शाता है, इनके मन में किस प्रकार की सोच है कि अपने अलावे सबको समझते हैं कि इनका कोई भी योगदान विकास में, समाज के निर्माण में नहीं है। जबकि सबका योगदान है।
तो ये यहाँ तक भी बात कहते हैं कि जो आप पार्टी में जो जगह मिली है आपको, जो भी हैं आप उन लोगों के बदौलत हैं। ललन जी भी यही कहते हैं, नीतीश कुमार जी भी यही कहते हैं कि पार्टी अध्यक्ष बना दिया, आपको अपना पद दे दिया, तो क्या आपकी कोई मेरिट नहीं थी उसमें?
यही तो उनसे पूछना चाहिए। देखिए, एक चीज मैंने बार बार मैं देखा हूं कि मैंने अपनी कुर्सी दे दी। इनकी कौन सी कुर्सी है जी? राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष कुर्सी इनकी कुर्सी है। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष की कुर्सी, उस समय मैं भी जनता दल में था, जनता दल के कार्यकर्ताओं का शीर्ष पद था। उसका एक चुनाव की प्रक्रिया थी। उस चुनाव की प्रक्रिया से आप राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने, और उसी चुनाव की प्रक्रिया से मैं भी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया गया। उसी चुनाव की प्रक्रिया से जिनका आप नाम लिए, मैं नाम नहीं लेता हूं, वो भी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाए। नाम में हम काहे किसी का नाम लेंगे?
तो बार बार आपके बारे में बोलते हैं।
नाम ही रामचंद्र है, जितना हमारा नाम लेंगे भगवान का नाम लेंगे वो। तो देखिए, अब ये बताएं, अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी कि शरद जी ने अपनी कुर्सी सौंप दी, जैसे वो कहते हैं कि मुझे उन्होंने कुर्सी दे दी और मैंने उस व्यक्ति को कुर्सी सौंप दी। अरे साहब, ये अहंग है, अहंग। मैं जो बोलते हैं संस्कृत में शब्द अहम, उसी से अहंकार बोलता है। ये जो कार्यकर्ता है, जरा कार्यकर्ता से पूछ लीजिए, कार्यकर्ताओं से जाके पूछे कि कार्यकर्ताओं से लोग मिलते हैं, इनके पास समय है, जाए कार्यकर्ता के बीच में, तब पता चलेगा। दिन भर पटना में मीटिंग करते रहते हैं, कितने लोग रहते हैं, जिसको मैं भुंजा पार्टी कहता हूँ, उसके अलावा कुछ और लोग हैं। जरा मिले जा करके, पिछले 1.5 सालों में गए कहीं कार्यकर्ता से भेंट हुई है?
खाली भुंजिया खाते रहते हैं।
अरे ये हम काहे के लिए कहेंगे, लेकिन समय काटने का वो एक तरीका है। जैसे आप जाते हैं फुटबॉल मैच देखने, मैच चल रहा है, साथ में चिनिया बादाम काहे खाते हैं? समय भी कटे।
अच्छा, अभी हाल फिलहाल में नीतीश जी दिल्ली गए थे, तमाम रीजनल पार्टी के नेताओं से मिले और एक मंच पे लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, विपक्षी एकता की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और क्या आपको लगता है कि ये लोग सारे लोग मिल के, ममता बनर्जी ने भी कह दिया उधर से कि नीतीश जी आ गए हैं हमारे साथ, केजरीवाल जी भी है, हम लोग धूल चटा देंगे इनको, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि मोदी जी को ये लोग चैलेंज कर पाएंगे 24 में?
देखिए,
नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में।
देखिए, बता देते हैं आपको, इनकी साख क्या बची है और न विश्वसनीयता बची है। जब दोनों नहीं बची है, आप विपक्षी की तरफ से जा रहे हैं जी। पिछला देखिए 96 से है ना सत्ता में, ही आज 2022 है, 4 साल निकाल दीजिए, किसके साथ रहे हैं श्रीमान जी? कौन सी पार्टी रही है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी रही, जिसने आपको स्थापित किया, केंद्र में मंत्री बनाया, राज्य में मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। तो विपक्ष वाले नहीं जानते हैं? एक बार नहीं, 2 बार नहीं, 3 बार इधर से उधर कर चुके। तो आपकी कोई विश्वसनीयता बची है? आपकी कोई साख बची है? कोई बुलाया था आपको? अपने तो अपने मुंह मियां मिट्ठू बनने वाली बात है कि यार हम आ गए हैं, जरा सब लोग एक हो जाइए। आपने किसको सम्मानित किया है? किसी विपक्षी का नाम लें, एक नेता को जिसको इन्होंने किसी न किसी समय में अपमानित न किया हो।
जैसे किस रूप से अपमानित किया?
अरे साहब, इनके उस समय के सबके बयान देख लीजिए, जब भी हटते हैं। तो आप रेल मंत्री थे, ममता बनर्जी से देख लीजिए कितना बढ़िया संबंध था, निकलवा लीजिए। ये तो रिकॉर्ड की चीजें हैं जी। देखिए, होता क्या है ना, महत्वाकांक्षी सबको होना चाहिए, लेकिन आप इतने अति महत्वाकांक्षी हो जाते हैं कि सबको आप अपने नीचे देखते हैं। तो ताकत क्या है, मैंने बताया आपको, 165 विधायक का भी समर्थन है आपको। ऐसी 165 के आधार पर ना टिकट का बंटवारा होगा बिहार में।
आपको क्या लगता है, अरविंद केजरीवाल, ममता बनर्जी और नीतीश कुमार से?
7 जन में इनको नेता नहीं कोई मानने वाला। क्यों मानेगा?
क्यों नहीं मानेगा?
क्यों मानेगा, जो बता दिया हमको, बताइए क्यों मानेगा भाई? पूछेगा ना इनसे कि आपका क्या बैकग्राउंड रहा है? भरोसा क्यों करेगा? इधर से इधर, इधर से इधर। आपकी ताकत क्या होगी? ममता बनर्जी आएगी तो उनका तो एक अच्छा खासा एमपी होगा, इनका क्या गो एमपी होगा? 10 गो सीट पर लोकसभा चुनाव लड़ेंगे, क्या गो जीतेगा तो पता चलेगा 2024 में। तो नॉन प्लेइंग कैप्टन चलेगा काम आजकल।
क्या आपको लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बन पाएंगे?
अरे हम कल इस पर बोलने कई बार बोल चुके हैं। बहुत लोग तो एकदम संकल्प लिए हैं, टीक बांध लिए हैं कि एकदम बनाइए कि छोड़ेंगे। बड़ा अच्छा है भाई।
क्यों नहीं बन पाएंगे?
मैंने बताया, संख्या बल। प्रकाश जी, शुद्ध संख्या बल। आप जरा बिहार में ही जनता दल को देख लीजिए। मैं तो रहा हूं पार्टी में ना, कितने जिलों में हमारे विधायक बचे हैं? ये पूरा शाहाबाद का इलाका साफ, एक विधायक नहीं है जी। मगध का इलाका पूरा साफ, पटना जिला पूरा साफ, लखीसराय पूरा साफ, मुंगेर पूरा साफ, शेखपुरा पूरा साफ, जमुई पूरा साफ। अच्छा, क्या बात कर
क्या लालू जी इन पर विश्वास करेंगे, नीतीश जी पर, जो ये गठबंधन है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि चलेगा?
बढ़िया सवाल पूछ दिया। देखिए, एनडीए के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़े और 43 विधायक होने के बाद भी बीजेपी ने इनको मुख्यमंत्री क्यों बनाया? क्योंकि चुनाव में ये मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरा थे। महागठबंधन का चेहरा कौन था? नीतीश कुमार जी नहीं थे, तेजस्वी यादव। क्या बढ़िया खेल खेला है जी। जो महागठबंधन का वोटर होगा उसको कैसा लग रहा होगा अभी, कह रहे क्या चीज है राजनीति साहब, कि हम तो दिए थे कि हमारा नेता मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, और मुख्यमंत्री कौन बन गया? जो एनडीए का था। जरा आप समझिए। तो आप जरा पूछिए इनसे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से, और इनके जो और लोग बड़े बड़े लोग हैं जो दिन भर क्या कहते थे, इन लोगों का यूएसपी क्या था? सिर्फ जिनका आप नाम लिए उनको कटघरे में खड़ा करना, और आज जा रहे हैं कि बताइए कैसे किया जाए, कैसे सब चीज़ का विकास हो। शब्द कितना बढ़िया आया, जनता का राज। श्रीमान जी, आप नहीं, अब्राहम लिंकन नहीं कहा था, 18वीं सदी में ही कहा था, डेमोक्रेसी इज ऑफ गवर्नमेंट बाय द गवर्नमेंट फॉर द गवर्नमेंट। समझे ना? इसलिए आपका कोई नहीं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है, जब उनका परिवार मुख्यमंत्री था तो जंगल राज आपने नहीं कहा था, हाई कोर्ट ने कहा था, आपने कहा था आतंक का राज। और आज जब आप उधर बन गए हैं तो क्या है? जनता का राज। मतलब आप तो पारस हैं जी, कि आपके छूने से लोहा पत्थर सब सोना हो जाता है। अगर आप साथ में, आप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं हैं तो आतंक का राज, और आप मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो जनता का राज। ये आप ही का पैमाना हो सकता है श्रीमान जी, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको।
नहीं तो ये बताइए, आज आप अपने राजनीतिक यात्रा पर निकल रहे हैं, तो क्या अगला पड़ाव आपका क्या होगा? बीजेपी में शामिल होंगे आप या अपनी पार्टी बनाएंगे, क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, मैंने कई बार इस पर आपसे चर्चा किया है। हमारे पास सारे ऑप्शंस हैं। हम अपने साथियों से मिल रहे हैं, सबसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं, और बिहार के सभी कोने में जाकर मैं साथियों से बातचीत करूंगा, और बातचीत हमारी हो भी रही है। सब लोग अपनी अपनी राय दे रहे हैं, सब मिल करके फिर एक निर्णय लेंगे हम लोग।
All right, so that is RCP Singh over there speaking to Republic TV. It's an exclusive interview that we are bringing for you, continuing, of course, to target Nitish Kumar. And going across now to the big story that we will be tracking through the day as we await the Gyanvapi mosque verdict. Now, today, of course, District Court in Varanasi is set to pronounce its verdict in the Gyanvapi mosque. All eyes, of course, on the verdict. But even as that happens, security has been heightened across Varanasi. Entry gates are being manned by security forces. The police also in full action. Now, here's what we're expecting in the case today, of course, is the fact that the court of Varanasi's senior most judge essentially is expected to decide whether a case that's been filed by 5 women seeking their right to worship inside the city's Gyanvapi mosque, located next to the famous Kashi Vishwanath temple, is maintainable or not. So that verdict comes out about in 4.5 hours from now.
देखिए, 1991 का एक्ट तो हमारे फेवर में अप्लाई होता है, क्योंकि फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर ये है कि 1991 में जो एक्ट आया था उसके बाद नवंबर 1993 तक भी व्यास जी उस मस्जिद के, तथाकथित मस्जिद के तहखाने में पूजा कर रहे थे, और वहाँ बैरिकेडिंग लगा के उस समय की जो गवर्नमेंट थी उन्होंने उसको डिस्पोजेस किया। तो अगर कोई आज प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की दुहाई दे रहा है तो सबसे पहले उनको चाहिए कि पहले हमारे व्यास जी को वापस तहखाने में वो पोजीशन दें। किस लॉ और किस अथॉरिटी से, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपने उनको कब्जे से बाहर निकाला? कोई अथॉरिटी ही नहीं थी, कोई लॉ ही नहीं था। उस लॉ के वायलेशन में आपने, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के सेक्शन 3 के वायलेशन में आपने व्यास जी को तहखाने से बाहर निकाला है। तो इसलिए हमारा ऐसा कहना है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट इस केस में हमारे पक्ष में अप्लाई होता है, और ये सूट में एविडेंस के पटल पे देखा जाएगा कि किसकी क्या एविडेंस है। आज की स्टेज पे मुस्लिम समाज के लोग ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी आवाज़ आगे ना उठाइए। अगर हमने ये कह दिया कि ये एरिया वज़ू खाना है तो इसको वज़ू खाना मान लिया जाए, इसको फाउंटेन मान लिया जाए, इसको फव्वारा मान लिया जाए, इसका कोई एग्जामिनेशन ना हो कि भाई ये शिवलिंग है कि नहीं है। तो ये किस तरह का एक लीगल अप्रोच जो उन्होंने लिया है, तो उस लीगल अप्रोच के खिलाफ मेरा विरोध है, जिसके खिलाफ हमने अपने आर्गुमेंट्स मेरिट्स पे, फैक्ट्स पे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट से, रूलिंग से कोर्ट के सामने रखें।
सर लीगली अगर समझा जाए, फैसला मान लीजिए जैसा आप कह रहे हैं कि आज आपके पक्ष में आने वाला है, पक्ष में आता है, उसके बाद आगे का क्या प्रोसेस होने वाला है आपकी तरफ से?
देखिए, आगे हमने एप्लीकेशन दे रखी है इसमें 80G की, जिसमें जो इस वजू खाने के नीचे की दीवार है उसको हमने तोड़ने की मांग की है। कार्बन डेटिंग की मांग के लिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा आप ट्रायल कोर्ट जाइए, तो वो एप्लीकेशन डाली जाएगी। फिर साथ ही साथ जो वहाँ पे हमारी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आई है, कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे जो ऑब्जेक्शंस हैं उसको फाइनलाइज करके हम उसको कोर्ट की एविडेंस का पार्ट बनाने का काम करेंगे। उसके बाद जो फर्दर एविडेंसेस लीड की जानी हिस्टोरिकल और लीगल पर्सपेक्टिव से, वो सारी बुक्स को एग्जिबिट किया जाएगा।
तरीके से मेंटेनेबल है, क्योंकि 1991 के पहले से यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना होती थी। व्यास जी इस तहखाने में पूजा अर्चना करते थे, इसके सबूत भी हैं। उन्हीं सबूतों के आधार पर हम ये मामला रख रहे हैं। और अभी विष्णु शंकर जैन से हमारी बातचीत हुई, जो इस पूरे मामले में वकील है, लगातार उन्होंने दलीलें रखी हैं। उनका साफ कहना है कि वर्शिप एक्ट जो है वो हमारे पक्ष में है, जिसे मुस्लिम पक्ष आधार बनाकर कोर्ट में केस लड़ रहा है, वो हमारे पक्ष में आएगा, क्योंकि 1991 के पहले के सबूत हैं कि यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना हुआ करती थी। तो ये मामला मेंटेनेबल है या नहीं, ये जो है सुनवाई की आज आधार, जैसा आपने कहा कि आज का आधार क्या है, आज का आधार सिर्फ एक मुद्दे का है। ऐसे तो दर्जनों मामले हैं सुजाता, सुमित, लगातार, कि जिसे लेकर अलग अलग कोर्ट्स में ये मामले दाखिल किए गए हैं। लेकिन आज अगर कोर्ट सुनवाई करते हुए ये फैसला देता है कि ये मामला मेंटेनेबल है या नहीं है, सुनने लायक है या नहीं है, हालांकि हिंदू पक्ष पूरी तरीके से पुख्ता है कि ये जो फैसला है वो उनके पक्ष में आने वाला है। आगे की जो कार्रवाई होगी, आगे जो दलीलें रखी जाएंगी, वो इस बात को लेकर एएसआई सर्वे की मांग की जाएगी। जो बीच में दीवार खड़ी है जिसे तोड़ने की बात की जा रही थी, उसकी मांग की जाएगी। तहखाने की जांच हो, इसकी मांग की जाएगी। और इसी के साथ आपको ये बता दें कि लगातार कोशिश यहाँ पर हिंदू पक्ष की रहेगी कि एएसआई सर्वे यहाँ जरूर करवाया जाए, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना कि जो शिवलिंग नुमा चीज वहां देखने को मिली है, जैसे मुस्लिम पक्ष लगातार ये कह रहा है कि वो फव्वारा है, उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए, एएसआई सर्वे होना चाहिए। तो आज के फैसले के बाद में अगला कदम जो होने वाला है, वो अगला कदम हिंदू पक्ष का यही होने वाला है। वकीलों की तरफ से लगातार यही बात की जा रही है कि आगे एक और बात दाखिल किया जाएगा, उसमें यह मांग की जाएगी जो बीच की दीवार है, यानी कि शिवलिंग और नंदी जी के बीच में, उसे तोड़ा जाए, क्योंकि मामला धार्मिक है, मामला लोगों की आस्था से जुड़ा हुआ है। पुराणों के आधार पर, सबूतों के आधार पर ये बातें रखी गई हैं। तो आज मोटा मोटी देखा जाए तो सिर्फ एक मामला है मेंटेनेबिलिटी को लेकर, इसी को लेकर कोर्ट ने अपना फैसला सुरक्षित रखा था। आपने ये भी देखा था कि जो दूसरा पक्ष है, यानी कि जो मुस्लिम पक्ष है, वो लगातार इस मामले में हिला हवाली लगातार उनकी ओर से जारी थी। दलीलें उनकी ओर से जो दी जा रही थी, वो बार बार हर एक हियरिंग में, हर एक डेट में एक ही बात रखी जा रही थी कि ये बात मेंटेनेबल नहीं है, आप इस पर सुनवाई नहीं कर सकते। इसके अलावा मुस्लिम पक्ष के पास में कोई ठोस दलील या कोई ठोस सबूत नहीं रहा है। इसलिए हिंदू पक्ष जो है वो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है इस समय कि हमारी जो दलीलें हैं वो मजबूती के साथ में रखी गई हैं। सामने वाले पक्ष के पास में कोई दलील नहीं रही, और जो सच्चाई है वो सामने आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि सर्वे रिपोर्ट में आपने देखा था, आपने सर्वे रिपोर्ट में देखा था कि किस तरीके से उसमें ये सब कुछ साबित हुआ था। जो आकृतियां बनी हुई थी, जो कलाकृतियां बनी हुई थी धर्म से जुड़ी हुई, चाहे त्रिशूल की बात करें या शंख की बात करें, वो तमाम चीज़ें हैं, उसकी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट, उसे दोबारा से देखा जाए। ये विष्णु शंकर जैन लगातार कह रहे हैं कि इस मामले को लेकर हम आगे जो है वो बात दाखिल करने वाले हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर देखा जाए तो इस वक्त काशी में माहौल सीधे तौर पर धार्मिक है। लगातार सुबह से हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ किया जा रहा है। जो तमाम लोग हैं वो हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ कर रहे हैं, इस बात को लेकर पूजा अर्चना कर रहे हैं कि आज का जो फैसला है वो उनके पक्ष में आना चाहिए। ये लोग लगातार मना रहे हैं। और सुबह से ही जो तमाम मंदिर हैं, कोर्ट के पास भी जो मंदिर है उसे भी सजाया जा रहा है, और सभी लोग इकट्ठा होकर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ यहाँ सुबह से ही काशी में तस्वीरें देखने को मिल रही हैं। इसके साथ ही प्रशासनिक आधार पर देखा जाए तो धारा 144 यहाँ पर लागू कर दी गई है, ताकि माहौल किसी भी हालत में खराब ना हो, खास तौर पर मंदिर के पास में, क्योंकि आपने देखा था इससे पहले कोर्ट की ओर से फैसला दिया गया था, वो जगह, वो वजूखाना जहां पर शिवलिंग नुमा चीज देखी गई थी, उसे पूरी तरीके से खाली करवा दिया गया था। वहां किसी के भी आने जाने की इजाजत नहीं रही थी। जी,
अनादिकाल से सन 93 तक करता आया, तो 15 अगस्त 1947 के सवाल को मैंने तभी उत्तर दे दिया। मेरे वाद की एक एक लाइन ने उत्तर दे दिया, प्लेंट की गवर्नमेंट ने दे दिया। तो पोषणीयता के मामले में मेरे वाद की गवर्नमेंट को एक ट्रू और अनडिस्प्यूटेड वे में देखा जाएगा कि ये ही सत्य है, उसको क्वेश्चन नहीं किया जा सकता। जो सवाल आर्गुमेंट के दौरान किसी भी पक्ष ने किसी भी तरीके से कोर्ट के सामने रखे, सवाल बनाने का कोशिश किया, चाहे वो शिवलिंग को लेकर के हो, चाहे वो कमीशन को लेकर के हो, वो कहीं से कहीं 7-11 में आप नहीं ले सकते, वो उसके दायरे के बाहर है, उसके स्कोप के बाहर है। तो इस सभी में 7-11 के दायरे में प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप कहीं से कहीं आगे नहीं आएगी, ये हम स्पष्ट कर चुके हैं।
कितनी बजे से आप सुनवाई है और अगर
All right, so that was the reaction that we were getting from the lawyer of the Hindu side. We are, of course, expecting an order to come out in the Gyanvapi case now. The court of Varanasi senior most judge is expected to decide today whether a case filed by 5 Hindu women to pray in the complex is maintainable or not. Vaibhav, I think, is joining us from Varanasi. We're going to cut across to him.
फिर वो चाहे दीन मोहम्मद केस का जिक्र किया गया हो, फिर चाहे इन तमाम स्थितियों का जिक्र किया गया हो कि कैसे ये मामला मेंटेनेबल है। और सुमित, एक सबसे अहम बात ये कि अगर आज वादी पक्ष भी फैसला आता है तो कहीं ना कहीं से ये मामला नजीर बनेगा। और ये मामला नजीर इसलिए भी बनेगा क्योंकि अगर मेंटेबिलिटी को लेकर स्थितियां स्पष्ट हो जाती हैं तो आने वाले वक्त में मथुरा, भद्रकाली, अटाला ऐसे कई मामलों के लिए ये मामला जो है वो नजीर बनता हुआ नजर आएगा। और अगर इन तमाम मामलों में आगे पोषणीयता को लेकर सवाल उठाए जाते हैं तो उन पोषणीयता के सवालों को लेकर ये वाराणसी में मां श्रृंगार गौरी के प्रकरण में जो फैसला आया है वो फैसला इस बात की तस्दीक करेगा कि कैसे ये तमाम मामले जो है वो मेंटेनेबल है। एक बार अभिषेक इन तस्वीरों को दिखाएगा मंदिरों को, और हमारे साथ कुछ अधिवक्ता भी हैं, उनसे भी हम लगातार बात करते रहेंगे। राजानंद जी, क्या कुछ कार्यक्रम आज इस मंदिर में है?
51 बार हम लोग यहाँ पर हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। बटुक ब्राह्मण बुलाए गए, 11 ब्राह्मण बुलाए गए हैं जो लगातार पूजा अर्चना करेंगे जब तक कि इस पे फैसला ना आ जाए, हमारे पक्ष में ना आ जाए। क्योंकि यहाँ पर ये मान्यता है कि अगर यहाँ पर पूजा किया जाता है तो वाद में विजय मिलती है, जो मुकदमे चलते हैं उसमें पक्ष में फैसले आते हैं। तो हम चूंकि सनातन धर्म को मानने वाले हैं, सनातनी हैं, तो हम लगातार ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना करेंगे कि हमारे बाबा वहाँ कैद हैं, वो जल्द से जल्द मुक्त हों, हमको उनकी पूजा अर्चना करने की अनुमति मिले। और ज्यादा से ज्यादा हिंदू ये चाह भी रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द बाबा मुक्त हो, क्योंकि बाबा का एक बार दर्शन हो गया और अब वो भूखे प्यासे वहां पर कैद पड़े हुए हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक टीस हम लोगों के दिल में चुभ रही है, एक दर्द है जिसको हम शब्दों में बयां नहीं कर सकते हैं। और लगातार हम लोग यही भगवान से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, हनुमान जी से प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, इनको जागृत करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि आप जागिए और जो चीजें हैं वो फैक्ट जो मिली है वो हमारे पक्ष में आ जाए और हम लोग जाकर बाबा का वहां पर पूजा अर्चन कर पाए।
तो जिस टीस का जिक्र किया गया है, दरअसल यही टीस लगातार इस पूरे मामले की एक और सुनवाई चल रही थी। जब यहाँ पर गर्मी की छुट्टियां हुई थी सिविल कोर्ट के अंदर, उस वक्त भी कहीं ना कहीं से कई इसी याचिका के समानांतर याचिकाएं पड़ी थी जिसमें इस बात का जिक्र किया गया था कि पूजा पाठ की परमिशन जो है वो दी जाए। याद करिए जब स्वामी अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी यहाँ पर अनशन पर बैठे थे, अपने मठ के अंदर तकरीबन 3 दिनों तक उनका अनशन चला था। अनशन के बाद उन्होंने सांकेतिक पूजा के बाद अपना अनशन जो है वो तोड़ा था। यानी कि तमाम प्रक्रियाएं जो है इस मां श्रृंगार गौरी वाद के समानांतर चलती रही हूं और इन तमाम प्रतिक्रियाओं के बीच आज का दिन बहुत ज्यादा अहम, क्योंकि सवाल पोषणीयता को लेकर था और पोषणीयता को लेकर जो अंजुमन इंतजामिया मसाजिद कमेटी की तरफ से दलीलें दी गई थी वो दलीलें कहीं ना कहीं से अपने आप में बहुत ज्यादा अहम हो जाती हैं। जिसके बाद जब बारी वादी पक्ष की आती है दलील देने की तो वादी पक्ष विष्णु पुराण का जिक्र करता है, शिव पुराण का जिक्र करता है और सबसे अहम बात यह कही जाती है वादी पक्ष की तरफ से कि एक बार किसी भी मूर्ति की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कर दी जाए तो आजीवन वहां पर मंदिर रहता है।
All right, so as we're pointing out, of course, it's a very critical judgment that's been looked upon. It's an order of the highest district court in Varanasi that we are watching out for. We're expecting that order to come in about 4.5 hours from now. Security, of course, has been heightened all across Varanasi, and Section 144 is in place at several places. And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim. Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shingar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआईवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल ना हो।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region in recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles. We are now cutting across to the NIA carrying out raids across 50 locations in different parts of North India. These raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region in cases that have been registered against various gangs or believed to be operating in the north. Now, these gangs, of course, are also connected to extortion rackets, to drug peddling and other organized crime activities. To the NIA, of course, which is a national investigation agency, is looking at their links to countries abroad as well. The focus, of course, has come down upon these gangs ever since the Sidhu Moosewala murder case shocked the country, where he was shot dead in broad daylight despite having security cover that had been given to him. This, of course, has brought into sharp focus these gangs that are operating in various states across India. These states, of course, are Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR. We're going to try and get you more details on what's happening on that. We step into a very short break. When we return, we bring you more details.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। Being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jetmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up at the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling.
Mega NIA crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with terror underlets. Pan-India NIA raids underway across 50 locations. Trouble mounts for Abhishek Banerjee's skin after being stopped at the airport. ED set to grill Maneka Gambhir. All eyes on Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver order today. Top court to hear over 200 PILs challenging CAA today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to inaugurate World Dairy Summit, over 50 countries to participate. Getting in visuals from the national capital, NIA raids are underway in Tejgaon. This comes after against the backdrop of NIA carrying out raid searches at around 50 locations in different parts of North India, including Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region in recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs, executing sensational murders to terrorize common citizens and indulging in extortion, drug smuggling and other organized criminal activities to finance their nefarious designs. Raids are currently on in 50 locations as well, is what we gather so far. Now, this is of course a major anti-terror crackdown. For more information on this, we're joined in by Amandeep. Let's cut across to him, joining us from Chandigarh. Amandeep, this is of course the big breakthrough that is coming in, but in terms of it, it looks like a major crackdown on anti-terror. But what are the other details that we're gathering so far?
Well, absolutely. The point is that now NIA is trying to break down the nexus of the anti-terror activities and collaborating here with the gangs in Punjab and the different places. Well, majorly NIA is focusing on Punjab just because after killing of Sidhu Moosewala and even after RPG attack at Punjab Intelligence Headquarters, it has been learned during the course of investigation that there are certain people who are actually involved in entire conspiracy who are sitting in Pakistan and the different countries, and in fact they are trying to hire the people to carry out such kind of plannings and attacks. And even now the raid is underway at Amritsar, Kotakpura, Muxar, and even these are the locations where these gangsters are suspected to be, and even they have some kind of connections. Just because now the pro-Khalistani elements, the anti-national elements who are sitting in the Pakistan and the other countries, they are trying to exploit these gangsters who are presently actively operating in the different parts of the country, and including Lawrence Bishnoi gang, Devinder Bambila gang, and certain other gangs also. They are hiring the people, they are providing them financial support, they are providing them logistics, and in fact, after plotting the bombs or after carrying out certain kind of activities, they are also providing them the shelter in the different countries as well. And recently we have learned that how two people who have plotted an IED under the car of a sub-inspector of Amritsar crime branch, and they have arrested from the Delhi airport having the visas of Dubai, and further they are planning to shift to the Canada. So this is how their nexus is going on, and in fact now the NIA has pitched into this entire investigation to break down this entire nexus and to verify the connections of these gangsters with the cross-border people who are trying to create the unrest in Punjab and the country. And even this raid is underway, especially in Punjab, in Haryana, and in the different parts of the country as well. And even the 50 locations have been tracked by NIA so far. And let's wait and watch what kind of evidence they can gather from this raid, and even how they proceed their investigation. Just because this nexus has been spread across the country, and even they have the connections from Canada to Pakistan. They are operating in just one line, having a lot of coordination with each other, and even they are throwing money in India and Punjab to execute their plans. And in fact, they are hiring the people. This is how their entire nexus is working on. And even the Punjab police, in a recent press conference by DGP Gaurav Yadav, he has also revealed that it was not the handiwork of the gangsters to kill Sidhu Moosewala. There are some cross-border people who are sitting in Pakistan in the different countries. They are providing the shelters, they are providing the financial support, they are providing the weapons, they are providing the drugs, they are providing everything. And even this is how the nexus is going on, and that is the reason NIA has roped into this entire investigation, so that at least cross-border investigation should be done in a proper way. And even this NIA raid is majorly in Punjab and on the nexus of the gangsters and the anti-national elements who are sitting abroad and the different parts of the country. Amritsar, Kotakpura, Muksar, different places are under the scanner of ED. And even what we got to know from our sources is that in Amritsar there was a gangster, Shubham. His house was raided by NIA. NIA has just verified the invitation just because it was under the scanner that Shubham was staying in that at that residence. And even now NIA is trying to verify that location and also trying to get some piece of evidence from where they can establish the cross-border link as well. So this is how the entire nexus is going on. But now the NIA has already roped in. So let's wait and watch what the investigation will reveal and how the NIA will proceed this investigation to break down the nexus of anti-national elements along with the gangsters. Yes.
Right, Amandeep, also talking about the NI raids, happening across 50 locations. The latest we also learn is that the police is stationed outside gangster Kala Rana's house, and the NIA is interrogating, his parents. What are the, other developments that you can tell us in terms of this, as well as other aspects of this ongoing story?
Is a gang member of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and in fact his parents are being questioned by the NIA to verify his connections, just because these gangsters have abandoned and left their families since they have indulged into these kinds of crime. But since the family is very much aware that what kind of people they are connected with and with whom, so that is the reason Kala Rana's family is being questioned by the NIA to verify the connections of Kala Rana. Either he was connected to the local gangs or he was connected to the cross-border links. He was indulged into the weapon smuggling, even if he was indulged into drug smuggling, and even if he is connected to some pro-Khalistani elements. These all kind of questions are being verified from the Kala Rana gang. This is what I'm trying to tell you. These are the gangsters. Earlier, they were small gangsters just because they don't have money to execute their plans. But now, the people who are actually sitting in Pakistan and in the different countries and even having a huge support, financial support, they are just injecting the money and exploiting these people to carry out their own activities in Punjab and the different locations in country as well. They are making the easy access of the weapons, they are making the easy access of their shelter, they are trying to help them to flee from India to different countries, And even there also, even in Dubai, in Canada, in any country, they are
all right,
providing...
Amandeep, stay with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. We will continue to track the story. But moving on, the TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law, Menaka Gambhir, was on Saturday evening stopped by the ED at the Kolkata airport from flying abroad and was handed over summons to join the investigation in a money laundering case. Now, ED is set to quiz Menaka Gambhir today, is the latest that we're understanding so far. Now, Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was stopped by the immigration authorities at the Kolkata airport while catching a flight to Bangkok, is what we understand, who then informed the ED. She was handed over summons to join the investigation in the alleged money laundering case. There was also a lookout circular issued against Gambhir by the Federal Probe Agency, which is why she was stopped, is what we learned. This is the third time that the ED has summoned Menaka Gambhir in the case. Now, it is also said that she earlier challenged the ED summon in the Calcutta High Court. It was allowed to appear at the ED's office, but of course the latest being that she was Trinamool Congress MP Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law Menaka Gambhir was stopped at the Kolkata airport and denied permission to travel abroad as the Enforcement Directorate served her a notice to appear before the agency. For more information on this, we're joined in by Shravan. Shravan, the latest that we understand, of course, she was summoned and also stopped at the airport, but what are the other details that we're gathering so far?
Well, Nivedana, this is a response to an attempt that was made by Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law to leave the country. In fact, she was stopped at the Kolkata airport. This was on Saturday late night, is what we are being told. Immediately thereafter, the Enforcement Directorate had served her a summons at the airport itself, asking her to appear before the Kolkata office on Monday. She's essentially been asked to appear today, is what we know as of now. What's important to point out here is that she has been under the scanner along with Abhishek Banerjee as well as Abhishek Banerjee's wife Ruchira Banerjee, and it is essentially connected to one particular company which goes by the name of Leaps and Bounds. And in fact, at this very company, the Enforcement Directorate suspects had received money from a businessman, which they believe that this was a part of the proceeds of crime. And secondly, they also suspect that perhaps the businessman was actually providing money to this particular company as protection money, especially for the cattle, for the coal and cattle smuggling. Now, what's important to point out here is that the links of this very company with Abhishek Banerjee is still being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Abhishek Banerjee all this while has been maintaining that there is no link whatsoever, and whatever he has had any association with this particular company has already been informed to the Enforcement Directorate.
Shravan, we also understand that this is the third time that she has been summoned in this case. All right. This is, of course, the latest coming in terms of Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law, Menaka Gambhir, reported to have been stopped at the Kolkata airport. Now, she was denied permission to travel abroad as the Enforcement Directorate served her a notice to appear before the agency in connection with the money laundering case, is what we understand so far. Now, on the other hand, of course, she was trying to catch a flight to Bangkok on Saturday night, and then she was handed over the summons to join the investigation. Now, we also understand that there was a lookout circular issued against her by the Federal Probe Agency, which is why she was stopped. This is the third time the ED has summoned Menaka Gambhir in the case. In fact, what we're also gathering is that she had earlier challenged the ED to summon in Calcutta High Court and was allowed to appear at the ED's office at the central government office at Salt Lake in the northern outskirts of Kolkata instead of appearing in New Delhi. We're slipping into a short break, but on the other side, all eyes on Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver the order today. Top court to hear over 200 PILs challenging CAA today. All of this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Is being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low-base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI after it accepts the case. CBI will question the minister in concern, that is the Minister for Transport over here.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel restriction, travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is Has the need for a uniform civil
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
As political turf heats up in Jammu and Kashmir, BJP and PDP call core group meetings today. Now, the PDP core group to meet today at around 12 p.m. Agenda to strengthen party in Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley, where Azad is expected to make an impact. BJP core group meeting at 4 p.m. today, where preparations for upcoming visit of Home Minister Amit Shah and strengthening party in Muslim majority areas will be discussed. Now, Seh Prabhari Ashish Sood, along with BJP Jammu and Kashmir President Ravindra Raina, will chair the meeting. This is the latest that we have on this. For more information, we're cutting across to Gursimran, who's joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, this is of course the latest that we're gathering in terms of the core group meetings that will be taking place today. But what else are we? What else is on the agenda of this particular meeting?
See, this week is going to be politically really hot for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Starting off on Monday, both the political parties, that is the People Democratic Party and the BJP, they have called their core group meetings. Mehbooba, being in Jammu, will be meeting the core group leaders today at around 12 noon, wherein she will be discussing the agenda. Especially the focus will be on the Pir Panjal and the Chenab Valley range, which is a stronghold of the PDP, considering the fact that this is a Muslim majority area. But Azad coming into the frame, now the political parties, the the traditional political parties PDP and NC are fearing that they will lose their vote share from that very place, and that's why this meeting is really very crucial for the People's Democratic Party. While on the other hand, the Bharatiya Janata Party too have called their meeting of the core group members. The meeting is scheduled at 4 in the evening, wherein Ashish Sood, who happens to be Sah Prabari of Jammu and Kashmir, along with the BJP J&K chief Ravinder Raina, will be chairing the meeting, and the agenda of the discussion will be the upcoming visit of Home Minister Amit Shah, which is expected starting of the October, and also the agenda will be to strengthen the party in the Muslim majority areas as the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir gear ups for the upcoming assembly elections. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jetmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jetmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Is being alleged in the complaint in procurement of 1,000 buses, low base buses to be used by the DTC. Inquiry will be also be initiated by the CBI.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram, and these are the visuals that are coming in from his rally, Bharat Jodo rally, which is taking place outside near Pattam in Thiruvananthapuram. Stay tuned to all the latest updates about Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo rally as we are following and tracking all the latest information. Stay tuned. Rahul Gandhi's rally is right now taking place near Pattam in Thiruvananthapuram. In Thiruvananthapuram, as you can see in these visuals, Rahul Gandhi is walking on the road. He had started his journey early at 7 a.m., about 8 kilometers away from where the spot is right now. In a short while from now, at around 10:30, 11, he will be addressing a rally at a nearby school, at St. Mary's School, where he will also be speaking. As you can see around, there is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members, including ASAC Secretary, ASAC National Secretary, as well as the MP from Thiruvananthapuram and MP from Vadakara, and several other key Congress workers are also here. And the rally will end at Karakutam at around 5 p.m. today, after which he will be resting at the suburbs in Karakutam and then continue. Now, the interesting part about this rally is that the rally is taking about 20 days in Kerala, a place where there is a very strong Congress stronghold, and in this stronghold itself, the rally is taking place for 20 days, so which essentially means Rahul Gandhi is going through one of the strongest bastion of the Congress and spending 20 days over here. And whereas we also get to hear in places like Uttar Pradesh, he's going to spend only 2 days. But behind me, you can see these visuals. Rahul Gandhi is addressing he's waving at the crowd. Also, there's a police which has put these distance so the media also cannot go. There's a huge security corridor which has been built for him to enable this rally. A lot of resources have been pulled in to ensure the safety of Rahul Gandhi as well. So the rally in a short while from now will be taken to St. Mary's School in a short while, where he is likely to address a large crowd. But at the moment, you can see about 200 to 300 congressmen are walking along with him at the Padayatra. The Padayatra which began at 7 a.m. today is going to end at around 5 p.m. today in Thiruvananthapuram, and then from there he will proceed further to different parts of Kerala. So these are the visuals that are coming in from Thiruvananthapuram. Rahul Gandhi as part of his rally, and in a short while from him we will be giving you all the latest updates. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be back after a break.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Around 6:30 p.m. she reached the airport and she was going to take a flight to Bangkok around 9:45, but she was stopped by the immigration officials, and then ED official came and gave her a notice to appear before the ED next week, probably on Monday. That in spite of a travel ban, she tried to move from India to Bangkok, and ED is trying to understand whether that's one of the reasons of her being involved in the case, whether she was trying to elope or she had some other work.
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up at the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Wrongdoings have been alleged, and also it has been alleged that as to how the Transport Minister of Delhi was made the head of the particular committee which was supposed to do procurement as well as tendering of procuring 1,000 low-floor buses. After going through all the details, Lieutenant Governor recommended and also approved for the CBI probe.
अपने ऊपर गंभीर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से बचने के लिए एलजी साहब रोज नए नाटक कर रहे हैं।
मकसद ये था कि जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्हीं को हम ये टेंडर दें और इन मित्रों से हम भ्रष्टाचार का इत्र लगाएं।
सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम। देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल।
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jetmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up at the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jetmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Mega NIA crackdown on terror. Gangsters and links with terror are under the link. Pan-India NIA raids underway across 50 locations. Trouble mounts for Abhishek Banerjee's kin after being stopped at the airport. The ED is set to grill Menaka Gambhir. All eyes on the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver its order today. Prime Minister Modi is to inaugurate the Dairy Summit. Over 50 countries will be participating. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Straight on to the big story we're tracking. A major verdict is expected to be pronounced today by the District Court in Varanasi in connection with the hearing of the Gyanvapi case, leading to extensive police deployment through the city, along with inspections that are being carried out at various locations. Here's what we are expecting.
The Varanasi District Court is all set to rule on the maintainability of the petitions seeking daily worship at the Sringar Gauri temple.
कल जो 7 रूल 11 पे ये दावा पोषणीय है कि नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देश पे माननीय जिला जज महोदय सुनवाई जो 2 महीने लगातार किया है उन्होंने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि प्रायोरिटी पे इसको सुन लीजिए, वो सुनवाई पूरी हो चुकी है और कल इसका फैसला आना है। इस फैसले में ये तय होगा कि ये जो है मुकदमा चलने योग्य है कि नहीं।
This order in the Gyanvapi case was reserved on the 24th of August. The verdict will not be the final decision in the case.
कल का फैसला जो भी आएगा, चाहे जिसके पक्ष में आवे, वो आखिर तो है नहीं, पहला है। इसके बाद जो पार्टी दुखी होगी वो हाई कोर्ट जाएगी, हाई कोर्ट के आर्डर से जो दुखी होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएगा। तो ये मामला रजिस्टर होना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट इसमें अप्लाई नहीं करता, क्योंकि हमारा कहना ये है कि यहाँ जगह जगह हिंदू देवी देवता के स्थान है।
Many supporting the petitioners believe the evidence is piling up. The verdict comes at a time when some are alleging that threats are being issued over the case.
बहुत सी ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो नहीं चाहती हैं कि मैं और मेरे पिताजी इस केस को लड़ें और एक लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन तक ले जाएं। और जो भी बातें हैं हमने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इन्फॉर्म की हैं, सारी बातें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के और सरकार के नॉलेज में हैं। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो लोग शरारती तत्व भी हैं, असामाजिक तत्व भी हैं, एंटी नेशनल तत्व भी हैं, वो अपना संयम रखेंगे।
Security in the region has been tightened ahead of the verdict, with the commissioner imposing Section 144.
आज सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के साथ, जिसमें SHOs, ACPs, एडिशनल DCPs और DCPs सारे अधिकारी प्रतिभाग किए थे, उन्हें संवेदित किया गया है। धारा 144 CRPC के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है।
The case had previously created ripples in the political circles.
I hope that the UP government will book a case against him
for creating divisions, for creating mistrust among both the communities, and arrest this person. How can this report be leaked to media? This is a deliberate leak which has been done by the person who was appointed on the suggestion of the petitioners.
Now, the countdown to the key Gyanvapi verdict has commenced. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Republic TV has exposed terrorist activities of Dawood Ibrahim's gang and his goons in the real estate sector in the financial capital of Mumbai. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister is ordered to probe the Bhindi Bazaar redevelopment project. The BMC has also issued a stop work notice to Saifi Burhani Upliftment Trust. Now, the BMC will probe the project of the MVA back in 2019 and has given its nod to the project under which irregularities have now been found. What you are given to understand is that the project will now be probed as per instructions that have been given by the Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Republic has accessed a complaint letter given to the BMC chief by the advocate Ajay Agarwal requesting the BMC to continue the stop work notice till this project complies with all laws, rules and regulations and all other court's directions, including the Supreme Court's order. Alicia is reporting on this. She now joins us on the phone line. Alicia, give us more details as to what's happening in this case. Of course, we are given to understand that the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister has ordered a detailed probe. All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Alicia. We're going to try and get her back in just a bit. But here's what we know so far. Republic TV has exposed terrorist activities of Dawood Ibrahim's gang and his goons in the real estate sector. Alicia, I think, is back with us. Alicia, give us more details of what we're looking at.
We can see that it's a Salim Qureshi who is now under the arrest, who was arrested by NI. Clearly shows the involvement of him in the Bhindi Bazaar redevelopment project. There are some of the documents that we have access and also the video of Salim Qureshi clearly showing that he is in the same site of the Bhindi Bazaar redevelopment project, which is now under the radar of BMC and the Maharashtra government itself. Because this is the same project as what we have been told in 2019, which was given a nod for the further constructions, because it's something from the SBUT, that is Saifi Burhani Upliftment Trust, was given the contract of some of the lane, and the first phase something was completed and the second phase has put up on halt. But moreover, that was Uddhav Thackeray, who was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has given a nod, and also there is a picture of Uddhav Thackeray from the SBUT giving an appreciation. Now, what has come into a light at this point of time, because it's Devendra Fadnavis, when it's an assembly, has clearly mentioned that there are some of the illegal construction that has been done in the same area over the Bhindi Bazaar redevelopment, that is a cluster redevelopment project, and that is something has to be stopped, and the inquiry, the probe, that has to be conducted by the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and same direction has been given to the BMC Commissioner as well, where the BMC has already given a stop work notice to SBUT, who was developing the same cluster redevelopment project. But what has been mentioned by Devendra Fadnavis as well, that there are some of the illegal construction that has been done, and importantly there are some of the role that need to be under the scanner. So now what the BMC is going to see, what are the area of the same space, moreover what are the involvement of the MVA as well, because there are pictures that has emerges, and we saw that in 2019 when Mahavikas Aghadi was in government, has given a permission for the same project which has turned out to be illegal, and how the control of the Dawood company gang is clearly can be seen, because where we know that Salim Qureshi alias Salim Fruto, who is being arrested by National Investigation Agency in connection with Dawood Ibrahim companies, the extortion case which has been registered with NIA. But now his also video has also surfaced.
Please stay with us, Alicia. I'm going to come back to you. Let's also bring in Mr. Agarwal. He's a Supreme Court advocate and the complainant in this case. Mr. Agarwal, thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. Now, we are given to understand that obviously, even as the probe is on in various illegalities, there are also allegations that the original land use plans were actually changed.
Yes. Entire plans which were approved earlier by the BMC have been totally changed. They have closed the broad roads which are thoroughfare for the Bhindi Bazar area. There is a mutton street also to whom a lot of people used to pass through. And the major thing is that in case of any exigency, emergency, eruption of fire, the fire tenders or fire engines cannot move inside because they are constructing buildings to the 70, 80 to 100-story buildings they are constructing. In overall, 14 buildings are to be constructed in that area. So there is no place for the fire engines to move. So they are daring this thing because of the connection of the underworld. In fact, I tell you, this SBUT project, which is Saifi Burhani Upliftment Trust project, is a Benami project of Dawood. And this input is there with the agencies also. This input is already there with the agencies also. And Mr. Salim Fruit, who is co-brother of Chota Shakil, he is Salu of Chota Shakil, he is getting the entire area vacated through his force. And he is shown to be seen on a video, which I have given to you, that we have done dadagiri to get it vacated. And some money has remained over there. So a lot of thousands of crore has been pumped in this project. They have not taken any booking from anywhere. Now today NIA is all over India. NIA is conducting searches, raids, etc. NIA should also conduct a raid on the office of the SBUT. And it will come to know from where the funds are coming.
Right, so what you are asking for essentially is also a probe of the NIA into this, because you allege that the funding of this is suspect and that the D gang is behind this?
Definitely, 101% that D gang is fully behind it, because it is a bastion of Dawood Ibrahim. It is the birthplace of Dawood Ibrahim. There is a property in the name of Dawood Ibrahim. There is a property in the name of Dawood's wife, Mehzabeen. There is a property in the Dawood's brothers, Anis. Some properties have been auctioned. And Benami Roop said that SBUT has already taken over that property. That is, people used to call that only that Dawood Ibrahim has taken over through SBUT. And SBUT is daring to do all such illegal activities because of the shelter given by underworld. They are taking work from BMC illegally. Earlier, some illegal NOC has been issued. When the things come into the light, that NOC was withdrawn. Right. Again, the stop work was issued on 27th of August. Before I wrote a letter on 10th of August, a very detailed letter, and on 21st of August, narrowing all the anomalies. They are also defying the Supreme Court order. The fate of these towers will be like that of Supertech Twin Towers. Because there are so much illegalities, these towers are bound to be demolished later on. And it will be a national loss of the government of India, national property, to the tune of around 25,000 crore, if not rectified now.
All right, Mr.
I have written letter to the police commissioner, to the chief minister. They have referred my letter to the concerned authorities also. I have referred the BMC commissioner also. He has also referred my letter to the concerned authority. My submission is that the thorough probe must take on, thorough probe on every aspect, on the terrorist angle, as well as on the legality angle. Then only project should be given a go through. Otherwise, project should be abolished or stopped till that time.
All right, Mr. Agarwal, the complainant of the case, joining us. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. As Mr. Agarwal is pointing out, he believes that there are several illegalities which have now been brought to the fore. Also saying that the issue of funding needs to be looked into. Alicia, if I could come back to you now. Alicia, what we are saying also is, calls for action against the previous MVA government, because the Deputy Chief Minister has already stated that he believes that corruption was involved in this particular project. Can you give us more details?
Well, Nupur, if you remember, we know that since the time the new government led by Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis has come, they were actually reviewing over the sanction that has been given by the previous government, that is Mahavikas Aghadi. So one of this project that comes under SBUT, that is Saifi Burani Upliftment Trust, and the cluster redevelopment project was something under the radar and also under the scanner. Is importantly what mentioned by Devendra Fadnavis in the assembly as well, that there are some of the plans or the changes in the redevelopment that has need to be looked into by the municipal corporation. Moreover, the width of the road has also been reduced and some of the benefits that has been given to the developer. So that is when the instructions that has been given to the BMC, the commissioner has been asked to look into the probe, because now the claim that is not only comes over the illegality and irregularities of SBUT over the project, but also the involvement of D gang into the same project. We can see Salim Fruit, who has already been arrested in connection with Dawood Ibrahim. Now we can see that he was in the same project in SBUT, where he was clearly giving a threat to the people as well, clearly mentioning that there are spaces that has been occupied by them, and he was clearly seen to be threatening to the officials as well. So this is something, an involvement where now it has come to a light that at a certain point, when Maharashtra government has already asked to look into the probe, has asked the BMC to check into the matter, where there will be a detailed report that is soon going to be submitted to Maharashtra government, because it's not only the illegality which has been done by SBUT, but also the role of Mahavikas Aghadi is also under the scanner.
All right, Alicia, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest on this. Now, Alicia, the other thing that I wanted to ask you is that we were just speaking to the petitioner there, and he says that the original plans have been changed. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit, but let's play out that video clip that we have managed to access.
खान को बुलाओ, इनको बुलाओ और क्लियर करो। जब तक पैसा क्लियर नहीं होगा बोलना, उसको उठना नहीं बोलना मीटिंग से।
मेरे क्यों बिल्डिंग दी, क्या दी तुमको अभी मालूम ही नहीं कुछ। जब यहाँ पे ना 100 गाड़ियाँ, सुनो असद भाई, जब 100 गाड़ियाँ लगती थी ना यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ, किसी गाड़ी नहीं घुसती, मैं और असलम भाई खाली काम करते थे।
जो भी है वो
काम नहीं किया, अभी तो नहीं मैदान मिला ना तो सब
अगर वो बोलेगा तुमको फ्री उनका मैटर उसका इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं, माल के लिए नहीं बोलेगा तो उनका जो आउटस्टैंडिंग है ना, तो अभी आसफ भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं कि आप और ये सलीम भाई हम लोग 4 जन बैठ के जो भी है सॉर्ट आउट करें। वो नहीं, फोन नहीं उठा रहा है ना इधर। हाँ, तो एक काम करूँ क्या, मैं फ़ोन करूँ? क्लियरेंस है मैं करता हूँ। चलो ओके, अभी क्लियर। मैं अभी खान को फ़ोन कर रहा हूँ।
बुला लो, मैं आता हूँ।
अभी हम लोग क्या चला आणि जाऊन बसा आणि त्याला अभी एक बार सॉर्ट लोग ना बोलते खत्म हो गया, फिर हम लेके जाएंगे।
होटल खाने में बिल्डिंग किया
देखो क्या है सलीम भाई, हमको कल कोई जॉब
असद भाई मेरी बात सुनो, मेरी बात सुनो, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, मेरी बात सुनो। अभी तुम मेरी बात सुनो, मेरे को बिल्डिंग की है, बिल्डिंग में तोड़े हम लोग, उसके में पैसा हम लोग तो नहीं मांगे, तो ये मालूम है क्योंकि हम लोग यहाँ पे बराबर दादागिरी कर रहे थे, जब काम करते थे। अभी काम निकल गया, अभी नए चमचे लोग, सुनो
खान ने बताना चाहिए,
सब मालूम है, खान को मालूम है, सुनो खान को मालूम है, सबको मालूम है। अरे भाई आउटसाइडिंग में मेरा 1.5-2 करोड़ रुपये बताएगा वो।
हेलो, ऐसा जीवन बोल रहा हूँ सर। अभी आप हो क्लस्टर 3 में?
दो मेरे ऑफिस पे पहुँचो ना।
हेलो, क्लस्टर 3 में हो क्या?
नहीं, वो बोला
मैं क्लियरेंस सर और ये सलीम भाई है ना, हम लोग आ रहे हैं आपको मिलने के लिए। तो अभी ऊपर आ जाए हम लोग 3rd फ्लोर पे, ये उनका ही आउटस्टैंडिंग था, तो एक बार मिल लेते हैं क्या?
हाँ भाई, हाँ पहुँचो भाई, आप पहुँचो ऑफिस पर। ठीक है
सर, अभी तो वो बोलते था ना माइकी में,
अब मालूम है इसको यार।
तो बोल तुम्हारा नाम ले रहे बोल। सर ये तो आपका नाम ले रहे इसके लिए। सलीम भाई
बुलाओ ना उनको, सामने बुलाओ ना।
एक मिनट दो, कौन दो उनको?
कांसाब कांसाब जरा आप आओ ना, बैठ के बात करते सब। जीवन भाई, मैं और तुम अकेले में बात करते। नहीं आप इनके ऑफिस में आ जाए ना, जीवन भाई किधर।
All right, so that video that we were playing out for you essentially is of someone linked to the D gang threatening people who are working over there. I'm going to go back to Alicia on this one. Now, Alicia, there are two sides to the argument that have been made by the petitioner. One, of course, is that he says that the original land use plan was changed, and the Deputy Chief Minister also, of course, has spoken about the fact that this is going to be Bhindi Bazaar that will be replaced by just another Bhindi Bazaar. So that also questioning how this redevelopment is going to go forward. But the other side of the story is also, apart from the original plans, there are questions being raised about the funding of this project. Allegations coming in, that it's actually being funded by the D gang from overseas.
Well, of course, Nupur, it's very important to understand, because this is something now under the scanner of Maharashtra government. Since the time when from Mahavikas Aghadi government has given a nod. We even saw there is an appreciation letter that has also been given by SBUT, that is Saifi Burani Upliftment Trust, clearly mentioning that they have given a go-ahead. So what is link now at this point of time? It's a link of SBUT with the D gang as well, because that is what has been claimed by Ajay Agrawal, who is the complainant, who has written several letters, whether to the BMC, whether to the NIA, whether to the ED, to the CBI, and also to the Maharashtra government, that is Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister as well. So all is taken into the consideration is what he has already mentioned. So the concerned authorities has been directed to look into it. So what he mentioned, that there is a Salim Fruit, who is a Salim Qureshi, or he was already arrested by National Investigation Agency over in connection with Dawood Ibrahim, the FIR that was registered by NI. So now his involvement completely can be seen in the same location, that is in the Bhindi Bazaar redevelopment project, where he's been standing and giving a threat to the people as well. So which is why the nod that was given to by MVA by then in 2019, now the government has clearly mentioned that it should be under the probe, after which BMC has given a stop work notice to the SBUT as well.
All right, Alicia reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. As Alicia is pointing out, there's a stop work notice that's been given by the BMC in this project. And in Assam, terror suspects have been arrested in Morigaon. 2 people have been arrested with links to the Ansar al-Bangla. The 2 have been arrested by the Morigaon police. One was arrested from Nagaon. Now, earlier, one madrasa was also demolished in Morigaon district after suspected links with the Ansar al-Bangla terror module. Let's go across to Anirudh, who is joining us with more details right now. Anirudh, to begin with, explain to us how these people are linked to terror outfits, and in what manner is this connected to the illegal madrasa that was earlier demolished in this area?
Yes, in fact, these 2 arrests has been made today morning, and we are getting to know that one of the accused is named Musaddiq Hussain, whereas other one is Ikramul Hussain. Both of them had been linked to the Ansarullah Bangla team and were actively involved into the nexus of the Ansarullah Bangla team here in Assam. They belong to the Morigaon module, where earlier also several others were arrested, along with madrasa was also demolished in that area. Investigation is still on, and their interrogation is also on. Not much have been revealed as of now, but yes, more details are awaited into this entire arrest that has been made.
Right now, Anirudh, it has been a matter of concern for the Assam government, the fact that there are several of these madrasas that have sprouted up across Assam. The other aspect of it is also links which have now been established to various terror outfits. So give us an overall sense of how the government is moving forward in tackling this.
Yes, as Assam Chief Minister had also earlier said that the case of the Ansarullah Bangla team has been already handed over to the NIA. One particular case has been handed over as of now, and we are getting to know from our sources in the police department that all the investigation, the entire investigation into the Ansarullah Bangla module will be subsequently handed over to the National Investigating Agency. And as you were rightly pointing out, it's a matter of concern not only for the state of Assam but also from the national security point of view, because most of the masterminds of this terror module which has been busted recently have their roots in neighboring Bangladesh. So it's a major threat, and since Ansarullah Bangla team is ideologically
and as you are pointing out, that's something that's been bothering the Indian government as well, and this crackdown essentially is a result of that. Thank you very much for joining us. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. After the Silicon Valley of India, Bengaluru reeled under severe waterlogging as incessant rainfall lashed the city. The Aam Aadmi Party president of the Mahadevpura constituency slammed the BJP MLA Arvind Limbawali and said that the BJP should answer for areas that have submerged due to irregularities. In another highlight of the Indian Defence Forces, the Indian Army's impressive engineering skills came to the fore after a video depicting troops constructing a bridge across the Indus River. The video was titled Bridging Challenges. No terrain nor altitude is insurmountable and was shared on Twitter by the Southwestern Command of the Indian Army. The drill was carried out by the Sapta Shakti engineers in eastern Ladakh. The building of the bridge included carrying out mobility tasks and training. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has addressed a program for the government in Indore and lauded the Prime Minister for the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam. He also highlighted that the dam had helped both states flourish. Even as investigation in the Sonali Fogart murder case continues, the late actor's last film will be released. Fogart's last film has been titled Prerna. The director and producer has highlighted the project as a motivational film. Sonali Fogart's daughter Yashodhara also released the movie's poster. In a big development ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that its Ahmedabad office was raided by the police when the party supremo Arvind Kejriwal arrived in the state. Making this revelation, the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party leader Isudan Gadavi has said that a search continued for about 2 hours, but nothing was found. As of now, there has been no confirmation of whether a raid took place. You're watching Republic TV, and still to come, we get you the latest from Gyanvapi, where security has been heightened. And also the top court is to hear over 200 PILs challenging the CAA today.
It's time for the third edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खास तौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआईवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
It's a Republic Mega exclusive, the key MBA project now under the lens for Dawood gang links. Massive corruption allegation over the MBA project. Project got MBA nod, now being probed. Mega NIA crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with terror under the lens. Pan-India NIA raids underway across 50 locations. Trouble mounts for Abhishek Banerjee's skin after being stopped at the airport. ED set to grill Menka Gambhir. All eyes on Gyanvapi Mandir versus the Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver the order today. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. So I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you all the updates of one of the most important stories that we're tracking for you today on the Gyanvapi verdict. In fact, the prohibitory orders were clamped and the security tightened in the Varanasi ahead of the district court order on Monday on the maintainability of the plea on the Gyanvapi Mosque Sringar Gauri case. Now, to maintain law and order, the entire city has been divided into sectors which have been allocated to the police force as per their requirement, and now directives for the flag march and foot march in sensitive areas have also been issued as well. Now, we have also been told about the kind of deployment of the security personnel that has been done just hours before the verdict is expected to be coming out as well. Viewers, there are several voices that we are picking up on the array.
के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहां पर पहुंच रखे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ये जो वायुसेना का जो हेलीकॉप्टर है उससे
चॉपर जो है उससे वे यहाँ पर पहुँच रखे हैं। तस्वीरें हम आप तक पहुँचा रखे हैं। सीधे हेलीपैड पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ये चॉपर उतरेगा और उसके बाद फिर वे अपने काफिले की गाड़ियों के जरिए वे सीधे इस कार्यक्रम में शिरकत करने के लिए पहुंचने वाले हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगवानी मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ करने वाले हैं। गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र पटेल भी इस कार्यक्रम में शिरकत करने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं। तो काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण ये आयोजन है और अपने आप में इस लिहाज से ये कार्यक्रम बेहद खास हो जाता है क्योंकि 48 सालों के बाद भारत में वर्ल्ड डेयरी समिट का आयोजन हो रहा है, जिसके उद्घाटन सत्र में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी शिरकत कर रहे हैं। इस तरह का पिछला शिखर सम्मेलन अगर जिक्र किया जाए तो 1974 में आयोजित किया गया था और 10:30 बजे का वक्त ठीक कार्यक्रम स्थल पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के पहुंचने का है और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी उस परिसर में पहुंच चुके हैं और अब से कुछ देर बाद वे सीधे कार्यक्रम स्थल पर मंच पर पहुंचेंगे और इस कार्यक्रम में वे शिरकत करने वाले हैं। तस्वीरें हम आप तक लगातार पहुंचा रखे हैं। यही वो एक्सपो है जहां पर कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया जा रहा है और इस कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी शिरकत करने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं। इस एक्सपो सेंटर में कुल 11 ऐसे हॉल बनाए गए हैं जिसमें ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया जा रहा है, जिसमें डेयरी उद्योग से जुड़े हुए कई विश्व स्तरीय प्रदर्शनियों का भी आयोजन किया गया है, वो लगाई गई है। उसमें भी जो यहाँ पर लोग पहुँच रखे हैं वो इसका अवलोकन करने वाले हैं। अपने आप में बेहद खास ये प्रदर्शनी रहने वाली है। अलग अलग हॉल का जो नाम है वो अलग अलग गायों की प्रजातियों पर रखा गया है। जिस हॉल में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का कार्यक्रम होना है उस हॉल को भी गिर प्रजाति की जो गाय है उसके नाम पर रखा गया और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं और अब से कुछ देर बाद इस कार्यक्रम की विधिवत शुरुआत होने वाली है। विजय सलील के साथ दीपेश बरगले, रिपब्लिक भारत।
All right, so we are seeing pictures of the Prime Minister's chopper landing in Greater Noida Exhibition Center, where the India Expo Mart, and this is to inaugurate World Dairy Summit. This is happening for the first time in the last almost 3 decades. The last was sometime in 1970s. It's a very significant event. India is the biggest producer of milk in the world and has the biggest milk cattle population in the world. And we have seen how it's a success story of India post-independence, beginning with the White Revolution, and now, of course, a stage where we are the biggest milk producer by far, not just milk, but milk products, including, things like ice cream, butter. So the Prime Minister there to showcase India's prowess and the manner in which this success story has really panned out post the White Revolution. We have consistently achieved the growth rate of 6% plus per annum in milk production, which is almost 3 times faster than the global average. And in the last 8 years itself, milk production has increased by as much as 40% plus. So those are important parameters, markers of India's success story in the recent past as well. The White Revolution, of course, going back to the 1980s and to the milkman Varghese Kurian. But remember the setting. It was in Gujarat and Prime Minister's home state. The Prime Minister has been closely involved in the experiment of cooperatives. Post is coming to power early 2000s, and since then we have seen Amul, for example, spread its wings across the country. So the Amul model in the last few years has been, perfected and implemented far and wide, including in the states like Bihar and Bengal and Northeast. And I believe the Prime Minister is going to really showcase what all has been achieved through the platforms like Amul and NDDB, the National Dairy Development Board. And of course, this is an industry summit, so there would be exchange of ideas. There is a technology exhibition on the best practices around the world. So it's going to be a good learning, networking experience for not just these corporates, these cooperatives, but also for the farmers associated with the dairying business and industry across the country, whosoever are able to travel. In fact, we are told that the government has made arrangements that through the cooperative networks, hundreds and thousands of farmers would be traveling to have a look at the exhibition, which is going to go on till 15th of September. In fact, later in the day, the Prime Minister now inaugurates the summit, but in the evening, Union Cooperatives Minister Amit Shah, who's also the Home Minister of the country, is going to spend more than a couple of hours at the summit venue and engage with the farmers, give them an idea of what all has been done in the cooperative sector. In fact, remember, the Modi government set up a separate cooperatives ministry for the first time in the country, and Union Home Minister is going to have dinner with the farmers in the evening. So essentially underscoring Modi government's commitment to daring business through the cooperative.
Well, absolutely. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, really there getting us all the details as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, who is right now coming towards Greater Noida in the World Dairy Summit as well. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us with those details. And shifting our focus back to the biggest story that we're tracking today, that of the Gyanvapi verdict, viewers, where in fact we were seeing how security has been tightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court order that is all set to come out today. And we are seeing the kind of extra police deployment that has also been done. But let's viewers first listen in to the petitioner Sohan Lal on the Gyanvapi verdict that is expected today.
यह आने वाला आज जो फैसला आने वाला है, यह विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का दिन है और आज का दिन हिंदू समाज के लिए, मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए गौरवशाली दिन है। मैं इस दिन के लिए आह्लादकारी हूँ, हर्षित हूँ, प्रफुल्लित हूँ।
बिल्कुल, मौसम भी आज काशी में बारिश वाला दिख रहा है। ऐसा लग रहा है कि भगवान भी प्रसन्न हो रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, भगवान इंद्र भी जो है हर्षित हैं और यह देवाधिदेव महादेव प्रलयंकर शंकर से प्रार्थना भी करते हैं कि यह दिन हम काशी वासियों के लिए, प्रदेश वासियों के लिए, देशवासियों के लिए हर्षित का दिन हो।
सोहन लाल जी, उत्सुकता भी है क्योंकि एक लंबी लड़ाई, एक लंबी जिरह चली है और लगातार कोर्ट की ओर से फटकारा गया था मुस्लिम पक्ष को, क्योंकि बार बार एक ही दलील हर एक डेट पर रखी जा रही थी। आगे भी वो डेट पर डेट की मांग कर रहे थे। तो कितने ज्यादा आप लोग पुख्ता हैं कि आपकी दलीलें मजबूत रही हैं और उस आधार पर यह फैसला आने वाला है? आधार आपके क्या कह रहे हैं, अगर आप कुछ मुख्यतः बताएं।
हम 38 साल से ज्ञानवापी उद्धार के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे हैं और उस समय हमारा नारा था ज्ञानवापी नंदी करे पुकार, भोले बाबा का हो उद्धार। और मुस्लिम समाज का इसलिए खारिज होने वाला है क्योंकि वह 1991 एक्ट और जो है वक्फ बोर्ड पर ही सारा ध्यान केंद्रित किया रहता। 1991 एक्ट इसलिए लागू नहीं होता कि 1993 तक व्यास जी का पूरे तहखाने पर जो है दर्शन पूजन का अधिकार हो रहा था और वक्फ बोर्ड भी लागू नहीं होता यहाँ पर इसलिए कि 1936 मुकदमा नंबर जो है 62 1933 में भी खारिज हो गया था, जिसको लेकर के वह 1944 में हाई कोर्ट में गए, वहाँ भी खारिज हो गया और अंततः वक्फ बोर्ड यहाँ पर साबित नहीं होता, इसलिए वह खारिज होने वाला है। हिंदू समाज की विजय होने वाली है। वह 2 बजे के बाद माननीय न्यायालय जिला जज फैसला सुनाने वाले हैं जो हम लोग के लिए आह्लादकारी होगा।
धार्मिक आधार पर ये पूरा जो याचिका है वो रखी गई थी 5 महिलाओं के द्वारा कि गौरी श्रृंगार पूजा का अधिकार हमें मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि ये हमारा अधिकार, यहाँ पूजा अर्चना 1991 के पहले से होती रही है और ये हमारा अधिकार है जो हमें आप दीजिए। लेकिन इस मामले को लेकर जब सर्वे होता है, कमीशन बनता है, सबसे पहले मुझे याद है आप ही बाहर आए थे और आपने कहा था कि महादेव के दर्शन हो गए। वो शिवलिंग दिखने के बाद में वो आकार जो कलाकृतियां दीवारों पर बनी रही, उसके बाद आप लोगों का मनोबल और ज्यादा बढ़ा कि यहाँ बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो अभी सामने आ सकती हैं।
हाँ, जैसे ही बाबा का प्रकटीकरण हुआ और सर्वे के दौरान वहां पर जो करीब 35 फीट लंबा त्रिशूल, पत्थर के त्रिशूल की कलाकृतियां, कमल के पुष्प कृतियां, शंख चक्र गदा पीपल के पत्ते और तो सारे साक्ष्य वहां प्रमाण थे। हम लोग का उत्साह और हिंदू समाज का उत्साह बुलंद हुआ और तो और जब तक अब तक जो है नहीं जानते थे और उसके बाद जैसे ही हमने बाहर निकले हम कहे बाबा मिल गए और आज पुनः कह रहे पहली बार कि यह आने वाला विजय, यह बाबा विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का आज दिन होगा।
शिलान्यास बीजारोपण का आज दिन होगा। जाहिर बड़ी बात आपने कही है और आगे चूंकि लंबी लड़ाई है, अगर फैसला मान लीजिए आज आपके पक्ष में आता है, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं कि दलीलें हमारे पास मजबूत हैं, आपको लगता है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 जिसको लेकर बार बार मुस्लिम पक्ष दलीलें रख रहा है वो आपके पक्ष में आने वाला है? क्योंकि उनका यह कहना है कि लागू नहीं होता, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि तमाम सबूत हमने पेश किए हैं कि 93 तक व्यास जी वहां पर पूजा अर्चना करते थे।
1991 एक्ट वहां इसलिए नहीं लागू होता कि 3 ग जो है उसकी धारा में 3 ग के अनुसार ये होता कि 100 वर्ष पूर्व अगर उसका धार्मिक स्टेटस जो है, जो भी रहे, हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, अगर वह है तो लागू होता है। तो वहाँ ज्ञानवापी में धार्मिक स्टेटस हिंदू जो है, धार्मिक जो है हिंदू पद्धति का है, क्योंकि 93 में व्यास जी थे और तो और वहाँ सैकड़ों वर्षों से ही है ज्ञानवापी के अवशेष, सारे प्रतीक, पूजा अर्चन होते रहते, सारे प्रतीक चिन्ह हिंदू सनातन धर्म के बड़े पड़े। इसी आधार पर हम बार बार कहते हैं कि वह मंदिर है, वह मंदिर है, मंदिर ही रहेगा।
And there you have it, viewers. The petitioner we just heard in the Gyanvapi case and the salient points that have been discussed during the course of the legal arguments that have been presented before the court. And we will now see that the verdict today that is all set to come out, and because of which there is added security personnel that has also been deployed in Varanasi. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to the poll-bound state of Gujarat, where as we see that the face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, continues in the national capital. Now we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party local leaders have also claimed that the Ahmedabad party office has been raided. In fact, Ishudan Gadvi, the state chief national general secretary of the Aam Aadmi Party, had also stated that there was a 2-hour-long raid that had been carried out at the Ahmedabad office of the Aam Aadmi Party, and this was in reference to Arvind Kejriwal coming to Gujarat for the next 2 days. He had landed in Ahmedabad late last night, and that is in reference of which Ishudan Gadvi has also stated that there were raids that had been conducted in the Aam Aadmi Party office. However, now we are seeing that the Ahmedabad police has completely denied the Aam Aadmi Party's claims of this raid. And the Ahmedabad police has stated that the news of the Aam Aadmi Party office being raided by the police has come to light through the social media, and no such raids have been carried out by the city police. Now, this is the latest in reference to the kind of claims that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, who are stating that there was a raid that had been carried out by the Gujarat police, by the Ahmedabad police, and now we see that the police completely hitting back and stating that there were no such raids that had been conducted in Ahmedabad as well. Madhurima, my colleague, is also joining me with more details on the broadcast. Madhurima, tell us more about these kind of claims that are now being made. Why do you feel these are now being made in Gujarat? Because there were, of course, several raids that had been conducted on the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the national capital, but now they're making false claims that raids had been conducted in Ahmedabad as well. And we'll connect with her in just a bit, viewers. But as we are getting you all the updates as far as the latest response from the Ahmedabad police is concerned, who is now stating that there were absolutely no raids that had been conducted in the city of Ahmedabad by the Gujarat police as well. And that is why we are seeing that the claims of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders completely falling flat. We had seen Ishudan Gadvi and Gopal Italia, both of them also addressing a press conference on the same just a few minutes ago, and they had stated that there were raids that had been carried out, and they are claiming that this is because the BJP has been rattled since the Aam Aadmi Party has thrown their hat in the ring. Stay tuned for more updates on the other side. Right now, stepping into a very short break.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into the air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खास तौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया।
And here's some news in brief, viewers. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the Aam Aadmi Party office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that the Gujarat police found nothing at the party office as the leaders and the workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are hardcore honest, and there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim. Prohibitory orders were clamped and security tightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court order on the maintainability of the plea of the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge had last month reserved the order till September the 12th.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खास तौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल ना हो।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region in recently registered cases against the activities of terrorist gangsters including Lawrence Bishnoi, Bambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the SC said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared with a hijab. A 5-judge constitution bench has decided that the turban and the kirpan are essential part of Sikhs' religious identity.
दूध जो हम जानते हैं पिछले 8 वर्षों की गौरव बात करें तो 44% दूध का उत्पादन देश के अंदर।
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into the air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky
है, उनके आय का स्रोत भी बढ़ता है और उनको जीवन यापन करने में कहीं ना कहीं जो आसानी होती है वो भी देखने को मिली। और बीते कुछ वर्षों में, आपने बिल्कुल सही बात कही अनुज, बीते कुछ वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में किसानों की जो आय है वो तो बढ़ी ही है, साथ ही साथ उनके रहन सहन में भी काफी बड़ा बदलाव देखने को मिला है।
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है कि किसान की अगर हम बात करें, किसान उत्पादन पहले भी करता था, लेकिन उत्पादन में उसकी क्वालिटी नहीं थी। क्वालिटी इसलिए नहीं थी क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी का किसी भी तरीके से कोई उसके पास साधन उपलब्ध नहीं थे। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने लगातार बढ़ावा दिया और ये कहा कि हमें टेक्नोलॉजी को किसान तक, गांव तक पहुंचाना है, हमें उसके लिए वो।
And slipping into a very short break here now. On that note, we'll be bringing you all the updates on the other side as the Prime Minister is there in Noida in Uttar Pradesh inaugurating the World Dairy Summit as well, and of course he will be addressing the people there on the World Dairy Summit as well.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate international...
For this year's third edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up at the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
All eyes are on the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver its order today. It is a Republic mega exclusive. A key MVA project is now under the lens for Dawood gang links. Massive corruption allegation on the MVA project that got the MVA nod now being probed. It's a big NIA crackdown on terror. Gangsters and links with terror are under the lens. Pan-India NIA raids are underway across 50 locations. And trouble mounts for Abhishek Banerjee's kin after being stopped at the airport. The ED is set to grill Menaka Gambhir. Good morning and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Survi. Now, prohibitory orders have been clamped and security has been tightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on Monday on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. Now, to maintain law and order, the entire city has been divided into sectors which have been allocated police force as per their requirement. Now, directives for a flag march and a foot march have also been given in sensitive areas. Checking has been intensified in the district's border areas. Let's listen in fact, to the arrangements that have been put in place.
देखिए, पोषणीयता को लेकर के 7/11 की दरख्वास्त लगाई कि मामला कहीं से कहीं पोषणीय नहीं होगा। उस पोषणीयता को लेकर के जो दरख्वास्त लगी, उस पर 3-4 महीने की लंबी बहस चली। उसके बाद अब कल जो ये आज 12 तारीख रखी गई है, आज की 12 तारीख में ये निर्णय आएगा कि क्या ये मामला पोषणीय है। यदि पोषणीय है तो ट्रायल प्रोसीड होगा, अगर पोषणीय नहीं है तो खारिज होगा। हमारी तरफ से जो स्टैंड था, आर्गूमेंट थी, वो क्लियर थी, कम्प्रिहेंसिव थी और हम उसी को लेकर के आज स्टैंड करते हैं। जो भी निर्णय कोर्ट का आएगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमारा स्टैंड होगा आगे।
देखिए, 1991 का एक्ट तो हमारे फेवर में अप्लाई होता है, क्योंकि फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर ये है कि 1991 में जो एक्ट आया था उसके बाद नवंबर 1993 तक भी व्यास जी उस मस्जिद के तथाकथित मस्जिद के तहखाने में पूजा कर रहे थे और वहाँ बैरिकेडिंग लगा के उस समय की जो गवर्नमेंट थी उन्होंने उसको डिस्पोजेस किया। तो अगर कोई आज प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की दुहाई दे रहा है तो सबसे पहले उनको चाहिए कि पहले हमारे व्यास जी को वापस तहखाने में वो पोजीशन दें। किस लॉ और किस अथॉरिटी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आपने उनको कब्जे से बाहर निकाला? कोई अथॉरिटी ही नहीं थी, कोई लॉ ही नहीं था। उस लॉ के वायलेशन में आपने प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के सेक्शन 3 के वायलेशन में आपने व्यास जी को तहखाने से बाहर निकाला है। तो इसलिए हमारा ऐसा कहना है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट इस केस में हमारे पक्ष में अप्लाई होता है और ये सूट में एविडेंस के पटल पे देखा जाएगा कि किसकी क्या एविडेंस है। आज की स्टेज पे मुस्लिम समाज के लोग ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी आवाज़ आगे ना उठाइए। अगर हमने ये कह दिया कि ये एरिया वज़ू खाना है तो इसको वज़ू खाना मान लिया जाए, इसको फाउंटेन मान लिया जाए, इसको फव्वारा मान मान लिया जाए, इसका कोई एग्जामिनेशन ना हो कि भाई ये शिवलिंग है कि नहीं है। तो ये किस तरह का एक लीगल अप्रोच जो उन्होंने लिया है, तो उस लीगल अप्रोच के खिलाफ मेरा विरोध है, जिसके खिलाफ हमने अपने आर्गुमेंट्स मेरिट्स पे, फैक्ट्स पे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट से, रूलिंग से कोर्ट के सामने रखें।
सर लीगली अगर समझा जाए, फैसला मान लीजिए जैसा आप कह रहे हैं कि आज आपके पक्ष में आने वाला है, पक्ष में आता है, उसके बाद आगे का क्या प्रोसेस होने वाला है आपकी तरफ से?
देखिए आगे हमने एप्लीकेशन दे रखी है इसमें 80G की, जिसमें जो इस वजू खाने के नीचे की दीवार है उसको हमने तोड़ने की मांग की है। कार्बन डेटिंग की मांग के लिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा आप ट्रायल कोर्ट जाइए, तो वो एप्लीकेशन डाली जाएगी। फिर साथ ही साथ जो वहाँ पे हमारी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आई है, कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे जो ऑब्जेक्शंस हैं उसको फाइनलाइज करके हम उसको कोर्ट की एविडेंस का पार्ट बनाने का काम करेंगे। उसके बाद जो फर्दर एविडेंसेस लीड की जानी हिस्टोरिकल और लीगल पर्सपेक्टिव से, वो सारी बुक्स को एग्जिबिट किया जाएगा।
Well, in fact, Madhurima is tracking all the developments that we are expecting today. We are expecting the order to be out in about 3 hours from now. Madhurima, good morning. To begin with, give us a sense of what you see around you. Of course, security has been heightened all across because this is believed to be a communally sensitive area and a communally sensitive verdict as well.
Well, good morning to you too, Nupur. And yes, it is a very sensitive issue as far as Varanasi is concerned, because remember, even at the first time when the videographic survey was being conducted, there was a mob of hundreds that came outpouring from inside the mosque and did not allow the court-appointed team to even carry out the videographic survey, and that also went on into another case, following which the entire survey was conducted. In the last day, what it is being contested from the sides of the petitioner is that we heard Mr. Sohan Lal saying that Baba mil gaye. However, the case of which the verdict will come today is the maintainability, where the Muslim side, the Mosques Committee, is been contending that Act of 1991 Worship Act applies there. However, the Hindu side is contesting that when they are allowed to worship once a year at Gauri Shingar temple, why not they be allowed to worship anytime they wish? Because the petitioners, these 5 women, have approached the court seeking a freeway pass to step inside the Gauri Shingar temple and worship whenever they want. As of now, the rule says that they are only allowed to worship on the 4th day of Chaitra Navratri. That is the one day they are allowed, and they go and offer prayers at the Gauri Shingar temple. However, they have been contesting, the Hindu petitioners have been contesting that even if the act applies, there is a Hindu structure over which the dome of the mosque was built. So if we are even contesting that applies to the temple as well, because the basic structure is that of a temple, and which is why a videographic survey was ordered by the court so as to determine whether it's a temple or not. And what we've learned is that yes, there have been findings that marks of swastik, lotus mark and the Trishul mark, all of these engravings are there.
Stay with us, Madhurima.
Where the entire survey was conducted.
Stay with us, Madhurima. In fact, as we are waiting the orders from the court, let's also go across to Varanasi right now, where one of our correspondents is on the ground. He's taking us through what we are expecting.
आज इस पूरे मामले पर होंगी जब AK विश्वेश जो जिला जज हैं वो इस पूरे मामले पर फैसला सुनाएंगे कि क्या ये मामला पोषणीय है या नहीं, क्या इस मामले को हम आगे लेकर जा सकते हैं। समझना होगा निधि इस बात को भी, क्योंकि अभी ये शुरुआत है। पोषणीयता को लेकर सवाल उठाए गए थे इस पूरे मामले पर, और पोषणीयता के सवाल पर कहीं ना कहीं से दोनों पक्षों को जिला जज ने सुना, जिसके बाद अब आज फैसले का वो दिन है। फैसले के वो दिन कैसी तस्वीरें हैं मैं चाहूंगा एक बार आप देखें, और इन तस्वीरों के जरिए आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर हलचल आज वाराणसी कोर्ट में बहुत तेज है। सबकी नजरें इसी पर टिकी हुई है कि जब 2 बजे का जज AK विश्वेश अपनी सीट पर बैठेंगे, क्या फैसला वो सुनाएंगे इस पूरे मामले पर, क्योंकि पोषणीयता पर जो स्थितियां थी निधि, शुरुआत से किस तरह से दोनों पक्षों में जोरदार बहस हुई। वादी पक्षों, प्रतिवादी पक्षों, दोनों पक्षों ने अपनी बातें रखी। दोनों पक्षों ने ये बताया गया कि आखिर उनका मामला पोषणीय है तो क्यों है और अगर पोषणीय नहीं है तो क्यों नहीं है। इन दोनों के बीच 24 तारीख जब 24 अगस्त को इस पूरे मामले पर फैसला सुरक्षित रखा गया, काउंटर किया गया अंजुमन इंतजामिया मसाजिद कमेटी की तरफ से, और इस काउंटर के बाद 12 तारीख यानी आज का दिन मुकर्रर किया गया जब कोर्ट फैसला सुनाएगी इस पूरे मामले पर। एक बार अभिषेक।
All right, so that's a sense of what we are understanding of how sensitive this area is. The security has been heightened all across Varanasi, and obviously what happens today will have a bearing of how this case goes forward in the future as well. Do remember that the Supreme Court for now is also going to be hearing the case in October. Madhurima, thank you for joining us. We'll come back to you later. All right, we are now going back to the other big story that we've been tracking since this morning. The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids at about 50 locations. 25 of those locations are believed to be in Punjab. Now, raids are being conducted in connection with various terrorist gangs who've been accused of extortion, drug smuggling, as well as other criminal activities. Let's go across, I think, to Amandeep, who's reporting from Chandigarh. He's at one of the locations where these raids are being conducted. Amandeep, these raids, of course, are are being conducted even as there is a fear that these criminal gangs who are operating not just from India but from overseas are actually increasing their activities across North India. And that, of course, has been brought to the fore by the brazen manner in which Sidhu Moosewala was murdered.
Well, absolutely. Two incidents that was actually highlighted the connection of the gangsters with the anti-national people. And in fact, number one is that RPG attack on Punjab Intelligence Headquarters. And number two incident is Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. In both the cases, gangsters were involved, and in fact, they are getting the back from the terrorists cross the border. And right now, Nupur, we are at the location of the raid where NIA is searching a residence of a gangster Lucky Patel. You can see this is village Khudda, Lahora in Chandigarh, and in fact NIA team is still inside. They are carrying out the raid, they are verifying the documents, they are questioning the people here inside, and in fact this is the house of Lucky Patel, who was actually said to be involved in the Vicky Migru Kheda murder case, who was a key conspirator. Though he was not here, he is absconder, and in fact his house is being searched, and 25 like other locations of different gangsters, including Lawrence Bishnoi, Goldie Barad, Jaggu Bhagwanpuria, Shubham, and different locations in Punjab. This raid is being carried out at one time, 4 a.m. in the morning, and 50 locations across the country and 25 locations in Punjab itself. And this is one of the locations from where we are reporting. Basically, the nexus has been exposed between the gangsters as well as the terrorists. And in fact, these gangsters are now getting the financial support, getting the shelter, getting every kind of assistance from the cross-border, from the terrorists. And that is the reason NIA has initiated the investigation to break down this network. And even the Punjab police has also highlighted from past few incidents, it has been learned that there is a strong nexus is being developed by these young gangsters who are being backed by the pro-Khalistani terrorists and the other anti-national people as well. And that is the reason they are getting an easy access to the weapons, they are getting an easy access to the logistics, to the shelters, and even after carrying out certain kind of incidents, they have an easy go, not only in the India, but yes, they are managed to flee from the country to the other countries as well. They are getting a proper shelter, not here in India, in the different parts of India, but yes, in Dubai, in Canada, in US, in Germany, and even you can see the visuals that Chandigarh police is also here, and this raid is being conducted. At one time, 50 locations across the country, 25 locations in Punjab, all the gangsters, all the gangsters who were involved in certain kind of extortions, killings, terrorist activities, their all residents were being searched by the NIA this time. And even the Punjab police has also confessed that a terrorist angle is being established with the gangsters. Well, Nupur, it goes like earlier the gangsters were involved into the road rage cases, highway robberies, extortions. But now, since they are getting the back from the terrorist cross-border sitting in the Pakistan, like Harvinder Singh Brinda, Vadhava Singh, and even Jasbir Singh Rode. Yes.
Absolutely. Amandeep, the other aspect of it
Yes, Nupur,
that's extremely important and is bothering the NIA as well as security agencies across the country is the fact that, narcotics are being smuggled from across the border. They're then sold, and that money is being used to fund terror operations in India. Now, is that aspect also part of the investigation that the NIA has undertaken?
Well, absolutely. Well, Nupur, the western borders were being exploited by the terrorists sitting in the Pakistan. And in fact, every single day they are sending the weapons, drugs through drones, and even they have also sending the money through Hawala transactions as well. I request my camera person to kindly show you the visuals of this residence where the NIA is continuously conducting the raid. And even, Nupur, the point is that these gangsters are getting very easily access to the weapons, to the money, to the drugs, and even to expand their network as well. And in fact, they have given the directions from the anti-national people who are actually sitting in the Pakistan and even in the other countries as well. And they are directed them how to carry out the anti-national activity in Punjab. And that is the reason every second day the Khalistani posters, pro-Khalistani flags are being hosted in the Punjab at the different places. Though police are arresting them, though police has taken into the custody, police is conducting the investigation, the entire matter.
Right.
But the point is that now the people who are sitting abroad, who are actually considered as a terrorist of the country, they are injecting the money, they are hiring the people, they are throwing the money to the gangsters like Ronesh Bishnoi, Jaggu Bhagwanpuri and Davinder Mambiha gang, and in fact they are asking them to carry out certain kind of anti-national activities to establish their agenda here in Punjab and even here in nation as well.
Absolutely. As you're pointing, as Amandeep, of course, is pointing out, there are certain gangs who are under the radar who actually are operating out of Canada. For instance, Goldie Brar, he's been someone who's believed to be behind the Sidhu Mosewala murder case as well. Thank you very much, Amandeep, for joining us. And here's a look at what, all right, as we've been pointing out, of course, this is something that is being investigated now by the NIA. The NIA is taking over these investigations because it is believed that these gangs have a pan-India presence now. And here's a look at what else is making news. Involvement of terrorist activities of the D gang in Mumbai's real estate market has now come to light as a video was accessed of a previously arrested Dawood Aid Salim Fruit threatening real estate developers. Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister has called for an investigation in connection with the project that's linked to the gang, found to have irregularities after an approval by the MVA government. Raids by the NIA are underway at least 50 locations as a crackdown on terror gangs engaging in killings and other illegal activities have come to the fore. The raids are being conducted in states such as Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the NCR. Security has been stepped up outside the Gyanvapi mosque ahead of the verdict on the site to be pronounced at the local district court in Varanasi. The police are further engaging in investigating hotels and other establishments in the city. The TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law Menika Gambhir was summoned to the ED's office in Kolkata at 12:30 last night in connection with coal smuggling case. However, upon reaching the office as per time mentioned in the summons, the office was found to be closed. Menika Gambhir is further expected to be called in for questioning today. The Delhi Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal claims that his party's office in Ahmedabad was raided by the police as the BJP had been rattled by the support that the Aam Aadmi Party was receiving in Gujarat. 4 out of 6 convicts who escaped from a prison in Meghalaya in the forest area near Jowai were lynched by a mob of locals in the region. 5 staff of the Jowai prison were further suspended and arrested for the jailbreak. Personnel of the SSB and the CRPF defused at least 15 IEDs in the Chakrabandha forest in Bihar in a joint operation by forces. The region IEDs were discovered and have been reported as a Maoist stronghold. The BJP and the PDP are reported to have called in core group meetings in Jammu and Kashmir amid political atmosphere springing back to action as political parties try to go back to the people. A rift has been reported in the JDU and has come to the fore as Bihar's Food and Consumer Protection Minister Leshi Singh has filed a defamation notice worth about 5 crore rupees against the JDU MLA Bhima Bharti. Bhima Bharti had earlier attacked the minister over her selection in the Bihar cabinet. And members of the TMC are alleged to have attacked a BJP rally in the district of Mathbhanga in West Bengal, with claims that members of the party bombed the rally. The BJP leader Ajay Roy's vehicle was further destroyed during the rally. Well, prohibitory orders have been put in place and security has been tightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court orders today on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Sringar Gauri case. Now, to maintain law and order, the entire city has been divided into sectors which have been allocated to police forces as per their requirement. Directives of a flag march and foot march in sensitive areas has also been issued. Checking has been intensified in the district's border areas, hotels and guest houses, while an eye is also being kept on the social media. Now, the district judge A.K. Vishvesh had last month reserved the order till today in the communally sensitive matter. 5 women had filed the petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are said to be located on the outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. All right, this order of the District Court, of course, comes out soon, and as we've been pointing out, security has been enhanced around the mosque complex. But today's order will essentially only decide on the maintainability of the plea. There is, do remember, that a simultaneous hearing that will take place in the Supreme Court that's slated for October. And let's listen into reactions that we are getting from either side before the order comes out.
देखिए, पोष नेता को लेकर के 7/11 की दरख्वास्त लगाई कि मामला कहीं से कहीं पोषणीय नहीं होगा। उस पोष नेता को लेकर के जो दरख्वास्त लगी उस पर 3-4 महीने की लंबी बहस चली। उसके बाद अब कल जो ये आज 12 तारीख रखी गई है, आज की 12 तारीख में ये निर्णय आएगा कि क्या ये मामला पोषणीय है। यदि पोषणीय है तो ट्रायल प्रोसीड होगा, अगर पोषणीय नहीं है तो खारिज होगा। हमारी तरफ से जो स्टैंड था, आर्गूमेंट थी, वो क्लियर थी, कम्प्रीहेंसिव थी, और हम उसी को लेकर के आज स्टैंड करते हैं। जो भी निर्णय कोर्ट का आएगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमारा स्टैंड होगा आगे।
न्यायालय का जो भी फैसला आएगा, माननीय न्यायालय के फैसले पर तो कोई टीका टिप्पणी नहीं किया जा सकता, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि ज्ञानव्यापी पर बीजेपी को जो ये एजेंडा सेट करना चाह रहे हैं धार्मिक मुद्दे पर, भगवान राम को नहीं छोड़ा, बजरंगबली को नहीं छोड़े, हनुमान जी को भी नहीं। और
we've been speaking to either side, and the Hindu side's petitioner, of course, has maintained that this was a temple, and that basically the contentions that the Hindu side is making is that they should be allowed to pray at this site because that's allowed for once a year. That's the basic contention. And also the Muslim side, of course, says that this is in contravention to the Places of Worship Act of 1991. Let's go across to Shrishti, who's reporting from here. Shrishti, to begin with, give us an update in terms of what you see around you. Of course, security has been heightened given how sensitive this matter is.
बिल्कुल नुपुर, देखिए जैसा आप लगातार बता रही हैं कि सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर टाइट है, आपको तस्वीरें हम सिक्योरिटी की ही दिखा दे रहे हैं। आपको ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है जो बेहद अहम है, कॉरिडोर बना और उसके बाद यहीं से लोग जो है वो दर्शन करने के लिए पहुंचते हैं। ये तमाम सुरक्षा यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगी। लगातार कोशिश पुलिस की ओर से की जा रही है कि जो यात्रा करने के लिए लोग पहुंचे हैं, यानी कि महादेव के दर्शन के लिए लोग पहुंचे हैं, उनको दिक्कत का सामना ना करना पड़े, क्योंकि आज का दिन सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भी बेहद अहम हो जाता है। इस पूरे एरिया में धारा 144 लागू की गई है। इसी के साथ साथ आपको ये भी बता दें कि यहाँ पर कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि एक साइड से, एक लाइन से जो तमाम लोग दर्शन करने के लिए पहुंच रहे हैं वो जाएं और माहौल यहाँ पर किसी भी तरीके से विपरीत ना हो, ये कोशिश की जा रही है। क्योंकि 2 बजे के बाद में आज फैसला आना है इस केस की मेंटेनेबिलिटी को लेकर, पोषणीयता को लेकर यह फैसला आना है कि ये केस सुनने लायक है या नहीं है। क्योंकि मुस्लिम पक्ष लगातार इस बात की दलीलें देता रहा, इस बात की अपील करता रहा कि ये जो मामला है वो 1991 वर्शिप एक्ट वो इसमें लागू होता है और यहाँ पर पूजा पाठ करने का अधिकार नहीं मिलना चाहिए। लेकिन हिंदू पक्ष लगातार अपनी यही दलीलें देता रहा कि 1993 तक व्यास जी यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना करते थे। इसके तमाम सबूत हैं, पुराणों में इसका वर्णन किया गया है। इसीलिए ये जो तथ्य हैं वो पुख्ता है हमारे पास में और इस पूरे मामले में सुनवाई आगे जारी रहनी चाहिए। और बात सिर्फ यही नहीं, बल्कि आज एक अगर जीत होती है, अगर हिंदू पक्ष में फैसला आता है तो लड़ाई अभी खत्म नहीं, बल्कि अभी लड़ाई की शुरुआत होगी, अभी आगाज होगा। क्योंकि आप ये देखिए कि इस मामले के बाद में सीधे एक और याचिका दाखिल की जाएगी, एक और बात दाखिल किया जाएगा जिसमें ये इस बात की मांग की जाएगी कि इससे पहले सर्वे हुआ, लेकिन एएसआई सर्वे की मांग की जाएगी, तहखाने को खुलवाया जाएगा। उसमें जो अवशेष बताए जा रहे हैं कि अवशेष दबे हुए हैं, उसे खुदाई करने की परमिशन मांगी जाएगी। जो बीच में दीवार है, नंदी और शिवलिंग, जो शिवलिंग कहा जा रहा है हिंदू पक्ष की ओर से, जिसे मुस्लिम पक्ष फव्वारा कह रहा है, उसके बीच की जो दीवार है उसे तोड़ने का आदेश मांगा जाएगा। इसके साथ ही जो आकृतियां वहां पर बनी हुई है, मंदिर की दीवार पर, मस्जिद की दीवार पर त्रिशूल देखा गया, शंख देखा गया, ये तमाम वो सबूत हैं, वो तथ्य हैं जो यहाँ पर देखे गए, जिसके बाद हिंदू पक्ष बहुत पुख्ता तरीके से बात रख रहा है कि केस हमारा मजबूत है। जी,
absolutely. But as you're pointing out, the question at the heart of it also is the fact whether worship can continue or not, and whether it can be held at various points in time or not, because the Hindu side says that worship has been happening and it must be allowed to go forward. But the Muslim side also says that that essentially is in contravention to the Places of Worship Act that was established in 1991, which essentially says that the status quo of all religious places will be maintained post 1991.
बिल्कुल नुपुर, देखिए जैसा आपने कहा कि सवाल सबसे बड़ा यही बना हुआ है कि क्या पूजा यहाँ पर होगी या नहीं होगी, क्योंकि 1991 का जो जिक्र बार बार यहाँ किया जा रहा है। विष्णु शंकर जैन जो इस पूरे मामले के वकील हैं, उन्होंने तमाम जो जरा कोर्ट में की है, उनका यही कहना है कि ये जो एक्ट है जिसकी दलील यहाँ हथियार बनाकर यहाँ दलील दी जा रही है मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से, वो दलील जो है हमारे पक्ष में है। वो फेवर 1991 का जो एक्ट है वो हमारे फेवर में आएगा। इनकी ये दलील इनके ऊपर उल्टी पड़ने वाली है, क्योंकि 1993 तक ये देखा गया है, इस बात का पुराणों में जिक्र है, इस बात का सबूत है कि यहाँ पर पूजा होती रही है, इसीलिए हमें उसका अधिकार मिलना चाहिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अगर जहां त्रिशूल के निशान हैं, जहां स्वास्तिक के निशान हैं, जहां शंख बने हुए हैं, जहां से शिवलिंग नुमा एक चीज दिखाई देती है जो कि सीधे नंदी के सामने है और बीच में एक दीवार है, तो इन सब बातों को दरकिनार नहीं किया जा सकता। लोगों का, हिंदू पक्ष का यह भी मानना है कि अगर खुदाई होती है, इस पूरे मामले में फैसला उनके पक्ष में आता है, खुदाई की जाती है, तो मूर्तियों के अवशेष मिलेंगे वहां पर, क्योंकि शंख बने हुए हैं, स्वास्तिक बने हुए हैं। तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि एक मस्जिद के भीतर में स्वास्तिक और शंख और भगवान की आकृतियां जो हैं वो दीवारों पर बनी हुई हैं।
Right, absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, we are of course waiting for that order to come in about a couple of hours from now. It will also of course set in motion as to how this case then goes forward. You are watching Republic TV. We will continue to bring you the latest on this. We slip into a very short break here. Do stay with us.
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआईवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Top stories at 11:30. Viewers, all eyes on the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver the order today. It's a Republic Mega exclusive key MBA project now under the lens for Dawood gang links. Massive corruption allegations on the MBA project that got MBA nod now being probed. Mega NIA crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with the terror under lens. Pan-India NIA raids underway across 50 locations. And trouble mounts for Abhishek Banerjee's skin after being stopped at the airport. ED set to grill Menka Gambhir. And straight away going across to some breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers, on a big statement. Tejasvi Yadav has stated that Nitish Kumar and he will meet Sonia Gandhi very soon. When he was asked if the RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav and Bihar chief minister Nitish Kumar will meet the Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi together in Delhi, Tejasvi has said that once Sonia Gandhi comes back, there will be a meeting. Both of them will be going together to meet as well. Now, this is a massive statement coming in from Tejasvi Yadav now, viewers, where he has stated that both Nitish Kumar and he himself will go and meet with the interim chief of the Congress party, Sonia Gandhi, and that as soon as Sonia Gandhi comes back, there will be a meeting between the three of them, that is Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav and Sonia Gandhi as well. Now, remember, this also comes in the backdrop of the kind of opposition meetings that have been going on by Nitish Kumar in the national capital, where he had been meeting with the Congress leaders along with the Aam Aadmi Party chief and several other opposition leaders as well. in the past few weeks. Now, following this, we see a massive statement coming in from Tejasvi Yadav. Viewers, let's listen into that first.
नहीं, आप एक बात समझिए, सभी विपक्ष के लोगों को एकजुट करना है। और हम तो पहले भी कहे हैं कि अब सोनिया मैडम आएंगी, हम तो गए ही थे मुलाकात करने। आपको भी पता है, जब हम ओथ लिए थे उसके बाद हम जाकर के सोनिया जी से भी मुलाकात किए थे। अब जब बीमार हैं, वापस आएंगी वापस, तो दोनों लोग नेता जो है मिलने जाएंगे और मिलकर के हम लोगों की तो यही कोशिश है ना, सारे विपक्ष के लोगों को गोलबंद किया।
Now, viewers, that is a massive statement coming in, a massive political development as well that we are tracking for you with respect to Tejasvi Yadav, making it clear that both Tejasvi Yadav and Nitish Kumar will go and meet with Sonia Gandhi as soon as she comes back as well. Now, this comes in the backdrop of the back-to-back meetings, viewers, that Nitish Kumar had also been carrying out in the national capital, and now we see Tejasvi Yadav echoing those statements of Nitish Kumar as well. And moving on now, viewers, to some more breaking updates that we are picking up with respect to the controversial case of Sonali Fogart. Now, after repeated requests from the family, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has finally taken cognizance of these requests, and he has in fact decided to hand over Sonali Fogart's murder case to the CBI. Now, we had seen the kind of controversy that had erupted over Sonali Fogart's murder. The conspiracy that had also really come to light with respect to the accused that had been planning for quite some time to get Sonali Fogart to Goa as well. And of course, how she had also been fed with drugs, and we had seen how the investigation in that area was also being conducted by the authorities, post which we have in the latest that the Curly's restaurant that had also been demolished, and now we are seeing in the backdrop of these repeated requests from the family, Goa Chief Minister has taken cognizance and decided to hand over the murder case to CBI. My colleague Alisha is also joining me on the broadcast with more details. Alisha, tell us more about this latest decision that has been taken by the Goa Chief Minister. He has stated that the entire investigation will now be handed over to the CBI. What more can you tell our viewers?
Well, yes, it's an official from Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant clearly mentioning that it's a repeated request that has been made by Sonali Fogart family to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation, after which state government has decided to hand over the case to CBI. Whether the fact, he also mentioned that Goa police has reached to an end, and of course there are getting many much evidence in the entire case. Moreover, he has a faith on his own police officials, but there is a request repeatedly that has been made by family of Sonali Fogart to hand over the case to CBI to reach out to the conclusion over the case. So now the Goa government has decided to hand over the case to CBI. Will wait where the officially it will be handed over to CBI, because as of now we heard from Pramod Sawant itself, who mentioned that it has decided only after the request that has been made, because we even saw Yashodhara, who is a daughter of Sonali Fogart, continuously meeting people, whether it is Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, or even yesterday she was in the Panchayat where she was requesting for the CBI to take over the case, and this is something, a case that has to be looked by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The only request that was made by the family, and now this coming an official from the Goa Chief Minister as well, that the case state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
But of course, Alisha, you have been bringing us all the updates of this entire investigation as well. Stay on with us as we listen into that soundbite of the Goa Chief Minister also stating that the investigation will be handed over to the CBI.
हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं, हरियाणा के सीएम के साथ बात हुआ। मैं डेफिनेटली इस केस को आज मैं खुद होम मिनिस्टर को चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूँ कि ये केस सीबीआई के पास देने के लिए मैं खुद चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूँ। कंप्लीट जाय दिले ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट जाय दिले, बट तो कंटिन्यूअसली सोनाली फोगाट का हरियाणा को गया था, टीम में वापस आ गया था। सोनाली फोगाट की केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन, लेकिन मैं इसके ऊपर कहते वक्त मुझे लगता है कि लोगों की डिमांड है वहाँ से कंटिन्यूसली कि ये केस सीबीआई के पास देने चाहिए। उनकी बेटी की भी डिमांड थी। हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली ये बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए और फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं। तो डेफिनेटली बात हुआ मैं डेफिनेटली इस केस को आज मैं खुद होम मिनिस्टर को चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूँ कि ये केस सीबीआई के पास देने के लिए मैं खुद चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूँ। ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट जाए दिले बट तो कंटिन्यू।
Well, all right. Let me also once again go back to my colleague Alisha, who's been tracking the entire investigation from the very start. Alisha, if you could also tell our viewers as to how far the investigation has gone on, what are the authorities in the latest telling you, and what has really led to this decision of Pramod Sawant saying that the investigation now needs to be handed over to the CBI?
Well, yes, sir. As far as this case is concerned, we know that Goa police authorities already went to Haryana and they have searched even the resident of Sudhir Sangwan, who is the main accused in the case, and right now in judicial custody. Also, they went to Sonali Fogart resident and also recovered some of her jewelries and also cash and passport, other documents has already been seized. And moreover, the team that from Goa that went to Haryana was only on the property angle. The claim that was made by Sonali Fogart family clearly mentioning that Sudhir Sangwan killed Sonali Fogart to grab her property. So, well, in that angle where the Goa police team has went to Haryana, now they are back, and there are some of the report that has already been submitted to the Deputy SP, because now the case which was given under Deputy SP from police inspector. Moreover, what exactly we even will wait for even the Viscera report. But today only where Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has clearly mentioned that he is going to send a letter to Home Minister to hand over the case to the Central Bureau of Investigation. And this is something, a request that was continuously made by the family of Sonali Fogart, whether it is a daughter or whether it is brothers who are coming and meeting the people as well. They even Arvind Kejriwal, who was the Delhi Chief Minister, and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, who met Sonali Fogart's daughter in Hisar. They have demanded for the CBI investigation. But if we point out some of the main point that has been made by Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, clearly mentioning that the Goa police has been doing a great job and they have a full faith over the case. But that is something, the repeatedly request that has been made by the family of Sonali Fogart, which is why the state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation. And today only, where Chief Minister is going to write a letter to Home Minister, clearly handing over the case to CBI.
Well, all right, Alisha, stay on with us as we listen into Pramod Sawant once again, and then we'll be coming back to you for more updates. But viewers, let's listen into what Pramod Sawant had to say about handing over the entire investigation of the Sonali Fogart murder case to the CBI.
But
सोनाली फोगाट का हरियाणा को गया था, टीम में वापस आ गया था।
सोनाली फोगाट के केस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन, लेकिन मैं इसके ऊपर कहते वक्त मुझे लगता है कि लोगों की डिमांड है वहाँ से कंटिन्यूसली कि ये केस सीबीआई के पास देने चाहिए। उनकी बेटी की भी डिमांड थी। हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली ये बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए
भैंस का उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा। ये बन्नी भैंस कच्छ के रेगिस्तान और वहां की परिस्थितियों से ऐसी घुल मिल गई है कि देखकर कई बार हैरानी होती है। दिन में बहुत ही भयंकर धूप होती है, बहुत गर्मी होती है, कड़क धूप होती है। इसलिए ये बन्नी भैंस रात के कम तापमान में घास चरने के लिए निकलती है। विदेश से आए हमारे साथी ये जानकर के भी चौंक जाएंगे कि उस समय बन्नी भैंस के साथ कोई उसका पालक, उसका किसान उसके साथ नहीं होता है। वो गांव के पास बने चारगांव में खुद ही जाती है। रेगिस्तान में पानी कम होता है, इसलिए बहुत कम पानी में भी बन्नी भैंस का काम चल जाता है। बन्नी भैंस रात में 10-10, 15-15 किलोमीटर दूर जाकर घास चरने के बाद भी सुबह अपने आप खुद घर चली आती है। ऐसा बहुत कम सुनने में आता है कि किसी की बन्नी भैंस खो गई हो या गलत घर में चली गई हो। मैंने आपको सिर्फ बन्नी भैंस का ही उदाहरण दिया है, लेकिन भारत में मुरा, मेसाना, जाफराबादी, नीली रवि, पंढरपुरी जैसी अनेक जात नस्लें भैंस की आज भी अपने अपने तरीके से विकसित हो रही है। इसी तरह गाय हो, उसमें गीर गाय, सहीवाल, राठी, कांकरेज, थारपारकर, हरियाणा, ऐसी ही कितनी गाय की नस्लें हैं जो भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर को यूनिक बनाती हैं। भारतीय नस्ल के ये ज्यादातर पशु क्लाइमेट कंफर्टेबल भी होते हैं और उतने ही एडजस्टिंग भी। साथियों, अभी तक मैंने आपको भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर की 3 यूनिकनेस बताई है जो इसकी पहचान है। छोटे किसानों की शक्ति, कोऑपरेटिव की शक्ति और भारतीय नस्ले पशुओं की शक्ति मिलकर एक अलग ही ताकत बनती है। लेकिन भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर की एक चौथी यूनिकनेस भी है जिसकी उतनी चर्चा नहीं हो पाती, जिसको उतना रिकग्निशन नहीं मिल पाता। विदेश से आए हमारे मेहमान संभवतः ये जानकर के हैरान हो जाएंगे कि भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर में विमेन पावर 70% वर्कफोर्स का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है। भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर की असली कर्णधार विमेन्स हैं, महिलाएं हैं। इतना ही नहीं, भारत के डेयरी कोऑपरेटिव में भी 1/3 से ज्यादा सदस्य महिलाएं ही हैं। आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं, भारत में जो डेयरी सेक्टर 8.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का है, जिसकी वैल्यू धान और गेहूं के कुल प्रोडक्शन से भी ज्यादा है, उसकी ड्राइविंग फोर्स भारत के ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रहने वाली महिलाएं हैं, हमारी माताएं हैं, हमारी बेटियां हैं। मैं वर्ल्ड डेयरी समिट से जुड़ी सभी महानुभावों से भारत की नारी शक्ति की इस भूमिका को रिकॉग्नाइज करने, इसे विभिन्न वर्ल्ड प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर ले जाने का भी मैं आग्रह करूंगा। साथियों, 2014 के बाद से हमारी सरकार ने भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने के लिए निरंतर काम किया है। आज इसका परिणाम मिल्क प्रोडक्शन से लेकर किसानों की बड़ी आय में भी नजर आ रहा है। 2014 में भारत में 146 मिलियन टन दूध का उत्पादन होता था। अब ये बढ़कर 210 मिलियन टन तक पहुंच गया है, यानी करीब करीब 44% की वृद्धि। आज पूरे विश्व में मिल्क प्रोडक्शन 2% की रफ्तार से बढ़ रहा है, जबकि भारत में इसकी रफ्तार 6% से भी ज्यादा है। भारत में दूध की पर कैपिटा अवेलेबिलिटी पूरे विश्व के औसत से कहीं ज्यादा है। बीते 3-4 वर्षों में ही भारत के छोटे किसानों ने बैंक खातों में हमारी सरकार ने करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए सीधे ट्रांसफर किए हैं। इसका बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा डेयरी सेक्टर से जुड़े किसानों के खातों में भी आया है। साथियों, आज हमारा फोकस देश में एक संतुलित डेयरी इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण पर है। एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम जिसमें हमारा ध्यान दूध और उससे जुड़े उत्पादों की क्वालिटी पर तो है ही, बल्कि दूसरी चुनौतियों के समाधान पर भी है। किसान को अतिरिक्त आय, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण, स्वच्छता, केमिकल फ्री खेती, क्लीन एनर्जी और पशुओं की केयर, ये सभी आपस में जुड़े हुए हैं। यानी हम डेयरी सेक्टर को, पशुपालन को भारत के गांवों में ग्रीन और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम बना रहे हैं। राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन, गोवर्धन योजना, डेयरी सेक्टर का डिजिटाइजेशन और पशुओं का यूनिवर्सल वैक्सीनेशन, इसी दिशा में हो रहे प्रयास है। इतना ही नहीं, भारत ने जो सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक बंद करने का जो अभियान चलाया है, वह एनवायरमेंट की दृष्टि से तो महत्व का है ही, लेकिन जो भी जीव दया में विश्वास करते हैं, जो पशुधन में उसके कल्याण में विश्वास करते हैं, उनको मालूम है कि प्लास्टिक पशुओं के लिए कितना खतरनाक बनता जा रहा है, गाय और भैंस के लिए कितना खतरनाक बनता जा रहा है। उस सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक को भी बंद करने का, खत्म करने का हमने बहुत लगातार प्रयास आरंभ किया है। साथियों, भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर का जितना बड़ा स्केल है, उसे साइंस के साथ जोड़कर और विस्तार दिया जा रहा है। भारत डेयरी पशुओं का सबसे बड़ा डेटाबेस तैयार कर रहा है। डेयरी सेक्टर से जुड़े हर पशु की टैगिंग हो रही है। आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हम पशुओं की बायोमेट्रिक पहचान कर रहे हैं। हमने इसे नाम दिया है पशु आधार। पशु आधार के जरिए पशुओं की डिजिटल आइडेंटिफिकेशन की जा रही है, जिससे उनकी सेहत पर नजर रखने के साथ साथ डेयरी प्रोडक्ट से जुड़े मार्केट को विस्तार देने में मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, आज भारत का बहुत बड़ा फोकस पशुपालन के क्षेत्र में उद्यमशीलता को, एंटरप्राइज को बढ़ावा देने पर भी है। डेयरी सेक्टर से जुड़े छोटे किसानों की ताकत को हम फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और महिलाओं के सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के माध्यम से एकजुट कर रहे हैं, इनको बड़ी मार्केट फोर्स बना रहे हैं।
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into the air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Sringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआईवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR regional.
का भी जिक्र करूंगा। पिछले कुछ समय में भारत के अनेक राज्यों में लंपी नाम की बीमारी से पशुधन की क्षति हुई है। विभिन्न राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलकर केंद्र सरकार इसे कंट्रोल करने की पुरजोश कोशिश कर रही है। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने लंपी स्किन डिसीज की स्वदेशी वैक्सीन भी तैयार कर ली है। वैक्सीनेशन के अलावा जांच में तेजी लाकर पशुओं की आवाजाही पर नियंत्रण रखकर उस बीमारी को काबू करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। साथियों, पशुओं का वैक्सीनेशन हो या फिर दूसरी टेक्नोलॉजी, भारत पूरी दुनिया के डेयरी सेक्टर में कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए और सभी साथी देशों से सीखने के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहा है।
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the...
In another highlight of the Indian Defence Forces, the Indian Army's impressive engineering skills came to the fore after a video depicted the troops constructing a bridge across the Indus River. The video was titled, "Grid King Challenges No Terrain Nor Altitude Insurmountable," and was shared on Twitter by the Southwestern Command of the Indian Army. The drill was carried out by the Sapta Shakti engineers in eastern Ladakh. The building of the bridge included carrying out mobility tasks and training. The video depicts the mechanical launch of heavy metal parts into the water body as the bridge is shown to be completed at the end of the video. Army personnel engrossed in teamwork can be seen in the exercise while heavy trucks cross the terrain after the bridge has been completed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim. All eyes are on the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver its order today.
मंदिर ही है, मंदिर के तोड़ करके उसके ऊपर मात्र गुंबज बना के नमाज पढ़ने से मस्जिद नहीं हो जाए.
Ahead of the crucial verdict, the Hindu side maintains claims as it's a mandir. It is a Republic TV mega exclusive. A key MVA project is now under the lens for Daud gang links. Massive corruption allegation on the MVA. The project that got the nod from the government is now being probed. Mega NIA crackdown on terror. Gangsters and links with terrorists are under the lids.
लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, और फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
The Goa Chief Minister says they are handing the probe over in the Sonali Fogart murder case to the CBI. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Straight off to the big story that we're tracking here. We're expecting a verdict, rather an order to come in the Gyanvapi mosque case in about a couple of hours from now. But even as we await that, prohibitory orders have been clamped and security has been tightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order today on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. We are, of course, continuing to get various reactions that are coming in from parties involved in the case as well as others. Let's in fact listen into another reaction.
देखिए, हमें लगता है हमारे देश के लोग बहुत परिपक्व लोग हैं और आपको याद होगा कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर जो है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया था तो न कहीं पर भी जीत का जश्न नहीं हुआ था, हार का हाहाकार नहीं हुआ था और समाज के सभी वर्गों ने इसको एकजुट होकर के और स्वीकार किया था. जो भी कोर्ट का फैसला होगा उसको सबको सम्मान के साथ और सद्भावना के साथ स्वीकार करना चाहिए.
यह आने वाला आज जो फैसला आने वाला है यह विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का दिन है और आज का दिन हिंदू समाज के लिए, मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए गौरवशाली दिन है. मैं इस दिन के लिए आह्लादकारी हूँ, हर्षित हूँ, प्रफुल्लित हूँ.
बिल्कुल, मौसम भी आज काशी में बारिश वाला दिख रहा है. ऐसा लग रहा है कि भगवान भी प्रसन्न हो रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, भगवान इंद्र भी जो है हर्षित हैं और यह देवाधिदेव महादेव प्रलयंकर शंकर से प्रार्थना भी करते हैं कि यह दिन हम काशी वासियों के लिए, प्रदेश वासियों के लिए, देशवासियों के लिए हर्षित का दिन हो.
सोहनलाल जी, उत्सुकता भी है क्योंकि एक लंबी लड़ाई, एक लंबी जरह चली है और लगातार कोर्ट की ओर से फटकारा गया था मुस्लिम पक्ष को क्योंकि बार बार एक ही दलील हर एक डेट पर रखी जा रही थी. आगे भी वो डेट पर डेट की मांग कर रहे थे. तो कितने ज्यादा आप लोग पुख्ता हैं कि आपकी दलीलें मजबूत रही हैं और उस आधार पर यह फैसला आने वाला है? आधार आपके क्या कह रहे हैं, अगर आप कुछ मुख्यतः बताएं.
हम 38 साल से ज्ञानवापी उद्धार के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे हैं और उस समय हमारा नारा था ज्ञानवापी नंदी करे पुकार, भोले बाबा का हो उद्धार. और मुस्लिम समाज का इसलिए खारिज होने वाला है क्योंकि वह 1990 वर्षिप एक्ट और जो है वक्फ बोर्ड पर ही सारा ध्यान केंद्रित किया रहता. 1990 वर्षिप एक्ट इसलिए लागू नहीं होता कि 1993 तक व्यास जी का पूरे तहखाने पर जो है दर्शन पूजन का अधिकार हो रहा था और वक्फ बोर्ड भी लागू नहीं होता यहाँ पर इसलिए कि 1936 मुकदमा नंबर जो है 62 1933 में भी खारिज हो गया था, जिसको लेकर के वह 1944 में हाई कोर्ट में गए, वहाँ भी खारिज हो गया और अंततः वक्फ बोर्ड यहाँ पर साबित नहीं होता. इसलिए वह खारिज होने वाला है. हिंदू समाज की विजय होने वाली है. वह 2 बजे के बाद माननीय न्यायालय जिला जज फैसला सुनाने वाले हैं जो हम लोग के लिए आह्लादकारी होगा.
धार्मिक आधार पर ये पूरा जो याचिका है वो रखी गई थी 5 महिलाओं के द्वारा कि गौरी श्रृंगार पूजा का अधिकार हमें मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि ये हमारा अधिकार, यहाँ पूजा अर्चना 1991 के पहले से होती रही है और ये हमारा अधिकार है जो हमें आप दीजिए. लेकिन इस मामले को लेकर जब सर्वे होता है, कमीशन बनता है, सबसे पहले मुझे याद है आप ही बाहर आए थे और आपने कहा था कि महादेव के दर्शन हो गए. वो शिवलिंग दिखने के बाद में वो आकार जो कलाकृतियां दीवारों पर बनी रही, उसके बाद आप लोगों का मनोबल और ज्यादा बढ़ा कि यहाँ बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो अभी सामने आ सकती हैं.
हाँ, जैसे ही बाबा का प्रकटीकरण हुआ और सर्वे के दौरान वहां पर जो करीब 35 फीट लंबा त्रिशूल, पत्थर के त्रिशूल की कलाकृतियां, कमल के पुष्प कृतियां, शंख चक्र गदा पीपल के पत्ते और तो सारे साक्ष्य वहां प्रमाण थे. हम लोग का उत्साह और हिंदू समाज का उत्साह बुलंद हुआ और तो और जब तक अब तक जो है नहीं जानते थे और उसके बाद जैसे ही हमने बाहर निकले हम कहे बाबा मिल गए और आज पुनः कह रहे पहली बार कि यह आने वाला विजय यह बाबा विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का आज दिन होगा।
शिलान्यास बीजारोपण का आज दिन होगा। जाहिर बड़ी बात आपने कही है और आगे चूंकि लंबी लड़ाई है, अगर फैसला मान लीजिए आज आपके पक्ष में आता है, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं कि दलीलें हमारे पास मजबूत हैं, आपको लगता है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 जिसको लेकर बार बार मुस्लिम पक्ष दलीलें रख रहा है वो आपके पक्ष में आने वाला है? क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है कि लागू नहीं होता, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि तमाम सबूत हमने पेश किए हैं कि 93 तक व्यास जी वहां पर पूजा अर्चना करते थे।
1990 वर्शिप एक्ट वहां इसलिए नहीं लागू होता कि 3 ग जो है उसकी धारा में 3 ग के अनुसार ये होता कि 100 वर्ष पूर्व अगर उसका धार्मिक स्टेटस जो है, जो भी रहे, हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, अगर वह है तो लागू होता है। तो वहां ज्ञानवापी में धार्मिक स्टेटस हिंदू जो है, धार्मिक जो है हिंदू पद्धति का है।
All right, so that's the reactions that we are getting ahead of that order that we are expecting. Now let's cut across live to Shrishti. Now Shrishti, to begin with, give us an overall sense of what's happening around you. Security, of course, has been heightened since the morning, planning, even as we are waiting this verdict. To begin with, take us through what's happening.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जैसे जैसे टाइम आगे बढ़ रहा है वैसे वैसे आपको बताऊं कि लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहां पर बढ़ती जा रही है। ये तस्वीर आप यहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से पुलिस की ओर से अनाउंसमेंट यहां पर किया जा रहा है। हालांकि मीडिया को भी आगे जाने की इजाजत नहीं दी जा रही है, लगातार रोकने की कोशिश की जा रही है। अनाउंसमेंट्स यहां पर हो रहे हैं। यूपी सरकार की तरफ से जो पुलिस है वो यहां पर मुस्तैद दिखाई दे रही है। 2000 से ज्यादा पुलिसकर्मी जो है वो तैनात किए गए हैं, ये आपको हम बता रहे हैं। और रास्ते जो है वो यहां पर किसी भी प्रकार से जाम न लगने पाए ये कोशिश की जा रही है। इस तरफ से जाने का रास्ता है, लोगों को सीधे सीधे आगे किया जा रहा है और दूसरी तरफ से आपको बता दें राइट साइड से लोगों को जाने की इजाजत दी जा रही है। मंदिर परिसर के बाहर किसी भी तरीके से माहौल खराब ना हो, सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी इस वक्त प्रशासन की यही है कि इस पूरे एरिया में जो कि सीधे रास्ता मंदिर तक जाता है, 4 नंबर गेट आपको पीछे दिखाई दे रहा होगा, आज चूंकि फैसला आना है और फैसले के बाद में किसी प्रकार की विपरीत स्थिति यहां पर पैदा ना हो, यह सुनिश्चित करना प्रशासन की जिम्मेदारी है। आपको बताएं कि लगातार 2000 से ज्यादा पुलिस बल की तैनाती यहां पर की गई है। चप्पे चप्पे पर बैरिकेड्स किए गए हैं, चाहे वो कोर्ट की बात करें या मंदिर परिसर की बात करें। मंदिर का भी कोई एक रास्ता नहीं है बल्कि कई रास्ते हैं और सभी रास्तों पर इसी तरीके से बैरिकेडिंग की गई है। फैसला बहुत बड़ा है और इसी फैसले के बाद में इस केस का क्या रुख होने वाला है, क्या और रूपरेखा होने वाली है, ये आगे तय किया जाएगा। हालांकि
what I wanted to ask you, Shrishti, what I wanted to ask you is that even as we await this order, once it does come out, it will not stop here. It will essentially be the beginning of how this process now goes forward in the court of law, because essentially what will be decided today is the maintainability of this plea, whether the courts can pick up this case and then decide on the future course of action. So for our viewers, explain to us what this means.
बिल्कुल नुपुर, देखिए जैसा आपने कहा कि ये केस यहाँ पर खत्म नहीं होने वाला है। अभी आज का जो फैसला है वो ये तय करेगा कि ये पूरा मामला सुनने योग्य है या नहीं है, यानी कि मेंटेनेबल है या नहीं है। इसके बाद का स्टेप लीगली क्या होने वाला है, ये हमने विष्णु शंकर जैन से जानने की कोशिश की थी कि आगे क्या। तो उनका साफ कहना था कि हम फिर से एक याचिका दाखिल करेंगे जिसमें ASI सर्वे की मांग की जाएगी, कार्बन डेटिंग की मांग की जाएगी, तहखानों को दोबारा से खुलवाया जाए, उसकी जांच की जाए। जो रिपोर्ट आपको याद होगा की तरफ से रिपोर्ट दाखिल की गई थी जिसमें सर्वे किया गया था लगातार ज्ञानवापी परिसर के भीतर, मस्जिद के भीतर वो सर्वे किया गया था, वो फाइल दोबारा से खोली जाएगी। ASI सर्वे की मांग होगी, कार्बन डेटिंग की मांग की जाएगी, यहां तक कि जो वहां मलबा है उसकी जांच की जाएगी। क्योंकि यहां हिंदू पक्ष का यह मानना है कि अगर खुदाई होती है, तफ्तीश होती है, तो मूर्तियों के अवशेष यहां से बरामद हो सकते हैं, जो बहुत बड़ी बात है, जिससे यह साबित होगा कि यहां पर मंदिर था और इसीलिए मांग की जा रही है कि गौरी श्रृंगार की पूजा यहां पर करने दी जाए। और सबसे बड़ी बात, ये पूरा मामला तब बदलता है जब सर्वे किया जाता है। सर्वे के अंदर जो फोटोग्राफी होती है, वीडियोग्राफी होती है, रिपोर्ट फाइल की जाती है, उसमें देखा जाता है कि जहां जो वो वजू किया जाता था वहां पर जब पानी को खाली करवाया जाता है तो शिवलिंग नुमा एक चीज दिखती है जो कि सीधे नंदी और शिवलिंग के बीच में एक दीवार है, उस दीवार को भी तोड़ने की मांग यहां पर की जाएगी। तो आगे का प्रोसेस ये होने वाला है। दूसरा पक्ष जो है उसको भी अधिकार है कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाने का। मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से भी तैयारी है कि वो अगर फैसला हिंदू पक्ष में जाता है तो वो हाईकोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाने वाले हैं। ये तमाम चीजें जो हैं वो इस पूरे मामले में देखी गई हैं। तो ये दो पहलू हैं जो देखे जा सकते हैं। हिंदू पक्ष इस समय कॉन्फिडेंट है कि हमारे पास में तथ्य हैं, सबूत हैं, इसीलिए ये फैसला हमारे पक्ष में आने वाला है। और मुस्लिम पक्ष के पास में सिर्फ एक दलील है, एक तो वक्त की दलील है और दूसरी 1991 वर्शिप एक्ट की दलील है।
I wanted to come to you for that, Shrishti. Now, at the heart of the argument of the Muslim side is the fact that according to the Places of Worship Act 1991, status quo has to be maintained on all religious places, barring, of course, the Babri Masjid, from 1947 onwards. And that is the claim that they are making, that because of that act being in place, there cannot be any changes made to any religious places. For our viewers, tell us more about what the Muslim side says.
दर्शन करके आइए उसका
बिल्कुल, देखिए मुस्लिम पक्ष का 1991 को लेकर ही सीधे तौर पर उनका आधार है कि अगर वर्शिप एक्ट की बात की जाए तो यहाँ ये मामला मेंटेनेबल नहीं है, सुनने लायक नहीं है और यहाँ पूजा अर्चना करने का अधिकार नहीं देना चाहिए। लेकिन हिंदू पक्ष की ये दलील है कि 1993 तक यानी कि 1993 तक व्यास जी के द्वारा अंदर पूजा अर्चना की जाती थी, जो हमारे पुराणों में, हमारी किताबों में, हमारी संस्कृति में ये सब दर्शाया गया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि मस्जिद की दीवार पर, तहखाने पर अंदर त्रिशूल के निशान है, शंख के निशान है, बड़ा सा स्वास्तिक बना हुआ है। और किसी भी मस्जिद के भीतर त्रिशूल, स्वास्तिक, शंख, इसका क्या मतलब है, इसके क्या मायने हैं? जो चीजें अभी तक छुपी रही हैं वो चीजें सामने आनी चाहिए। सालों सालों तक तहखाने के अंदर ये सब कुछ रहा, ये सब कुछ देखा गया, लेकिन इसे छिपाया गया। मुस्लिम पक्ष की महज एक ही दलील है 1991 को लेकर, लेकिन आपको बताएं ये हिंदू पक्ष का कहना है कि 1991 की जो दलील है वो हमारे फेवर में आने वाली है। नुपुर।
All right, absolutely, Shrishti, as you're pointing out, even as we await this order today, there is a case that's also there in the Supreme Court, the hearing for which now takes place in October. Shrishti reporting from Varanasi. Thank you for joining us. All right, as we've been pointing out, of course, the administration in Varanasi, however, not wanting to take any chances. Security has been heightened across the city. It's been divided into various zones. All the entry and the exit gates from this area are being manned continuously. The order, of course, is something that we're expecting in about 2 hours, 15 minutes or so from now. That's when the hearing begins. Let's listen in to more reactions that we are getting at this point in time from both sides.
देखिए 1991 का एक्ट तो हमारे फेवर में अप्लाई होता है, क्योंकि फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर ये है कि 1991 में जो एक्ट आया था उसके बाद नवंबर 1993 तक भी व्यास जी उस मस्जिद के, तथाकथित मस्जिद के तहखाने में पूजा कर रहे थे और वहाँ बैरिकेडिंग लगा के उस समय की जो गवर्नमेंट थी उन्होंने उसको डिस्पोजेस किया। तो अगर कोई आज प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की दुहाई दे रहा है तो सबसे पहले उनको चाहिए कि पहले हमारे व्यास जी को वापस तहखाने में वो पोजीशन दें। किस लॉ और किस अथॉरिटी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपने उनको कब्जे से बाहर निकाला? कोई अथॉरिटी ही नहीं थी, कोई लॉ ही नहीं था। उस लॉ के वायलेशन में आपने, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के सेक्शन 3 के वायलेशन में आपने व्यास जी को तहखाने से बाहर निकाला है। तो इसलिए हमारा ऐसा कहना है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट इस केस में हमारे पक्ष में अप्लाई होता है और ये सूट में एविडेंस के पटल पे देखा जाएगा कि किसकी क्या एविडेंस है। आज की स्टेज पे मुस्लिम समाज के लोग ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी आवाज़ आगे ना उठाइए। अगर हमने ये कह दिया कि ये एरिया वज़ू खाना है तो इसको वज़ू खाना मान लिया जाए, इसको फाउंटेन मान लिया जाए, इसको फव्वारा मान लिया जाए, इसका कोई एग्जामिनेशन ना हो कि भाई ये शिवलिंग है कि नहीं है। तो ये किस तरह का एक लीगल अप्रोच जो उन्होंने लिया है, तो उस लीगल अप्रोच के खिलाफ मेरा विरोध है, जिसके खिलाफ हमने अपने आर्गुमेंट्स मेरिट्स पे, फैक्ट्स पे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट से, रूलिंग से कोर्ट के सामने रखें।
सर, लीगली अगर समझा जाए, फैसला मान लीजिए जैसा आप कह रहे हैं कि आज आपके पक्ष में आने वाला है, पक्ष में आता है, उसके बाद आगे का क्या प्रोसेस होने वाला है आपकी तरफ से?
देखिए, आगे हमने एप्लीकेशन दे रखी है इसमें 80G की, जिसमें जो इस वज़ू खाने के नीचे की दीवार है उसको हमने तोड़ने की मांग की है। कार्बन डेटिंग की मांग के लिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा ट्रायल कोर्ट जाइए, तो वो एप्लीकेशन डाली जाएगी। फिर साथ ही साथ जो वहाँ पे हमारी कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आई है, कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे जो ऑब्जेक्शंस हैं उसको फाइनलाइज करके हम उसको कोर्ट की एविडेंस का पार्ट बनाने का काम करेंगे। उसके बाद जो फर्दर एविडेंसेस लीड की जानी हिस्टोरिकल और लीगल पर्सपेक्टिव से, वो सारी बुक्स को एग्जिबिट किया जाएगा।
All right, I'm going to go back across on the ground to Shrishti. I think she's speaking to some of the people who reside in that area. Let's listen in.
गुजरात यस मतलब आज तो डबल खुशी हो जाएगी, एक तरफ दर्शन हो गए, दूसरी तरफ फैसला।
इसके या आज के दर्शन, सोमवार के दर्शन और प्यारे भोले बाबा का चुकादा, हम इतना खुश है कि बयान नहीं कर पाते।
जो तथ्य मिले हैं, जो तमाम सबूत कोर्ट में रखे गए हैं, उससे आपको लगता है कि अभी और भी कुछ निकल कर आएगा अंदर से?
शायद हो सकता है।
इंडिया की संस्कृति है, बहुत बड़ी संस्कृति, कुछ न कुछ तो मिलेगा ही, जरूर मिलेगा,
जरूर मिलेगा, मोदी साहब को जरूर मिलेगा।
बिल्कुल। तो देखिए, ये एक विश्वास, सरकार पर विश्वास की बात करें या फिर लोगों की जो विश्वास है उनकी बात करें, आप देखिए
मोदी साहब के लिए बारिश गिरती है, भगवान की प्रसादी है।
अच्छा, इंद्रदेव भी प्रसन्न हो रहे हैं?
इंद्रदेव प्रसन्न हो रहा है, क्या बात है। मोदी साहब जिंदाबाद, मोदी साहब जिंदाबाद।
तो ये लोगों का प्यार है। अब बारिश यहाँ पर हल्की फुल्की शुरू हो चुकी है और लगातार लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि इंद्रदेव भी आज प्रसन्न है, चूंकि फैसला आना है। तो एक बार फिर से आपको मैं तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिखाना चाहूंगी। देखिए, पूरी तरीके से प्रशासन जो है वो यहाँ पर मुस्तैद है, दिखाई दे रहा है। लोग जो है वो लगातार यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं, लोगों के चेहरे पर खुशी भी है और उत्साह भी है, साथ ही साथ कि यहाँ आज जो फैसला आने वाला है वो ये कह रहे हैं कि बाबा हमारे हैं, बाबा के दर्शन वहां पर हुए हैं और फैसला पक्ष में आएगा।
All right, so pilgrims over there already assembling, of course, today, but that key order comes out in some time from now. We're expecting the hearing to begin later this afternoon. And going across to another news story that we've been tracking since the morning after the Ahmedabad police had denied the Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party's claim of police raids. The Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia spoke to Republic TV exclusively. He said that AAP leaders in Gujarat are being threatened by the police. He's also added that the BJP is resorting to hooliganism ahead of elections. Do remember that the Aam Aadmi Party earlier this morning had claimed that their offices in Gujarat were raided by the police over there. Now this of course comes even as the Aam Aadmi Party convener and the Chief Minister of Delhi is currently in Gujarat on a 2-day visit.
कि गुजरात में जैसे ही कल अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पहुंचे, उसके थोड़ी देर बाद में वहां पे पुलिस पहुंची हमारे पार्टी के एक दफ्तर पे, और वहां 2 घंटे तक वो लोग रेड करते रहे, चप्पा चप्पा छानते रहे, कोने में क्या रखा है, किस कंप्यूटर में क्या है, किस फाइल में, किस कागज़ में क्या है, ये तलाशते रहे। 2 घंटे में उनको कुछ नहीं मिला। तो वहाँ उनको उम्मीद होगी पता नहीं क्या डॉक्यूमेंट मिलेंगे, क्या पैसा मिलेगा, क्या मिलेगा, जैसे ये लोग करते हैं वैसे ही सोच रहे होंगे। लेकिन उसके बाद कुछ नहीं मिला तो वो धमकी दे के गए कि यहाँ बीजेपी का राज है और यहाँ अभी देखेंगे तुमको कैसे काम करते हो, अभी तो और लोग आएंगे, अभी तो हम 3 आए हैं, बाद में और आएंगे, ये कह के गए बाकायदा।
तो क्या कारण है कि पुलिस इतना साफ साफ सामने आके इनकार कर रही है कि हाँ हम वहाँ गए थे, पूछा लेकिन कुछ नहीं था? क्या कारण है ऐसे बेबाक स्टेटमेंट से इनकार?
कुछ नहीं मिला। अगर कुछ मिला होता तो अब तक दिखा रहे होते। ये तो सोच रहे होंगे ना, हो सकता है जैसे ये लोग काले पैसे से चुनाव लड़ते हैं, ऐसे हो सकता है इनके दफ्तर में भी मिले, इसीलिए ये गए थे। सारा देश जानता है, पूरा गुजरात जानता है कि आज 27 साल की बीजेपी को केवल आम आदमी पार्टी चुनौती दे पा रही है। 27 साल की बीजेपी की सरकार को। अभी नंबर 2 पार्टी है गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी, सब मानते हैं, और धीरे हमारे सर्वे भी कह रहे हैं धीरे 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 अब नंबर 1 पार्टी बन रहे हैं, और आने वाले चुनाव से पहले पहले आप देखना नंबर 1 पार्टी बनेगी। और ये लोग केवल रेड 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 करते रह जाएंगे, और गुजरात की जनता इस बार स्कूल के लिए, अस्पताल के लिए, रोजगार के लिए, पेपर लीक बिना एग्जाम के लिए, इन सब के लिए वोट करेगी।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल कि किस तरीके से आप भी कंटेंट कर रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की पॉपुलैरिटी से डर रही है बीजेपी, तो बीजेपी उस चीज़ को काउंटर कर रही है कि नहीं हम वहाँ पे अभी भी बहुत
इस भ्रम में रहें, अच्छा है। गुजरात में इस बार लोग, इनके पास जवाब नहीं बन रहा है। जब गुजरात के लोग पूछते हैं यार 27 साल हो गए, स्कूल क्यों नहीं बनवाए, लोग पूछते हैं 27 साल हो गए, हमेशा तुम्हारे पेपर ही लीक हो जाते हैं, कभी एग्जाम नहीं करवा पाते हो, रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा लोगों को, महंगाई से लड़ने में कोई मदद नहीं मिल रही, हर चीज़ महंगी होती जा रही है, और कोई सरकार कुछ अच्छा दे रही है तो आप कह रहे हो फ्री की रेवड़ी नहीं चाहिए। तो लोग इस बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की राजनीति को एक विश्वास के साथ देख रहे हैं। कहीं कोई इसमें गुंजाइश नहीं है। इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी, वहाँ लोग भयमुक्त सरकार चाहते हैं। इनकी गुंडागिरी से दुखी हैं। बीजेपी गुंडागिरी कर रही है पिछले 27 साल से वहाँ पे, जैसे हमारे साथ करने की कोशिश कर रही है। जब आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर में रेड डाल सकते हैं इस तरह से बिना रिकॉर्ड के, बिना अनऑफिशियल रेड्स, तो आम आदमी के साथ क्या हाल करते होंगे आप सोच सकते हैं।
All right, so as we are pointing out, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party are continuing to maintain that they believe that they are being targeted by the Gujarat police because of the increasing popularity of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. Do remember that the Aam Aadmi Party has alleged that their offices were raided in Gujarat. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Assam police have arrested 2 more suspects with possible links to the banned terrorist outfit, the Ansarullah Bangla, from the district of Morigaon. Morigaon District Administration demolished a madrasa at the Moribari after police busted a terror module on the premises of the religious educational institution. The National Investigation Team has conducted searches at multiple locations in Delhi, Haryana and Punjab against suspected terror gangs linked to the killing of the Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. NIA teams conducted these searches simultaneously in coordination with the local police forces in the case that's been registered recently by the Counter-Terror Agency to launch a probe against some terror gangs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated the International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit of 2022 at the India Expo Centre and Mart in Greater Noida. The 2022 edition of the summit on the theme Dairy for Nutrition and Livelihoods saw the presence of over 1,500 delegates, including global and Indian dairy industry leaders, experts, farmers, companies, suppliers and policy planners. The Ahmedabad police is denied the Aam Aadmi Party's raid claims. Ahmedabad police has said that the news that the Aam Aadmi Party's office has been raided by the police has come to light through the social media. No such raids have been carried out by the city police. Tejashwi Yadav has said that Nitish Kumar and he will meet Sonia Gandhi soon. When asked if the RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav and the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar will meet the Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi in the national capital, Tejashwi Yadav said that once Sonia Gandhi comes back, a meeting will be organised. After repeated requests from Sonali Phogat's family over her alleged murder case, Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has decided to hand over the case to the CBI. And we are cutting across to news that's coming in from Assam. The AIUDF has staged a walkout from the assembly in Assam. The AIUDF has demanded adjournment of the House to discuss the demolition of madrasas and the eviction carried out recently in Sonitpur district. As this was not allowed, the AIUDF actually staged a walkout to remember.
The picture that has been shown in this tweet is this. यह तस्वीर भारतीय जनता पार्टी आरएसएस को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ट्वीट किया है और इसमें आग जलते हुए दिखाया गया है। आगजनी का दृश्य है ये। दिस इज नथिंग बट इंस्टिगेटिंग पीपल फॉर वायलेंस। यह और कुछ नहीं है मगर किस प्रकार से लोग वायलेंट हो, किस प्रकार से आगजनी हो, किस प्रकार से हत्याएं हो, उसके लिए लोगों को उकसाने का काम आज गांधी परिवार और गांधी परिवार के कहने पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि ये जो तथाकथित इनकी भारत जोड़ो रैली है, यह अभी केरल में है। केरल में किस प्रकार से जो संघ के कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनकी कितनी हत्याएं हुई हैं, इस विषय में आप जानते हैं। आपको पता है कि किलिंग फील्ड्स ऑफ केरला के नाम से संघ के कार्यकर्ताओं की, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की, एक विचारधारा के, एक विचार परिवार की कार्यकर्ताओं की हत्याएं हुई हैं और होती रही हैं। इस तस्वीर के माध्यम से बहुत ही सोच समझ करके एक षड्यंत्र के अंतर्गत राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक संदेश भेजा है वहां के आतंकवादियों को कि आप जो संघ के कार्यकर्ता हैं, जो भाजपा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, those who are associated with a particular ideology, they should be killed, they should be eliminated, they have no place in the politics of Kerala. This is blatant instigation of violence, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. ये भारत जोड़ो है, ये आग लगाओ यात्रा है. And this is not for the first time that the Congress party has done so. ये पहली बार नहीं है जब राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस प्रकार का कोई फोटो ट्वीट किया हो या इस प्रकार के विचार को फ्लोट किया हो. याद करिए 2021-22 में जब कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी गए थे राहुल गांधी, तो कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी में भाषण देते हुए राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि पूरे भारतवर्ष में किरोसिन छिड़का गया है. That kerosene in fact has been sprinkled over the whole of India and all India needs is a matchstick to burn. केवल एक माचिस की तिल्ली की आवश्यकता है, भारत में आग लग जाएगी. ये विदेश में जाके राहुल गांधी ने हिंदुस्तान के जलने के षड्यंत्र के विषय में बात किया था. ठीक उसी प्रकार जब राजस्थान में 2022 मई के महीने में चिंतन शिविर हुआ, यही वो राहुल गांधी थे जिन्होंने अपने भाषण में कहा था कुछ महीने इंतजार करिए, आप देखिएगा पूरे हिंदुस्तान में आग लग जाएगी. ठीक उसी प्रकार 2021 में किसान कानून के संबंध में जब फार्मर्स लॉ का विषय आया था, उस समय भी राहुल गांधी ने भाषण में कहा था कि जब किसान इस विषय में जानेंगे तो पूरे हिंदुस्तान में उन्हें आग लगा देना चाहिए. और तो और अग्निवीर के विषय में भी जब आंदोलन किया था राहुल गांधी और उनकी पार्टी ने, उस समय भी राहुल गांधी ने कहा था युवकों को चाहिए कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान में आग लगा देनी चाहिए, हिंदुस्तान में आगजनी होनी चाहिए. राहुल गांधी, आग से आपका इतना प्यार क्यों है? और केवल आपका ही नहीं, आपके पूरे परिवार का और कांग्रेस पार्टी का आग से प्यार है. सिखों के 84 के नरसंहार में जिस प्रकार से धू धू करके पंजाब जला था, जिस प्रकार से आग लगा करके आपने सिखों की मौत की थी, उनको मौत के घाट उतारा था, लगभग 5000 सिखों को आपके परिवार और आपके पिता श्री राजीव गांधी के कहने पर मार दिया गया था, आग जला दी गई थी, जिंदा जलाए गए थे लोग, टायर डाल करके उनके गले के ऊपर लोगों की हत्या की गई थी, सिखों की हत्या की गई थी. बाय ट्वीटिंग दिस फोटो, बाय सेंडिंग दिस मैसेज, Rahul Gandhi, do you want violence in this country? Do you want people to burn each other? Do you want people to burn the people who follow RSS or BJP's ideology? Is this what the message that you are trying to deliver? Is this what the message the Congress party is trying to deliver through this tweet? Rahul Gandhi, ये भारत जोड़ो आंदोलन नहीं है, ये भारत तोड़ो और आग जलाओ आंदोलन है. और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहती है, इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और भारत के संविधान में हिंसा के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं है. देयर इज नो प्लेस फॉर एनी वायलेंस इन इंडियाज पॉलिटिक्स. द कांग्रेस पार्टी शुड इमीडिएटली टेक डाउन दिस पिक्चर. यू हैव डिफरेंसेस विथ आवर आइडियोलॉजी, वेरी वेल, होल्ड प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, स्पीक अगेंस्ट इट. But to tweet picture which promotes violence is something which cannot be in the good books of India's politics. We immediately want the Congress party to take down this picture, क्योंकि संघ के कार्यकर्ताओं के जीवन के ऊपर जिस प्रकार से केरल में खेल हो रहा है, उनकी हत्याएं हो रही हैं, ये उनके जीवन के लिए खतरा है. दूसरा एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय इसी भारत तोड़ो यात्रा जो कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है, आग जलाओ यात्रा जो कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है, उसको लेकर है. आज अखबारों में छपा है राहुल गांधी के लिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, उन तमाम लोगों के लिए जो देश विरोधी बातें करते हैं, जो भारत माता को गाली देकर कहते हैं कि ये तो स्केबीज देने वाली माता है, ये तो बीमारी देने वाली माता है, जो नवरात्रों से पहले हिंदू देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते हैं, वैसे लोगों से मिलने के लिए, उनके साथ बैठ के वार्तालाप करने के लिए तो बहुत समय है. राहुल गांधी हैज एम्पल टाइम टू स्पेंड विथ ऑल दोज पीपल who have this anti-India mindset, anti-Hindu mindset, but astonishingly, राहुल जी के पास समय नहीं है कि जो स्वतंत्रता सेनानी थे उनके मेमोरियल को इनैगुरेट करने के लिए समय देते हुए भी वहां नहीं जाना, और न केवल स्वतंत्रता सेनानी अपितु उनके परिवारजनों का अपमान करना। आज तमाम अखबारों में छपा है कि तिरुवनंतपुरम में दो हमारे महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी के.ई. मन्नेन और पी. गोपीनाथन नैयर जी, इन दोनों के मेमोरियल्स को इनैगुरेट करने के लिए समय दिया था राहुल गांधी जी ने। राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा था मैं आऊंगा, तिरुवनंतपुरम का ये विषय है, एक अस्पताल का ये विषय है। राहुल गांधी आएंगे इस प्रकार से कह करके जो हमारे गुरुजन थे, जो हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्रामी थे, उनके परिवारजनों को तो वहां इकट्ठा किया गया, किंतु ऐन समय पर राहुल गांधी वहां नहीं पहुंचे। वहां पर शशि थरूर जी और उनके केरल के अध्यक्ष मौजूद थे। जब राहुल गांधी नहीं पहुंचे और परिवार के लोगों ने इस पे आपत्ति जताई तो शशि थरूर जी को राहुल गांधी की तरफ से हाथ जोड़ करके क्षमा याचना करनी पड़ी है कि हमें माफ कर दीजिए, हमें भी पता नहीं कि राहुल गांधी क्यों नहीं आ पाए। दिस इज टिपिकल ऑफ राहुल गांधी टू बी प्रेजेंट anywhere where there is anti-India rant and to be absent everywhere where there is nationalism. जहां भी भारत के खिलाफत हो रहा हो, भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाअल्लाह इंशाअल्लाह, वहां राहुल गांधी मौजूद रहेंगे। मगर जहां भी भारत जोड़ो की वास्तविक छवि को आगे लाने की कोशिश की जाएगी वहां राहुल गांधी मौजूद नहीं रहते हैं, वहां राहुल गांधी नदारत रहते हैं। और वैसे भी अ पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन कैन नेवर बिकम द ट्रू सेवक ऑफ मदर इंडिया। जो व्यक्ति पार्ट टाइम राजनीति करता है, जो व्यक्ति अधिकांश समय भारत से बाहर रहता है, वो हिंदुस्तान को क्या जानेगा, और वो व्यक्ति सही मायने में भारत की यात्रा करने में अक्षम है, उसमें वो क्षमता ही नहीं है। बट इसको समाप्त करने से पहले आई वुड लाइक टू अपील टू द कांग्रेस पार्टी येट अगेन very sternly that this is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence. हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति में हिंसा के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं। इसलिए इस प्रकार के हिंसक पोस्टों को आप नीचे उतारें, तुरंत इसे खारिज करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Have it, viewers, a scathing attack by the BJP's Samit Patra on the Congress party with respect to this post that had been sent out by the Congress party, and he has also taken a dig at the Bharat Jodo Yatra that Rahul Gandhi is leading right now. But he has also spoken about how the Congress is targeting the BJP and the people who believe in the ideology of BJP, and stating that this is clearly inciting violence, and that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party should immediately take this post down and also apologize for this post. And here are the top stories, viewers. All eyes on the Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as the Varanasi court is set to deliver the order today.
मंदिर के तोड़ करके उसके ऊपर मात्र गुंबज बना के नमाज पढ़ने से मस्जिद नहीं हो जाएगा।
Ahead of the crucial verdict, Hindu side maintains claim, says it's a mandir. It's a Republic mega exclusive key MBA project now under the lens for Dawood gang links. Massive corruption allegations on MBA project that got MBA nod now being probed. Mega NIA crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with terror under the lens. Storm over Congress's burning shots tweet. BJP says it's aag lagao for Congress and not Bharat Jodo. Thank you for staying with Republic TV viewers. We are live and breaking and bringing you all the updates of one of the biggest stories that we are tracking today is that of the Gyanvapi verdict that is all expected to come out today in Varanasi, and now we are seeing ahead of that the heavy police deployment that has also been made in Varanasi just before. The verdict is all set to come out, and prohibitory orders were clamped and security tightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court order today on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Sringar Gauri case. Now, to maintain law and order, the entire city has been divided into sectors which have been allocated police force as per their requirement. Now, let me also bring in my colleague Vivek, who's been on the ground and getting us updates. We have the largest team of reporters on the ground, viewers. Let me bring in Vivek. Vivek, tell us more about the kind of deployment that has been made on the ground with respect to the security being kept in mind. And just hours before that very crucial verdict is all set to come out from the district court, and also tell our viewers about the legal arguments that have been presented before the court till now.
देखिए, बिल्कुल आपको बताऊं कि इस वक्त आज अब से तकरीबन 1.5 घंटे बाद वाराणसी की जो जिला कोर्ट है वो ज्ञानव्यापी और श्रृंगार गौरी केस में पोषणीयता का जो मामला चल रहा था उस केस में अपनी सुनवाई 2 बजे करने वाली है। और कल हमने देखा कैसे वाराणसी पुलिस अलर्ट पर थी और आज पूरी उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस को अलर्ट पर रखा गया है। और ये तस्वीरें मैं इस वक्त आपको लखनऊ कमिश्नरेट पुलिस की दिखा रहा हूँ, जिसमें लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं। सामने आपको लखनऊ कमिश्नर दिख रहे होंगे, ज्वाइंट कमिश्नर दिख रहे होंगे, और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है। मैं अपने कैमरामैन से कहूँगा कि पूरा अगर पीछे तक का अगर पूरा आपको विजुअल दिखाएं तो पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं उनसे उनका ये फ्लैग मार्च निकल रहा है। तकरीबन 5 किलोमीटर का ये फ्लैग मार्च है जो फिलहाल चल रहा है। और लखनऊ के जो संवेदनशील इलाके चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहाँ तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है। और अभी फिलहाल हम इस वक्त बाजार खाला के करीब पहुँचने वाले हैं। और ये देखिए तस्वीरें आप सामने की तरफ में लखनऊ कमिश्नरेट पुलिस पूरी तरीके से अलर्ट पर है। इस वक्त कोतवाली बाजार खाला में जो लखनऊ कमिश्नर है वो अंदर गए हुए हैं। और इसके साथ साथ जो पूरी पुलिस की जो पूरी पीछे की जो फोर्स है वो आपको मैं दिखा सकता हूँ। और ऐसे ही ये तो लखनऊ की तस्वीरें हो गई। उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है, जिससे फैसले के बाद किसी भी तरीके की कानून व्यवस्था में कोई दिक्कत ना पैदा हो या कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरीके से सुदृढ़ रहे। और उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं ये बैठक ये जो फ्लैग मार्च है वो चल रहा है। और अभी अब से तकरीबन 1.5 घंटे बाद ही जो वाराणसी जिला कोर्ट है वो पोषणीयता के मामले में अपना फैसला जो है वो सुना सकती है। क्योंकि आपको बताऊं कि मई से ये जो केस है वाराणसी में वो चल रहा था और उसके बाद एक पक्ष की तरफ से ये दावा किया गया कि ये सुनने लायक फैसला नहीं है, या यूँ कहें कि ये जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट है उसके तहत ये फैसला नहीं सुना सकता। और इसी को लेकर के फिर उसके बाद केस के जो आगे की सुनवाई ही वो हुई। और ये देखिए ड्रोन से भी निगरानी जो है वो रखी जा रही है, पूरे एरिया की ड्रोन से पूरे एरिया की निगरानी रखी जा रही है। और उसके बाद आपको बताऊं कि जो मई से जो इस केस की सुनवाई चल रही थी वो अब मई तकरीबन 4 महीने तक की सुनवाई चली है। अगस्त में 26 तारीख तक सुनवाई हुई है। और अब उसके बाद हम आपको सीधे जो कमिश्नर हैं उनकी बात सुनवाते हैं, वो क्या कह रहे हैं आज के अलर्ट को लेकर के। और क्योंकि अभी हमने देखा कि कैसे लखनऊ के जो चौक एरिया है वहाँ से ये फ्लैग मार्च शुरू हुआ था। और फ्लैग मार्च शुरू होने के बाद नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला होते हुए ये फ्लैग मार्च आगे चल रहा था। और अब जो है पुलिस कमिश्नर थोड़ी देर में मीडिया को ब्रीफ करने जा रहे हैं कि तो ये फ़िलहाल की वो तस्वीरें। और साथ साथ अभी वो पुलिस की भी पीछे की तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाऊं। देखिए ये पुलिस की तस्वीर, तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर फ्लैग मार्च में शामिल हुई है। और सामने की तस्वीरें जो पुलिस कमिश्नर है उनके साथ साथ जॉइंट पुलिस कमिश्नर हैं और वो अब यहाँ पर मीडिया को ब्रीफ करने जा रहे हैं। क्या कहना है उनका, हम सीधे आपको कि लखनऊ पुलिस कमिश्नर इस पूरे प्रकरण में क्या कह रहे हैं। अगली आवाज़ लखनऊ पुलिस कमिश्नर की।
माइक पकड़ रख दीजिए ना, आपको बैठ के बोलना पड़ेगा। अरे नहीं मैं बहुत जोर से बोलता हूँ यार, क्यों परेशान आ जाते हैं। मेरी आवाज़ वैसे ही पुलिस की आवाज़ बड़ी भारी होती है। हटो बेटा, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं। मैं वैसे ही मेरी आवाज़ इतनी ज़्यादा है, लोग कहते धीरे बोलो यार।
तो फ्लैग मार्च हो रहा है सर, क्या कहना है?
नीचे रख दो।
अभी आप
नीचे रख दो, आप नीचे नहीं रख पाएंगे। फिर ऊपर हो गया तो फिर बाइक कहाँ नीचे करो भाई। ये उत्तर प्रदेश शासन और डीजीपी मुख्यालय के निर्देशों पर ये इस फ्लैग मार्च का आयोजन किया गया था, क्योंकि एक महत्वपूर्ण फैसला आने वाला है। इसके पीछे उद्देश्य ये था कि समाज के अच्छे लोगों में सुरक्षा का एक भाव हम पैदा करें समाज के अच्छे लोगों को ये लगे कि पुलिस भारी संख्या में सड़कों पे उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए मौजूद है, और जो भी असामाजिक तत्व है उनको भी यह एहसास होना चाहिए कि अगर वो कुछ समाज की शांति को बिगाड़ने का कोई अगर इच्छा रखते हैं तो पुलिस इतनी संख्या में उपलब्ध है। इस उद्देश्य के साथ ये किया गया था। थैंक यू।
कहाँ से कहाँ तक फ्लैग मार्च हो रहा है?
पूरे लखनऊ नगर में अलग अलग स्थानों पर था। मैं एक जगह सहभागिता मैंने की है, बाकी जगहों पे जॉइंट सीपी, डीसीपीज और सभी थाने के लोग अपने अपने थाने क्षेत्र में जो फोर्स है उसके साथ फ्लैग मार्च करेंगे। ये निरंतर प्रक्रिया जारी रहेगी। थैंक यू।
2 बजे के बाद आएगा तो फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट कैसा रहेगा? 2 बजे
सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की गई है सुबह से। सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की गई है सुबह से और ये फोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट रहेगा। हम निरंतर स्थिति को वॉच करते रहेंगे और फ्लैग मार्च और अपना सभी लोगों से संवाद हमने बनाए रखा है। सभी समाज के सभी वर्गों के लोगों से, सभी के सहयोग से लखनऊ जनपद में पूरी तरह से शांति रखने का एक कोशिश करेंगे और जो भी उसको बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करेगा उसके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करेंगे। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
बिल्कुल, लखनऊ कमिश्नर को आपने सुना जिन्होंने बताया कि जो तमाम संवेदनशील एरिया हैं और साथ ही साथ पूरे लखनऊ कमिश्नरेट में जो लखनऊ कमिश्नर की पुलिस है वो फ्लैग मार्च लगातार निकाल रही है और उनका कहना है कि 2 बजे से चूंकि फैसला आने वाला है, लेकिन फैसले के पहले ये पूरी तरीके से फ्लैग मार्च हुआ और उसके बाद भी पूरी यूपी पुलिस और लखनऊ कमिश्नर की जो पुलिस है वो अलर्ट पर रहेगी और सभी के साथ संवाद भी स्थापित किया है। सभी धर्मों के साथ सभी धर्मों के जो धर्मगुरु हैं उनके साथ संवाद भी स्थापित किया गया है और ये कहा गया है कि कानून व्यवस्था सही रूप से बनी रहे, शांति व्यवस्था लोग बनाए रहें, चाहे फैसला जो भी आए। जी
विवेक, ये भी बताइए कि किस तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी के अरेंजमेंट्स की हमने बात सुनी, पर जो लीगल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स जो अब तक के किए गए हैं, जो पूरे केस में सुने गए हैं, उसके बारे में भी हमारे दर्शकों को कुछ बताइए।
देखिए, दोनों पक्षों की अपनी अपनी दलील थी। हिंदू पक्ष ने यहाँ पर यह दावा किया था कि श्रृंगार गौरी मंदिर में उनको प्रवेश दिया जाए, उनको वहाँ पर पूजा पाठ की अनुमति दी जाए और साथ ही साथ वहाँ पर रेगुलर पूजा पाठ करने की अनुमति, क्योंकि अभी तक आपको बताऊँ कि श्रृंगार गौरी में सिर्फ साल में एक दिन ऐसा है जब वहाँ पर श्रृंगार गौरी मंदिर में लोगों को जाने की अनुमति होती है और इसी को लेकर के 4 महिलाओं की तरफ से ये दावा किया गया था कि वहाँ पर ये उनका अपना मंदिर है और वहाँ पर उनको अनुमति दी जाए। लेकिन इसके विरोध में जो मुस्लिम पक्ष था वो गया था और उन्होंने ये कहा था कि ये अंजुमन इंतजामिया जो कमेटी है वो उनकी ज़मीन है और वहाँ पर किसी भी तरह के मंदिर होने की बात उन्होंने अस्वीकार की थी। हालांकि इसके बाद एक सर्वे भी हुआ था और सर्वे में कुछ ऐसे तथ्य भी निकल के सामने आए थे जिसमें मंदिर होने के प्रमाण ये कहा गया रहा है हिंदू पक्ष की तरफ से कि मिले थे। हालांकि मुस्लिम पक्ष ने उस बात को नकारा था, लेकिन उसके बाद आपको बताऊं कि पोषणिकता पर लेकर के सवाल उठा था और लोगों ने कहा था कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के तहत इस प्रकरण की सुनवाई ही नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि ये है कि 1991 में जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट आया था उसमें ये कहा गया था कि 1947 की जो स्थिति किसी भी मंदिर या मस्जिद की रही है वही एग्जिस्ट करती है। हालांकि इसको लेकर के मुस्लिम पक्ष ने इसमें यह कहा था कि प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के तहत इसमें सुनवाई नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन हिंदू पक्ष का ये मानना है कि ये उनकी अपनी पुरानी पूजा की जगह है और ये केस प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के अंदर नहीं आता है। अब
कोर्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, आगे जाएंगे।
And there you have it, viewers. I've been getting you all the updates with respect to the Gyanvapi verdict that is all set to come out today. And before that, we see the kind of security deployment that has also been made across UP as well, in Lucknow, in Varanasi, and we just saw the flag march also that was being carried out by the authorities in Lucknow. Apart from that, the kind of deployment that we are seeing in Varanasi is also to make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place post the verdict that comes out, whatever the verdict may be, since of course the tensions had run high even the last time.
प्रकरण में आज बनारस कोर्ट फैसला देने वाली है, उसको लेकर किस तरह की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था पूरी की गई है उत्तर प्रदेश में?
वाराणसी के जिला न्यायाधीश के द्वारा
कितने बजे से सुनवाई है आज? सुनवाई तो 2 बजे का कहा गया है और जो भी फैसला आएगा हम लोग को उसको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा।
आप लोग जिस हिसाब से तैयारियां कर रहे हैं
जी,
अगर फैसला आप लोग के पक्ष में आता है तो फिर आगे क्या रहेगा, क्या स्टेप रहेगा?
आगे स्टेप रहेगा, अब जैसे भी देखिए हम लोग कोर्ट के सहारे से चल रहे हैं, जैसा भी कोर्ट का निर्णय देगा हम उसके आगे चलेंगे।
अगर फैसला मुस्लिम पक्ष जाता है
हाँ, तो आगे हमारा हाई कोर्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, हम आगे जाएंगे।
Well, all right, viewers, we have been giving you several voices on this entire story as well from the petitioners who are being adamant in their claims and stating that there is just further legal recourse available to them even if the verdict today does not go in their favor. Viewers, on that note, we're slipping into a very short break, but we're getting you all the updates on this mega story, on board the updates of this order that is all set to come out today in Varanasi.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shingar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out
Here's some news in brief, viewers. Assam police arrested 2 more suspects with possible links with the banned terrorist outfit Ansarullah Bangla team from the district of Morigao. Morigao district administrations demolished a madrasa at the Muraipari after police busted a terror module on the premises of the Religious Educational Institute. The NIA conducted searches at multiple locations in Delhi, Haryana and Punjab against the suspected terror gangs linked to the killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. NIA teams conducted these searches simultaneously in coordination with local police forces in the case registered recently by Counter-Terror Agency to launch a probe against some terror gangs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the International World Dairy Summit 2022 at the India Expo Center and Mart in Greater Noida today. The 22 edition of the summit on the theme of the dairy for nutrition and livelihood saw the presence of over 1,500 delegates, including a global and Indian dairy industry leaders, experts, farmers, companies, suppliers and policy planners. The Ahmedabad police have denied the Aam Aadmi Party raid claims, and the police has stated that the news that the Aam Aadmi Party office has been raided by the police has come to light through social media and that no such raids have been carried out by the city police. Tejasvi Yadav has stated that Nitish Kumar and he will meet Sonia Gandhi soon. When he was asked if the RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar will meet the Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi in the national capital, Tejasvi said that once Sonia Gandhi comes back, a meeting will be organized. And slipping into a very short break, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of a mega NIA crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with the terror under the lens. Stay tuned to Republic for more updates.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into this air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shingar Gauri case. The district
Across to some more breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers. The MP Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law Menka Gambhir was on Saturday evening stopped by the Enforcement Directorate at the Kolkata airport from flying abroad and was handed over summons to join the investigation in a money laundering case as well. ED is set to quiz the Menka Gambhir today as well. Remember, this is the ongoing investigation that is being carried out by the ED. And we saw that even Menka Gambhir had been trying to leave from the Kolkata airport and had been detained, had been stopped from going to Bangkok, according to sources. And then she had also been sent a summons to appear before the investigating agencies on Monday, that is today. And of course, she will also be asked questions with respect to the coal scam case that is being investigated, for which Abhishek Banerjee has also been questioned by the agencies. Kishle, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast with more updates. Kishle, tell us more about the summons that has been given to Menka Gambhir and the kind of questioning that the investigating authorities also want to carry out with her. What is her relation to this entire ongoing investigation that is being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate?
Well, when Menaka Gambhir was previously summoned, and she actually yesterday night 12:30 a.m. she came in ED office because there was a technical mistake in the letter or the notice that was given to him by the ED, where 12:30 a.m. was mentioned as the timing. So she had to return as there were no ED officials in the office. And then today again we see that she has arrived at around 12:40 p.m. in the ED office as she was given notice that today she has to appear. Previously we saw that she was trying to leave the Kolkata airport and India for Bangkok, and she was stopped by the immigration officials as they had her name in the list of people whom cannot travel out of the country because of ongoing investigations. Now, as you were asking that what is her exact role and why she is summoned and what questions ED may ask her, well, in the coal scam and different other scams we have seen Abhishek Banerjee was previously questioned, especially in the coal scam, and now we see that Menaka Gambhir, his sister-in-law, is also in the same questioning. We will be coming back with more on this story only on Republic after a short break.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas.
ज्ञानवापी मामले में ये मामला सुनने लायक है या नहीं, इस पर आज 2 बजे तक फैसला आना है। आज एक पहला पायदान है जिसे हिंदू पक्ष पार करेगा। अगर फैसला उनके पक्ष में आता है तो धारा 144 यहाँ पर लागू कर दी गई है ताकि माहौल किसी भी हालत में खराब ना हो, खास तौर पर मंदिर के पास में।
It's time for the 3rd edition of the prestigious Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture. The biggest names on the most esteemed forum. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. Our big coverage today with regard to the Gyanvapi verdict, which is all set to be announced today. We'll get you a live coverage from Varanasi. First up, let's take a look at the top headlines. All eyes on Gyanvapi Mandir versus Masjid case as a Varanasi court is set to deliver order today.
तोड़ करके उसके ऊपर मात्र गुंबज बना के नमाज पढ़ने से मस्जिद नहीं हो जाएगा।
Ahead of the crucial verdict, Hindu side maintains claim, says it's a mandir. It's a Republic Mega exclusive key MBA project now under lens for Daud gang links. Massive corruption allegation on MBA project that got MBA nod now being probed. Mega NI crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with terror under scanner.
This is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence.
Storm over Congress, burning shots tweet. BJP says it's aag lagao for Congress and not Bharat Chodo. And starting with our top focus this afternoon, the Gyanvapi verdict, which is all set to be announced today. Remember Section 144 that has also been imposed in Varanasi, and there's been heavy security also that has been deployed. We have our executive editor Rhythm also joining us. Rhythm, if you could take us through what can we expect in this verdict that is all set to be announced today.
Well, let's tell our viewers today is the big day as the district court in Varanasi is going to be pronouncing the Gyanvapi verdict. It is something that's come to attention some months ago when the Gyanvapi petition was moved before them, and today District Judge A.K. Vishwesh, after reserving the judgment, after hearing both the Muslim side and the Hindu side, had said he will be giving his decision. What is the decision today on? The decision today is going to be on the maintainability of the Hindu women's plea that is seeking permission to worship Hindu deities in the Gyanvapi mosque complex. I'm going to make it as simple as possible for our viewers, because this is not about a technical issue, but whether the petition filed by the Hindu women to have the right to pray in the Gyanvapi mosque is even maintainable, because defendants moved the court, that is the Muslim side moved the court in an Order 7, Rule 7. I'm just going to very briefly give you the technical words. It's an application that is moved where they say that there should suit filed by the Hindu women asking for worshipping rights in the mosque. I've explained to our viewers what Order 7, Rule 11 is, which is basically rejection of the plain. So we don't need to get too involved in the technical language here. But the bigger thing today, first viewers, let's tell you, survey tapes as we are showing had been circulated that showed that within the mosque complex there was a shivling. Muslim side said this is actually a fountain. Which side is correct is not going to decide today. The only thing that's going to decide today is whether of the Hindu devotees asking for the right to pray is maintained. Which Varanasi ordered the video completed on the 16th of May and was presented.
Well, we'll try and connect with Rhythm again, but remember the hearing is all set to take place today in the Varanasi court. Also important to note here as to who has said what all this time. Remember, this has been a long-raging debate when we talk about the claims that have been made by the Hindu side as well as the Muslim side. With the Hindu side now, with the Hindu side who's been claiming that yes, indeed, there is a shivling in this particular Gyanvapi mosque, and that there was a temple here, which is why their claims hold true. On that note, let's listen into what Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi had to say just a short while back.
देखिए, हमें लगता है हमारे देश के लोग बहुत परिपक्व लोग हैं, और आपको याद होगा कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर जो है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया था, तो न कहीं पर भी जीत का जश्न नहीं हुआ था, हार का हाहाकार नहीं हुआ था, और समाज के सभी वर्गों ने इसको एकजुट होकर के और स्वीकार किया था। जो भी कोर्ट का फैसला होगा उसको सबको सम्मान के साथ और सद्भावना के साथ स्वीकार करना चाहिए।
व्यवस्था तो आप देख ही रहे हैं, पूरी तरह से हम लोग लगातार जो संदिग्ध व्यक्ति हैं उनकी फिस्किंग चेकिंग तलाशी बीडीएस टीम के माध्यम से कचहरी परिसर के अंदर कोई अराजक गतिविधि न संचालित हो सके उसका भी प्रयास किया जा रहा है, और संवाद और संपर्क के माध्यम से विभिन्न धर्मों के धर्मगुरुओं और जो प्रबुद्ध लोग हैं समाज के उनके संपर्क में।
कुल कितनी फोर्स तैनात की गई है?
लगभग 2000 से अधिक की संख्या में फोर्स हमारा इस समय लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ड्यूटी में तैनात है।
यह आने वाला आज जो फैसला आने वाला है यह विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का दिन है, और आज का दिन हिंदू समाज के लिए, मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए गौरवशाली दिन है। मैं इस दिन के लिए आह्लादकारी हूँ, हर्षित हूँ, प्रफुल्लित हूँ।
बिल्कुल, मौसम भी आज काशी में बारिश वाला दिख रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि भगवान भी प्रसन्न हो रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, भगवान इंद्र भी जो है हर्षित हैं, और यह देवाधिदेव महादेव प्रभयंकर शंकर से प्रार्थना भी करते हैं कि यह दिन हम काशी वासियों के लिए, प्रदेश वासियों के लिए, देशवासियों के लिए हर्षित का दिन हो।
सोहनलाल जी, उत्सुकता भी है क्योंकि एक लंबी लड़ाई, एक लंबी जरह चली है और लगातार कोर्ट की ओर से फटकारा गया था मुस्लिम पक्ष को, क्योंकि बार बार एक ही दलील हर एक डेट पर रखी जा रही थी। आगे भी वो डेट पर डेट की मांग कर रहे थे। तो कितने ज्यादा आप लोग पुख्ता हैं कि आपकी दलीलें मजबूत रही हैं और उस आधार पर यह फैसला आने वाला है? आधार आपके क्या कह रहे हैं, अगर आप कुछ मुख्यतः बताएं।
हम 38 साल से ज्ञानवापी उद्धार के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, और उस समय हमारा नारा था ज्ञानवापी नंदी करे पुकार, भोले बाबा का हो उद्धार। और मुस्लिम समाज का इसीलिए खारिज होने वाला है क्योंकि वह 19 वर्शिप एक्ट और जो है वक्फ बोर्ड पर ही सारा ध्यान केंद्रित किया होता। 19 वर्शिप एक्ट इसलिए लागू नहीं होता कि 1993 तक व्यास जी का पूरे
Gyanvapi verdict. Today we're giving you the largest crew that's covering the story from all over. Let me go across first to our executive editor, political, Aishwarya Kapoor, joining us live on the story. Aishwarya, political ramifications of this, because we're hearing so many politicians wax eloquent on it. Some say that this was a shivling, some say this was a fountain. Politically, how the ramifications are going to be, Aishwarya?
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. As you said, every politician, and specifically in the state of Uttar Pradesh today, ironically, even the Prime Minister was in Uttar Pradesh, though in the border district of Noida, alongside with the Chief Minister. The complete city of Kashi is under 144, and for that matter, the complete state of Uttar Pradesh has been put on red alert. So the complete police of the state, the ADG LO, is taking the stock of the situation every 5 minutes for the city of Kashi, not only keeping in mind that the kind of comments which have been made by several political parties, but also the certain specific political leaders who have been prior chief ministers of the state, the kind of comments which have come from them. So it's a very sensitive issue, but it's a legal issue. So as you said, you are a legal editor as well, Rhythm. So at this point of time, you understand that what is going to be the legal technicality of it today, but politically speaking, the fact remains that the SP, the BSP, the Congress, everyone is keeping a very close eye on that court. And it is not only the government. The government wants to keep the law and order at place. As I said, the complete city of Kashi is under 144. There are at least 18 cities in the state of Uttar Pradesh which are under red alert, keeping in mind that there was violence last time around. The petitioners and also the lawyers have been given tight security by the UP government. So every politician is keeping a very, very close eye on the developments at that court today. Back to you, Rhythm.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Politically, viewers, I just want to give you a sense of what's been happening. Republic was the first channel to be leading the coverage on the Gyanvapi case. We were the first channel to give you details about how the survey team had revealed that there was a shivling there and not a fountain. Right now, and also tell our viewers, is what have the arguments in the case been? First, the Muslim side has argued that this petition is not maintainable as the Places of Worship Act prohibits the conversion of any place of worship and mandates the maintenance of religious character of any place. The Hindu side has said that there was a shivling found in the mosque compound, the Wazu Khana, a place inside the mosque. I'm going to ask one more question to Aishwarya as we have him. Aishwarya, we spoke about the political ramifications of this, but the survey tapes have clearly revealed something that Samiksha and Aishwarya, Republic TV showed for the very first time as the survey tapes were out. There was a shivling in the mosque area, within the mosque area.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm, but we saw the kind of controversies, we saw the kind of reactions which came from both sides, not only on what happened inside the court, but even on the survey, even on those pictures. So it's a very sensitive issue, let's not deny that, and that's the fact, and that's why politics is being played over it. Despite the government, despite the comments being made inside the court as well, that you should not make sensational comments, but we still have leaders making comments in that regard. So it's a very sensitive issue, it's a religious issue, but today's judgment will really decide whether this will continue or not, whether it is viable or not. We've seen what has come out in the survey, and that's why you see that the petitioners every petitioner has been given adequate security, because that's how sensitive the issue is. Even on social media, the government is keeping an extra eye. We are being told that an additional team was asked from the Central Home Ministry for cyber crime to control false narratives, because we've seen fake news being peddled. So the government is being very wary of the situation. They want to keep a situation under control. They do not want these fake news peddlers to they spread news and hatred at the end of the day, and hence they want things to be under control, especially the law and order situation, and that's why they have urged even.
और हरिशंकर जैन कितनी श्योर है कि
मैम पूरा देश
माता की जय।
मैम पूरे देश की नजरें आज इस फैसले पर रहने वाली हैं, और आप लोगों का विश्वास इस भजन के जरिए आप लोगों ने झलकाया। इस विश्वास के पीछे बड़ी वजह क्या है?
हम लोग का भोले बाबा में पूरी आस्था है, पूरी आस्था। उन लोग के पास कोई, हम लोग बहस भी सुने, उन लोग के पास कोई मतलब ऐसा चीज नहीं है कि उसके ऊपर उन लोग की जीत हो। हम लोग के पूरे पक्ष में साक्ष्य हम लोग के पूरा है।
सुधीर जी, आखिरी सवाल मैं आपसे करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि हाँ या ना दो चीजें हैं, अगर ना रही तो आगे क्या स्थितियां रहेंगी, आगे क्या प्रक्रिया आप लोगों की तरफ से रहेगी, क्योंकि दोनों पहलू हमें देखने हैं।
आप दोनों पहलू की बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो न्यायालय फैसला देती है तथ्य और रूलिंग और साक्ष्य के आधार पर देती है, तो मेरा तो ना रहना ही नहीं चाहिए। यदि ना हो जाता है तो मैं इसकी लड़ाई को, अगर बादनी मेरी साथ देती रहेंगी, मैं रहूंगा, तो आगे लड़ाइयाँ लड़ी जाएंगी। और यह हाई कोर्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, तमाम कोर्टें बनी हुई हैं, और मैं जानता हूं कि मेरे जितने तथ्य आधार रूलिंग दिए गए हैं उससे मैं पूर्णतः संतुष्ट हूं, और उनका 7-11 प्रार्थना पत्र खारिज होगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर हमसे बातचीत के लिए। तो ये थे अधिवक्ता सुधीर जी, जिनका साफ तौर पर कहना था कि आज के इस मामले में अगर हाँ या ना या फिर होता है तो ऐसी स्थितियों में आगे यानी कि हाई कोर्ट या फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी दरवाजा खटखटाया जाएगा, लेकिन विश्वास पूरा है कि आज जो सवालिया निशान पोषणीयता पर है वो सवालिया निशान हटेगा और वादी पक्ष की जीत होगी। विजय अभिषेक के साथ मैं वैभव मिश्रा, रिपब्लिक भारत।
परंतु हमने यूरोपियन नकल करते हुए शहर केंद्रित विकास सारा काम शुरू हुआ, इसलिए केवल ट्राइबल नहीं है, गांव भी।
जो गाना सुनाई है एक बार फिर से वही गाना सुनाई।
मायन पुणना भैरो बाबा रान कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी। हर हर महादेव।
Let me also now go across to petitioners joining us live from Varanasi. I also want to go across to my colleague Piyush Mishra, who's joining us live. Piyush, tell us what's happening around you. We saw the forces speak a short while ago when they told us that security has been beefed up in the area where you are.
that everyone should maintain calmness.
Well, absolutely. Security has been beefed up, and we are also showing you the pictures of Vishnu Shankar Jain and Hari Shankar Jain reaching to the Varanasi court. We will also talk to them and try to understand what are they expecting as far as today's big order is concerned. Because remember that there has been a marathon hearing taking place on this very issue for the last many days, and finally the court, Varanasi court, is going to pronounce the big verdict today. Remember that the case was filed in August 2021, and since then there was a demand. Vishnu Shankar Jain, what do you have to say? What are you expecting out of today's order? What are you expecting out of today's order?
देखिए, हमें तो पूरी उम्मीद यही है कि हमारे हक में फैसला होगा, और जो कोर्ट में एप्लीकेशन फाइल किए मुस्लिम समाज के लोगों ने ऑर्डर 7 रूलिंग वो डिसमिस की जाएगी।
अगर नहीं होगा तो क्या उच्च न्यायालय का रुख करेंगे?
बिल्कुल, तुरंत उच्च न्यायालय का रुख करेंगे।
बिल्कुल। तो साहब
एक चीज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण, क्या आपको इसके बाद आगे क्या, अगर फैसला आपके पक्ष में आता है तो आप आगे क्या करना चाहते हैं?
आगे हम एविडेंसेस लीड करेंगे इस केस का।
What Vishnu Shankar Jain is telling us that he is going to go for further evidences as far as his entire case is concerned. Remember, Rhythm, that there has been. Let me also try to get in a move. What will be your move?
I'll tell you after the verdict. Thank you.
What are you expecting, ma'am? If you can tell us, ma'am, any expectations from verdict? So multiple voices are now coming in from right outside the Varanasi court, and countdown hour has begun. What we are now learning is that between 2 to 2:30 the verdict would be out, and let me try to show you pictures of the gate number 4 of the Varanasi court. Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi is also here. He's also here. Let me try to get in a word from him. But before that, let me show you the pictures from right outside the main entrance, the main entry gate of this very court, where security has been beefed up. In a few minutes from now, we will see court to pronounce the verdict as far as this entire case is concerned. Remember that in August 2021, the petitioners had moved to the court demanding a daily prayer there at Ma Shingar Gauri complex. In April 2022, the court had at that time appointed special commissioners to go and do survey, following which we had seen on the very first day of survey massive ruckus taking place, massive controversy taking place, and after that the Muslim side had moved to court demanding removal of the then commissioner who was appointed by the court, and also they had demanded that the entire survey should be stopped. While listening to their arguments in April 2021 itself, the court did not remove Ajay Mishra, but instead appointed 2 more commissioners and then allowed to do a survey to the petitioners, and then we also saw as to how the survey was also conducted. I'm showing you the pictures from right outside the very court complex where the security has been beefed up. Remember that after having their 3 days of survey, we had also seen as to how the report was submitted on May 17 there in the court, and after that these Muslim petitioners had moved to Supreme Court, saying that this entire case comes under 1991 Worship Act. After the Supreme Court heard to all the arguments, what it did, it asked the senior judge there in District Court in Varanasi to listen into all the cases, to all the petitions, and then decide upon the maintainability clause on that. And after marathon hearing, finally today the court is going to pronounce the verdict. If this case is maintainable, if this case can be... Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi is with me. Let me try to get a word from him. And remember that he is the one who has been leading the Hindu side since beginning. Subhash ji, क्या आपको उम्मीद है आज बहुत बड़ा फैसला आने वाला है पूरे देश की निकाय से?
बिल्कुल, आज बहुत बड़ा ऐतिहासिक फैसला आने वाला है, और ये भारत के इतिहास को एक दिशा देगा कि न्यायालय की जो व्यवस्था है, न्यायिक जो तमाम काले कानून हैं जो बनाया गया है 100 करोड़ लोगों के अधिकारों को, धर्म का जो धार्मिक अधिकार है, आस्था का अधिकार है, उससे वंचित रखने का जो कानून बना है, वो कानून वो इस विवादित परिसरों पर लागू नहीं होगा। ये जो हमको पूरा विश्वास है, ये आज के फैसला ये तय कर देगा कि काशी विश्वनाथ, आदि विश्वेश्वर या मथुरा या तमाम ऐसे धर्मस्थल जो आक्रांताओं ने तोड़कर जो है मस्जिदें बनाई हैं, उस पर ये काला कानून 1991 प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट नहीं लागू होगा। और ये 7 रूल 11 की जो मांग इनकी थी कि ये पोषणी नहीं है दवा, ये खारिज कर दिया जाए। आज ये पोषणीयता पर मुहर लगाएगी न्यायालय।
शुरू से इस पूरे मामले से जुड़े रहे, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल ये है कि मुस्लिम पक्ष शुरू से कहता रहा है कि ये पूरा का पूरा मामला 1991 वर्शिप एक्ट के अंदर आता है और ये सुनने लायक नहीं है। इसको लेकर आर्गुमेंट्स हुए। अगर आज आपकी जीत होती है, उसके बाद आप क्या करेंगे?
देखिए आप, ये हम लोगों की जीत तो होना निश्चित है और जीत होगा ही, और हम लोग आगे फिर यही करेंगे कि आगे सर्वे के काम को आगे बढ़ाया जाए। क्योंकि हम लोगों ने जो दावा किया था कि माँ सिंगार गौरी का पूजन का अधिकार मिले, तो माँ सिंगार गौरी अभी तक के सर्वे में हम लोगों को मिली नहीं है। अब वो सर्वे जब हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे, उन तहखानों को खुलवाया जाएगा, जो तहखाने बंद है उस तहखानों को जब खुलवा के हम सर्वे करेंगे तब हम लोगों को माँ सिंगार गौरी मिलेंगी। और ऑलरेडी हम लोगों का प्रार्थना पत्र पड़ा हुआ न्यायालय में कि उस तहखाने को खुलवा के सर्वे कराया जाए। और ये
मांग ये भी है कि दीवार तोड़वाने की आप लोगों की मांग ये भी है कि आसपास जो दीवार है, जो वजू जिसको कहा जाता है, उसको लेकर क्या आगे आप लोग अप्रोच करेंगे?
बिल्कुल, हमने तो कहा ना कि भाई हम लोग जो है उसको खुलवाने की मांग तो कर ही चुके हैं न्यायालय में। क्योंकि मामला 7/11 पे सुनवाई सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देश पे चल रहा है, इसलिए और बिंदुओं पर अभी सुनवाई आगे नहीं बढ़ रही है। जब ये आज फैसला आ जाएगा कि ये मुकदमा, ये दावा पोषणी है, तब उसके बाद फिर हम लोग आगे के जो हम लोगों की मांग है उस पर हम लोग जो माननीय न्यायालय से निवेदन करेंगे, प्रार्थना करेंगे, वो सर्वे को आगे बढ़ाएं और इस कार्रवाई ट्रायल को आगे बढ़ाएं।
लेकिन हमने देखा किस तरह से सर्वे को रोकने की भी कोशिश की गई। बीच में जब पहले दिन सर्वे हुआ उसको रोकने की कोशिश की गई, कमीशन हटाने की बात की गई, रिपोर्ट के ऊपर ऑब्जेक्शन रेज किए। साथ साथ एक चीज और निकल के सामने आ रही है कि जो पिक्चर्स अंदर से निकल के आई थी उसको लेकर भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो है मुस्लिम पक्ष गया। क्या
देखिए, झूठ जो है, झूठ को दबाने के तमाम रास्ते होते हैं। झूठ जो है झूठा ही होता है। सत्य को दबाने के लिए झूठ अपने तमाम हथकंडे अपनाता है। उसी तरह जो प्रतिवादी हैं वो लगातार लगे हुए हैं किसी तरह ये मुकदमा आगे न बढ़े, पोषणी न हो, तमाम सर्वे न हो, कमीशन, ये लगे रहते हैं। ये उनका अपना भाई अधिकार है, वो करें। लेकिन सत्य है कि आदि विश्वेश्वर माँ सिंगार गौरी का स्थान है और पूजन हम लोग को मिलेगा। ठीक है।
What's coming in from Subhash Chandra Chaturvedi? Remember that he is a lawyer of Hindu side, and since beginning, Rhythm is the one who has been leading the entire fight of not only conducting the survey inside the Gyanvapi complex, but also of the view of demanding that the petitioners should be allowed to offer prayer daily there at the Ma Shingar Gauri complex, which is right there inside the Gyanvapi complex. So that's the word which is now coming in from Subhash Chandra Chaturvedi, where he is now saying that he is very much confident that the verdict is going to come out in favor of Hindu side, and the moment it comes, they will move ahead demanding that all the tehkhanas, all the closed doors should be opened, and the entire survey in each and every corner of the Gyanvapi mosque should be complete, should be thoroughly surveyed. Each and every corner should be videographed and pictures are taken. Let me also once again try to show you the pictures from right outside the gate number 2 of Gyanvapi, of Varanasi court, and not only at the gate number 2 we are seeing this kind of security which has been beefed up, but also on the other side, on the gate number 4 also massive security has been done. We have also seen the pictures coming in of how flag march has been done. On my opposite side also massive deployment of police personnel has been done, and my video journalist Vivek is continuously showing you as to how there is a huge deployment of a police personnel which has taken place. Now let us tell to our viewers the timeline of this entire case. Remember that in August 2021, the petitioners had moved, 5 petitions had moved to court demanding the daily prayers there at the Gyanvapi complex at Ma Shingar Gauri place. In fact, soon after they moved to court, the court, after listening to all the arguments in April 2022, had decided that survey should take place, and survey basically had started. After that, on the very first day, we had seen how there was a massive ruckus which took place. The Muslim side, they stopped the survey. In fact, they were of the view that the commission which was appointed by the court, Ajay Mishra, was taking the sides of Hindus, and that is why they wanted Ajay Mishra to be removed. The local court, the lower court here in Varanasi, after hearing to the arguments of Muslim side, decided to not only appoint 2 more commissioners, but also directed the administration to ensure proper security while survey is conducted. And then we saw how survey was conducted inside the Gyanvapi complex. After the survey was conducted, the report was submitted to court on May 17th, and meanwhile the Muslim side moved to Supreme Court, saying that this entire case of the Hindu side should not be heard as it comes under Worship Act 1991. Today, the Varanasi court is going to pronounce the verdict on the maintainability clause because Supreme Court, after listening to all the arguments earlier, after listening to all the arguments, had directed the district court to listen all the views, all the petitions, and then finally, after this marathon hearing, today the court is going to pronounce the verdict if this case, entire case, comes under...
Piyush, stay with us. Yes, stay with us. So, Piyush Mishra, they're reporting live from outside the court, getting us those scenes. Security that has also been stepped up, massive security there. Let's stay with us, Piyush. Let's once again put this into context for our viewers as well. The Varanasi court is expected, in fact, to pronounce its orders anytime now on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Sringar Gauri case. Now, remember, 5 women had filed a petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi Mosque. Now, the Anjuman Masjid Committee has said that the Gyanvapi Mosque is a Waqf board property and has even questioned the maintainability of this plea. District Judge, meanwhile, A. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till 12th of September in communally sensitive matter. Madan Mohan Yadav, who is a lawyer of the Hindu side, had initially claimed, in fact, he has claimed that the mosque was constructed after demolishing the temple. The case is now being heard by the district court following an apex court order. Earlier, remember, a lower court had also ordered a videographic survey as well of this mosque. The survey work was completed on 16th of May and was reported. The report was in fact presented in the court on 19th of May. The Hindu side, meanwhile, had claimed in the lower court that the shivling was found during the videographic survey that was conducted of the Gyanvapi Mosque Sringar Gauri complex, but it was contested by the Muslim side. But in a few moments from now, it will be known whether the verdict in which that it will be known whether there is a shivling, whether there was a temple, and what really comes out of it. Piyush Mishra continues to be with us. Piyush, if you could talk to us more about the scenes you are seeing around you. We understand that the security has also been beefed up, section 144 that has also been imposed. Talk to us more about what you're seeing around you. All eyes now on the verdict, which is all set to be announced any moment from now.
Well, Samiksha, in maximum in just 1 hour, we will see verdict to be pronounced by the district court here in Varanasi, and that was going to be the one on which the entire nation is keeping a close watch on. Also, I'm showing you the pictures from right outside the Varanasi court, district court, from where the verdict would be out. At around 2 to 2:30, we can expect the verdict to be out. Remember that marathon hearing has already taken place in this case from August 2021 till the last month. We have seen on 24th of August the hearing concluded, and on the very same day, on 24th of August, the court had reserved the order for September 12, and today is the day when the verdict would be out. And before that, the security has been beefed up not only in Varanasi but in many parts of Uttar Pradesh. I would ask Vivek to pan his camera and then show you as to how the police personnel have been deployed here in Varanasi in large numbers, not only at the gate number 2 but also at gate number 4. We are seeing the massive deployment of police personnel. Vishnu Shankar Jain, Hari Shankar Jain, Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi, the top lawyers, all the petitioners, Sohan Lal Arya, all the big people, all the people who have been in this case since beginning, they all have reached here, and as we are speaking
का काम ये सब जगह जरूरी है मदरसा का सर्वे होना। आपको लगता है कि राज्य बिहार में मदरसा का सर्वे?
देखिए, अगर केवल वोट बैंक मानना हो किसी एक वर्ग को, तब तो कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब तो हो रहा है मदरसा में। लेकिन सामाजिक और ज्ञान के दृष्टि से बिहार को भी मदरसे का सर्वे कराने की जरूरत।
In on the Gyanvapi verdict, the verdict that is said to be announced by the Varanasi court today. Remember, the Hindu side has claimed that there was indeed a shivling. In fact, there is a shivling inside that Gyanvapi mosque, as there was a temple there in this Gyanvapi mosque that we are talking about here. Madan Mohan Yadav, who is a lawyer of the Hindu side, had claimed that the mosque was constructed after demolishing the temple. The case is being heard by the district court following an apex court order as well. And as Piyush was telling us, the order will be announced in an hour from now. And we'll go across to Piyush as well. We have Shivangi also joining us. Shivangi, it's going to be a big day. In fact, given the fact that it's been months now that this issue has been raging when we talk about that temple versus the Masjid Rao over the Gyanvapi Mosque.
एक आखिरी सवाल है, मदरसों का सर्वे आज आपको मैं बताया हूँ, अभी होने दीजिए मदरसों का सर्वे जो हाँ मदरसों का सर्वे हो रहा है। देखिए विपक्ष का कोई मतलब नहीं, हम सब लोग कानून का पालन कराने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
So, tracking all the latest coming in on the big story that we are tracking the visuals there from inside the Gyanvapi Mosque on your screens as well. Now, just to take our viewers through the claims that have been made, the VHP there who has claimed that there is indeed a shivling, Muslim side, whereas contending this claim of the VHP saying that there is no shivling indeed there. So, it's Muslim side versus the Hindu side. The Hindu side having claimed that there was indeed an idol that was found. That's the claim that has been made by the Hindu side, saying that there is an important piece of evidence inside the Gyanvapi Mosque and that there is indeed a shivling. And going on to add, the Hindu side, Vishnu Shankar Jain, the Hindu side lawyer, saying that the temple was, is and will be there forever. On that note, let's once again listen into the petitioner's bite that came just a short while back.
यह आने वाला आज जो फैसला आने वाला है, यह विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का दिन है और आज का दिन हिंदू समाज के लिए, मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए गौरवशाली दिन है। मैं इस दिन के लिए आह्लादकारी हूँ, हर्षित हूँ, प्रफुल्लित हूँ।
बिल्कुल, मौसम भी आज काशी में बारिश वाला दिख रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि भगवान भी प्रसन्न हो रहे हैं। बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल, भगवान इंद्र भी जो है हर्षित हैं और यह देवाधिदेव महादेव प्रभयंकर शंकर से प्रार्थना भी करते हैं कि यह दिन हम काशी वासियों के लिए, प्रदेश वासियों के लिए, देशवासियों के लिए हर्षित का दिन हो।
सोहनलाल जी, उत्सुकता भी है क्योंकि एक लंबी लड़ाई, एक लंबी जरह चली है और लगातार कोर्ट की ओर से फटकारा गया था मुस्लिम पक्ष को, क्योंकि बार बार एक ही दलील हर एक डेट पर रखी जा रही थी। आगे भी वो डेट पर डेट की मांग कर रहे थे। तो कितने ज्यादा आप लोग पुख्ता हैं कि आपकी दलीलें मजबूत रही हैं और उस आधार पर यह फैसला आने वाला है? आधार आपके क्या कह रहे हैं, अगर आप कुछ मुख्यतः बताएं।
हम 38 साल से ज्ञानवापी उद्धार के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे हैं और उस समय हमारा नारा था ज्ञानवापी नंदी करे पुकार, भोले बाबा का हो उद्धार। और मुस्लिम समाज का इसीलिए खारिज होने वाला है क्योंकि वह 1991 वर्षिप एक्ट और जो है वक्फ बोर्ड पर ही सारा ध्यान केंद्रित किया रहता। 1991 वर्षिप एक्ट इसलिए लागू नहीं होता कि 1993 तक व्यास जी का पूरे तहखाने पर जो है दर्शन पूजन का अधिकार हो रहा था और वक्फ बोर्ड भी लागू नहीं होता यहाँ पर इसलिए कि 1936 मुकदमा नंबर जो है 62 1933 में भी खारिज हो गया था, जिसको लेकर के वह 1944 में हाई कोर्ट में गए, वहाँ भी खारिज हो गया और अंततः वक्फ बोर्ड यहाँ पर साबित नहीं होता, इसलिए वह खारिज होने वाला है। हिंदू समाज की विजय होने वाली है। वह 2 बजे के बाद माननीय न्यायालय जिला जज फैसला सुनाने वाले हैं जो हम लोग के लिए आह्लादकारी होगा।
धार्मिक आधार पर ये पूरा जो याचिका है वो रखी गई थी 5 महिलाओं के द्वारा कि गौरी श्रृंगार पूजा का अधिकार हमें मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि ये हमारा अधिकार, यहाँ पूजा अर्चना 1991 के पहले से होती रही है और ये हमारा अधिकार है जो हमें आप दीजिए। लेकिन इस मामले को लेकर जब सर्वे होता है, कमीशन बनता है, सबसे पहले मुझे याद है आप ही बाहर आए थे और आपने कहा था कि महादेव के दर्शन हो गए। वो शिवलिंग दिखने के बाद में वो आकार जो कलाकृतियां दीवारों पर बनी रही, उसके बाद आप लोगों का मनोबल और ज्यादा बढ़ा कि यहाँ बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो अभी सामने आ सकती हैं।
हाँ, जैसे ही बाबा का प्रकटीकरण हुआ और सर्वे के दौरान वहां पर जो करीब 35 फीट लंबा त्रिशूल, पत्थर के त्रिशूल की कलाकृतियां, कमल के पुष्प कृतियां, शंख चक्र गदा पीपल के पत्ते और तो सारे साक्ष्य वहां प्रमाण थे। हम लोग का उत्साह और हिंदू समाज का उत्साह बुलंद हुआ और तो और जब तक अब तक जो है नहीं जानते थे और उसके बाद जैसे ही हमने बाहर निकले हम कहे बाबा मिल गए और आज पुनः कह रहे पहली बार कि यह आने वाला विजय, यह बाबा विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का बीजारोपण का आज दिन होगा।
शिलान्यास बीजारोपण का आज दिन होगा। जाहिर बड़ी बात आपने कही है और आगे चूंकि लंबी लड़ाई है, अगर फैसला मान लीजिए आज आपके पक्ष में आता है, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं कि दलीलें हमारे पास मजबूत हैं, आपको लगता है कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 जिसको लेकर बार बार मुस्लिम पक्ष दलीलें रख रहा है वो आपके पक्ष में आने वाला है? क्योंकि उनका यह कहना है कि लागू नहीं होता, लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि तमाम सबूत हमने पेश किए हैं कि 93 तक व्यास जी वहां पर पूजा अर्चना करते थे।
वर्षिप एक्ट वहां इसलिए नहीं लागू होता कि 3 ग जो है उसकी धारा में 3 ग के अनुसार ये होता कि 100
हम लोग को पूरी उम्मीद है कि आज फैसला हम लोग के पक्ष में आएगा। आज हम लोग इतिहास रचेंगे।
मैम कितनी उम्मीद है आज के दिन को लेकर?
बहुत बहुत सारे काशीवासी, सारे सनातन धर्म लोग बहुत खुश हैं। फैसला हम लोग के हक में आएगा।
मैम अभी शिव जी का एक भजन आप सुना रही थी, हमारे दर्शकों को सुना दीजिए प्लीज।
ज्ञानवापी में हवन औघड़दानी औघड़दानी हाय हाय औघड़दानी बाबा दुआरे नंदी पुकारे, बाबा दुआरे नंदी पुकारे, नंदी को दर्शन देना औघड़दानी हाय हाय औघड़दानी बाबा दुआरे पुकारे, बाबा दुआरे सबका पुकारे, हमको दर्शन दे दाया घड़दान हाय हाय ज्ञानवापी के मंदिर में हवन, ज्ञानवापी के मंदिर में हवन औघड़दानी औघड़दानी हाय हाय औघड़दानी हर हर महादेव।
मैम पूरा देश
माता की जय। As we hear the petitioner speaking to Republic TV, we also tell you today's verdict is on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. Security has been briefed up in the area. Viewers, we were the first channel to show you what the survey tapes had shown, which is that there's a shivling within the mosque area. Now, I also want to go across to our executive editor, political Aishwarya, who's joining us. Aishwarya, today is going to be seen as a big verdict only because we're going to see in the next few hearings whether the Hindu devotees' plea and right to prayer will be upheld by the court.
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, Rhythm. As you said, the very order today is on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. So, but at the end of the day, it's a sensitive issue. We are seeing that it's a very emotional-ridden crowd out in the public as well. That's why we see that the UP state has not only put the district of Varanasi, Kashi under 144, but 18 other districts. You and me, we have both seen what happened when the survey was happening. When the survey pictures came out, we also saw the leaks of certain pictures. So it's a very sensitive issue. Whether whatever happens in the court, it is going to be on the basis of legal, that what all the honorable judges feel is right or wrong. But outside, the common people, whether it is in Kashi or in any other part of the India, are very, very closely watching that what is going to be the verdict today, because it is emotionally connected to them in some way or the other. That's why we feel that when the state government has appealed to all opposition parties to maintain calm, they have appealed to all former chief ministers of Uttar Pradesh to kindly control their respective cadre so that no inflammatory comments are made, because it's a very sensitive situation. We've seen last time Vishnu Shankar Jain being attacked, and hence this time he has been given adequate amount of security. So it's a very sensitive issue, not only emotionally, religiously, but also politically. And yes, back to you, Rhythm.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. I'm just going to go across to Abhishek Shivangi, also continues to be with us. Viewers, we have the biggest Republic crew in Varanasi. We've just seen our colleague Piyush speak to the petitioners, track Vishnu Shankar Jain, speak to others there. And the big question is going to be today whether this particular plea by the Hindu devotees is even maintainable. Like Aishwarya was just telling us, we were the first channel to access the Vazu video from Gyanvapi. We are the channel that reported the Baba Mil Gaya claim that happened, and today what we're going to see is arguments by both the sides. We broke the survey detailed reports. First, what is the Muslim side here said inside the courtroom? Viewers, they first said this petition is not maintainable because the Places of Worship Act 1991 prohibits conversion of any place of worship. They've also said that this is an area that is owned by the Waqf board and therefore nobody has jurisdiction over it. On the other side, Aishwarya, Abhishek and Shivangi, the Hindu side has said a shivling has been found. The pictures on the screen in those videos that were circulated within the mosque compound, the Wazu Khana, which is where people wash hands before offering namaz. With both these sides having given extensive arguments before the district judge Ajay Krishna Vishwes, who reserved his order on the 24th of August, today we have to see whether the Muslim side's application for Order 7, Rule 11, which is rejection of the plain right in the start, will be taken up. That's the basic background, the legal background of it, but political ramifications have just been explained to us by Aishwarya and the security details. I want to go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, we've been the channel who's been looking at the very forefront, investigating what's been happening in the case. How are you looking today at the survey tapes, and how do you expect, after arguments from both the sides, this order has been reserved? What do you think politically and otherwise are going to be ramifications today?
Well, Rhythm, to understand the political ramifications, first we have to understand the process by which we have reached this stage today. So it began with 5 women coming in and saying that they want to continue to pray at Shangar Gauri temple, which they've been traditionally doing for years before it was stopped sometime in early 2000s. And then they said that this has to be done on a daily basis. They can't be not allowed access to their deity. The matter was in a senior division civil judge court, and it broadened into a survey for whether there is a...
बम्बल बोल रहा है काशी,
बम बोल रहा है, पूरा काशी खुश है और प्रकृति भी खुश है। आज बहुत उल्लास का दिन है और करते हैं मेरे भोले, मेरा नाम हो रहा है बाबा, आपकी कृपा से सब काम हो रहा है, बोला आपकी कृपा से।
मैम, हर दिन की अपेक्षा उम्मीद और विश्वास आज ज्यादा दिख रहा है आप लोगों को।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, क्योंकि कहते हैं हमेशा सच्चाई की जीत होती है। आज पूरी उम्मीद है कि सच्चाई की हमेशा विजय होगी। आज हमारी नारी शक्ति दिखा देगी।
सोनलाल जी, सवाल मैं आपसे करना चाहूंगा, कितनी उम्मीदें हैं आज के इस फैसले को लेकर? कितनी उम्मीदें?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज के फैसले को लेकर हम उत्साहित हैं, हिंदू समाज उत्साहित है, मंदिर समर्थक उत्साहित है, सारे सनातन धर्मी उत्साहित हैं।
सोनलाल जी, सभी इंतजार कर रहे थे और आज उम्मीद और विश्वास ज्यादा आप लोगों के चेहरों पर झलक रहा है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हम यहाँ गौरवान्वित क्षण के लिए साक्षी बन रहे हैं और तो हम बार बार यही कह रहे हैं कि आज का विजय अभियान काशी विश्वनाथ के शिलान्यास के लिए आज बीजारोपण का दिन है और हम प्रमुदित हैं, हर्षित हैं।
सुधीर जी, टेक्निकली समझे तो कितनी उम्मीदें हैं आज को लेकर?
मेहनत प्राप्त किया गया है, फैसला हमारे पक्ष में होगा और मान करके चलिए कि 7 पाथापद का खारिज होगा,
क्योंकि विश्वास मुस्लिम पक्ष में भी देखने को मिला। उनका भी कहना था कि फैसला उनके पक्ष में आएगा।
वो कह रहे हैं लेकिन होगा नहीं, क्योंकि उनका तर्क उन्होंने कोई प्राप्त दिया नहीं, रूलिंग दिया नहीं, एक्ट दिया नहीं, इसलिए उनका पक्ष नहीं होगा।
मैम हटिका प्लीज। तो ये
अगर उनका विश्वास होता तो कैबिनेट दाखिल हाईकोर्ट में क्यों करते? इसका मतलब वो हार रहे हैं, तभी तो हाईकोर्ट में कैबिनेट दाखिल किए हैं।
सोनलाल जी, आप तो हर सुनवाई में रहे हैं, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है तमाम उन लोगों की भी तरफ से तथ्य रखे गए, उन तथ्यों में कितना दम आपको लगता है?
उनके तथ्यों में कोई दम नहीं था। अगर दम होता, उनका दो ही बिंदु था, हाईकोर्ट पर जो है 1990 वर्षिप एक्ट और कैबिनेट जो है वह भी यहाँ लागू नहीं होता।
सोनलाल जी, और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, क्योंकि पक्ष और विपक्ष दोनों चीजें हाँ या ना, अगर ना होता है तो आगे रास्ता क्या होगा?
हमारे लिए रास्ता खुला है, रास्ता कि हम मंदिर समर्थक लोग हैं, हम आगे मंदिर के लिए पहुंचाएंगे और तो और वह समझे जो हाई कोर्ट में कैबिनेट दाखिल किए हैं।
तो ये अब जो वादी पक्ष के तमाम लोग हैं वो सीधा कोर्ट के अंदर जा रहे हैं और कोर्ट से पहले ये हनुमान मंदिर, जिसकी तस्वीरें भी हम लगातार सुबह से अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे थे कि इस हनुमान मंदिर में जो है वो मत्था टेकेंगे और मत्था टेकने के बाद वो सीधे तौर पर यहां से अंदर जाएंगे और अंदर जाकर, क्योंकि 2 बजे का वक्त है जब फैसला आना है, 2 बजे के वक्त से ठीक पहले ये तस्वीरें बहुत अहम, और ये जिस मंदिर का हम लगातार जिक्र कर रहे थे, अभिषेक इन तस्वीरों को दिखाएगा, क्योंकि इस मंदिर में मत्था टेकने के बाद ये वादी पक्ष के जो लोग हैं वो सीधे तौर पर यहां से कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर जाएंगे और कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर, क्योंकि ऐतिहासिक दिन आज सबकी नजरें टीवी स्क्रीन पर टिकी हुई है कि ज्ञानव्यापी में मेंटेनेबिलिटी को लेकर जो फैसला आना है, क्या ये पूरा मामला सुने जाने योग्य है या फिर नहीं, इसको लेकर जो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगा हुआ है, इन प्रश्न चिन्ह को लेकर आज कहीं ना कहीं से सवालिया निशान हटते हुए नजर आएंगे और जिसके चलते अब यहां पर जो वादी पक्ष के तमाम लोग हैं वो सीधा कोर्ट के अंदर जाने से पहले मंदिर परिसर में जो हनुमान जी का मंदिर दिखा रहे थे, उस हनुमान मंदिर में पहुंचे हैं जहां पर इनका स्वागत किया जा रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह, क्योंकि प्रार्थनाओं का दौर जो है वो लगातार जारी था।
Okay, just before we're waiting for that verdict to come from the district court, the A.K. Vishwes, who's reserved the court's judgment after hearing arguments from both the sides, we're also going to tell you in simpler terms what's been happening today. The court, even before hearing the Hindu side's case on merit, is going to decide if there is any cause of action. As we see that, we are seeing pictures outside the Varanasi court. 2 or 2:30 that verdict is going to be coming. A local Varanasi court had earlier ordered a videography survey of the complex. The survey work was completed on the 16th of May and report was presented in the court on the 19th of May. We have the strongest team present in Varanasi, and I also want to go across to Piyush as we stay with those visuals to give us a sense of what's happening outside the court. Piyush, roughly when do you think this was?
Well, there's a break in your voice, Rhythm, but I can tell to you that the verdict is likely to come around 2 to 2:30 p.m. Most likely, that would be, that could go beyond 3 or 4. This is what we are hearing. But today itself, between 2 to 2:30, we can expect the verdict to be out. But even before the verdict can come, the excitement is there among the Hindu side. I would also like to show you the pictures from right outside the district court of Varanasi, where there is a massive deployment of police personnel. The petitioners have started reaching here in large numbers. All the people who were part of this entire fight, they have almost reached. Vishnu Shankar Jain, Hari Shankar Jain, we just saw them entering inside the court. Subhash Chandran Chaturvedi, who is the one who was the first lawyer of these Hindu petitioners, even he has reached. Sonlal Arya is on his way, and all the petitioners are also reaching here. So today is a big day where all the petitioners have already reached and the verdict would be out. Roughly we can expect that to come out around 2:30 p.m. because what we are learning from our sources is that the judge...
उम्मीदें और बड़ी होंगी, आशीर्वाद भी मिल गया बजरंगबली का, उम्मीदें और बड़ी होंगी,
आशीर्वाद भी मिल गया, देश का आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है और सारा देश हमारे साथ है, इसलिए फैसला हम लोगों के पक्ष में आना तय है।
सोहनलाल जी सवाल आपसे है, अब तो बजरंगबली का भी आशीर्वाद मिल गया, उम्मीदें और बड़ी होंगी, विश्वास और बड़ा होगा।
विश्वास, विजय की चौखट पर हम लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और वहां के विजय की ध्वनि हम लोग के पास आ रही है। हम हर्षित हैं, विजय में खुशी के धुंधुल की आवाज सुनाई पड़ रही है और नंदी की भी अट्टहास, नंदी की विजय ध्वनि भी हमारे कानों में गूंज रही है। हम हर्षित हैं, बाबा विभोर हो चुके हैं। क्या बोला
जी, इस मंदिर को लेकर यह भी कहा जाता है कि किसी भी मुकदमे से पहले अगर इसमें मत्था टेकिए तो आपकी जीत निश्चित हो जाती है।
बिल्कुल ऐसा ही हमें भी कहा गया था, इसीलिए है सोचकर बाबा के श्री चरणों में हम सभी महिलाओं के साथ हम सभी समर्पित हुए हैं।
तो सोहनलाल जी को आपने सुना, साफ तौर पर उनका ये कहना था कि अब उनकी विजय जो है वो निश्चित है, लेकिन मामला कोर्ट में लंबित है। लगातार कोर्ट को लेकर क्या कुछ अपडेट है, एक हम अपडेट आप तक सबसे पहले पहुंचा रहे हैं। और अब ये जो वादी पक्ष है वो कोर्ट के अंदर जाता हुआ ये तस्वीरें रिपब्लिक भारत आप तक पहुंचा रहा है, क्योंकि आज मां श्रृंगार गौरी की पूजा, विग्रह सुरक्षा को लेकर जो स्थितियां थी, उन स्थितियों के बीच ये तय होना था कि या क्या ये मामला आगे सुने जाने योग्य है या फिर नहीं। उसको लेकर अब से बस कुछ ही देर बाद इस प्रश्न चिन्ह से कहीं ना कहीं से प्रश्न चिन्ह हटने वाला है, स्थितियां बिल्कुल साफ होने वाली हैं।
All right, as we're getting what's been happening, as we're telling you what's been happening outside the Varanasi court, we're also seeing worship being offered at other temples and prayers being offered. I also want to go across and introduce our guests who will continue to be with Abhishek, Aishwarya, Mees and Samiksha. Karan Verma, author, is joining us, as well as Tausif Ahmed Khan, lawyer, who's going to be with us. Today, a verdict is going to be there, Karan Verma, on whether this plea by the Hindu devotee side is even maintainable. But a larger perspective and a larger question that needs to first be asked, Karan, is how are we going to be looking at the survey, the videography and the survey tapes that have already been released, which clearly show there's a shivling that's been found within the mosque premises?
Absolutely, and I am very optimistic that today the verdict is going to be in the favor of the maintainability of this suit. It's been a long time, and kudos to the grit of the 5 women who took this battle, who took this up, and I'm sure their efforts will bear fruit. The only contention that the Anjuman Intizamiya Muslim Masjid Committee has had has been the Order 711 and the Places of Worship Act, and I'm quite convinced that the Places of Worship Act doesn't apply to this structure because of Section 4, subsection 3, which confirms that it comes under the ancient sites and ancient monuments and archaeological sites, 1958. Plus, the masjid doesn't, to be honest, qualify to be a place of worship, which is a debate for another day. But all in all, I think the arguments are pretty strong, and I think this will usher in a new chapter of Hindu-Muslim unity. I am an optimist, and I believe that there is enough magnanimity on both sides where a temple which is that close to the Astha of the Hindu community, which has strong legal points to back its claim in terms of the fact that there are structures like the Nandi is seeing in that direction, a Shivling was discovered, Trishuls, swastiks, so many symbols. I believe the other side will also show some magnanimity and it will usher in a new chapter of Hindu-Muslim unity.
All right, Tausif Ahmed Khan, we've seen magnanimity being spoken of and Hindu devotees having the rights to prayer within the particular mosque premises is what's being spoken of. Today, an Order 7, Rule 11 plea, Tausif Ahmed Khan, has been moved by the Muslim side where they say there should be rejection of the plaint. Today is a time when groups need to be united and there needs to be a balance and coexistence maintained. How are you looking at possibly what could happen today and the arguments made in the court by both the sides?
You see, the matter now before is a lower court, and the question that is before the court now should have been taken up first. It was the first question that the court should have decided. Why? Because it is to determine whether there is a cause of action or not, in view of the fact that there is a law which prohibits conversion of any religious structure after 1947. Also, this act has been referred to, has been relied upon by the Supreme Court's judgment in the Ayodhya case, where the Supreme Court had said that the Places of Worship Act is a guarantee that the passion play of Ayodhya would not be enacted again on some other side. So this raises a very vital question, is that can court by judicial process create facts on the ground?
There are exemptions to the Places of Worship Act and which does not apply here. Please ask this joker to
not interrupt. I did not interrupt when he was speaking.
You are a joker. You are an ignorant joker.
Do not act like a joker.
Please mind your language first.
1 minute. Karan, there will be no such on the show. We're not going to be having, please, with due respect to your emotions, there are emotions of all sides involved here. We want a balanced coexistence like the top court of the country said. I want Tausif to complete his point. Karan is making a point on the Places of Worship Act, which will also be answered. Tausif, back to you.
Now there are two questions. One is whether facts which are not there can court by judicial process create those facts. What is the example of that? The example of that is we have seen that in a very illegal order, without hearing both sides, an ex parte sort of order was given by the lower court under which video recordings were made. Now that is still under consideration, and we are seeing that people on the street and on media channels, even anchors, are saying that shivling has been found, whereas it is contested that it is not a shivling but a water fountain, and a proof of it has been given. Like there are other medieval mosques where there are water fountains.
Tausif, so now before Karan comes in, before Abhishek comes in, before I go across to Piyush, I also have Samiksha and Shivangi with us. Tausif, I heard your point, and I just want to make a basic point here. I've been listening to this, but Tausif, let the anchor speak at least. The Supreme Court batted for peaceful coexistence. The evidence is as transparent as can be. It is right there for everyone to see. What are the Hindu devotees asking for? The right to pray. The videos reveal the truth, but if you actually believe that we're going to think that this was a fountain or a jogging track, then that is asking for a little too much. I want to go across to our executive senior editor, Abhishek Kapoor, and then we're going to go live to where Piyush is joining us from, and then I'm going to be back with Karan. Abhishek.
Rhythm, quickly, because you asked the political ramifications or implications of this. One is the legal process that has been going on from the senior division civil judge to the topmost court of the country and then back to the district judge and in between the Allahabad High Court and all. Parallelly, we have seen proceedings going on for the Krishna Janmabhoomi and, dozen odd other temples. Politically speaking, we have seen both the BJP distancing itself and the RSS, none other than RSS chief, taking a position that we shouldn't be really broad-basing this issue of, temples and start looking for shivlings in every other structure which resembles a mosque. So I think a political position has been taken. Also remember, the Nupur Sharma episode was actually a direct fallout of the debate that has been engendered by the Gyanvapi case. So it's a sensitive issue, and that is why, despite the fact that this is just an order on the maintainability of the plea, we have seen the kind of security measures that have been put in place, the arms distance that the political parties are keeping in terms of not making any comments. So I think as a society, we have to see this as a legal process till the time an outcome comes. And that's why a very reasoned argument and reasonable debate has to happen as to, when we allow the legal processes to happen, do we also let emotions to ride on them? So that's one aspect of it which would be important to consider, Rhythm.
Okay, before I go back to Piyush, and I want to go back to Karan as well as Tausif, I want to go back to Piyush, who's joining us with the live action. Viewers, anytime now, the verdict from the Varanasi court on whether there's going to be maintainability of the Gyanvapi plea filed by the Hindu women. Piyush, first I want to go across to you. What's happening around you?
Well, right now, as we are speaking, all the petitioners have now gone inside from both the sides. They are inside the court. They are waiting for the big verdict to be out. Both the sides are hoping that the verdict would be in their favor. Remember that a couple of minutes back we saw Vishnu Shankar Jain, Hari Shankar Jain entering. So Lalaria, he's also reaching all the petitioners who had basically filed this case initially in August 2021. Even they are reaching. In fact, we have also seen as to how they have now broken out into celebrations, hoping that the verdict would be in their favor. Let me straight away try to show you the pictures from right outside the gate number 2 of the Varanasi district court. And remember that this court is going to hear the matter. In fact, I beg your pardon, they're going to pronounce the verdict as far as this case is concerned. Remember that marathon meetings have taken place. If Vivek can come and try to zoom, you can see that not only inside but also outside there is a massive deployment of police personnel. We are seeing how inside the court also there is a massive deployment of police personnel at all the entry gates. We have seen how the security has been beefed up. So these are the live pictures which we are showing from inside the court, where the security has been deployed. The petitioners are reaching there. In few minutes from now, we can expect the verdict to be out. Remember that this case basically was started in August 2021 when the 5 petitioners had approached to lower court demanding that they should be allowed to offer prayers each and every day inside the Gyanvapi mosque at Mar Shingar Gauri Point. The court, after listening to the arguments, had decided to allow the survey to be conducted, and that took place on April 2022. And after that, when the very first day survey took place, we saw how the ruckus was created by the Muslim side, and they had stopped the survey. In fact, they had immediately moved to the lower court demanding that the survey commissioner Ajay Mishra should be removed. But after listening to arguments from both these sides, the lower court, instead of removing Ajay Mishra, it had appointed 2 more commissioners and had directed the state administration to ensure the proper security while the survey is conducted. And the survey went on for 2 more days. So in total, survey has taken place for 3 days, and the report of that survey was submitted in the court on May 19. It is also important to point out that meanwhile the Muslim side had moved to Supreme Court, saying that the entire case comes under 1991 Worship Act, and this case is not fit to be heard. And that is why Supreme Court, after listening to the Muslim side, decided to transfer the case to district judge and to an experienced judge. So after listening to arguments from both the sides, Today, the Varanasi court is going to pronounce the verdict on August 24. Rhythm, the hearing had concluded where both the sides were heard by the senior judge in district court in Varanasi, and he had reserved the order for today. So today, we are seeing how the pictures coming in from right outside the Varanasi court, where people have started coming in who are of the view that verdict would come out in their favor. From both the sides, we have seen petitioners reaching here, and in fact, the Hindu side is now saying that if they win this entire case and if court rules the order in their favor, then they would be demanding that Tehkhana there inside the Gyanvapi complex should be opened and the proper survey once again should be done. Remember that there was a massive opposition by the Muslim side when the pictures were also released of a shivling inside the Gyanvapi complex, and at that time the Muslim side had moved to Supreme Court asking actions to be taken against the people who had basically released those pictures. In fact, they are of the view that this entire matter should not be heard as it comes under 1991 Worship Act, but Hindu side is of the view that the character should be ascertained of this entire case, because this case, the Gyanvapi Mahashingar Gauri case, has been controversial since ages, and it is important to decide the real character of this entire case, and that is why Hindu side believe that it does not come under 1991 Worship Act, because the character of this of Gyanvapi complex was not ascertained, and that is why this case should be heard. Today, the judge is going to pronounce order only in one line if this case comes under the maintainability clause or not, and both the sides are of the view that the judgment would be in their favor. And even before the verdict could come out, people have started pouring in here from different parts of Varanasi. We are also seeing how security has been beefed up at gate number 2, at gate number 4, at all the entry and exit points, and this has been done to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. Remember, ADG Law and Order has also issued instructions that there should be security beefed up at all the vantage point, at all the important locations across the Uttar Pradesh. And today, we are seeing as to how security has been beefed up here at this court. Muslim side is hoping that that order would be in their favor. Hindu side is of the view that if they win this case, then they would move ahead, demanding that the wall which is there between the Nandi and the place where shivling has been found, that should be brought down. In fact, they would also demand that there should be proper survey. Once again, proper survey should be done of the entire complex, and the character of this entire complex should be ascertained. We can expect either side to move to High Court, because obviously if one side wins then another loses, and whosoever loses they would move to High Court. That's what the sense we are getting from both the sides. So countdown begins any minute from now. We will be hearing from the Varanasi District Court about this very big judgment. We'll be hearing if the court is going to decide and what decision the court takes as far as the maintainability clause of this entire case is concerned. This has been a long battle. It has been going on for the last more than 1 year. In August 2021, the case was first filed by 5 petitioners. Then the survey took place in May 2022. The report of the survey was submitted on May 19, 2022. And then Supreme Court also intervened and had directed the district court to listen into both the arguments and decide upon the maintainability clause as far as Mahashingar Gauri Gyanvapi complex case is concerned. So today, the court is going to decide if this case comes under the maintainability clause or if it doesn't. And whatever the decision is, both the sides have decided to move High Court if they lose. But Hindu side today, we have spoken to many petitioners. They are very much confident. They are saying that the verdict would be in their favor as they have the strong case in their hand. They are also of the view that the character of this entire issue was not ascertained.
I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment as breaking news coming in from inside the courtroom. The judge has also reached inside the courtroom, and this is District Judge Ajay Krishna Vishwesh, who reserved the court's judgment after hearing arguments from both the sides, already present inside the courtroom. Also the Hindu side, viewers, any times now the Gyanvapi verdict, I also believe the Muslim side would be present in court because it is their application that has to be decided upon today. And Piyush, before I go across to what's going to happen inside the courtroom, that was a fantastic live. You covered the security aspect, you covered what's going to happen inside the courtroom, and very, very eloquently we've understood what has really been happening on the ground. I think any reporter would like to be where Piyush is right now because that's where the live action is. So Piyush, I'm going to continue coming back to you. There's more breaking news coming from inside the courtroom where the women petitioners are also present inside the courtroom. The entire area where Piyush is standing, viewers, has been cordoned off. There is a security arena that has been maintained, 144 in several parts in Varanasi, and any time now, as the Gyanvapi verdict is going to come on the maintainability of the Order 7 Rule 11 application by the Muslim side, the women petitioners in the court, the Hindu and the Muslim lawyers inside the courtroom, both the sides present, the judge has arrived now. What's going to happen next? We're going to see the judge settle down and possibly start beginning to give the operative part of the verdict on whether there's going to be a simple rejection of the plaint that has been there, which the Muslim side wants, or whether he's going to dismiss this application that has been filed by the Muslim side. So we're going to see as a prima facie view what's going to happen today. And before I go across to our guests and Samiksha, Shivangi, Abhishek, Piyush, just once more, the judges inside, verdict next. Just pan your camera, show us what's happening around you, all the action at the Varanasi court.
Well, Rhythm, what we are now hearing right now is that the judge has arrived and he's there inside his inside the court, and we can expect the verdict to be out any minute from now. But before that, we are seeing massive deployment. We are now seeing additional deployment of police forces. There is one more layer which has been deployed. One more layer has been created here. I would ask Vivek to show you that not only at the entry gate, but also on the opposite side, there is deployment of a massive police personnel. Let us move. Let's move. I would ask Vivek to come with me. Let's move, and then we'll show you as to how the deployment is here. Top police officers from Varanasi court, from Varanasi administration, they are present here, not only outside but also inside the court. The top police officers have come here at gate number 2, gate number 4. At all the gates, we are seeing how there is a massive deployment of police personnel. They are also going inside. I would ask Vivek to continue to show the pictures of police personnel who are now entering inside the coach complex. At the entry gate number 2, gate number 4, both the gates have been completely covered. Top police officers have already arrived. We are seeing as to how massive deployment is taking place. Security has been beefed up. Multiple layers of police personnel have been deployed at both the entry and exit gates of this very court. The petitioners have reached. Any minute from now, we will see order to be pronounced by the Varanasi district court deciding if this case comes under the maintainability clause or not. And before that, the administration is trying its best to control, to deploy additional forces so that no untoward incident takes place. So right now I'm showing you, because of the massive deployment, the traffic has also been affected. The routes have also been diverted. Only the two-wheelers are being allowed to enter in this on this very lane. We are also seeing as to how people are very much excited. People are, they want to know what is going to happen, and that is why the locals have also reached here at the entry gate, at the entrance point of this very court. We are showing you how people also want to know what is going to happen in a few minutes from now. Any minute from now, in fact, we will see development to take place. We will see court pronouncing the big verdict, big decision about the maintainability clause, about if this case is going to be heard or not. And if, it comes in the favor of Hindu side, they are going to demand for a proper survey to be done inside the court. I would ask Vivek to continue to zoom on the pictures of the police personnel who have been deployed here, and we are seeing how additional deployment has taken place. We're also seeing how the top police officers are taking round of the entire area to ensure that no untoward incident takes place, no anti-national element present here, anti-social element present here, because it is a very sensitive case and it is being heard for the last more than 1 year. And today, both the sides are of the view that they are going to have edge as far as this entire hearing is concerned. Remember that in August 21, first time the petitioners had moved to court and they had requested court to allow them to offer prayers on each and every day inside the Gyanvapi mosque at Ma Shringar Gauri temple point. It is also important to highlight as to why it happened, because these women who had approached to court, they were of the view that they are allowed to offer prayers only once in a year, and now they should be allowed to offer prayer every day inside the Gyanvapi mosque at Ma Shringar Gauri point. Why? Because they believe that there was a temple. Hindu sides have been saying since beginning that the temple was demolished by Mughal by Aurangzeb, and mosque was erected there, and that is why they should be allowed to offer prayers here at Ma Shringar Gauri point inside the Gyanvapi complex. After listening to the arguments, the lower court decided to conduct survey. Then survey took place, report was submitted. The matter went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked District Court to hear the matter, and then finally, after listening to both the case, finally the court is going to decide to them if this case comes under this entire matter of Ma Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi complex comes under maintainability clause or not. Rhythm.
All right, Piyush, as you telling us viewers, sometimes when a time is given for 2 o'clock for a verdict to be there, it's not exactly at 2. It's possible that it's at 2:30. We're still waiting for what the judge is going to say. I want to go back to our guest, Shivangi Samiksha, also continue to be with our colleague Piyush, who's been giving live updates from outside the Varanasi court. Karan, the last time you spoke, I interrupted you. Today, Piyush has just spoken about the survey. The videography shows there's possibly a shivling there. How are you looking at what could possibly pan out? Because I remember in the last hearing in the top court, it was said there needs to be balance and coexistence that is maintained.
This is for the first time. First, let's just understand that this is for the admissibility of these pleas, maintainability of these pleas. So until and unless we don't ascertain the religious character of the place, we cannot proceed further. A survey, a videographic survey, which was resisted tooth and nail, was supposed to be the first part of natural justice. It was only natural that a survey happens. And now when the details are coming out, the other side is getting nervous. They have tried their best to sabotage the survey, but unfortunately for them, it cannot be sabotaged. And once it's out in the open that yes, prima facie, there is a case for a temple here where worship has been happening. Let's understand this. The right to worship precedes everything. If there is a worship happening and if there is prima facie evidence available that there were remnants of temple and the Muslim side hasn't even made any bones. If we go back, the Aurangzeb's memoirs and everything, they claim clearly in their farmans that the temple was demolished on his farman. So I think there's a watertight case and the Hindu side has a lot to cheer, and the 5 women, their efforts are going to be etched in history after today.
All right. I also want to go across. We also have other guests joining in. Karan and Tausif continue to be with us. Let me also welcome Sandeep Singh, author, who joins us, as well as Khaliqur Rahman from Hyderabad, who's also joining us. Viewers, as we await for that verdict, I also want to introduce and get our guests involved in this. If I can come to you, Sandeep Singh, and really ask you, like Karan has been talking and Tausif has been talking, there are 2 different sides that we are going to be looking at here. The Muslim side has said that the Places of Worship Acts need to be into consideration, and the Waqf board is the only one that has jurisdiction over this particular mosque area. How are you looking at arguments made by them?
Well, Places of Worship Act needs to be abolished, and it's under purview and active consideration. Because today morning I saw messages in social media saying that Waqf has claimed ownership of a 1500-year-old temple and a whole village. So if that way it goes, then the Waqf will start claiming whole of India belongs to Waqf and everything belongs to them only. So that argument actually doesn't hold good. It's very obvious that, there are records, it's very clear that it was a temple which was broken and over another place of worship was built. So as a principle of natural justice, it needs to be restored to the actual owner, the original owners, and they are the Hindus. So that's how it should go, and that's the way it should be.
I also want to get our other guests involved, and I also want to go across to Khaliqur Rahman, who's joining us now. Mr. Rahman, how are you looking at arguments in the courtroom that have been made? Order 7, Rule 11, that has been stated by the Muslim side that this particular petition by the Hindu devotee women should be immediately rejected.
Yeah, because there is already a law in place which was enacted in 1991, that is the POW. And as per that, under Order 7, Rule 11, the plaint and the plea of the Hindu side cannot be maintained. But since, we are going to get the verdict in next maybe 5-10 minutes or any moment, so let us wait for it. But prima facie,
all right, I'm just going to interrupt you, Mr. Rahman, for a moment to give breaking news that's coming in. Earlier, we were told the judge had arrived. We were later told the judge was not there. Now we're getting to know there are 62 people who were allowed inside the courtroom. Mahinder Pandey has reached the court on behalf of the UP government, and the judge has also reached the courtroom. So as we were possibly waiting, viewers, around 2:15 to 2:30, any time now that verdict is going to be there. Mahinder Pandey present there for the government, and we've also seen the judge has now reached the courtroom. Remember, viewers, this is a district judge who's going to be giving its order. Judge Ajay Krishna Vishwas, the Supreme Court had stated that there should be a district judge considering the seriousness of this issue who should be looking into this matter. I also want to go back to our guests who continue to be with us, and I'll once again just stay on the breaking news before I go back to the guest right now. The judge has reached inside the courtroom. Very, very crucial. Possibly any time now, the countdown begins for the verdict on the Gyanvapi case, where petitioner Sahu is continuing to not be present, but both the side lawyers, viewers, are inside the courtroom. 62 people allowed inside the courtroom. It usually happens when there are politically sensitive cases. The area is cordoned off, like we are seeing at the Varanasi court, and inside the courtroom very few people are present. I'm also going to tell you our sources are present inside the courtroom giving us live updates. The judges reach inside the courtroom. I think they'll take a couple of moments to settle down, and then Judge Ajay Krishna Vishwas, who had reserved this order on the 24th of August, he's already reading out the order. All right, the breaking news coming from inside the courtroom. The judge has arrived in the courtroom, settled down, and the order is being dictated as we are speaking. The judge continues dictating the order. Any moment now, this particular case, we're going to see what happens. The verdict, anytime now, the countdown begins. As we are being told, the judge has begun dictating the order. He arrived in the courtroom and he's going to dictate the verdict. What is the verdict? This is an application filed by the Muslim side under Order 7, Rule 11. I don't want to get into legalities here, but really, as the judge is speaking, he's going to be deciding today, after reserving this, whether there is maintainability of the Hindu women's plea seeking permission to worship Hindu deities in the Gyanvapi mosque complex. The Order 7, Rule 11 application had been filed by the Muslim side, including seeking a rejection of the suit of the Hindu group that's claiming worshipping rights in the mosque. A verdict is being pronounced inside the courtroom as we are speaking. Judge Ajay Krishna Vishwas, who had reserved this order on the 24th of August after hearing arguments from both the Muslim side and the Hindu side, has now started dictating the order. So as we are waiting, we're going to see whether this is going to be a simple dismissal or a rejection, or he's going to allow this particular application, or whether he's going to be giving out the operative part of the judgment for the viewers to get a sense, for us to get a sense of what his reasons are, what his application of mind was to be coming to this verdict. The judge pronouncing the order is going to be on the Muslim side's application on Order 7, Rule 11, that is asking for the rejection of the plaint at the right in the front. Viewers, we've been telling you outside the courtroom security has been tightened. Prohibitory orders had been imposed in UP's Varanasi a day ahead of the district court order. As we're going to try and get across, we're also telling you that we were the channel that broke the video videography survey claims that were made by the Hindu side. We also told you much earlier that the district judge is going to be now looking at the case after the Supreme Court orders. The Supreme Court had on the 17th of May stated that this area needs to be protected where the shivling was found, and they also said we're going to allow the Muslims to offer namaz in the mosque premises till the maintainability of the suit is decided by the district judge. So this becomes extremely crucial because it's only after this that either side will be moving, either the High Court or the Supreme Court. The Judge Ajay Krishna Vishwas, after hearing arguments, the senior district judge who's hearing the arguments is going to be dictating the order. He's dictating the order, he's pronouncing the order, and we're also being told that we're waiting for both the sides to be appearing in the courtroom. And I also want to tell our viewers that as we're going through this petition that had been there are arguments made by the Muslim side that has been also stated by our guests that Places of Worship Act should be applying here, and this particular property is with the Waqf board. On the other side, the Hindu side had said that after the survey, it's clear that there's a shivling in the area and therefore they need the right to pray and the right to worship. On both these arguments, District Judge A.K. Vishwas, who last month reserved the order till today, is going to be giving out an order. What is the order going to be on? It's going to be on the maintainability of the Hindu women's plea seeking permission to worship the Hindu deities in the Gyanvapi mosque complex. And the judge is pronouncing the order as we are speaking any moment now. Judge Vishwas is going to be coming to the operative part of the judgment, and we have some details. We're only going to be coming out to what the details are, viewers, once we really know critically what the judge is trying to say. So the operative part is going on. Section 144, remember, has been implemented in the city, and as the judge is going to give out the order, we also remember that there was videography survey that had claimed that the structure resembling a shivling had been found in the mosque complex. The masjid committee contested it was a fountain and not a shivling. However, the Supreme Court bench said that there's going to be no manner of restriction on the Muslims entering the mosque to offer namaz or any religious observance. It had ordered in its interim order that this judge who's dictating the order right now, Judge Vishwas, is going to first pronounce their order on the maintainability, after which they're going to see what further needs to happen. District judge is going to be deciding on the maintainability of the civil suit to the Gyanvapi Kashi Vishwanath on priority as sought by the Committee of Management, Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid Varanasi, that had also come before them. Now, remember, the matter reached the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court said it is Judge Vishwas who needs to first come to a decision. He's reading the verdict out. It's possibly going to be long. I also told our viewers just a short while ago there are only 62 people allowed inside the courtroom. There are lawyers from both the sides, and there are some people who are going to be observing what's happening. But as there are very few people allowed inside, and we are getting some bits of information coming from the courtroom on what's happening, we're going to keep that as we are waiting for the final pronouncement of the order. Is Order 7, Rule 11 going to be allowed here, or is it going to be dismissed, this particular application? Is it the Hindu women's right to worship and the maintainability of the civil suit that is going to be decided in favor of, or is the Order 7, Rule 11 that has been filed by the Muslim side going to gain momentum in the court is going to be seen. As we are giving you breaking details, I want to go back to telling you the judge is reading out the operative part of the order. As I'm waiting for that operative part to come out, I also want to just get in just two sentences each from my guests, because we're waiting for that pronouncement, and I'll go back to the breaking news once it comes. Karan is with us, Tausif Ahmed Khan, Sandeep Singh, and Khaliqur Rahman also with us. Sandeep Singh, I want to go across to you. Khaliqur Rahman also spoke about... All right, before I apologize to my guests, before I come to you, let me go across to Piyush, who's joining us from outside the courtroom. Piyush, what's expected and what's happening there?
Well, any minute from now, and as I'm answering to your question, at the time also we can expect the order to be pronounced. Any second, any minute from now, we will be hearing from inside this very court about the judgment. We are seeing how the police personnel are now seen marching inside the court. These are the visuals coming in from inside the district court, Varanasi. The movements are taking place. Any minute from now, we can expect, any second from now, we can expect the order to be pronounced by the district court. And that's the very green shed which we are right right now zooming on, and if Vivek can zoom, that's the very shed. Right behind that very shed is the order of is the room of judge. That's the court chamber. Right left to that, and any minute from now we can expect order to be pronounced by the district judge. Big development again
coming in. I just want to go out to that. The court has said the मामला सुनवाई योग्य है. Court ने कहा all right. So I believe what's happened is the order 7 rule 11 has been possibly rejected by the court. It's a big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable. So breaking fast on Republic TV, as we get into this, the court says that the matter is maintainable. What does this really mean? It's going to be seen as a big victory for the Hindu side. Just a short while ago, we saw prayers being offered. The district judge Ajay Krishna Vishwas, who had resolved the court's judgment.
कोर्ट ने आज कोर्ट ने हमारे आज कोर्ट ने हमारे सारे आर्गुमेंट्स को आज कोर्ट ने हमारे सारे आर्गुमेंट्स को मान लिया है. मुस्लिम पक्ष की एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट कर दी है. प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की उनकी जो प्ली थी उसको खारिज कर दिया है. वक्फ एक्ट की प्ली को खारिज कर दिया है. कोर्ट ने कहा है कि सूट मेंटेनेबल है. अब इस मामले की अगली सुनवाई 22/9 को होगी और एविडेंस लीड की जाएगी. इश्यूज की सूट मेंटेनेबल है. अब इस मामले की अगली सुनवाई 22/9 को होगी और एविडेंस लीड की जाएगी. इश्यूज और क्या आराम से मैं कहीं बहुत देखिए जो मुस्लिम पक्ष की मैं बता रहा हूं जो मुस्लिम पक्ष जो मुस्लिम पक्ष की पिटीशन है ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की वो रिजेक्ट कर दी गई है. प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट कर दिया है. वक्फ एक्ट का रिजेक्ट कर दिया है.
हमारी विजय हो गई है.
आगे क्या
आगे जो है बस विजय अभी फिलहाल हमारी उत्साह से लबरेज हमारे.
कैसे आज का दिन आप मनाएं?
बहुत गौरवशाली दिन है हिंदू समाज के लिए.
कोर्ट की ओर से क्या कहा गया? फैसले में क्या कहा? फैसले में
कहा कि मुस्लिम समाज पहले बहुत देर तक तो मुस्लिम मसाजिद के लोग आए ही नहीं थे. अभी अंतिम फैसले में जब माननीय जिला जज जी आए तो उसके बाद मस्जिद मसाजिद का सिर्फ एक सदस्य आए थे जो है, और उनका जो 7-11 का था और कई धाराओं के बाद यह कहा गया कि आप जो है वक्फ बोर्ड का भी नियम लागू नहीं होता, 7-11 का भी लागू नहीं होता. वह जो है कहने का तात्पर्य हमारी विजय हुई है.
आगे क्या कदम
हमारी पूरी लीगल टीम बाबा के दर्शन करने जा रही है. फाइनल भैया बता दीजिए. फाइनल 22 अगली तारीख.
All right, let's tell our viewers, Varanasi court has now rejected Order 7 Rule 11 application filed by the Masjid Committee in the Gyanvapi case. We continue to stay live. And
न्यायालय ने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि ये मामला अब सुनवाई योग्य है और विपक्षी की समस्त अपील निरस्त कर दिया गया.
फैसले में क्या पढ़ा कि क्या दलीलें
उन्होंने वर्शिप एक्ट 1936 का दीन मोहम्मद का केस और इसमें जितने भी ऑर्डर 7-11 का उनका खारिज कर दिया गया. और
आगे क्या तैयारी?
निसंदेह अब इसमें हम अपना साक्ष्य प्रस्तुत करेंगे.
आगे अब जो एसआई सर्वे की मांग हो रही थी
इसमें पूरा अधिकार एसआई का सर्वे और उसका पूरा परीक्षण कराने का माननीय न्यायालय.
खुशी हो रही है
ध्यान निसंदेह बहुत।
तो ये सुधीर जी को आप सुन रहे थे, लेकिन ये तमाम जो महिलाएं हैं, एक बार हम उनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश करेंगे। बड़ी जीत हुई है आज
बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है। आज हम लोग इतने खुश हैं। आज हमारे बाबा हमारे साथ है, हमारी काशी गौरी बोल रहा है।
बिल्कुल कुछ इसी
आज हम लोग
पूरा भारत खुश है आज।
अब तो गा के सुना दीजिए।
मायन पुलना भैरो बाबा रहा न कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है कितना
मेहनत। क्या कहा जाता है साहब ने, क्या कहा?
सब हम लोग के पक्ष में आया है फैसला, सब लोग खुश हैं।
अब तो कुछ गुनगुना दीजिए। अभी तक आप लोग प्रार्थना कर रहे थे, आप कुछ गा के सुना दीजिए फैसला। बिल्कुल, तो आप ये तमाम महिलाओं की उत्सुकता जो है, आगे क्या, आगे की क्या?
आज हम लोग बहुत तैयार हैं। अभी तो हम लोग अब आगे अब और लंबी लड़ाई लड़ेंगे हम लोग।
मेहनत सफल,
बहुत मेहनत सफल हो गया हम लोग का।
आप दर्शन करने जाएंगे?
यस, आज विश्वनाथ जी दर्शन करने हम लोग जाएगा। विश्वनाथ जी जाएंगे।
धन्यवाद।
बिल्कुल जाएंगे। आप जाएंगे? अभी तो ये झांकी है, दर्शन बाकी है।
अरे भैया बाहर जा।
सुभाष जी एक सेकंड, ये रोल सुभाष जी एक सवाल रोल। इस वक्त हमारे साथ सुभाष नंदन चतुर्वेदी है। सुभाष जी क्या कहना चाहेंगे, आज जिला जज ने क्या फैसला सुनाया है?
जिला जज ने हम लोगों के पक्ष में ये स्वीकार करते हुए कि दावा आपका पोषणीय है, 7 रूल 11 के तहत जो आपत्ति लगाई थी मुस्लिम पक्ष ने, उस आपत्ति को खारिज कर दिया।
अब आगे क्या होगा सुभाष?
अब आगे हमारे तमाम जो है बिंदु हैं, जिसमें भाई कमीशन रिपोर्ट जो आई है उस पे जो है बहस होगी, उस पे आपत्तियां डाली जाएगी, उस पे जो सुनवाई होगी, और फिर आगे भी सर्वे हम लोग का प्रार्थना पत्र तहखाना खोलकर जो सर्वे कराने की मांग है, उस पे भी हम लोग दबाव बना के उसको भी जो है आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
अच्छा सुभाष जी, अगली कोई तारीख?
तो ये साफ तौर पर कहा गया है कि सर्वे की बात भी जो है वो आगे की।
क्या रहा फैसला?
आज फैसले का एक गौरवशाली दिन था। हम पहले व्यक्ति थे जो सर्वे के बाद ये कह रहे कि बाबा मिल गए, और आज ये कह रहे हैं कि आज का विजय, आज का फैसला काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर के शिलान्यास का, बीजारोपण का दिन ये साबित होगा आज का फैसला। और हम हर्षित हैं, हिंदू समाज हर्षित है, कि सारे सनातन धर्मी हर्षित हैं, और पूरा उत्तर प्रदेश हर्षित है।
आगे क्या करेंगे आप, किस तरह की मांग रहेगी?
आगे कार्बन डेटिंग की मांग होगी। मंदिर के जितने भी साक्ष्य हैं, जितने भी दीवार जिसमें से बाबा शिवलिंग, उनको दीवार तोड़ करके बिल्कुल साज, ताकि नंदी और बाबा बात कर सकें।
आपकी एक मांग थी कि दीवार तोड़ी जाए, उसको लेकर कोई आगे आप लोग चर्चा?
बिल्कुल हम लोग याचिका दायर किए हैं, उसमें आगे सुनवाई होगी। और वही
आज कोर्ट ने आखिर कहा क्या है अपने जजमेंट?
आगे यह कहा कि 1991 एक्ट यहाँ लागू नहीं होता, वक्फ बोर्ड लागू नहीं होता, लिहाजा मंदिर समर्थकों की विजय हुई। हाँ, ज्ञानवापी जो है मसाजिद के लोग बहुत देर तक मौजूद नहीं थे, और जैसे ही माननीय जिला जज जी आए, हमें एक बार लगा कि आखिर क्या इसका बहिष्कार तो नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन नहीं, जैसे ही जिला जज महोदय आए, मात्र एक अधिवक्ता मसाजिद के आए, जिससे वह कोरम पूरा हो जा रहा है।
इसने कहा प्रार्थना पत्र उनका खारिज किया जाता है। हाँ, आगे के लिए क्या बोलिए? 22/9 को पुनः सुनवाई के लिए जज साहब ने लगा दिया।
ये वकील अपनी बात रख रहे हैं, मेरे साथ कहना चाहेंगे कि क्या हुआ
कोर्ट रूम के अंदर? वही हुआ जो होना चाहिए था। और आम दर्शक को बता दीजिए कि सत्य की विजय होती है, और ये सत्य की विजय के लिए जो तलवार पर जीत गई थी, कलम से विजय पारा प्राप्त किया जा रहा है। उनका प्रार्थना पत्र खारिज कर दिया गया। जो उनकी थोथी दलील थी, कोई उनका रिकॉर्ड नहीं था, कुछ नहीं था पेश कर पाए, खारिज हो गया प्रार्थना पत्र। 22 तारीख को, यही 22/9।
आज किस तरीके से आगे का क्या प्रोसेस रहेगा, किस तरीके से?
अब 22 तारीख को हम लोग अपने बाकी जो पेंडिंग प्रार्थना पत्र सब बल देंगे।
मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से क्या कहा गया था?
मुस्लिम पक्ष पर बहुत सारे बहस की गई थी, आज थोड़ा कुछ कहा गया। आज तो उभय पक्ष फैसला सुनने गई थी। अब फैसला सुनने में निर्देश होता है कि कोर्ट के अंदर कुछ नहीं, फैसला सुनिए, बाहर जाइए, वहाँ कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं व्यक्त करनी होती है।
मंजू जी ये वो महिला है चलिए चलिए आइए।
नंदी का जो है ज्योतिर्लिंग जो है जो सर्वे मिला है उसका पूजन करने का अधिकार मिले।
सोहनलाल जी, सबसे पहले कोर्ट में जज साहब ने क्या कहा फैसला देते हैं?
पहले कि इस पर जो 1980 वैक्सीन लागू नहीं होता, वक्फ बोर्ड लागू नहीं होता, इसलिए विजय हर हर महादेव।
सोहनलाल आर्य को आपने सुना, साफ तौर पर उनका कहना था कि जज AK विश्वेश जब
सर्वे मिला है उसका पूजन करने का अधिकार मिले।
सोहनलाल जी,
हर हर महादेव, बोलो शंकर भोरी माता की जय। बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है बाबा, रहा न कोई बाकी। कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोलना भैरो बाबा, रहा न कोई बाकी। बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम
And as we stay with the pictures of the celebration outside the Varanasi court, viewers, broken first on Public TV, the Gyanvapi verdict, where the Hindu petitioners are celebrating. The court has said the case is not barred by the Places of Worship Act or the Waqf Board jurisdiction. The next date of the hearing is going to be 22nd of this month, where both the sides have to file their pleadings, and the Varanasi court rejects the Order 7 Rule 11 application filed by the Masjid Committee. Vishnu Shankar Jain continues to be seen on our screens, and the court says Hindu side plea is maintainable. So what is going to happen inside the courtroom? Both the sides are going to file their pleadings before the 22nd of September. I want to tell our viewers, the Supreme Court had told the district judge to quickly decide on this, on the maintainability, and he has delivered. He's also given a very short date of the 22nd of September, which is just a few weeks away, which clearly shows the intent of the district judge to come to a decision as soon as possible on this case. I also want to say, as the big visuals are showing,
बहुत बात काशी भी बम बम बोल रहा है। इंग्लिश में बात किया तो वकील लोग बोलने की खाली इसीलिए हम लोग मतलब शांतिपूर्वक बोले।
एक सेकंड आओ, इधर आओ विवेक जी, हमारे साथ विवेक जी, हमारे साथ इस वक्त वो महिलाएं हैं जिन्होंने ये लड़ाई शुरुआत से लड़ी। मैम 2021 से मैं आपसे 2021 में आपको ये बताइए लक्ष्मी जी, आज बड़ी
और हमें संविधान और कानून पर भरोसा है। हम प्रार्थना जरूर करते हैं कि सनातन भारत, अखंड भारत से जिन लुटेरों ने भारत के आराध्य, भारत के संस्कार, भारत की संस्कृति, काशी, मथुरा, अयोध्या जैसे हमारे आराध्य, हमारे को तोड़ने का काम किया, वो उसके बगैर भारत अधूरा है।
अब हमारा 2 मिनट ठीक करेगा भाई अस्मिन
हाँ जी, आराम से। आज बाबा मिल गए हैं। अरे आज जीत हुई है। आज
सुनाएंगे क्या बाबा के लिए?
हाँ जी,
बाबा के लिए कोई गीत सुनाएंगे? क्या जीत हुई आपकी?
आज हमारे बाबा मिले, बोलो हर हर आज ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज जैसे हमने मंदिर में प्रवेश किया तो इंद्र देवता भी खुश थे और बाबा भोलेनाथ भी खुश।
सोमवार भी है, सोमवार भी है।
फैसले पर क्या रिएक्शन है आपका?
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर
था, मंदिर हमारा रहेगा, ये कहना है वादी पक्ष की तरफ से, जो लगातार जो लगातार स्थितियां थी, क्योंकि सभी इंतजार कर रहे थे आज वाराणसी कोर्ट में और फैसला इस बात को लेकर कि अब ये मामला सुना जाएगा, यानी कि जिस मामले को लेकर ये बड़े सवाल थे कि
मुर्दाबाद। हमारे काशी निवासी की 4 महिलाएं हैं।
वो 4 महिलाएं आप
फुहारा नहीं, अगर फुहारा होता तो इसके नीचे क्या है बताए वो हमको। उनके पास कोई सच्चाई नहीं थी, उनके पास साथ कुछ था ही नहीं।
फुहारा होता तो उनको चला के दिखाना चाहिए था। फुहारा उनको चला के दिखाए नहीं, ना कोई सिस्टम दिखाए, कुछ नहीं दिखाए।
अब अगले डेट सुनवाई होगी, आगे चलता रहेगा।
91 का क्या होगा? 93 तक पूजा पाठ होती रही है, ब्याज भी करते रहे, इसमें 91 का कहाँ से वर्ष लगे? खुशी का है, अब आगे जो भी होगा तो भोले बाबा देख रहे हैं, उनका आशीर्वाद है, अब उनकी मुक्ति है ही है, उनके दर्शन बाकी है। देखिए महादेव जी, देखिए अमृत बरसा रहे, कृपा कर रहे हैं।
आपसे बात कर लेते हैं, आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
अरे दादा, दादा तंबी।
We've heard the Hindu women devotees who are the petitioners in the case celebrating and saying it's a long battle ahead, but today is a historic day. Because today the court has paved the way for the hearing in the Hindu civil suit that has been filed asking for a right to worship or right to pray the Hindu deities that they believe are there inside the mosque, the Gyanvapi mosque. What's going to happen next? The court has said that 22nd of September, we are going to be hearing the pleadings filed by both the sides. Very rarely do we see a district judge giving out quick dates, and this is one of the rare times that we are seeing the judge is going on what the Supreme Court has said and is coming quickly and trying to come quickly to a decision. But first I want to go across and continue to stay with the full frame pictures of the celebrations outside the courtroom. What is going to be...
मीडिया
All right, as the court has decided, the Hindu side please maintainable. What's going to be happening next is to be seen. The Hindu side has also said they're going to ask for what's going to happen in the court mandated survey to be seen. They also want prayers for further investigation to establish
किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
देखिए, जो कुछ भी कोर्ट ने कहा है, जाहिर सी बात है हम सब उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, एहतराम करते हैं, और जो कुछ भी बातें आई हैं वो अभी आप हजरात मीडिया ही के ज़रिए से आई हैं, और जब कोर्ट का पूरा जजमेंट सामने आएगा तो उसको स्टडी करके ही कोई एक हतमी फ़ैसला या राय कायम की जा सकती है। लेकिन बाबरी मस्जिद के केस के सिलसिले में जो कुछ भी ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के सिलसिले में कहा था, तो उसके बाद ये उम्मीद का सबने इजहार किया था कि अब कोई भी मंदिर मस्जिद मुद्दा अपने मुल्क में नहीं उठेगा, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी इस तरीके के मुद्दे सामने आ रहे हैं। बहरहाल जो कुछ भी आज हुआ है उसको अपने लीगल टीम स्टडी करेगी और उसके बाद ही कोई अपनी राय रखी जा सकती है।
कहा है कोर्ट ने कि ये मामला सुनने योग्य है। मुस्लिम पक्ष कहता रहा कि 1991 वर्शिप एक्ट का भी हवाला दिया गया, लेकिन आज जो फैसले में ये कोर्ट ने कहा कि योग्य है और इसमें अगली तारीख नवंबर में भी दी गई है।
यानी जो भी अगली तारीख दी गई है, जाहिर सी बात है दोनों पार्टीज़ अपनी अपनी बातें रखेंगी, और जो मस्जिद की साइड है वो भी अपनी दलीलें पूरी ताकत के साथ रखेंगे। और आज से नहीं बल्कि सैकड़ों सालों से मस्जिद में नमाज होती आ रही है, वहाँ पे मस्जिद कायम है और लोग वहाँ नमाज अदा कर रहे हैं, और आज भी नमाज अदा हो रही है, इसमें कोई भी शक व शुबहे की गुंजाइश नहीं है। तो लिहाजा वहाँ पे नमाज अदा की जाती रहेगी। उस सिलसिले में हम समझते हैं कि कोर्ट ने ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कही है, जिससे कि कोई नमाज अदा करने पे सवालिया निशान लग रहा हो। लेकिन बहरहाल जो भी ये केस चल रहा है, इस केस को अदालत में ही पूरी ताकत के साथ लड़ा जाएगा। और लेकिन मेरी सबसे यही एक बार फिर से अपील है कि सब लोग हर तरीके से अमन अमान कायम रखें, और ये एक लीगल मसला है, ज़ाहिर सी बात इसका फ़ैसला अदालत में ही होना है।
एक इंग्लिश में
The All India Muslim Law Board first reaction coming in, and the next hearing in the case is 22nd of September. They say they're going to respect the order of the court because the court has not stated anything on the namaz that will continue to be offered, which is something the Supreme Court had said can be done. Religious observance by the Muslim side can continue in the Gyanvapi case. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board, however, says the legal fight has just begun. So what we're going to be seeing possibly as today is the first historic victory in the Gyanvapi case for the Hindu side is what happens next. The district court on the 22nd of September is going to hear the pleadings by both the sides. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board says the plea, we respect the court's order. Today is going to be seen as a big victory for the Hindu side in the Varanasi court, and that's why celebrations are erupting, because the first view that had been given by the Muslim side trying to ensure that this maintainability of this plea is there right at the very start has been rejected by the Varanasi court. The Varanasi court has said that this particular plea continues to be maintainable, and as the plea is maintainable, it shall continue to be heard on the 22nd of September. Remember, we continue saying very rarely does a district court give quick dates, but a very quick date has been given in this, as Samiksha and Shivangi continue to be with us. Today is going to be seen as a big day as the issues are going to be framed on the 22nd of September. Because the Gyanvapi right to pray petition allowed by the courtroom, as we continue to wait for Piyush and others to give us more updates from outside the courtroom, where there are celebrations, where there is happiness and jubilation from one side. There's also the All India Muslim Law Board that has clearly also given out that the battle lines are drawn. They're also going to be seeing in a court of law how to appeal against this, or so possibly see how this is going to be heard in the Supreme Court. But I also want to pinpoint to our viewers, this case now has been stated by the courtroom is not barred by the Places of Worship Act, one of the arguments that had been made by the Muslim side, and also that the Waqf Board jurisdiction is not going to be seen as going to be complete. I also want to say both parties have been asked to submit their pleadings, which will also happen on the next date of the hearing. What's really expected, keeping aside the legalities of what has happened today, what's going to happen next? There are two things that are most crucial here. The videography survey, how soon is that going to become
शिवम जी, प्रक्रियागत हिस्सा अब आगे क्या कुछ रहने वाला है इस पूरे मामले में, दर्शकों को संक्षेप में बताइए।
देखिए, 22 तारीख को आदेश हो चुका है कोर्ट का कि 22 तारीख को सभी अपना जवाब लेकर के कोर्ट आ जाएं, और इस ट्रायल को हम प्रोसीड कराएंगे। अब इशू भी फ्रेम होगा और लिखित जवाब सभी प्रतिवादियों द्वारा इस न्यायालय में फाइल होगा।
क्या कुछ वादी पक्ष की तरफ से इस पूरे मामले पर आगे किया जाएगा?
देखिए, वादी पक्ष की ओर से हम राखी सिंह की तरफ से इसमें जो कमीशन में कमियां हैं उसको पूरा कराने के लिए जो भी आवश्यक होगा एप्लीकेशन भी लगाएंगे, आर्गुमेंट करेंगे, और जो कमियां रहेंगी उनको पूरा कराएंगे।
एक बार सर मैं चाहूंगा आप दर्शकों को बताएं कि कितना खुश और कितना उत्साहित हैं आज इस फैसले के बाद, क्योंकि इंतजार सभी कर रहे थे और वादी पक्ष में विश्वास नजर आ रहा था चेहरे पर उनके अलग।
देखिए, जो हमारी एक कह सकते हैं 3 महीने तक हमने जो आर्गुमेंट कोर्ट के सामने रखी, हमारी ड्राफ्टिंग थी, हमारी जो रिसर्च थी, आज वो सक्सेस हो गई है। हमें खुशी है इस चीज की। अभी लड़ाई काफी लंबी है, करते हैं।
तो वादी पक्ष के अधिवक्ता शिवम गौड़ को आपने सुना, साफ तौर पर उनका यह कहना था कि लड़ाई अभी लंबी है, ये जीत महज शुरुआत है, लेकिन सकारात्मक शुरुआत है, जिसके बाद अब कहीं ना कहीं से ये तय है कि आगे जो स्थितियां होंगी उनको लेकर वादी पक्ष पूरी तरह से तैयार है। सबसे बड़ी बात ये, क्योंकि ये जो है 7-11 के तहत ये पूरा जो एप्लीकेशन डाला गया था प्रतिवादी पक्ष की तरफ से, याद करिए जब सर्वे को लेकर तमाम तरह के सवाल उठ रहे थे, तमाम सवालों के बीच सर्वे की टीम जब पहले दौर का सर्वे करने पहुंचती है, दूसरे दिन के सर्वे का विरोध किया जाता है, जिसके चलते सर्वे को रोक दिया जाता है, फिर से एक कमीशन का गठन किया जाता है और दोबारा सर्वे।
All right, as Vaibhav is telling us, the Waqf Board jurisdiction argument has been rejected by the courtroom. Shivangi, Samiksha also continue to be with us. Shivangi, right in the morning, you gave us a dateline and a timeline of what's been happening in the courtroom. This was first seen to have gone to the Supreme Court on the 17th of May, after which you had stated that it's come to the District Court. Today, it's going to be seen as a historic day because it's a victory for the Hindu side. If I can get in one word from Shivangi and then Samiksha.
Right. Well, Rhythm, you would know it best also right now that there was a big verdict day, a key verdict today. And this issue has been going on for months and months, viewers. We have tracked every detail of this. Now, when it comes to maintainability, the Varanasi court is saying that Hindu side's plea is now maintainable. And the petitioner, Sohan Lal Arya, is saying that carbon dating will now take place. But also, Rhythm, if you could also help us understand this, what can we expect next? Because if the Muslim side is also saying at this point of time that the legal battle has just begun, is there a possibility at this point of time for the Muslim side to take this to the apex court once again, Rhythm?
Well, we're going to see whether the issue, Shivangi, comes for the apex court, because right now all eyes are going to be on the pleadings that are filed by both the sides before the lower court. Remember, the videography survey that had come out was extremely clear to show that there's a shivling found in the Wazukhana of the mosque, and therefore that area has stated by the top court to be protected. The other point that needs to be remembered here is that even otherwise, it's the Muslim side that continues to get the right to offer namaz inside the mosque, and that is also extremely crucial, because I remember the words of the Supreme Court is we have to coexist and balance needs to be maintained. What is the Hindu side going to possibly be saying next is extremely crucial, because they could be saying that they want a further investigation as to how old the shivling that is found inside by the alleged videography survey is going to be seen in the Wazukhana area, and then they're going to see whether they want to move the court for yet another survey or yet another detailed videography survey or what has been found inside the mosque. For now, the position legally is going to be seen on the 22nd of September, where detailed pleadings are going to be filed by both sides. But viewers, today is a victorious day for the Hindu side. It's also a historic day because there was security that had asked to be maintained. The Places of Worship Act argument that had been given many times by the Muslim side has been rejected by the court. The second argument they had given is that the Waqf Board has jurisdiction in this area and no one can really decide what happens in the jurisdiction of the mosque, because that's the area that belongs to the Waqf Board. That argument also rejected by District Judge Vishwes, who heard both the sides in detail very patiently for the last few months and then came out with this verdict. What has been upheld? The Hindu civil suit filed by 5 women devotees asking for the right to pray inside and near the premises of this Gyanvapi mosque has been led to be maintainable, which means it's the
दीपक जलाए, शंख नगाड़े बजाए और हर हर महादेव का नारा लगाए, क्योंकि आज काशी वासियों की, आज पूरे सनातन धर्म की, आज हिंदुओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। हर हर महादेव। बहुत शानदार गा रही हैं आप। कौन सा मान पूर्णा
And let me go across to Dr. Swami, who's now joining us on the phone line. Dr. Swami, in several cases, we've seen and we've heard you speak about it. Today, how are you looking at the Gyanvapi case? I remember in other cases like the Ram Setu and others, you've been at the very forefront of it. Today, the first historic victory coming in for the Hindu side, which had said they have the right to pray in the mosque premises.
Yes. See, there are two aspects for us Hindus. One is restoration of the temple that was there, which was knocked down by Aurangzeb, and a mosque built on top of it. And second is what has been established today, that indeed there was a temple, because there was a lot of denial from many of the Muslim thinkers and leaders that no, all this is imagination. Either now the court has agreed to look at whether indeed there's a temple there, and two, whether the bhaktas should be allowed by a special arrangement to go and pray in that part of the area where the Shivling is still there. So from that point of view, this is an intermediate step. The big step is the one that we are fighting in the Supreme Court, that this should be vacated and a Hindu temple should be started again. And the construction, like in the Ram temple matter, we have asked. So that's the difference. It's a moral booster for Hindus, especially those women who have had the courage to file this case. And it was foolish of the Muslim parties to come and ask it be not taken as non-maintainable. How can it be not maintainable when we have discovered all these leftovers of a Hindu temple, which is clearly visible even to the eye. So therefore, the way is now cleared whether women should be allowed to go and pray there. Now, in the meantime, it's possible that in the Supreme Court we come to a conclusion that yes, this is a special place like Ram Mandir, not any temple. It's a place where Lord Shiva himself has put the Jyotirling. And therefore, there's no other place in India where we can build another Shiva temple of this kind. You can build Shiva temple in a number of places. But Jyotirling, there are 12 places. The last one to be rebuilt after removing the masjid was the Somnath temple in Gujarat. So this is the one last remaining, and we must get this vacated, this mosque vacated, and the temple rebuilt. In the meantime, those who want to pray in a small part which has been established to exist, they should be allowed. And so what is happening in the civil court is just this, that whether the women should be allowed or not. In the meantime, some Muslim parties came and said, no, this is not a maintainable thing because Supreme Court is considering the Places of Worship Act. So I would say the women petitioners should be happy today, and now they will have a chance to persuade the local court to give them permission to go and pray there.
Dr. Swami, as eloquent as always and as crystal clear as always, I want to ask you one question before I go across to the Hindu side lawyer, Vishnu Shankar Jain. You have given us a great case of print. You've given us what could possibly be happening in the future. But how do you see the next few months panning out in the lower court and the Supreme Court? Dr. Swami, if you can hear me, I asked you very eloquently, you've elaborated what's going to be happening in the next few months in the Supreme Court. I want to know also, sir, how soon and can an investigation be done as to how old the Shivling was, if there was a temple in this area, and what further quick steps can be taken?
Well, that's if you're going to get the whole premises back, which I'm sure, like in the Ram temple matter, we will win in the Supreme Court. Then what do they need to do all this dating of whether this is an old or new? This is we are going to build the Shiva temple, and in that everything will find its place, the right place. So I think that if somebody wants to do an archaeological survey, they can do. I have no problem. But the fact is that the core thing is that that place of mosque must be removed, because it was deliberately put there by Aurangzeb in order to teach the Hindus a lesson. And now we must have it back at the Jyotirling temple of Lord Shiva in Gyanvapi.
Yes. Sir, as you are speaking, I would love for you to give us time in the day to get a better perspective and sense of what needs to be done in this case as you're speaking. Thank you for being with us. Our teams will be in touch with you, sir, for a very important time. I also want to go across to Vishnu Shankar Jain, the Hindu side lawyer who came out in the Varanasi court. And Vishnu, many congratulations. The first battle has been won by the Hindu side. The court says the Order 7, Rule 11 not maintainable. What are your next steps going to be, Vishnu?
My next step will be that we are waiting for the reply to be filed by the Masjid side. The court has given time to the Masjid committee to file its reply on 22nd of September. And in future, we will definitely press our application which we have filed for removal of those artificial walls beneath the Wudu area, because let me tell you that the Arga of the Shivling is still to be found. And so we are waiting that the Arga of the Shivling can be found and another commission will be issued. And in future, the carbon dating of the our idol which has been found, that will be also carried out, as well as the ASI survey will be conducted. All those demands will be coming in the future.
Yes, Vishnu, another question. We just spoke to Dr. Swami. He said the first thing that needs to be decided is whether there was a temple in that area, and the larger picture is going to be the Supreme Court is going to be seeing what needs to happen, whether a temple and a mosque can coexist together. But what will your first steps be before the district court to try and get some more rights to worship near that area or within that area?
No, we are immediately going to file an application seeking that the application under ATG must be decided first. The Arga of the Shivling has to be found. And the question is that let me tell you with a lot of sense of responsibility that it is not in dispute that the temple which was pre-existing has been demolished. And at present, the mosque has been constructed. Already the Supreme Court has given a finding in 1994 by Honorable Mr. Justice Ramaswamy that the temple was demolished here. So I don't have to prove in this case that whether the temple was demolished or not. That's already proven. Now the question is to take back possession of the property in question. And for that, our legal team will be proceeding in that direction.
So are you telling us that the next step is going to be, Vishnu, for getting possession of the mosque area premises?
Yes, possession also. Apart from that, we want the rights of puja, because we have specifically said that inside the mosque in question, there are particular places where we used to worship, and therefore at those places we should be allowed to worship. Apart from that, to prove our case better, all the historical and documentary evidence and exhibits will be filed on record, and we will wait for the reply for the written statement to be filed by the Masjid committee.
All right, fantastic. Vishnu, many congratulations. And viewers, hearing it first on Republic TV, Vishnu Shankar Jain tells us the Hindu side is going to be filing an application. What is the application going to be talking about? It is going to say as a first step, the right to puja, the right to offer prayers should be allowed to the Hindu deities who want to be there. That is the first step. I also want to go across to the newsroom where my colleague Niranjan is joining us from with the order copy. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, this is the operative part of the order copy, Rhythm. I'm just going to read out from it. In the final page of the order, the court has observed, and I'm going to read from here. It says in section 4, bracket 9, temple has been defined as the temple of Adi Vishweshwar, popularly known as Sri Kashi Vishwanath Temple, situated in the city of Varanasi, used as a place of public religious worship, dedicated to, for the benefit, or used as of right by the Hindus as a place of public worship of the Jyotirlinga, includes all subordinate temples, shrines, sub-shrines and the ashram as asta of all images and deities, mandaps, wells, tanks and other necessary structures and land appurtenant thereto, and additions which may be thereto after the appointed date. Now, the operative part here, Rhythm, from the perusal of the above mentioned provisions of the Act, it is clear. The judge says it is clear that no bar has been imposed by the Act regarding a suit claiming right to worship idols installed in the endowment within the premises of the temple or outside. Therefore, defendant number 4 failed to prove. The court has said, Rhythm, that the Muslim side failed to prove in this particular case that the suit of the plaintiffs is barred by the UP Sri Kashi Vishwanath Temple Act. And then the judge says he's come to the conclusion that the suit of the plaintiffs is not barred by the Places of Worship Act. Says here it's not barred very clearly by the Places of Worship Act, the Waqf Act and the UP Sri Kashi Vishwanath Temple Act. And the order says the application 35C filed by the defendant is dismissed
which is the Muslim side's affidavit, is dismissed, and they have fixed 22nd of September for filing written statement and framing of issues. The applications pending under Order 1, Rule 10 CPC of different applications also stand disposed. But I think this is the operative part, Rhythm. What the court says, it is clear that there is no bar imposed by the Act regarding a suit claiming right to worship idols installed in the endowment within the premises of the temple. So essentially all the claims that were made by the Muslim side stand dismissed. And I think that's the news point, Rhythm. The judge finding enough merit.
Niranjan, absolutely. As the 26-page order of the Varanasi court has been accessed by Republic TV, Niranjan just read out page 26, the most operative part. And I just want to break this down for our viewers. The court has given reasons as to why the petition, the Muslim side's application has been rejected. The court has said it is clear that no bar has been imposed by the Act regarding a suit claiming right to worship idols installed in the endowment within the premises of the temple. Therefore, defendant failed to prove that the Hindu civil suit is barred by the UP Shri Kashi Vishwanath Act. And then they go on to say, Judge Vishvesha says, I have come to the conclusion that the Hindu side suit is not barred, and these are the arguments, viewers, that had been put by the Muslim side. It is not barred by the Places of Worship Act 1991. It is not barred by the Waqf Act 1995 and the UP Shri Kashi Vishwanath Act 1983, and therefore this application is liable to be rejected. He also goes on to define what a temple is earlier on in this 26-page order, and he also gives out great details of what the plaintiffs, that is the Hindu side and the other side, have stated in the earlier paragraphs. He also gives out details about while disposal of application in the district judge Varanasi's court, he says it's mentioned that there is a Places of Worship Act by the Muslim side, but I do believe in both the cases that this particular plea is rejected, and therefore finally the last 5 lines of the 26-page order that becomes so critical to see that this is going to be seen as a big win for the Hindu side are this application filed by the defendants under Order 7, Rule 11 is dismissed. And that is the crucial word when it comes to legal cases, viewers. It's either allowed or dismissed. And with that one final word, finality is been there in this particular application that has been filed by the Muslim side. He's also gone on to say what the next course of action needs to be, which is fixed for the 22nd of September for filing written statements and framing of issues, which means that not only are battle lines drawn, it is time that both the sides quickly frame the issues. It's a very critical time in any trial or any case when issues are going to be framed, and that's what's happening. And after that, they say this is the case that's happened today. So like the order copy that was read out by Niranjan has said 2 points. The arguments made by the Muslim side saying that the Waqf board has jurisdiction was rejected. They've also rejected that the Places of Worship Act will apply here, and that argument has also been rejected. Viewers, I also want to tell you a big breaking news that's coming in, and exclusively I'm going to be telling our viewers is that we've also been told that by Vishnu Jain, who spoke first to Republic TV, that what's going to happen next is, what are the next steps everyone is asking going to be for the Hindu side as well as the Muslim side. The Muslim side has come on record. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board just told us a short while ago on Republic TV that they are going to go to a court of law to try and get justice. What is the Hindu side going to say in their application before the court on the 22nd of September? Exclusively, we tell you, Vishnu Jain details the Hindus will now ask for the right to offer prayers at the mosque, within the mosque premises, at the place where the shivling has been found for the Hindus.
22 सितंबर दी गई है।
हम सब माननीय न्यायालय के निर्णय का सम्मान करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, और उत्तर प्रदेश और देश में बहुत लोग आज प्रसन्न हैं। माननीय न्यायालय के निर्णय का इंतजार सब लोग कर रहे थे, और मुझे लगता है कि हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में हम कानून का राज स्थापित करें और हर स्थिति में उसे हम कायम रखेंगे। और लोगों की भावनाएं बहुत खुश हैं। मेरे पास सैकड़ों फ़ोन कॉल्स आ रहे हैं। सबका कहना है कि माननीय न्यायालय ने बहुत अच्छा निर्णय दिया है।
मुस्लिम पक्ष 1991 एक्ट ऑफ वर्शिप का हवाला देता रहा और
दरअसल ये सब्जेक्ट माननीय न्यायालय का है, लेकिन हम सब माननीय न्यायालय के निर्णय का सम्मान करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं और लोगों की भावनाओं के अनुरूप निर्णय है और इसी वजह से प्रदेश में बहुत ही प्रसन्नता की लहर है।
इंतजामिया कमेटी ने कहा है इस फैसले को हाईकोर्ट में चैलेंज करेंगे। देखिए,
वो उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन हम सब माननीय न्यायालय के निर्णय का सम्मान करेंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश सभी अधिकारियों को निर्देश दे दिए हैं, सभी जिलाधिकारियों को, पुलिस अधीक्षकों को, कि उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार गश्त करते रहें, कहीं भी किसी को भी कोई घटना ऐसी न घटे जिससे कानून व्यवस्था के लिए डिस्टर्बेंस हो। हर स्थिति में हम लोग तैयार हैं।
जिस तरीके से सवाल उठ रहे थे कि ये जो पूरा का पूरा मामला है 1991 एक्ट के तहत ये मामला सस्टेन नहीं होता, पर कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया उस फैसले पर क्या?
देखिए, ये मामला न्यायालय में चूंकि विचाराधीन है, अब न्यायालय को निर्णय करना है और मेरी दायित्व ये है कि हम उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून के राज को मेंटेन करें और हम मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। हर स्थिति से निपटने के लिए हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं।
सर, आज सुबह से देखा जा रहा था पूरे यूपी को एक तरीके से हर एक जिले में हमने देखा कि यूपी पुलिस जो थी वो अब मार्च पर थी, तो अभी भी क्या लगातार फैसला?
हम मार्च पे इसलिए थे कि सतर्कता बरतने के निर्देश हम लोगों ने दिए थे और नोएडा से लेकर के इटावा तक, इटावा से लेकर ललितपुर तक, ललितपुर से लेकर के हम बॉर्डर अपना बलिया बहराइच तक, हर स्थिति में चारों कोने में हम मेंटेन कर रहे हैं कानून को। किसी भी स्थिति में हम कानून को भंग करने की इजाज़त किसी को नहीं देने वाले हैं।
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा कि उसको लेकर के हाईकोर्ट जाएगा, उस पर?
हाँ, ये उनका संविधान में अधिकार मिला हुआ है, लेकिन हम उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून के राज को मेंटेन करेंगे। किसी को भी कानून को इजाज़त हाथ में लेने की नहीं है।
बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए। तो आप ब्रजेश पाठक जी को सुन रहे थे, जिनका साफ कहना है कि जो कोर्ट का जो फैसला आया, कोर्ट के फैसले का वो सम्मान करते हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून व्यवस्था बनाने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है और कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरीके से बनी रहे, इसको लेकर के लगातार सरकार अलर्ट है, एक्टिव मोड पर काम कर रही है। जर्नलिस्ट जितेश अवस्थी के साथ विवेक रटफक।
Alright, big victory for the Hindu side. We continue to stay what's been happening outside the Varanasi court, and this live coverage continues where we showed you celebrations and Har Har Mahadev chants outside the courtroom. We also showed you what can possibly be happening next, viewers. But let me just simplify in 4 points what's happened inside the courtroom today. The court has today rejected the application filed by the Muslim side where they said that this particular Hindu civil suit is not maintainable. The second thing that has happened is the Hindu civil suit is maintainable. The next date of the hearing is 22nd of September, which is quickly going to come when both the sides are going to give their views. The Hindu side is also going to move an application, and that's the third point, in which they are going to say that we want the right to pray within the premises of the Gyanvapi mosque, and that's moving very quickly. Fast-paced developments happening in the case even before it goes to the Supreme Court, where the court is now going to be deciding on whether the right to prayer can also be offered by the Hindus near the area where the shivling has been found, and that could really be extremely crucial because till now the videography survey, and that's the fourth point, has stated that there is a shivling found within the premises near the Wazukhana of the Gyanvapi mosque, and the Supreme Court has said namaz can continue to be offered, but can Hindus also ask for the right to pray within the mosque premises near where the shivling has been found is going to be?
मामले की अगली सुनवाई 22/9 को होगी और एविडेंस लीड की जाएगी। इश्यूज आराम से मैं कहीं बहुत देखिए, जो मुस्लिम पक्ष की मैं बता रहा हूँ, जो मुस्लिम पक्ष की पिटीशन है ऑर्डर 7 रूल 11 की, वो रिजेक्ट कर दी गई है। प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट कर दिया है, वक्फ एक्ट का रिजेक्ट कर दिया है।
जितने भी दीवार जिसमें से बाबा शिवलिंग, उनको दीवार तोड़ करके बिल्कुल साज ताकि नंदी और बाबा बात कर सकें।
आपकी एक मांग थी कि दीवार तोड़ी जाए, उसको लेकर कोई आगे आप लोग चर्चा?
बिल्कुल हम लोग याचिका दायर की हैं, उसमें आगे सुनवाई होगी। और वही
आज कोर्ट ने कहा क्या है अपने जजमेंट?
आगे यह कह कि 1991 एक्ट यहाँ लागू नहीं होता, वक्फ बोर्ड लागू नहीं होता, लिहाजा मंदिर समर्थकों की विजय हुई। हाँ, वो ज्ञानवापी जो है मसाजिद के लोग बहुत देर तक मौजूद नहीं थे, और जैसे ही माननीय जिला जज आए, हमें एक बार लगा कि आखिर क्या इसका बहिष्कार तो नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन नहीं, जैसे ही जिला जज महोदय आए, मात्र एक अधिवक्ता मसाजिद के आए, जिससे वह कोरम पूरा हो जा रहा है, इसलिए उनको पूरा माना जाएगा।
आगे क्या रहेगा?
कुचाल है जाने कब
आगे का क्या रहेगा?
आगे कार्बन
अयोध्या याचिका है उसमें सुनवाई के लिए बोला है कोर्ट ने।
हाँ, बिल्कुल ये हुआ है कि 22 तारीख डेट दी गई है, जो कार्बन डेटिंग की मांगे। श्री राम जन्मभूमि में आंदोलन में भी हम लोग थे, इसलिए हमको अच्छी तरह मालूम है कार्बन डेटिंग क्या होती है जो है।
And viewers, the Varanasi court has now upheld the maintainability of the Hindu civil suit. That's also going to be the top focus at 9 o'clock with Arnab Goswami, and they're going to see and we're going to understand and debate on how this case needs to also move forward, as the plea by the Hindu worshippers is set to be maintainable by the Varanasi court. As we continue to stay on this focus, I also want to give you one point before I go across to Samiksha and also get a sense of what has to happen. Shivangi is also continuing to be with us. So today, as this order is being read out, it states that I have come to the conclusion the suit of the plaintiff is not barred by the Places of Worship Special Provisions Act and also not barred by the Waqf Board 1995 Act. Shivangi, very fast-paced developments is possibly in the next hearing on the 22nd. The issues are going to be framed.
Absolutely, Rhythm, and you perfectly broke down this big story for us and our viewers. It's a big win for the Hindu side, and Rhythm tried to explain to us that what happened and what can we expect next. The big breaking we got, that next the Hindu side will be asking for the right to offer prayers next. That's a big breaking news on Republic TV. We got that first here. Remember that just a short while back, Varanasi court has dismissed Anjuman Islamiya Masjid Committee's plea challenging the maintainability of the suit filed by the 5 Hindu women seeking worshipping rights in the Gyanvapi mosque compound. And we had the most comprehensive coverage here on Republic TV. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in on this big story.
आज कोर्ट ने हमारे सारे आर्गुमेंट्स को मान लिया है, मुस्लिम पक्ष की एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट कर दी है, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की उनकी जो प्ली थी उसको खारिज कर दिया है, वक्फ एक्ट की प्ली को खारिज कर दिया है। कोर्ट ने कहा है कि सूट मेंटेनेबल है। अब इस मामले की अगली सुनवाई 22/9 को होगी और एविडेंस लीड की जाएगी।
35 फीट चौड़ा
विवादित क्षेत्र है वो कौन सा?
विवादित क्षेत्र देखिए, हमारा मंदिर तो ये पूरा विवादित है, उन्होंने बना दिया है ना, वो तो यहाँ से यहाँ तक इन्होंने इतना तोड़ दिया है, लेकिन बैरिकेटिंग जो है हमारी वर्तमान में जो बैरिकेटिंग है वो ये पोर्शन पर है, इतना तोड़ दिए हैं। यहाँ मलबा पटा है 15 फीट का, जिसके हम लोग खुदाई के लिए भी अब मांग करेंगे। मलबे में हमारे नंदी और तमाम विग्रह दबे पड़े हैं।
लेकिन आज का जो फैसला आया है, क्या लगता है ये संरचना दोबारा से हो जाएगी? वहाँ पर कितना विश्वास जगा आज के फैसले?
आज के फैसले से तो हम लोगों के पास विश्वास ही विश्वास है, अब कोई चीज बाकी नहीं है। बस हमारे पास जो है,
न्यायालय का भी यह मानना है 5% केवल औपचारिकताएं बची हुई हैं। अब ये कह रहे हैं कि हम हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे। हाई कोर्ट में पहले इन्होंने शुरू में ही वर्शिप एक्ट के लिए स्टे का ऑर्डर लिया था। पहली चीज, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो आदेश हुआ कि ये माननीय फास्ट ट्रैक आप वाराणसी जनपद सिविल सूट फाइल करें, वहां आप पूरा पावर वहां ले, लेकिन 42 हफ्ते के अंदर सब कुछ बंद लिफाफे में हमारे यहाँ भेजे। पहली चीज, एक सेकंड, वो शिवलिंग है, कोई बजू खाना नहीं है, पहली चीज। दूसरी चीज, 95% फैसला हिंदू पक्ष के पास सुरक्षित है।
शमीम अहमद आज गैर मौजूद रहे कोर्ट परिसर के अंदर, इसके पीछे बड़ी वजह क्या लगता है आपको?
किस चीज के पीछे बड़ी?
शमीम अहमद जो मुख्य अधिवक्ता हैं प्रतिवादी पक्ष के, वो नहीं आज कोर्ट रूम में मौजूद थे।
बता तो रहे हैं आपसे, अभय नाथ जी थे, अभय नाथ जी थे। हमने तो कोर्ट में खुद बोला है, भाई हमको श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं। हम कह रहे हैं ना, हम लोगों का जय घोष आपने सुना ही है, हम लोगों ने जय घोष भी लगाया है। आज का दिन जो है हम लोगों के लिए बड़ा अच्छा गया। वह शिवलिंग ही है, बार बार मैं बोल रहा हूँ, इसको सुनिएगा, ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, न्यायालय परिषद की तरफ से मैं बोल रहा हूँ पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ। 5% जो औपचारिकताएं बची हुई हैं 22 तारीख को आए। हाँ, मुस्लिम पक्ष के जो वकील अभी आप नाम लिए हैं शमीम जी का, उनसे पहले अभय नाथ जी थे, हम उनको श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं। कुछ गलत ऐसी बात नहीं है, उनको मैं श्रद्धांजलि दे रहा हूँ। ये हिंदुओं की जीत है, यहाँ तक कि काशी वासियों की जीत है। न्यायालय का सीधा मानना है कि वो कोई वजू खाना नहीं है, वो शिवलिंग है, वो शिवलिंग ही रहेगा।
तो अनामिका, इसी विश्वास की बात हम लगातार कर रहे थे, जो विश्वास आज इन तमाम लोगों के अंदर नजर आ रहा है, और इसी विश्वास को लेकर शुरुआत भी की गई थी, इसी विश्वास को लेकर यह बात भी कही गई थी, और इसी विश्वास को लेकर तमाम दलीलें भी दी गई थी। उन दलीलों के जरिए ये मैसेज देने की कोशिश, ये बताने की कोशिश की, जो ज्ञानव्यापी परिसर में मां श्रृंगार गौरी का परिसर है, वो परिसर सीधे तौर पर वादी पक्ष का है और वहां पर पूजा पाठ की अनुमति दी जाए। लेकिन जब सर्वे करवाया गया, सर्वे में वजू खाने के अंदर शिवलिंग आकृति जैसी एक चीज प्राप्त हुई, जिसको सीधे तौर पर हिंदू पक्ष।
So let's try and break it down. What essentially does the Gyanvapi verdict mean? Now remember, the Varanasi court has passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. Now the court has decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has outrightly been rejected by the court. In fact, the order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed a petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. The application filed by the Masjid Committee has been rejected as well. The court will now hear the matter on 22nd of this, September, when both sides have been asked to submit their pleadings. So what next for the Hindu side? Now the Hindu side will file application on the right to pray, so submissions will be made seeking daily prayers inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Pleadings will also be submitted in the Varanasi court. The arguments on carbon dating of Shivling is also likely. The Hindu side may also seek probe into how old the Shivling is by presenting historical data as well.
सारे आर्गुमेंट्स को मान लिया है, मुस्लिम पक्ष की एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट कर दी है, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट की उनकी जो प्ली थी उसको खारिज कर दिया है, वक्फ एक्ट की प्ली को खारिज कर दिया है। कोर्ट ने कहा है कि सूट मेंटेनेबल है। अब इस मामले की अगली सुनवाई 22/9 को होगी और एविडेंस लीड की जाएगी। इशूज
विजय हमारे 7-11 जो उनका खारिज था, खारिज हो गया है, और मुकदमा 22 तारीख को हमारे कहने का मतलब कि हमारी विजय हो गई है, हमारी हिंदू समाज की विजय है। और यह विजय काशी विश्वनाथ के शिलान्यास में यह विजयारोपण का दिन है, और निश्चय हमारी विजय हो गई है।
आगे क्या?
आगे जो है बस विजय अभी फिलहाल हमारी उत्साह से लड़ रही है। हमारे
कैसे आज का दिन अब बनाएं?
बहुत गौरवशाली दिन है हिंदू समाज के लिए।
कोर्ट की ओर से क्या कहा गया? फैसले में क्या कहा? फैसले में
कहा कि मुस्लिम समाज पहले बहुत देर तक तो मुस्लिम मसाजिद के लोग आए ही नहीं थे। अभी अंतिम फैसले में जब माननीय जिला जज जी आए तो उसके बाद मस्जिद मसाजिद का सिर्फ एक सदस्य आए थे जो है, और उनका जो 7-11 का था, और कई धाराओं के बाद यह कहा गया कि आप जो है वक्फ बोर्ड का भी नियम लागू नहीं होता, 7-11 का भी लागू नहीं होता। वर्ष जो है कहने का तात्पर्य हमारी विजय हुई है।
आगे क्या कदम होने वाला है? आगे क्या कदम?
आगे मुकदमा चलता रहेगा, आगे मुकदमा चलता रहेगा।
जिस प्रकार से काशी विश्वनाथ मामले में भगवान विश्वेश्वर महादेव के पक्ष में निर्णय आया है और एक कहा लिया गया है, एक माननीय कोर्ट ने माना है इस बात को कि एक केस सुनने योग्य है और अब इसकी सुनवाई होगी। ये बात हमने पहले भी कही थी। पूरे हिंदू समाज और निश्चित रूप से जो शिव भक्तों की जो तपस्या है वो पूर्ण हुई। अब न्याय मिलेगा, जैसे राम मंदिर में न्याय मिला था, नंदी की तपस्या पूर्ण हुई और निश्चित रूप से वहां पे भव्य विश्वेश्वर भगवान का मंदिर बनेगा।
As celebrations erupt outside the courtroom and several people continue talking about this going to be seen as a big historic win for the Hindu side, let's tell our viewers there are fast-paced developments that are happening in the case, and that's extremely and even more crucial. Today the hearing has happened in which the maintainability of the civil suit has been upheld. next 10 days, within the next 10 days, both the sides have been told to give written pleadings, which is a very short, quick time for both the sides, the Hindu and the Muslim side, to be coming forward with their pleadings before the district court. In the next 10 days, there's going to be a hearing in the district court, which makes it very clear that the district court is adhering to what the Supreme Court said and coming to a sort of a decision on this with alacrity. I also want to tell our viewers, we've also been told by Vishnu Jain, who's the petitioner's lawyer, that there is going to be a right to pray application moved in the next hearing. So very fast-paced developments. Let's look at more reactions coming in.
सभी अनुयायियों को यह विश्वास हो गया है कि हमारे 30,000 मंदिरों को जो तोड़ा गया था और उस पर मस्जिदें और कब्र बनाई गई थी, वो हमें मिल जाएगा। ये हमें न्यायालय के माध्यम से
अभी मामला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर है, आपने बाकी और मंदिर भी
देखिए 1991 में कांग्रेस ने एक षड्यंत्र रचा कि हिंदुओं के जो 30,000 मंदिरों को तोड़ करके मस्जिद और मजार बना दिया गया है, अब वो हमेशा के लिए हिंदू भूल जाए और हिंदू अपने गौरव को भूल जाए। लेकिन यह जो मुकदमा है, इसने हिंदुओं के अंदर गौरव को जगाया है। अब समस्त हिंदू जाग करके अपने संपूर्ण 30,000 मंदिरों को लेने के लिए विधिक रास्ते तय करेंगे।
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा है वो हाईकोर्ट जाएंगे, मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा है वो हाईकोर्ट जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल जाना चाहिए, ये तो न्यायालय सबके लिए खुला हुआ है ना, न्यायालय का रास्ता सबके लिए खुला है। वो हाई कोर्ट जाए, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाए, लेकिन जो सच है वही सच है। सच यही है कि मंदिर हमारा था, हमारा रहेगा।
मंदिरों को तोड़ा गया तलवारों के दम पर 1000 वर्षों से। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि एक हिंदू के नरमुंड की कीमत मोहम्मद बख्तियार खिलजी ने 5 रुपए लगाई थी।
मुझे लगता है कोर्ट का फैसला है, उसको इस तरह से धर्म के सामने की लड़ाई बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है।
आपने धर्म की बात की, ये माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी और योगी जी की जीत है। मैं बता रहा हूँ, मैं खुद 2.5 महीने से पैनल में एडवोकेट रहा हूँ। यहाँ 95% में बता रहा हूँ, कहीं कोई धर्म की जीत नहीं है, कहीं कोई लड़ाई नहीं, हिंदू जनमानस।
All right, as the Hindu side petitioners celebrate the victory and the verdict, we're also being told fast-paced developments, like I said, happening in the case. Viewers, just around 1 hour ago, this order came and was dictated by Judge Vishwesha, who had been hearing these arguments for very long. The judge in the 26-page order that has been accessed by Republic TV has said the places of act worship argument does not bar the Hindu civil suit. He's also said the Waqf board jurisdiction does not bar the Hindu civil suit and has therefore dismissed the Order 7 Rule 11 application that had been filed for an immediate prima facie rejection of the Hindu civil suit. Keeping all the technicalities aside, what this means is a big victory for the Hindu side, in which the Right to Worships Act is going to be maintained. I also want to tell our viewers, as this is happening, the court has also said the right to pray, I beg your pardon, Vishnu Shankar Jain, who's come out with an application, has said that the next application going to be moved within the next 10 days is going to be for the right to pray for Hindu devotees within the Muslim premises. That is going to be there next. I also want to go across to Shivangi, who's with us. Shivangi, we've been hearing all the sides now, plethora of reactions coming in. It's very interesting to see fast-paced developments in the case.
Absolutely, and let's tell our viewers as well that what really happened some time back, it's a big win for the Hindu side, and we also saw just a short while back the Muslim side saying that they might take this legal battle ahead. But for now, what we can say is it's a big win for the Hindu side, and also that the right to offer prayers, that's the next step that the Hindu side will be taking. The next date of hearing is on 22nd September. Now, remember that this is the Ma Shringar Gauri sought to right to worship. That's what the Hindus want to worship on the outer wall of the mosque complex located next to the Kashi Vishwanath temple. The maintainability of the suit was challenged by Anjuman committee, arguing that the Hindu worshippers suit is barred by law, which is the Places of Worship Act 1991. So this is a very big development coming in, viewers. And having heard the parties at length, it went on for a while. The district judge, A.K. Vishvesha last month had completed the hearings and reserved its order, and today was that key verdict, the key verdict which has come in, and the plaintiffs had claimed that the present mosque premises was once a Hindu temple. It was demolished by Aurangzeb, and thereafter the present mosque structure was built there. So it's a big win. Rhythm, you would agree with me also. It's a big win for the Hindu side. But of course, what will happen next? And what are the next legal steps? That also has to be watched in the next few weeks, Rhythm.
Absolutely, Shivangi, like you're saying, 10 days from now, that crucial hearing in the district court where both the sides are going to file their written pleas, which is extremely crucial. Once written pleas are filed, it's the authoritative word of both the sides in black and white, so it's very carefully going to be done, after which we're going to see applications for right to prayer for the Hindus within the premises of the Gyanvapi mosque, which will become crucial. Because we're here back again with this massive story. We broke this first on Republic TV, all the investigations, the videography survey, everything broken right here first on Republic TV. We continue to head the coverage in this. Stay on with us. We're back after a short break.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region, and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office, as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice.
Big win for Hindu side viewers. Judge orders Gyanvapi matter is maintainable, rejects the Muslim side plea. Baba Mil Gaye chants all over outside the courtroom. Mega celebrations erupt.
कोर्ट ने कहा है, जाहिर बात है हम सब उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, एहतराम करते हैं, और जब कोर्ट का पूरा जजमेंट सामने आएगा तो उसको स्टडी करके ही कोई एक हतमी फैसला या राय कायम की जा सकती है.
Muslim side hits back, says respect court order, but the legal battle has just begun. It's a Republic mega exclusive. Key MVA project now under lens for Dawood gang links. Mega NIA crackdown on terror, gangsters and links with terror under lens, raids on across over 50 locations.
This is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence.
Storm over Congress's burning shorts tweet. BJP says it's Aag Lagao for Congress and not Bharat Jodo. Viewers, we're live and breaking this Monday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla. It's a big boost for the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi case. The Varanasi court has passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. The court has decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has been rejected. The order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed the petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. And talking to Republic TV, the Hindu lawyer has said very categorically and told us first that the next step from the Hindu side will be the right to offer prayers there at the complex. All right. Let's have a look at all the big reactions coming in on this key verdict by the Varanasi court.
The suit is not injuncted by the Places of Worship Act. The application of the other party has been dismissed. The first hurdle has been crossed. Now the court will examine the matter on its own merits. We do hope and look forward to a victory for the law, the justice and the truth is with us. I would like to say that this is a religious and spiritual matter. Therefore, the decision should be accepted with grace and calmness and not be interpreted in the terms of victory or defeat.
के फैसले को सम्मान किया, ज्ञानवापी पर भी हम सम्मान करते हैं और हमें संविधान और कानून पर भरोसा है। हम प्रार्थना जरूर करते हैं कि सनातन भारत, अखंड भारत से जिन लुटेरों ने भारत के आराध्य, भारत के संस्कार, भारत की संस्कृति, काशी, मथुरा, अयोध्या जैसे हमारे आराध्य, हमारे को तोड़ने का काम किया, वो उसके बगैर भारत अधूरा है।
All right, let's go to Piyush Mishra, who's in Varanasi, covering the story for us from ground. I'm sure, Piyush, right now, where you are, there are a lot of celebrations on the Hindu side. It's a big win. And the petitioners that Republic TV has been speaking to from the Hindu side were very confident that this will be, in fact, in their favor. And that's exactly what's happened right now, Piyush. What are you picking up from ground?
Well, Shivangi, right now I'm at the gate number 4 of Kashi Vishwanath Temple, and right behind to that very gate is the structure of Gyanvapi Mosque. Let me straight away also try to show you the pictures from that very.
सबसे पहले तो मैं काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर और श्रृंगार गौरी माता के मंदिर मामले की जो सुनवाई चल रही थी, जिसमें न्यायालय ने इस सुनवाई को सुनने योग्य मानना है, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूं। और बाकी न्यायिक प्रक्रिया जैसे चलनी है वैसे चलती रहेगी, लेकिन सभी पक्षों से मैं यह जरूर अपील करूंगा कि इस फैसले का मैं भी स्वागत करता हूं, सब लोग स्वागत करें और किसी भी प्रकार से इस विषय को लेकर के कोई विवाद उत्पन्न करने का काम ना करें। यह एक बहुत साफ सुथरी न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के अंतर्गत जो न्यायालय के सामने विषय रखे गए हैं, उसके आधार पर सुनवाई हुई है और सुनवाई के बाद यह सुनने योग्य है कि नहीं है, इस विषय को लेकर के फैसला आया और फैसला आने के बाद सभी लोग इसका स्वागत कर रहे हैं, मैं भी स्वागत कर रहा हूँ।
All right, this is a big story we're tracking right now. Big win for the Hindu side, and we got you every update right now. Swami Jitendranand Saraswati, religious guru, is right now with my colleague Harsha. Harsha, over to you.
बिग विक्ट्री फॉर हिंदू साइड वी आर जॉइंड बाय स्वामी जितेंद्र सरस्वती। स्वामी जी, बहुत बड़ी जीत हिंदू पक्ष के लिए। जिस तरह से फैसला हिंदू पक्ष के फेवर में आया है, लेकिन मुस्लिम पक्ष कह रहा है कि इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा। इस फैसले से बिल्कुल संतुष्ट नहीं।
क्या हुआ था, सर्वे को रोकने के लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गए थे। मुकदमे की यह मेंटेन करने योग्य है कि नहीं है, इस पर गए। तो आज यह मुकदमा सुनवाई योग्य है। उनको ये पता होना चाहिए कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि अगर मुकदमा सुनवाई होगा, अभी 2 दिन पहले की टिप्पणी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कि काशी और मथुरा के केस चलेंगे। अगर सुनवाई के योग्य हैं, ये तय हो गया, तो इस केस को आप कैसे रोक देंगे? कोई हाई कोर्ट नहीं रोक सकता है। लिहाजा ये फालतू की मूर्खतापूर्ण बातें हैं और उन्हें 2 सत्य स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि जिला कोर्ट में या तो मुकदमे का सामना करें, अन्यथा वार्ता की मेज पर बैठ करके उन्हें भी सत्य पता है, इसलिए काशी और मथुरा को हिंदुओं को प्रसन्नतापूर्वक लौटा दें।
स्वामी जी, एक और बात, आपको लगता है कि ये जो अब 22 सितंबर से लगातार सुनवाई चलेगी, इसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं मथुरा की बात करें यार, और जगहों को लेकर के भी बात आई थी कि कई ऐसी जगह जहाँ मस्जिद जहाँ मंदिर होने के प्रमाण है, नज़ीर बनेगा ये मामला, और भी जगहों के जो मामले हैं वो लगातार अब आना शुरू हो जाएंगे।
स्वाभाविक है, राम जन्मभूमि का केस नजीर नहीं बनेगा, ऐसा सुप्रीम कोर्ट की संविधान बेंच ने लिख दिया था। लेकिन ज्ञानवापी का केस नजीर तो बनेगा, स्वाभाविक है इन्हीं आधार पे। और हम किसी भी सभ्य देश के अंदर किसी को न्याय पाने, मुकदमा लड़ने और मुकदमे में बहस करने के अधिकार से कैसे रोक सकते हैं? जब तार्किक कानून सम्मत हमारे पास तर्क हो तो क्या किसी को रोका जा सकता है? क्या किसी को नहीं रोका जा सकता। और ये उस मुस्लिम पक्ष का भी संवैधानिक अधिकार है। निचली अदालत से असहमत हैं तो ऊपरी अदालत जाएं, लेकिन बाद में विक्टिम कार्ड न रोएं कि हम तो मुसलमान थे जी, हमारी बात नहीं मानी गई जी, ये गलत बोले, फिर कहें कि हमारी बात सुन लो, तो ये गलत तथ्य है।
जी, इतना लंबा हम लोगों ने देखा, राम जन्मभूमि का भी जो मामला था, सालों दर साल इतना लंबा चला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बहुत लंबा इंतजार किया। लगता है कि इस मामले में सुनवाई चलेगी तो बहुत लंबी जाएगी। कब जाकर के मौका मिलेगा दर्शन करने का? पहले गौरी श्रृंगार मंदिर में साल में एक बार होता था। लड़ाई इस बाबत थी कि पूरे हफ्ते में जो 5 दिन है वहां पे दर्शन का मौका मिले।
भगवत कृपा होगी, हमें लगता है 5 दिन अगर दर्शन होते हैं तो 360 दिन और हो जाएंगे। ये श्रृंगार गौरी का प्रतीक दर्शन, और नंदी को तो अब जल चढ़ाना लोगों ने शुरू कर दिया। नंदी से यह भी कहना शुरू कर दिया कि हे नंदी, वायु देवता के माध्यम से जो अंदर विश्वेश्वर महादेव विराजित हैं, ये जल वहाँ तक पहुँचा देना। और पीछे सर्वे के दौरान वह स्थान सील कर दिया गया सुप्रीम कोर्ट की सहमति से, उसके आदेश से। तो ये प्रथम विजय के रूप में देखा जाना चाहिए।
स्वामी जी, अंजुमन इंतजामिया कमेटी जो है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उसने रुख किया था, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि जब तक जो निचली अदालत, जो जिला अदालत है, जब तक वहाँ पे समझ में नहीं आ जाएगा मामला वाकई सुनने योग्य, तब तक आगे नहीं हम कुछ कहेंगे। तो ये माना जाए कि अभी लंबा समय जिला अदालत में ही चलेगा ये पूरा मामला, सुप्रीम कोर्ट हस्तक्षेप नहीं करेगा?
स्वाभाविक है, सिविल के मुकदमे हैं, ये जो लंबी बहस होती है सिविल के मुकदमों में, ये जिला कोर्ट में ही होती है। उन्हीं तथ्य और साक्ष्यों के आधार पर हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट चाहे तो जिला कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद हाई कोर्ट में एक निश्चित टाइम फ्रेम में कितने दिन में आप मुकदमा सुन करके बताइए, ये उसका अधिकार है। तो इस मुकदमे को कैसे निपटाना ये न्यायालयों का विषय है। लेकिन हम तो यही कहेंगे कि इस अंतहीन सिलसिले से बेहतर है वार्ता के मेज पे आइए, न मैं जीता न तू हारा, और आओ बैठ करके फैसले कर लें।
So this is Swami Jitendranand Saraswati clearly stating that now the actual battle, actual fight regarding the discussion will happen now in civil court, and clearly it's a big win for the Hindu side. Along with video journalist Parveez Alam, Harsha Chandwani for Republic TV.
All right, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details for us and that report. I also want to go across to our guest, Desh Ratan Nigam and Maulana Shahabuddin Razvi Bareli, Islamic scholar, joining us as well. I want to go across to Desh Ratan Nigam first. What's the first reaction coming in? It's a big win for the Hindu side at this point of time. And how do you read this legally?
Well, this is the win for justice. There is no Hindu side or Muslim side here. And legally, if you look at it, the only objection that the other side had was that because of Places of Worship Act, this suit is not maintainable. The court has said, no, this is maintainable. And the survey report clearly said showed the religious character of a place since time in antiquity. So this was much prior. The religious character of the place was established much prior this alleged masjid had come on the site on which the temple was already there. So to say that the character will not be changed, those character and the symbols already exist. So you cannot say the character of the place has been changed. In fact, the puja was going on, then subsequently it was stopped. And the limited point in this particular suit is that the 5 women who had filed the suit wanted the puja to be allowed to them for throughout the year. Since it was already continuing before the 1991 Act, subsequent to 1991 Act, and then it was stopped. Therefore, there is no question of change of character of a religious place. So in my opinion, this is the correct and justified decision.
All right, I want to go across to you as well. Maulana Shahabuddin Razvi, thank you for joining us. आपका क्या मानना है आज जो आपका फर्स्ट रिएक्शन क्या है जो अभी वर्डिक्ट आया है वाराणसी कोर्ट का? बहुत सारे साइड्स वहाँ दोनों साइड से वहाँ पे और now that we have got a verdict from the court, आपका रिएक्शन अभी शेयर कर सकते हैं हमारे दर्शकों के साथ?
जी देखिए, ऐसा है कि जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के ताल्लुक से जिला कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया है उस फैसले से हम संतुष्ट नहीं हैं, मुतमईन नहीं हैं और इस फैसले को हाई कोर्ट में चैलेंज
All right, we're having some trouble with your audio. Please hold on there, Mr. Nigam and Maulana Shahabuddin. I'll be coming back to you. We're taking a very short break right now on this big story we're tracking on Republic TV. It's a win for the Hindu side. We are getting you all the updates on this big story. The Muslim side's plea has been rejected. And this is coming in as the Varanasi court has dismissed the Masjid Committee's challenge to maintainability of the Hindu worshippers' suit. All right, time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर
The Places of Worship Act argument that had been given many times by the Muslim side has been rejected by the court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी
breaking on Republic TV, and that a big key verdict has come in right now, and that's what we are tracking at this point of time. I'm being joined by Maulana Shahabuddin Razvi. In fact, I'll be coming back to a guest. I have
मतलब मांग करके आए हैं।
She's on ground right now. He's covering the story from ground.
आदेश मील का पत्थर है और इस आदेश के बाद आगे का केस जो होगा उसका हमारा प्रशस्त हो गया है। अब पूरे केस की सुनवाई होगी और उन सारी बातों पे गवाही देंगे।
आगे आप किस तरह की चीजें रखेंगे अब कोर्ट के आगे?
बहुत चीजें रखेंगे, अभी बाद बताएंगे।
एक विश्वशंकर जैन जी, आप पूजा करके आए हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
करके आए हैं, बाबा से आशीर्वाद मांगा है कि आगे की लड़ाई के लिए हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
एक चीज आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोग रोको इसमें अड़चन डाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप? अड़चन
कोई अड़चन नहीं है, हम तो लीगली अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। लीगली कोर्ट ने आज एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट की मुस्लिम पक्ष की, अब आगे सारे लीगल आर्गुमेंट्स कोर्ट के सामने रखे जाएंगे।
कमिंग इन इस तरह की बातें जो है विश्वशंकर जैन और हरिशंकर जैन बताते हुए अभी काशी विश्वनाथ के जो है वो दर्शन कर लौटे हैं और दर्शन करने के बाद जो है यही मांग रखी कि अब एक भव्य मंदिर जो है वो भगवान महादेव का यहाँ पर बने और वहाँ पे जो है जहाँ पे ज्ञानव्यापी का जो परिसर है वहाँ पर अब जो शिवलिंग है उसकी जगह एक बड़ा सा एक मंदिर निकल कर वहाँ पे उसके लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त हो। विवेक के साथ में पीयूष मिश्रा, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
All right, that was a lawyer of the Hindu side, Vishnu Shankar Jain and Hari Shankar Jain as well. Piyush just spoke to them right now, viewers. We're getting you all the updates. Now I want to go back to our guest. Thank you for waiting, both our guests, Desh Ratan Nigam and Maulana Shahabuddin. I want to go across to you first. Maulana Shahabuddin, आप शेयर कर रहे थे, आपका व्यू क्या है जो आज वर्डिक्ट निकला है? आप बोल सकते हैं हमको, हमारे दर्शकों को आप।
देखिए, जो जिला कोर्ट ने फैसला किया है वो फैसला को हम कबूल करते हैं, मगर मुकम्मल तरीके से हम मुतमईन नहीं है, मुस्लिम पक्ष मुतमईन नहीं है और इस फैसले के खिलाफ हम हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे और हाई कोर्ट में पूरी ताकत और मजबूती के साथ में कानूनी दलीलों के साथ में हम इसके खिलाफ अपील करेंगे और माहिरीन कानून इस पर सलाह मशवरा करने के बाद में फैसला करेंगे। हाई कोर्ट में हम इसको चैलेंज करेंगे और जिस तरीके से हम ये समझ रहे थे कि बाबरी मस्जिद अयोध्या में मामला शांत हो गया, मगर कुछ फिरका परस्त ताकतें हिंदुस्तान का माहौल को खराब करना चाहती हैं और तरह तरह के मस्जिदों को मंदिरों की शक्ल में तब्दील करना चाहती हैं। हर रोज एक नई मस्जिद में एक एप्लीकेशन दी जाती है और वो कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाते हैं और कोर्ट जो है वो 1991 के कानून के खिलाफ फैसला देती है, जबकि कोर्ट को ये चाहिए था कि 1991 के फैसलों को अपने पेश नजर रखती और पेश नजर रखने के बाद में फैसला देती। मगर कोर्ट का सहारा लेकर रोजाना हर मस्जिद के खिलाफ कोई न कोई जाता है। मेरे पड़ोस में एक बदायूं जिला है, वहाँ की जामा मस्जिद तारीखी जामा मस्जिद है, शमशुद्दीन अल्तमश ने बनवाई थी, वहां भी उसके खिलाफ भी बिल्कुल इसी पैटर्न पर बाबरी मस्जिद और ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के पैटर्न पर वहां भी एप्लीकेशन दी गई और इसी तरीके से और बहुत सारी मस्जिदें हैं, कम से कम 2 दर्जन ऐसी मस्जिदें हैं जहां पर एप्लीकेशनें दी गई हैं, मुकदमा दायर किया गया है। मगर इन फाजिल जजों को ये चाहिए था कि 1991 के का जो कानून है उसको पेश नजर रखते, उसका मुताला करते, उसकी नजर रखने के बाद में फैसला किया जाता, मगर ऐसा नहीं हुआ। इसी वजह से हम कानूनी पहलुओं की पड़ताल करेंगे। माहिरीन कानून से सलाह मशवरा करने के बाद में मस्जिद इंतजामिया कमेटी इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट में इस अपील करेगी और इसके खिलाफ हम अपील करेंगे और जितनी भी ताकत और कुव्वत हो सकती है इंशाअल्लाह वो ताकत और कुव्वत के साथ में हम लड़ाई लड़ेंगे और पीछे हटने वाले नहीं हैं, हम घबराने वाले नहीं हैं और न डरने वाले हैं। बगैर डर के और बेखौफ कानूनी लड़ाई लड़ी जाएगी, जहां तक भी लड़ सकते हैं वहां तक इंशाअल्लाह हम कानूनी लड़ाई लड़ेंगे और चाराजोई करेंगे।
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maulana Shahabuddin, for sharing your views with us right now. It's time for a very short break. And I'll be coming back to Desh Ratan Nigam very soon after the short break. Now, next, of course, we'll discuss what will happen next in this case. And Mr. Nigam will help us understand that. Right now, the date of hearing is September 22nd, viewers. And the district court has asked both parties to submit their pleadings and stated it will now hear the case next on that date in September, which is 22nd. All right, time for a very short break, viewers. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. We keep tracking this big story, which is coming in from Varanasi.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into this air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The honorary consul of Tuvalu said that he hoped
Alright viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV, and we continue our coverage of this Varanasi court verdict which has come in, and I want to get our guest across as well. With us joining me, Desh Ratan Nigam, who is a lawyer, and we all are also understanding as of now, Mr. Nigam, it's very clear that of course September 22nd is the next date of hearing where both sides will plead their case again. It's going to take new steps right now. Also, the Muslim side saying, we also spoke to Maulana Shahabuddin Razvi, who is with us right now, saying that the Muslim side will also be approaching a higher court. How do you see this playing out in the next few weeks, Mr. Nigam?
See, मौलाना साहब ने अभी जो बोला कि इस पे प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का उन्होंने ध्यान नहीं रखा है, तो मैं ये बात नहीं मानता हूँ, क्योंकि यही एक इशू था। तो उन्होंने इसको ध्यान में रखा है, संज्ञान में लिया है, and then they have given a considered opinion that this act is not applicable. Neither I have read the order, nor Maulana Sahab has yet read the order, but it has not yet come in public domain. So please wait for the order and understand the logic and reasons given by the court. Now, sir, what will happen in the court is that they will go for the complete trial of the case. All evidence will be seen. The survey report which was done, that will be seen. Other side will be given option to file objections to the survey report. That will also be considered. Pleadings will be completed, issues will be framed, and then the trial will begin. Witnesses will be brought, material evidence will be brought before the court, and then they will ultimately be passing a judgment on the issue. This suit has a limited question of permitting those 5 women for worship throughout the year. Nothing else, nothing more. Other suit is already stayed because of the 1991 Act. And that is also, and Places of Worship Act is under challenge before Supreme Court. Probably that will also be heard.
सुनवाई होगी तो वो परत दर परत वो सारी तथ्य जो अभी तक दबे हुए थे अब वो सामने निकल कर आएंगे।
नहीं, उसमें अभी तो सिर्फ इतना देखा जाएगा कि ये महिलाओं जो उन्होंने याचिका करता है उनको अधिकार है या उनको मूलभूत अधिकार है कि वहाँ जाकर अभी जो मस्जिद खड़ी है जहाँ ये सिद्ध हो गया है कि वहाँ एक हिस्सा मंदिर का है, वहाँ जाकर पूजा कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते हैं, यही करना इसी पर, इससे सीमित है, इससे आगे कुछ नहीं है।
लेकिन आप चूंकि काशी कृष्ण जन्मभूमि मंदिर होना चाहिए, भी नहीं रहे।
नहीं, मैं देखिए वैसे भी इतने लोग लग गए हैं, क्योंकि ये इसमें बड़ी प्रचार बहुत होती है, पब्लिसिटी बहुत होती है, तो सब जगह घुस जाते हैं। अब जो मूल बात है वो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, वहाँ जीत जाएंगे तो ये सब ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएगा।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आपका विषय लगा हुआ है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कहा गया है पूजा के अधिकार?
नहीं, मैं पूजा कुछ नहीं कहा। मैंने कहा कि ये जो मंदिर हैं इसको तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाए गए थे, ये सिद्ध है। और ये मंदिर, ये 3 मंदिर जो हैं उसमें राम तो बनने शुरू हो गया है, और सरकार नहीं कर रही है, वो एक कमेटी बनाई गई थी वो कर रही है, जिसका अध्यक्ष नृपेंद्र मिश्रा हैं और महामंत्री हैं हमारे विश्व हिंदू परिषद के चंपत राय। तो वो तो हो गया है। ये 2 जो बाकी हैं, इसको मैंने कहा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट को, इन दोनों को भी मुक्त करा दीजिए। जैसे शुरू में एक्ट जब बनी थी तब हमने पार्लियामेंट ने कहा कि राम जन्मभूमि अलग होगा।
राम जन्मभूमि का विषय अलग है,
वो कहा था जब मामला पास हो रहा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। मैं कहता हूं कि इसके अतिरिक्त आपको अधिकार है सुप्रीम कोर्ट होते हुए कि इस मसौदा में, इस बिल पर आप 2 और जोड़ सकते हैं, और आगे कोई आकर ये नहीं कह सकता नहीं 3 और जोड़ दीजिए, क्योंकि उनका जो मैंने आपको ये मूलभूत अधिकार की बात कही थी कि यहाँ कृष्णा जन्मभूमि से कृष्णा पैदा हुए थे, ये मेरी आस्था कहती है, वो मेरी मूलभूत अधिकार बन जाती है। उसी प्रकार से ज्योतिर्लिंग यहाँ गाड़ा गया था, ये मेरी आस्था है और इसीलिए मूलभूत अधिकार है। बाकी जगहों में और अनेक राम मंदिर हैं हमारे देश में, वो इन्होंने तोड़ा है तो हम दूसरी जगह में बना देंगे। राम को पूजा करना है मंदिर में वहाँ, यहाँ तो जन्मभूमि को देखने के लिए, आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए लोग जाते हैं, वो कहीं और नहीं।
अब आपको क्या लगता है सर कि अब चूंकि मामला सुनाया जाएगा तो क्या यही प्रोसीजर रहेगा कि पहले जिला अदालत निर्णय करेगी, फिर हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे, फिर हाई कोर्ट निर्णय करेगा, फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, फिर सुप्रीम
कोर्ट में ही है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट आदेश काफी।
तो क्या ये विषय जो अभी लगा हुआ है महिलाओं का, इसको आपके विषय से जोड़कर एक बड़ा
विषय तय हो जाएगी तो ये
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the ARP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office, as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Big win for the Hindu side. Judge orders Gyanvapi matter is maintainable, rejects Muslim side plea. Baba Mil Gaye chants reverberate outside courtroom, mega celebrations erupt.
कोर्ट ने कहा है, जाहिर बात है हम सब उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, एहतराम करते हैं, और जब कोर्ट का पूरा जजमेंट सामने आएगा तो उसको स्टडी करके ही कोई एक हतमी फैसला या राय कायम की जा सकती है।
Muslim side hits back, says respect the court order, but the legal battle has just begun. It's a Republic mega exclusive. Key Mahavikas Agadi project now under lens for Dawood gang links. Mega NIA crackdown on terror gangsters and links with terror under lens, raids on across over 50 locations.
This is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence.
Storm over Congress's burning shots tweet. BJP says it's aag lagao for Congress and not Bharat Jodo. Well, started this edition with the latest now coming in as far as the Varanasi court order is concerned, where the court has now passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. The court has essentially decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has been rejected. The order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed the petition seeking permission for daily worship of the Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. Let's try and go across to my colleague Piyush Mishra, who's joining us, getting us the latest details. We've seen the Muslim side already reacting right now, while they say that they do respect the court order, but at the same time they say that there's a long legal battle which is going to follow. First of all, Piyush, what's the mood like? Because the moment the verdict was passed, we saw celebrations erupting on the streets. What's the mood like? And then perhaps we can also break it down for our viewers. What does this mean in terms of the legal battle that is going to follow?
मुकदमा दाखिल हुआ है, वो चलने योग्य नहीं है। हाँ,
तो आगे क्या आप लोगों का स्टेप रहेगा?
वो दरखास्त जो इंतजामिया कमेटी की खारिज हुई है उसके खिलाफ इंतजामिया जाएगी हाई कोर्ट में। बस
हाई कोर्ट जाएगी। नेक्स्ट डेट 22 सितंबर पड़ी है।
22 सितंबर पड़ी है।
22 सितंबर को क्या आप लोगों को बोलने को मौका दिया जाएगा?
अरे अभी तो सब लोगों को जवाबदेही वगैरह लगाना पड़ेगा ना।
उसके बाद
हाँ, तब अब तो मुकदमा चला न, अब चलेगा मुकदमा, देखा जाएगा। अभी तो अब समय लगेगा, कई साल लगेगा पता नहीं, कौन जाने। ये हाई का ये इस पॉइंट पर जो भी जाना भी चाहिए,
हाई कोर्ट जाना चाहिए।
हाँ।
Let me bring back my colleague Piyush, who's getting us the latest details. Piyush, what I was asking you previously was, what's the mood like on the streets right now? And then perhaps you could also break it down for our viewers. What does this court order essentially mean in terms of what next?
Well, Shaman, if you talk about the mood, we have seen how the celebrations broke out soon after the order was pronounced by the district judge, where he mentioned about the fact that yes, the plea of a Muslim side has now been rejected, which is certainly telling us this as to how that the matter would now be heard. Remember that Muslim side had approached to court, basically to Supreme Court, requesting them to interfere and stop from any kind of activities, from any kind of survey, or even stop listening the case, because the entire matter comes under the 1991 Worship Act. But after listening to the points of Muslim side, Supreme Court had given the responsibility to district courts to decide on this. And after marathon hearing, finally today, district court has decided that this does not come under 1991 Worship Act. In fact, there is no maintainability clause, which means that now this case would be heard. Looking at that, now what we are given to understand is that Muslim side is now planning to move to the High Court. which means they are again going to go against this and they would be demanding that there should be a cease on hearing this entire case. Let me straight away also try to show you pictures from the streets of Kashi Vishwanath temple. You can see people across the country are coming here and they are very much happy.
We are very happy. I am from Varanasi.
From Varanasi?
Yes.
What do you have to say on the court's hearings today?
We are very glad and we know that Sringar Gauri, decision of Sringar Gauri is absolutely right.
Absolutely right. How is it right? Because Muslim side are saying that it comes under 1991 Worship Act.
199 Act about that I don't know much about, but we know that earlier it was a great temple of Kashi Vishwanath, and in this temple, Sringar Gauri also is situated on the back side. And if you will see on that time, also it is situated on the temple.
You are from Varanasi. Yes. How important this judgment is for you personally?
It is very important for me, you and all over the world. Because if our temple, which are very ancient and we cannot take, and it is very important.
It's very important for you. So this is what the sense which we are getting.
जाता है कि जो हमारा विरोधी पक्ष था, इस याचिका का जो विरोधी पक्ष था, उनका तर्क था कि इनकी याचिका ही ना सुनी जाए। तो ये बहुत प्रसन्नता का विषय है क्योंकि अयोध्या, मथुरा और काशी ये तीनों हिंदुओं के आस्था के स्थान हैं। इसलिए 1991 में जब पूजा स्थली विधेयक प्रस्तुत हुआ, जिसके बारे में अभी ये तर्क दिया गया कि इस मांग से पूजा स्थली विधेयक जो लोकसभा में पारित हुआ है उसका वो वायलेट होता है, वो नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि उसमें जो बात कही गई उसका यथावत पालन हो रहा है। उस समय पार्लियामेंट में जब ये विधेयक आया तो भगवान की बड़ी दया थी कि अडवाणी जी ने मुझे ही इसका प्रमुख वक्ता बनाया और मुझे ही ये बात भूल भी गई। मैं तो इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के हवाले से मैंने पढ़ा पिछले समय पे, उसमें मैंने जो आग्रह किया था वो यही था कि अयोध्या, मथुरा और काशी तीनों का एक साथ समाधान कर देने से ही हिंदू पक्ष का समाधान हो जाएगा। आपने अयोध्या को इस विधेयक से बाहर रखा है और मथुरा और काशी को इसके अंदर कर लिया है, तो इसका परिणाम ये निकलेगा कि ये डिमांड उठेगी क्योंकि ये हिंदू समाज के मूल आस्था के केंद्र हैं, अयोध्या, मथुरा और काशी। तो मैंने पूरी पार्लियामेंट से हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन किया था कि कृपया इसमें मथुरा और काशी और जोड़ लीजिए, लेकिन जब हमारे प्रस्ताव को नहीं माना तो अडवाणी जी हमारे नेता थे लोकसभा के, पारित होने के खिलाफ बहिष्कार करेंगे और हम सब अडवाणी जी के नेतृत्व में पार्लियामेंट से निकल के बाहर आ गए थे। और जो बात मैंने उस समय पर कही थी वो आज सामने आ गई। मैंने तब भी यही बात कही थी कि किसी न किसी दिन ये बात उठेगी, इसलिए आप ये मौका है बहुत अच्छा, इसमें ही सब चीज़ों को समेट लीजिए। इस समय पर दुनिया में काशी की बहुत बड़ी महिमा है, मथुरा की भी बहुत बड़ी महिमा है। अब खैर अतीत में जो हो गया, अभी भी मैं चाहूँगी कि ज्ञानवापिका के संबंध में जो याचिका सुनने के योग्य मानी गई है, ये एक शुरुआत है आगे की। लेकिन मैं आप सबके माध्यम से एक अपील करूँगी, जब राम मंदिर पर 3 जजेस की खंडपीठ का फैसला आया था बेंच का कि बीच का स्थान रामलला का है, तब भी पूरे देश ने सम्मान के साथ उसको सुना था। उसके बाद जब राम की जन्मभूमि पर मंदिर के निर्माण का फैसला आया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस जी के द्वारा, तभी पूरे देश ने उसको सम्मान के साथ सुना। उसके बाद जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने राम मंदिर का शिलान्यास किया तो पूरे देश ने एकजुटता और सम्मान के साथ उसको देखा। काशी कॉरिडोर को भी लोगों ने बहुत सराहना की, पूरे विश्व में एक अनोखा उदाहरण माना गया। मैं अपील करूंगी आप सब मीडिया के माध्यम से पूरे देशवासियों से कि ये जो याचिका एक हमारे विरोधी पक्ष की याचिका निरस्त हुई है और इस याचिका को सुनने के योग्य माना गया है, इस पर हमें प्रसन्नता व्यक्त करनी है और आनंद लेना है लेकिन हमें उत्तेजना का वातावरण नहीं बनाना है। इस पे हमें इस बात का ध्यान रखना है, जो मैं बार बार कह रही हूँ कि मुस्लिम और हिंदू समुदाय में एक अंतर है। हिंदू समुदाय अपने धार्मिक परंपराओं पे, देवताओं पर टीका टिप्पणी सुन सकता है। मुस्लिम समाज में उनकी इस्लाम की सीख ही यही है कि वो कुरान के ख़िलाफ़, नबी के ख़िलाफ़, इस्लाम के ख़िलाफ़ और ख़ास करके मोहम्मद साहब के ख़िलाफ़ वो नहीं सुन सकते। और वो इसी देश में रहते हैं, वो इसी देश के नागरिक हैं, उनने इसी देश में रहना पसंद किया। जब भारत का विभाजन हुआ तो पाकिस्तान नहीं गए। पाकिस्तान, नोटिफाइड पाकिस्तान एरिया के अलावा का जो मुसलमान था उसका सिर्फ 2.5% था जो कि पाकिस्तान गया, क्योंकि उनको ये लगा कि हम पाकिस्तान में मुसलमानों के साथ सुरक्षित नहीं रहेंगे, हम हिंदुस्तान में हिंदुओं के साथ सुरक्षित रहेंगे। और अब इस देश में वो एक बहुत बड़ी संख्या में है। उनकी संख्या अपनी राय में लगभग 30 करोड़। वैसे ये संख्या अल्पसंख्यक होने का दर्जा रोक सकती है, लेकिन फिर भी अब अल्पसंख्यक का दर्जा उनको अभी है, और वो भारत में उनको रहने का अधिकार उतना ही है जितना कि मुझे है। भारत में उनके पूरे अधिकार उतने ही जितने कि उमा भारती के हैं। बस वो अपने धर्म के प्रति संवेदनशील हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने बहुत सारे फैसले स्वीकार कर लिए हैं आनंद से, एकजुटता से। तो इस मामले में भी आनंद से और एकजुटता से बात आगे बढ़ती जाए। मैंने तो 91 में ही हाथ जोड़े थे पूरे पार्लियामेंट को कि आक्रांताओं की यादें जब तक रहेंगी तो ये दर्द देंगी हिंदू समाज को, और आप एकजुटता की बात करते हो तो नहीं हो पाएगी। वो ये तभी हो पाएगी जब आप।
Let me once again go back to my colleague Piyush, who's getting us the latest details. Piyush has spoken to both sides, the Hindu side and Muslim side, to try and understand what's really happening and what perhaps would be the future course of action. I want to understand from you in terms of the next hearing, where in terms of what really happens in this survey, that's going to be decided upon. What more are you picking up as far as what next?
Well, if we talk about next, Shravan, the Muslim side is now planning to move to High Court. They are saying that they would approach to High Court and then they would again request and put forth their appeal, saying that this entire case comes under the 1991 Worship Act. I'm joined with a few people who have come from Madhya Pradesh. Let me try to get in a word from them and understand the sentiments. क्या कहेंगे, आप कहाँ से आए सबसे पहले बताइए?
मध्य प्रदेश, होशंगाबाद, जो कि भोपाल के पास है। मध्य प्रदेश की राजधानी भोपाल, उसके पास।
आप मामला मध्य प्रदेश, आज जो फैसला है इसमें कहा है कि अब मामला सुना जाएगा, क्या कहेंगे उसको?
बहुत अच्छी बात है, सुना जा रहा है और हमारी ही विजय होंगी। हमारे नंदी भगवान को भोलेनाथ मिलकर ही रहेंगे।
अब तक शिवलिंग जो है दबे हुए थे, वहाँ पे दबा रखा था, ये बात जो है कही जाती है। आप मानते हैं मंदिर वहाँ बनना चाहिए?
बनना चाहिए वहाँ पे मंदिर। हमारा बहुत पहले हो जानी चाहिए थी, वो टाइम लगा दिया है हमारे विश्वनाथ के लिए, और हमारे लिए इससे बढ़ के कोई बात ही नहीं है। मोदी जी, योगी जी इस चीज को गंभीरता से लेंगे,
वो समझ रहे हैं वो, और भारत देश के लोगों को बहुत अच्छा उपहार मिलने वाला है।
This is what the sentiment of the people who are coming here to offer prayers at the Kashi Vishwanath temple. They are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed, Shravan, at the same place where the Shivling was found during the survey. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as multiple voices are now coming out after the court here in Varanasi rejects the plea of Muslim side. Stay tuned for more updates.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region, and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the ARP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida.
Getting in some more breaking news right now. Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing has issued a fresh summons to Jacqueline Fernandez. The actor has now been asked to appear before the Economic Offences Wing in the national capital on 14th of September. In fact, she was asked to appear today, but what we are picking up from our sources is that the actor had essentially sought more time. This was because she had prior commitments. As of now, what we are being told by our sources is that the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing have agreed upon issuing fresh summons. She's now been asked to appear on 14th of September. This is in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case in which Jacqueline Fernandez is being probed. Remember, apart from the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing, the other central agency that's also looking into this matter is the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, just about a few weeks ago, a supplementary charge sheet was filed in this particular case in which the actor was named as an accused. That's the latest that we are picking up. As far as the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing is concerned, they are also looking at whether at all she was directly connected with Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Remember, Sukesh Chandrasekhar is now in judicial custody. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who's joining us on this broadcast. Harsha, what more are you picking up? She was asked to appear today before the Economic Offences Wing. We are picking up right now that fresh summons have been issued.
She was supposed to come to Delhi for today for the interrogation in front of the Delhi Special Cell, but citing personal issues and citing some prior work commitments, she asked for the another date, because of which 14 September is the another date, and fresh summon have been issued to Jacqueline Fernandez after she was named accused in the entire Sukesh Chandrasekhar money laundering case. After we saw that multiple times Jacqueline Fernandez and Noura Fateh were questioned by Delhi police officials, but Noura Fateh also came 10 days before here in Delhi, where she was questioned for 8 hours regarding the money laundering case, and now Jacqueline has been issued fresh summons in this entire case, and we are expecting that in the fresh summon, the next date, the next interrogation date, she will surely come to Delhi in front of Delhi Special Cell, and she'll prove her points along with the documentation and other things that, because she stated that Jacqueline Fernandez, when she was named accused, she clearly stated that it is not fair with her because there were many actresses, other actresses who had received gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar. The partiality is happening with her in this entire case. She's not the accused, and she's being framed in this entire matter. Now Jacqueline Fernandez, when she will come in front of Delhi police officials here on the next summon date, clearly she'll be keeping her points, proofs and documents, how she received the kids, how does she already know that Sukesh Chandrasekhar was criminal minded, he was already involved in the in the criminal activities, and all these things should keep her point, because she clearly stated that it was a partial behavior of officials in the entire case which has happened, and she was named accused in this entire matter. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Harsha, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely. Trust you to keep us ahead. On the other side, the latest details coming in from the Gyanvapi verdict as celebrations break out on the streets soon after the verdict came in.
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआईवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FI registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today.
Getting some more breaking news right now. The top court has now dismissed the appeal that is filed by O. Paneerselvam. OPS had in fact filed an appeal in the top court against the Madras High Court order that had asked to hand over the keys of the AIADMK party headquarters to the new interim General Secretary Edapadi K. Palaniswamy. We'll try and go across to my colleague Varshini, who's getting us the latest details. Varshini, just walk us through the details that you are picking up right now. It's undoubtedly a big setback for OPS.
Well, absolutely, it is another setback for O Pannirselvam. O Pannirselvam has been trying his best. He has been taking all steps possible to gain power back in the AIADMK party, but it seems like even the courts are not in his favor. As we know that the Madras High Court had already ordered that the keys of the party headquarters, which was sealed by the Chennai police, has to be given back to Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, as he had been chosen as the new interim general secretary, and O Pannirselvam did file an appeal with the Supreme Court opposing the verdict of the Madras High Court, but now the Supreme Court has upheld the Madras High Court's verdict and it has dismissed the plea by O Pannirselvam, which is definitely another setback, and the AIADMK party cadres are absolutely happy, and the faction, EPS faction, is also extremely happy with this Supreme Court's decision to dismiss the case, which has definitely been a setback for OPS. And with this current situation going on, OPS has very few options left with him to come try and get back into the AIADMK party, since all favors, all the recent verdicts from the judiciary has been in favor of Edappadi K. Palaniswamy. It's definitely another setback, and that exactly is the situation right now. OPS is trying his best, but everything is happening in favor of Edappadi K. Palaniswamy. About this APS and OPS tussle, we'll have to see more details coming out of this, more decisions, more steps taken by both the parties after a small break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into this air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The honorary consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shingar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं,
Big win for the Hindu side. Judge orders Gyanvapi matters maintainable, rejects Muslim side plea. Baba Mil Gaye chats reverberate outside the courtroom. Mega celebrations erupt.
देखिए, जो कुछ भी कोर्ट ने कहा है, जाहिर बात है हम सब उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, एहतराम करते हैं, और जब कोर्ट का पूरा जजमेंट सामने आएगा तो उसको स्टडी करके ही कोई एक हतमी फैसला या राय कायम की जा सकती है।
Muslim side hits back, says respect the court order, but the legal battle has just begun. It's a Republic mega exclusive key Bhavika Zagari project now under the lens for Dawood gang links. Mega NIA cracked out on terror gangsters and links with terror under lens raids on across over 50 locations.
This is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence.
Storm over Congress's burning shots tweet. BJP says it's aag lagao for Congress and not Bharat Chodo. Getting in some breaking news, this coming in from the national capital, where Captain Amrinder Singh is beating Union Home Minister Amit Shah. This in the wake of reports coming in of a merger of Captain's party with BJP. We'll also try and get you the latest visuals, but first let me go across to my colleague Amandeep, who's getting us the latest details. This was on the cards, Amandeep. Now Captain Amrinder Singh meeting Union Home Minister Amit Shah. What more are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Shravan. From past many days, Captain Amrinder Singh was camping in Delhi and meeting one after another of BJP leaders, in fact the top leadership. And even in every meeting, merger of Punjab Lok Congress, that is Captain's party, with BJP is being discussed. And today, Captain Amrinder Singh meeting Amit Shah and will discuss the same, and in fact role and the responsibility of the leaders will be set up, and in fact the role of the captain as well will also be discussed in the meeting. And even Shravan, before this, Captain held a meeting with BJP National President JP Nadda, and even before that he has also held a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and in fact now a final leg of meeting with Amit Shah. And even after that, it is very much likely by the end of this month or by the start of next month, this merger is going to be very much official from the side of the captain as well as from the side of the BJP. Just because Shravan, the roles and the responsibilities of those leaders who have recently joined BJP from the side of the Congress, that will be discussed. Just because there are certain senior big faces including Sunil Jakhad, former Minister Balveer Sidhu, Rajkumar Verka and several others have recently joined BJP, and even they have not got any kind of responsibility so far. And now Captain knows the potential of the leaders with whom he was working since decades, and now this role and responsibility will be discussed with the Amit Shah as well as the other leadership of the BJP, and very soon this merger will be announced formally, and in fact the organizational structure will also be reshuffled in Punjab as well. The point is that before 2024 Lok Sabha elections, every single effort is being put up to empower the BJP to make them strong for 2024 elections in Punjab, just because BJP is now escalating and growing and establishing at every single day, and even the Congress is wiping out from the Punjab. BJP is regaining in Punjab, and even in future it is very much predicted that BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party would be the entire political scene in Punjab. That is the reason Captain Amrinder Singh is very much likely to announce the formal merger of Punjab Lok Congress into BJP, and the entire situation will make official by the end of this month or by the start of next month as well. Yes, Shravan.
Right. Thank you very much, Amandeep, for tracking the story. We'll also try and get you the latest visuals once Captain Amrinder Singh steps out from Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. But the Varanasi court has passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. The court has decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has been rejected. The The order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed the petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. The application filed by the Masjid Committee has now been rejected. The court will now hear the matter on 22nd of September when both sides have been asked to submit their plea. So what next for the Hindu side? The Hindu side will file the application on the right to pray. So submissions will be made seeking daily prayer inside Gyanvapi. Pleading will be submitted in the Varanasi court. The arguments on carbon dating of shivling is also likely. Hindu side may also seek a probe into how old the shivling is. Take a look at the reactions now coming in from both the petitioners.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त विश्वशंकर जैन और हरिशंकर जैन हैं जो अभी अभी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में पूजा अर्चना करके आए हैं। सर पूजा अर्चना करके आए हैं, क्या मकसद रहा?
भगवान को जो आज का आदेश हुआ था वो बताया कि आज आदेश हुआ है और उनसे आशीर्वाद मांगा कि आने वाले समय में आशीर्वाद दीजिए कि भव्य मंदिर यहाँ बने।
भव्य मंदिर की आप बात मतलब मांग करके आए हैं, लेकिन आज जो हुआ कोर्ट में उसको आप किस तरह से?
बहुत अच्छा आदेश हुआ है। आदेश मील का पत्थर है और इस आदेश के बाद आगे का केस जो होगा उसका मार्ग प्रशस्त हो गया है। अब पूरे केस की सुनवाई होगी और उन सारी बातों पे गवाही देंगे।
आगे आप किस तरह की चीजें रखेंगे अब कोर्ट के आगे?
बहुत चीजें रखेंगे, अभी बाद में बताएंगे।
एक विश्वशंकर जैन जी आप पूजा करके आए हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
करके आए हैं, बाबा से आशीर्वाद मांगा है कि आगे की लड़ाई के लिए हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
एक चीज आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोग इसमें अड़चन डाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप? अड़चन
की कोई अड़चन नहीं है, हम तो लीगली अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। लीगली कोर्ट ने आज एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट की मुस्लिम पक्ष की, अब आगे सारे लीगल आर्गुमेंट्स कोर्ट के सामने रखे जाएंगे।
Well, that's the latest now coming in from the Hindu petitioner. In fact, the Muslim side has also reacted, saying that while they welcome the order and they respect the order, at the same time, they also indicated that this is a long-drawn battle. The matter will be taken up. It does appear that the matter from the Muslim side is certainly escalated. More reactions now coming in. Listening.
हम माननीय न्यायालय के निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं, सम्मान करते हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में हर स्थिति में कानून के राज को हम मेंटेन रखेंगे। किसी को भी कानून तोड़ने की इजाज़त नहीं है, कानून में हाथ लेने
का क्या स्टेप रहेगा मुस्लिम पक्ष?
अबे इसके खिलाफ रिवीजन जाएंगे भाई, हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे, कहता रहा हूँ कितना बोला जाएगा।
और ऑर्डर कॉपी सर कब तक मिलेगी?
अभी कब मिल जाए, कल अप्लाई करेंगे, जब मिल जाएगी तो देखा जाएगा।
और क्या लगता है सर ये फैसला किस तरीके से आप देखते हैं?
अभी जब तक ऑर्डर नहीं पढ़ लेते हम कुछ नहीं बता सकते। जब तक ऑर्डर नहीं पढ़ लेंगे हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, पर हमारा कोई कमेंट नहीं है।
हम माननीय न्यायालय के निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं, सम्मान करते हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में हर स्थिति में कानून के राज को हम मेंटेन रखेंगे। किसी को भी कानून तोड़ने की इजाज़त नहीं है, कानून में हाथ लेने की इजाज़त नहीं है। हर स्थिति के लिए हम लोग तैयार हैं। सभी अधिकारियों को निर्देश दे दिए हैं, सभी जिलाधिकारियों को, पुलिस अधीक्षकों को, कि उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार गश्त करते रहें। कहीं भी किसी को भी कोई घटना ऐसी न घटे जिससे कानून व्यवस्था के लिए डिस्टर्बेंस हो। हर स्थिति में हम लोग तैयार हैं।
जिस तरीके से सवाल उठ रहे थे कि ये जो पूरा का पूरा मामला है 1991 एक्ट के तहत ये मामला सस्टेन नहीं होता, पर कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया उस फैसले पर क्या?
देखिए, ये मामला न्यायालय में चूंकि विचाराधीन है, अब न्यायालय को निर्णय करना है और मेरी दायित्व ये है कि हम उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून के राज को मेंटेन करें और हम मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। हर स्थिति से निपटने के लिए हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं।
सर आज सुबह से देखा जा रहा था पूरे यूपी को एक तरीके से हर एक जिले में हमने देखा कि यूपी पुलिस जो थी वो अब मार्च पर थी, तो अभी भी क्या लगातार फैसला?
हम मार्च पे इसलिए थे कि सतर्कता बरतने के निर्देश हम लोगों ने दिए थे और नोएडा से लेकर के इटावा तक, इटावा से लेकर ललितपुर तक, ललितपुर से लेकर के हम बॉर्डर अपना बलिया बहराइच तक, हर स्थिति में चारों कोने में हम मेंटेन कर रहे हैं कानून को। किसी भी स्थिति में हम कानून को भंग करने की इजाज़त किसी को नहीं देने वाले हैं।
मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा कि उसको लेकर के हाई कोर्ट जाएगा, उस पर
हाँ, ये उनका संविधान में अधिकार मिला हुआ है, लेकिन हम उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून के राज को मेंटेन करेंगे। किसी को भी कानून को इजाज़त हाथ में लेने की नहीं है।
जो कोर्ट का फैसला हो, कोर्ट जिस तरह से इस पे आगे बढ़ना चाहे उसका हम लोग वेट एंड वॉच करें।
इंतजामिया कमेटी जो मस्जिद की है उसने इस कोर्ट के फैसले के साथ ही साथ आज कहा है कि वो हाई कोर्ट में इस फैसले को चैलेंज करेगी। उनको अभी इस हियरिंग पे बिलीव नहीं, उन्होंने कहा उसको चैलेंज करेंगे हाई कोर्ट में। देखिए बिल्कुल उचित है, हर पक्ष जो है अपनी जो बात है सबसे सर्वोत्तम उच्च न्यायालय तक, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक ले जा सकता है। तो ये अभी जिस स्टेज पर है उसमें अगर मुस्लिम पक्षकार कह रहे हैं कि उनको हाई कोर्ट जाने का मन है तो वो बिल्कुल जा सकते हैं। दे आर एज फ्री एज एनीबडी एल्स, पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, और फ्रीडम सबको है, आगे मूव कर सकते हैं। पर हमें जो कोर्ट का डिसीजन है उसको रिस्पेक्टफुली एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए। जी।
Well, that's the latest now coming in from both sides. You've heard the Muslim side also reacting on this entire matter, saying that the matter would be escalated, and the fact that there are several other issues which are yet to be settled. In the next hearing that's going to take place on 22nd of September, remember there are other key issues that are yet to be heard upon, and that is something that is going to be crucial, at least for the Hindu side.
Let's try and break it down. What essentially does the Gyanvapi verdict mean? Now remember, the Varanasi court has passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. Now the court has decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has outrightly been rejected by the court. In fact, the order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed a petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. The application filed by the Masjid Committee has been rejected as well. The court will now hear the matter on 22nd of this September, when both sides have been asked to submit their pleadings. So what next for the Hindu side? Now the Hindu side will file application on the right to pray. So submissions will be made seeking daily prayers inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Pleadings will also be submitted in the Varanasi court. The arguments on carbon dating of Shivling is also likely. The Hindu side may also seek probe into how old the Shivling is by presenting historical data as well.
On the other side, we continue getting you the latest updates as the big Gyanvapi verdict has come. Celebrations on the streets.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, which was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the ARP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office, as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news in brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick
After the Congress burning shots tweak sparked massive controversy, we are now getting in the first RSS reaction, with the RSS has said that the Congress wants to connect people to hatred. This comes at a time when the Congress party, during its Bharat Jodo campaign, has put out a tweet with the Bharatiya Janata Party now calling it that there is absolutely no space for violence in Indian politics. On the other hand, the Congress is now hit out at the BJP, saying that they are basically trying to twist. The reality is that the RSS is essentially being connected to several issues which the Congress party wants to highlight during its campaign, Bharat Jodo, which started from the tip of the country. Let's listen into the reaction that's now coming in.
के कहने पर कांग्रेस एक तो हेट्रेड से आप जोड़ना चाहते हैं क्या? हेट्रेड वो पाल रखे हैं बहुत पहले से, और उनके बाप दादा ने भी संघ का बहुत तिरस्कार किया, अपनी सारी ताकत के साथ संघ को रोकने का प्रयत्न किया, दो बार भी बिना कारण प्रतिबंध लादे गए, संघ रुका नहीं है, लगातार बढ़ते रहा है। संघ क्यों बढ़ रहा है? तो संघ के पास सत्य सिद्धांत है, सिद्धांतों लेकर जीवन भर चलने वाले व्रतस्थ ऐसे कार्यकर्ताओं की पीढ़ी उसके लिए आवश्यक त्याग परिश्रम बलिदान करने वाले लोग तैयार होते रहे हैं, और समाज का सहयोग खूब मिलता रहा है, लगातार मिलता रहा है। ठीक है, इसलिए इससे भी उनका हेट्रेड ही ध्यान में आता है। तो क्या कहना उसके बारे में, कुछ कमेंट करने लायक भी वो सारा चित्र वगैरह भी, अब संघ का गणवेश बदला ये भी उनके ध्यान में नहीं है। ठीक है, मतलब ऐसी उनकी स्थिति है, उसके बारे में कमेंट करना अच्छी बात है।
Well, in fact, earlier in the day, the Bharatiya Janata Party has also hit out at the Congress party, saying that the Bharat Jodo Yatra is not really Bharat Jodo, but it is Bharat Todo. That's the reaction that has essentially come in from the BJP. A while back, spokesperson of the party, Sambit Patra, also addressed the media. Listen.
आप सबने देखा है कि आज सुबह कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ये ट्वीट किया है। दिस वॉज ट्वीटेड बाय द कांग्रेस पार्टी टुडे मॉर्निंग फॉर देयर भारत जोड़ो यात्रा। द पिक्चर दैट हैज बीन शोन इन दिस ट्वीट इज दिस। यह तस्वीर भारतीय जनता पार्टी आरएसएस को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ट्वीट किया है, और इसमें आग जलते हुए दिखाया गया है। आगजनी का दृश्य है ये। दिस इज नथिंग बट इंस्टिगेटिंग पीपल फॉर वायलेंस। यह और कुछ नहीं है मगर किस प्रकार से लोग वायलेंट हो, किस प्रकार से आगजनी हो, किस प्रकार से हत्याएं हो, उसके लिए लोगों को उकसाने का काम आज गांधी परिवार और गांधी परिवार के कहने पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि ये जो तथाकथित इनकी भारत जोड़ो रैली है, यह अभी केरल में है। केरल में किस प्रकार से जो संघ के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनकी कितनी हत्याएं हुई हैं, इस विषय में आप जानते हैं। आपको पता है कि किलिंग फील्ड्स ऑफ केरला के नाम से संघ के कार्यकर्ताओं की, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की, एक विचारधारा के, एक विचार परिवार की कार्यकर्ताओं की हत्याएं हुई हैं और होती रही हैं। इस तस्वीर के माध्यम से बहुत ही सोच समझ करके एक षड्यंत्र के अंतर्गत राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक संदेश भेजा है वहां के आतंकवादियों को कि आप जो संघ के कार्यकर्ता हैं, जो भाजपा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, those who are associated with a particular ideology, they
On the other side, it's a Republic mega exclusive key Mahavikas Aghadi project now under lens for Dawood gang links. Also, mega NIA cracked out on terror gangsters and links with terror under lens, raids on across over 50 locations.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FI registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, which was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
मैं पूछता हूं क्यों न भरोसा हो। मैं भारत में तमाम लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं कि भारत का धरोहर काशी मथुरा और अयोध्या है, आध्यात्मिक पहचान है कि नहीं है। अगर पहचान है, हमें उनकी पूजा करने का हक भी मिलना चाहिए या ना मिलना चाहिए, यही तो प्रश्न।
ऐसा सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं, न फैसला मेरे पक्ष में है न फैसला उनके पक्ष में है, फैसला न्याय के पक्ष में है, जो फैसला होना चाहिए था। दूसरी बात बता दूं, जो उनको हाई कोर्ट जाना तो उनका भी अधिकार है कि अगर कोई व्यक्ति जिला कोर्ट के फैसले से नाराज होता है या उनको लगता है कि न्याय नहीं मिला जो मुझे मिलना चाहिए था, उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट जा सकते हैं और जाने का अधिकार है।
आगे आप लोग की तरफ से क्या किया जाएगा, किस तरीके से?
यदि हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे तो हाई कोर्ट में हम लोग अप्रोच करेंगे, वहाँ भी हमारे लोग उनकी बातों को खंडन करेंगे, वहाँ भी न्यायालय को समझाएंगे।
On the other side, big win for the Hindu side. Judge orders Gyanvapi matter is maintainable, rejects Muslim side plea. Muslim side heads back, says respect the court order, but the legal battle has just begun. All this and much more on the other side.
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआईवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter.
Well, there's a massive BJP Trinamool Congress fight that has erupted in the state of West Bengal, where Bharatiya Janata Party was planning to take a political march to Mamata Banerjee's government's headquarters, Nabarno, in Kolkata. Now, the West Bengal police in Kolkata has essentially declared this entire march completely illegal, saying that it is a sensitive zone and the fact that political parties are essentially not allowed to carry out any such marches. Now, this has led to a war of words between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Trinamool Congress. On the other side, we'll get you the latest details, the fresh face-off between TMC and BJP.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into the air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
Massive political face-off in West Bengal as BJP announces political march to TMC headquarters. However, the state police have declared the BJP march to Nabanno illegal. Fresh TMC versus BJP face-off panning out. BJP believes that they should be allowed that march, and Ishan Dev in fact joins us live from Kolkata. Ishan, what's the issue with the government there? Why are they not allowing this political march to happen? And in fact, what are the issues on which BJP wants that march in the first place?
Well, see, the BJP's Nabanna Abhiyan is scheduled tomorrow, and just a little while ago, the Howrah Police Commissionerate has sent a letter to the office in charge of BJP West Bengal, Srijan Kumar, and the letter in that letter, the Deputy Commissioner of Howrah Police Commissionerate has said that this Nabanna Abhiyan, which has been announced by BJP, is totally illegal because earlier also there was such a program organized by BJP, to be specific, by BJP Yuva Morcha, and during that program there was a severe breach of law and order, and in view of the situation, Howrah Police Commissionerate is not going to allow BJP to organize this program this time, and they have announced it to be illegal. That's why BJP, as it announced, that there will be 3 big processions from 3 points towards Nabanno. One will be led by the former BJP state president and the national vice president of BJP nowadays, Mr. Dilip Ghosh. That procession will start from College Square in Kolkata, and the other 2 processions will start from Howrah Maidan area, which will be led by Shukanto Mojumdar, who is the state BJP president, and the other procession will start from Satragachi towards Nabanno, and from the Satragachi procession there will be Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. He will be leading that procession. So these 3 major processions, these 3 major marches will be there towards Nabanno, but the Howrah police has said that the procession which will start from Satragachi and another
Ishan,
which will start from Howrah Maidan, both comes under the Howrah Commissionerate, and those are illegal.
Right. Ishan, hold on to your thoughts. I'll come to you. Shishir Bajoria of the BJP joins us over the phone. Mr. Bajoria, now that the march is illegal, are you still going to go ahead with that, in which case there could be a law and order situation?
Well, first of all, let's look into what have they declared illegal. The fact that it's 75 crores and still counting in cash, and this is all illegal cash, unaccounted cash. To protest against that has been declared illegal because anything, we all know that who did it. It's the big functionaries of Trinamool, and even if it's a businessman who's being protected by functionaries of Trinamool. So the protest, the citizens' protest, after all, a political party represents the citizens. The Nagariks of West Bengal, their protest has been declared illegal. They could have specified that you do this, this is how we are permitting. How can they declare a protest illegal? And this lame excuse that last time it was there was law and order problem. I was in that march. There was no law and order problem. The law and order problem was created on instructions from the top by the police. Before the march started, they were firing water cannons. Before the march started, they fired water cannons. They did lathi charge. I was there present myself. They did it basically to ensure that nothing happened. Look, they will use strong arm tactics tomorrow. The march will happen. Our protest will happen. It represents the citizens' voice, and it will happen. And whatever the consequences.
Mr. Bajor.
Yes.
Oh, just hold on, Mr. Bajoria. In fact, Shantanu Sen of the TMC also joins us over the phone. Mr. Sen, what's the problem if a political party wants to carry out a march? Why not just allow it to happen? And, there must be some protocols that the march can happen from this place to that place, like it happens in the case of Jantar Mantar in Delhi. Some mechanism can be found. Why just completely deny a political exercise or a democratic exercise, if I could say?
During this regime of Madam Mamata Banerjee, during this regime of Trinamool Congress government, any political party can hold their program democratically in a peaceful way, whatever they are interested about. But at the same time, you have to keep it in your mind. The government is solely responsible to maintain the law and order situation. If any political party, in the name of holding a rally, if they want to try to spread a message of unrest, if they want to try to spread a message of hooliganism, when their former state president is saying, we will be taking bamboo stick in our hand, and what a police person should do, tell me? If there is an instigation prior to the rally, if there is a message being spread regarding hooliganism and spreading hooliganism, then it becomes the duty of the police persons to maintain the law and order situation. That's what they are doing. That's all.
Sir, was there some intelligence available which showed that the BJP could indulge in hooliganism, that they could snatch sticks from cops and indulge in create a law and order situation? Was there some intelligence to that effect?
No question of intelligence. BJP leaders openly said in their own speeches. I repeat, BJP office bearers and BJP leaders, they have openly said this type of messages in their public speeches, and that has been recorded. It has become public. You can search from YouTube. You can search from social media. It is not based on any.
Mr. Bajoria, if you are listening to.
Yes.
Right, Dr. Shantanu Sen, just hold on. I think Mr. Bajoria is with us. There is a clear charge, Mr. Bajoria, against you that you are in a mood to incite violence given the kind of statements that have come in from BJP leaders. How would you rebut that?
See, this is a bit of a joke the Trinamool spokesperson is trying to make of. If that is really their concern, if that is really, and again, my emphasis on the word really, because it's not. He knows he has to say something and he's saying it. If it's really their concern, the letter would have read, the march will be from this point to this point. You will not carry any sticks or anything. Nothing. It's a straight. In a democracy, sir, how can you stop a protest? Protest and opposition is the cornerstone of democracy. Otherwise, in a totalitarian regime also there's a government. And this point which the Trinamool spokesperson has just said, that they permit protests, not one protest they have permitted. They have tried to use strong arm to stop everyone because they do not believe in democracy.
Okay, but also the letter the communication that you have got from the police commissioner's office, Mr. Bajoria, does it mention the reasons why the march is being denied?
It says apprehending law and order problem. But listen, if you're apprehending law and order problem, you will know only when it happens. You can set out terms. You can call the BJP leaders to the police commissioner's office and say that, look, this is what we will do and this is what we will accept, this is what we want. But how can you stop protest? How can a protest march itself be declared illegal? That's my only question. How can a protest march be declared illegal? See, the main problem is that they do not want this protest march, because what is the protest about? It is about 77 crores and
Mr. Bajoria, I'll take your points and take them to Dr. Saugata Roy. He's joining us over the phone. Dr. Roy, the point BJP is making is that if there were some apprehensions, they could have been communicated, and the police could have said that these are the conditions that the participants in the rally or march should follow, and then this could be allowed. It's a democratic political exercise.
No, it is a democratic political exercise, but the last Navanno rally that the BJP organized led to a lot of violence. They're bringing people from different places, spending crores of rupees, hiring trains and bringing a rally, but they're not assured the government of peace. So the police, the chief minister is out of Calcutta. She has left it to the police to take a decision in the matter. The police, for their own reasons, particularly to maintain law and order in the city, have not given permission. So what can be said? Democracy is all right, but with the rally mode, peace cannot be ensured.
Right, you are maintaining that peace could not have been ensured given the manner in which last rally or march to Navanno panned out by the BJP.
Yes.
Mr. Bajoria, you have not communicated enough with Saugata Roy to assure him and give him comfort that this time it won't be violent like last time.
It's not my job. It was their job to go to the police and explain what they wanted, they were sitting and there would be big trouble, big hangama. All the statements of the leaders in the last few days, they are saying that everything will go topsy-turvy. How can any responsible officer give permission for this? Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Roy, Saugata Roy there of the TMC and Shishir Bajoria of the BJP. After Police Commissioner's Office in Kolkata denied BJP the permission to carry out its march in Kolkata to the government headquarters in Navanno, the BJP maintains that they would nevertheless go ahead with their political protest against corruption in Bengal government. Let's go back to Ishan Dev. He's live with us still from our Kolkata bureau and in fact our Calcutta Republic Bangla headquarters in Kolkata. Ishan, coming back to you, the BJP says that despite the denial of permission, they will go ahead with the march. What kind of situation you envisage tomorrow when the BJP leaders gather at the three places that you said they would be starting their march from and proceed towards the government headquarters?
Well, Abhishek, the situation has started becoming intense from this afternoon already, because as the Howrah police has declared this march to be illegal, police and administration has started taking actions against the BJP supporters who have started moving towards Kolkata from different parts of West Bengal. You know, West Bengal is a very long state which starts from the hill areas and stretches down to the sea areas. That's why those BJP supporters and workers who want to take part in this rally, in this program, right from North Bengal, they have started boarding the trains from there this afternoon, this evening. And BJP has arranged special trains for them also.
Right.
But in Kuch Bihar district, in Alipurduar, in Tufanganj, in Kamakhaguri, many BJP workers have alleged that they are being stopped by the police personnel to board the train. So the situation has already started being intense, and it may deteriorate further tomorrow if the police action goes on like this. Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much. Situation building up to BJP's protest march despite denial by Kolkata police. In Kolkata tomorrow, of course, the Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, is not there in the capital. Moving on, in a big breakthrough in the Sonali Phogat death case, the Goa government has decided to transfer the case to the CBI. The Goa Chief Minister is set to personally oversee the transfer of the case. Let's listen in.
The investigation into the Sonali Phogat death has thrown up some murky details. From day one, the focus has solely been on the role of her associates Sukhwinder Singh and Sudhir Sangwan. From the drug overdose angle to an attempt to usurp her property, the Goa police and Haryana police have been investigating all possibilities. But with the growing demand for an independent inquiry, the Goa government has decided to transfer the case.
हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली ये बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, और फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
The Goa Chief Minister says he will personally take stock of the transfer of the case to the CBI.
मैं डेफिनेटली इस केस को आज मैं खुद होम मिनिस्टर को चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूँ कि ये केस सीबीआई के पास देने के लिए मैं खुद चिट्ठी लिख रहा हूँ।
The deceased BJP leader's family has long been demanding for a thorough probe by a central agency. The Goa police had arrested 5 people, including 2 of Phogat's aides so far, and the CBI is now all set to step in. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that wasn't Sonali Phogat, but moving to Jammu, getting in updates where BJP core group meeting is underway. We'll try to connect with the Gursimran. Remember, as a build-up to the possibility of the election commission decide.
अगर आप वो ऑर्डर पढ़ेंगे तो पॉइंट 2 सबसेक्शन 4 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा था कि द इंटरिम ऑर्डर of the court dated 17 May 2022 shall continue to remain in operation pending the disposal of the application under order 11 rule under CPC. Thereafter, for a period of 8 weeks, so as to enable any party which is aggrieved by the order of district judge to pursue its rights and remedies in accordance with the law. तो जो इंटरिम ऑर्डर है वो आज के इस ऑर्डर के बाद भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा शैल कंटिन्यू टू रिमेन इन ऑपरेशन पेंडिंग डिस्पोजल एप्लीकेशन। तो 8 हफ्ते का टाइम है, 8 हफ्ते का इसके ऊपर 8 वीक्स का सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपने ऑर्डर में कहा था कि 8 हफ्ते का टाइम है। तो 8 हफ्ते के अंदर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उस पर है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इंतजामिया कमेटी इस फैसले के खिलाफ वो अपील करेंगे हाई कोर्ट में। फ्रीज तो है और 7/11 का ऑर्डर को उन्होंने आज एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज ने कहा है। मेरा मानना यह है कि ये जो आज ऑर्डर आया है इससे देश में अब बहुत से चीज़ें शुरू हो जाएंगी। हर कोई जाकर ये कहेगा कि नहीं 15 अगस्त 1947 से पहले से हम यहाँ पर थे, तो फिर 1991 का जो प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट है वो तो उसका मकसद ही फेल हो जाता है, क्योंकि 91 का एक्ट इसलिए बनाया गया था ताकि इस तरह के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो है वो हमेशा के लिए ख़त्म हो जाए। मगर आज के ऑर्डर के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि फिर अब ये लिटिगेशन शुरू हो जाएगा इन तमाम इश्यूज के ऊपर और हम दोबारा 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस जा रहे हैं। फिर इससे अगर खुदा ना खास्ता अगर हम 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस चले जाएंगे तो ये हर जगह पर एक डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो जाएगा। तो ये हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कोर्ट इस तरह के इश्यूज को, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि दे विल निप इट इन इट्स बड, मगर अब लगता है कि इस तरह का लिटिगेशन अगर आगे बढ़ेगा तो फिर ये उसी रास्ते पर जा रहा है जो बाबरी मस्जिद का लीगल इशू गया था। अब आप बोलेंगे नहीं नहीं टाइटल नहीं है, वहां पर ऐसा करने की इजाजत दी जाए। अरे भाई तो फिर कैसा होगा ये? अच्छा, और आप इस बात को समझिए कि ये जो नरेंद्र मोदी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने जो बड़ी मंदिर का इनॉग्रेशन किया था ना अभी साल 1.5 साल पहले, क्या आप लोगों को मालूम है कि प्लॉट नंबर 93, 94 एक्सचेंज किया गया मुसलमानों से?
आप अयोध्या की बात कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, इसकी बात कर रहा हूं मैं, इसी काशी की मंदिर की बात कर रहा हूं। प्लॉट नंबर 93, 94 को मुसलमानों से एक्सचेंज किया गया। एक प्लॉट लेकर दूसरा घर दिया गया। तो जब एक्सचेंज होता है तो मालिक से होता है ना, मालिक से एक्सचेंज कर रहे हैं और आप आज ही ऑर्डर आ रहा है। ये जो प्रधानमंत्री ने जो इनॉग्रेशन किया, जो पूरे उसको बताया कि मॉडर्नाइज किया गया, उसको तोड़ा गया, बनाया गया, एक्सचेंज हुआ है प्रॉपर्टी का। अब इसको क्या बोलेंगे? और उसके एक्सचेंज के रजिस्टर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं, रजिस्टर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं। आप बोल रहे हैं कि ये बात कैसी कहते हैं फिर आप? दूसरी बात ये है कि 1883, 84 का खसरा है जिसमें लिखा गया प्लॉट नंबर 9130, ये प्लॉट नंबर 9130 है, उसमें उर्दू में लिखा है कि मकबूज़े अहले इस्लाम मस्जिद। तीसरी बात आप देख लीजिए कि ये जो है प्लॉट नंबर 9130 26 फरवरी 1942 को वक्फ का गजट इशू हुआ था। 1942 को 1942 26 फरवरी वक्फ गजट इशू हुआ था कि ये मस्जिद वक्फ है। दूसरा एक केस हुआ था 1936 का जिसका दीन मोहम्मद वर्सेस स्टेट। 1937 में जजमेंट आया, जजमेंट में कहा गया कि मस्जिद के नीचे की जमीन, घर नॉर्थ और साउथ पे पूरा वक्फ है। अब इससे बड़ा आपको मैं 3 सबूतें दे रहा हूं। फिर ऊपर से 91 का एक्ट है। अगर कोई ये कहेगा कि भाई 15 अगस्त से पहले मेरा कब्जा था, तो फिर 91 का एक्ट के माने क्या है? आप तमाम जिम्मेदार हैं। माने जितने यहां पर जर्नलिस्ट बैठे हैं, जो जब बाबरी मस्जिद का जजमेंट आया था, उन आप तमाम गवाह हैं। मैंने कहा था कि देखिए ये जजमेंट जो बाबरी मस्जिद का आया है, अब और मुश्किलात पैदा हो जाएंगी क्योंकि फेथ के ऊपर जजमेंट दिया गया था। अब 91 का एक्ट है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बाबरी मस्जिद जजमेंट में कहा कि भाई जो माजी में जो कुछ भी हुआ उसको हम खोलेंगे नहीं। 15 अगस्त 1947 को जो था वही रहेगा। अब यहां पर ये कह रहे हैं कि नहीं 15 अगस्त से पहले हम हैं, तो अब आप देखते जाएंगे कि एक के बाद एक अब केसेस पढ़ते जाएंगे। इसका असर क्या होगा देश में फिर? नहीं, इसका असर ये होगा कि डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा होगा।
कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि बाद तक जो 91 का जो वर्षिप एक्ट है उसको लेकिन बाद तक पूजा होता रहा, उसमें आरती होती रही 1993 तक।
नहीं, 91 का एक्ट क्या कह रहा है? अगर आप कोई ऐसा काम करेंगे जिससे नेचर ऑफ द रिलीजियस प्लेस चेंज हो जाता है, तो फिर 91 का एक्ट किस माने में रखता? बोलिए आप, क्या माने रखता? चाहे मस्जिद हो, चाहे मंदिर हो, गिरजाघर हो, कुछ हो, अगर कोई ऐसा काम होता है तो फिर वो उस प्लेस का नेचर ही चेंज हो जाएगा ना। ठीक है, अभी तो ये 7/11 का ऑर्डर आया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, जो 20 मई का ऑर्डर है, उन्होंने 8 हफ्ते का उसमें फ्रीज लगाया है। अपील होनी चाहिए, अपील जरूर होगी। और मगर ये इसके आप मैं तो एक लेमन की तरह समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि 1883 का खसरा रिकॉर्ड प्लॉट नंबर 9130 कहता है कि मकबूज़े अहले इस्लाम मस्जिद है। दूसरा 1936 का दीन मोहम्मद का जजमेंट है जो 1937 में आया, जिसमें कहा कि मस्जिद हाउस, मस्जिद के नीचे की जमीन, नॉर्थ साइड पूरा वक्फ है। तीसरा 1942 का वक्फ है, 26 जनवरी 1942 का, जिसमें कहा गया कि ये वक्फ है। चौथा ये है कि ये जो एक्सपेंशन हुआ काशी मंदिर का, उसमें आपने मुसलमानों से एक प्लॉट एक्सचेंज किया, आपने एक प्लॉट लिया मुसलमानों से और आपने एक प्लॉट दिया है और रजिस्टर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट्स है उसके। फिर 91 का एक्ट है। नहीं, सुनिए एक मिनट, टाइटल सूट नहीं है ना। तो अगर टाइटल आपके पास है सुमित, और मैं बोलूंगा कि ठीक है टाइटल आपका नहीं, मैं अंदर आके बैठता हूं थोड़ी देर, तो आपका फिर नेचर नहीं चेंज हो जाएगा प्रॉपर्टी का। समझा करिए इस बात को, मैं आपको एग्जांपल्स दे रहा हूं, ये सब चीजें, इसका डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो सकता है पूरे देश में। मैंने पहले ही इस बात का अप्रीहेंशन का इजहार किया था कि 91 का एक्ट जरूर है, मगर अगर सबको ये प्ली लेगा कि भाई 15 अगस्त से पहले कुछ था, तो फिर 91 का एक्ट क्या है फिर ये? सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या बाबरी मस्जिद के जजमेंट में नहीं कहा था कि ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर का हिस्सा होगा? फिर ये कोर्ट का ऑर्डर कैसे आता है बताइए हमको? कोर्ट को तो चाहिए कि इन चीजों को इनिशियल स्टेज में ही रोक लगानी चाहिए। अभी कुछ हुआ नहीं है, फ्रीज है, उसमें अपील होगी, मगर हम ये कह रहे हैं कि आप तो एक दरवाजा खोल दिया। जिस बात का मुझे डर था, अब वो चीजें हो रही है सामने हमारे। हाँ,
हिंदू पक्ष का मानना है कि 93 तक वहां पर पूजा चलती थी और ये मुसलमान की तरफ से 91 एक्ट का वायलेशन।
क्या पूजा? मैं 91 का एक्ट है ना, तो 91 का एक्ट क्या बोलता है? 15 अगस्त 1947 को बाबरी मस्जिद को छोड़कर जितने इबादत गाहें हैं उसका नेचर चेंज नहीं होगा। वो कहता ही नहीं कहता है। मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूं 1883-84 का खसरा रिकॉर्ड, उसमें कहा गया कि मस्जिद है। मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूं 1936 का दीन मोहम्मद वर्सेस स्टेट केस था, जिसमें 1937 में कहा गया कि मस्जिद है, इसमें घर है, अतराफ में जमीन नीचे की नॉर्थ साइड पूरी वक्फ है। फिर मैं आपको बता रहा हूं 1942 26 फरवरी को वक्फ गेजेट इशू हुआ कि वक्फ है। चौथा मैं आपको कह रहा हूं कि जब ये काशी का एक्सपेंशन हो रहा था, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री ने इनॉग्रेट किया, उसमें प्रॉपर्टी एक्सचेंज हुई रजिस्टर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट्स के साथ। फिर क्या है? फिर ये हमको तकलीफ इस बात की है कि सब रहने के बावजूद भी आज ये सब हो रहा है। अब कोर्ट का फैसला है, ठीक है, मगर अपील होगी। और मेरा अप्रीहेंशन का तो मैं इजहार कर चुका हूं।
सर, आप बाबरी मस्जिद का केस ला रहे हैं, इसमें तो आप बाबरी मस्जिद और इसको क्यों कंपेयर कर रहे हैं?
नहीं तो देखिए सुनिए, बाबरी मस्जिद कैसे शुरू हुआ? बाबरी मस्जिद कैसे नहीं बाबरी मस्जिद शुरू कैसे हुआ? आपने रात के अंधेरे में जाकर वहां पर मूर्तियां रखकर आपने उसको सील कर दिया, और फिर आपने बगैर मुसलमान को पूछे वहां पर आपने पूजा शुरू कर दी। फिर राजीव गांधी प्रधानमंत्री जब थे, आपने बगैर मुस्लिम पक्ष को सुने आपने ताले खोल दिए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट को आपने वादा किया कि बाबरी मस्जिद को हाथ नहीं लगाएंगे। 6 दिसंबर को आपने मस्जिद को शहीद कर दिया। अगर मस्जिद शहीद नहीं होती बाबरी मस्जिद की, तो कोर्ट का ऑर्डर क्या आता? ठीक है, कोर्ट का सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ गया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपने ही सिविल टाइटल सूट जजमेंट में कहा कि 91 का एक्ट भारत के बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर संविधान का हिस्सा है। तो फिर लोअर कोर्ट्स को तो सुनना चाहिए ना सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर को।
सर, तो इस फैसले से ये जो आया है उससे एक आम मुसलमान डिसअपॉइंटेड हुआ है, आप डिसअपॉइंटेड?
बिल्कुल सेटबैक है ये सेटबैक है। इससे देश में डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो सकता है, होगा नहीं हो सकता है, क्वेश्चन मार्क। नहीं, इसलिए देखिए, हर कोई जाकर ये बोलेगा कि 15 अगस्त से पहले था, 47 से पहले ये होता था। कहां खत्म होगा भाई ये? फिर ये कहां खत्म होगा बताइए? हमने 91 का एक्ट क्यों बनाया था? बनाने का मकसद क्या था कि इस तरह के ये जो चीजें हो रही हैं उसका खात्मा हो जाए, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जितना खत्म हो जाए। आपने तो अब तो परपेचुअल लिटिगेशन चलता रहेगा।
So you are saying that now not only a Babri Masjid case or this case as well, you're saying such kind of repercussions will occur as well, because you're saying you're
my apprehension is that anyone tomorrow can go and say that no, we were doing such a thing, or we were in possession before 15th August 1947. Then what is the point of passing a 91 Act? The point was that this act was being passed to ensure that past conflicts should not continue. There should not be perpetual litigation. And I am quoting to you that in this particular case, the Khasra record of 1883-84 clearly says that plot number 9130 is Maqbooze Ahl Islam Masjid. Secondly, I am reminding you that in 1936, a case of Deen Muhammad versus State, the court in its judgment in 1937 clearly said that the masjid and the land beneath the masjid, house and the north side, all are waqf property. Thirdly, on 26 February 1942, a waqf gazette was issued that is a waqf property. And fourthly, in this whole Kashi expansion which happened, which the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated it, a property was exchanged from the Muslim side. A registered document is there. Now, if you exchange a property with me as the owner, why did you extend that property then? So I am saying, and listen to, I am saying that this will have more problems will be created. A destabilizing effect can happen in India. The whole purpose of 91 Act is failing then. Though the Supreme Court on 28th of May 2002 have given an 8 weeks freeze after whatever order is given by the district by the district judge, I am sure that the Intizamiya Committee will appeal. They should appeal, and this will go. But my apprehension is being proven right. On the day Babri Masjid judgment was given, I had told you categorically that such issues will be raked up. No one believed me. Everyone, in fact, all of you said that you're trying to create an apprehension.
Sir, अभी पूरा judgment नहीं आया. ये सिर्फ order 7, rule 7 और order 11 को reject किया है. आप 19(1) Act को इसके साथ क्यों अभी मतलब आप कॉन्फ्लिक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं?
देखिए मैडम, देखिए नहीं, आपकी बात सही है. ये 7/11 का जो आप बोलते बिल्कुल सही है. मेरा मानना ये है, मेरी राय ये है कि कोर्ट शुड हैव निप्ड इट इन इट्स बट. 91 का एक्ट क्यों पास किया हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में? क्यों सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बाबरी मस्जिद के जजमेंट में कहा कि जो पास रॉन्ग्स कैन नॉट बी करेक्टेड? आप और ये बोल रहे हैं कि 15 अगस्त से पहले उनका कुछ था, तो भाई फिर कहां रुकेगा फिर बात? ये कहां रुकेगा फिर बात? ये
आपको लगता है इस फैसले का असर जो है मथुरा में जो डिस्प्यूट चल रहा है, जो हियरिंग हुई है, उससे पड़ेगा?
नहीं, मैं कुछ भी नहीं कह रहा हूं. मैं सिर्फ यही कह रहा हूं कि जब आपने एक दरवाजा खोल दिया है कि 91 का एक्ट तो 47 15 अगस्त की बात, हम तो पहले से थे वहां पर, तो कहां रुकेंगे फिर आप? हर जगह ये चलना शुरू हो जाएगा. My apprehension is that the 91 Act was passed to ensure that past conflicts these conflicts are put to an end. Now, this perpetual litigation will continue. By allowing a litigation to continue, that is why I am saying Babri Masjid can be repeated.
उत्तर प्रदेश के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं सर, उन्होंने ट्वीट किया है करवट लेती काशी मथुरा.
उनको अगर थोड़ा सा भी रूल ऑफ लॉ मालूम होगा और अगर थोड़ा उनको बुद्धि होगी तो उनको ये बोलना चाहिए कि जो सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड है, क्या वो सरकार का हिस्सा नहीं है? उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का? क्या उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार सिर्फ मुसलमानों की सरकार नहीं है क्या? कैसा मंत्री इस तरह की बात कर रहा है संविधान पर ओत लेकर? बताएं वो देश को. जो सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड है वो यूपी सरकार का हिस्सा है या कोई प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी है? वो ये प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है? वो कैसी बात कर रहे हैं आप? खुलकर अपनी नफरत का और अपनी तरफदारी का इजहार कर रहे हैं.
सर, आपके तमाम मुखालफत के बावजूद आज सर्वे शुरू हो गया मुदस्सों का ऊपर?
नहीं, देखिए, मुखालिफत का सवाल नहीं है. तारीख इस बात को याद रखेगी कि किसी एक दीवाने शख्स ने खड़े होकर सच्चाई को बयान किया था और उसके बाद में जो असरात निकलेंगे ना, जब आप भी याद करेंगे और जो लोग हम पे उंगलियां उठा रहे याद करेंगे. मगर हमने तो अपना काम कर दिया. मेरी जो जिम्मेदारी थी मैं उसको निभाऊंगा. मैं जो चीज मुझे लगता है कि ये भारत के लिए ठीक नहीं है, माहौल को खराब कर सकती है और टारगेटेड सर्वे हो रहा है, तो मैं बोलूंगा उसके ऊपर. मैं क्यों ना बोलूं? सर्वे सरकार कर रही है तो अब जो करेंगे उसके बाद क्या करेंगे आप देखना. आपके पास जो रजिस्टर्ड मदरसे हैं, आप उनको अभी तक तनख्वाह नहीं दिए टीचरों को। और ये एक सर्वे सिर्फ मदरसों का क्यों करा, सबका कराइए ना, मिशनरी स्कूल का कराइए, प्राइवेट स्कूल का कराइए, गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल का कराइए। और आपके पास कितने टीचर और बेसिक एजुकेशन में कितने टीचर के पोस्ट खाली है बताइए, कितने टीचरों, कितने स्कूल्स को आपने अच्छा किया वो रिकॉर्ड पेश करिए।
बिहार में एक नाबालिग को सर उसको कोर्ट में रस्सी में बांध के पेश किया गया।
1 जनवरी की तरह एक जुवेनाइल को कोर्ट में नीतीश कुमार और राजद की सरकार पेश करती है। मैं चैलेंज कर रहा हूं, अगर वो बच्चा नीतीश कुमार की जात का होता या कास्ट का होता या उनके हेल्थ मिनिस्टर के कास्ट का होता तो क्या उसको 1 जनवरी की तरह कोर्ट में लाया जाता? क्योंकि वो जुवेनाइल मुसलमान है इसलिए उसको जनवरी की तरह उसके गले में रस्सी डालकर भेड़ बकरियों की तरह उसको कोर्ट में लाया गया। एक 70 साल के बूढ़े को आपने अरेस्ट कर लिया। ये इनकी सरकार के कारनामे हैं। करती सरकार उसमें, क्योंकि वो बच्चे का नाम मुसलमान है, जुवेनाइल है, तो आपने उसके गले में और उसके पेट में रस्सी बांधकर उसको जानवर की तरह कोर्ट में लाया आपने। किस तरह लाते हैं इसको? अगर उसका कास्ट कुछ और होता, उसका कास्ट नीतीश कुमार के कास्ट का होता या उसकी कास्ट वहां के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर का या राजद के
Viewers, Asud Owaisi speaking right over there where he is saying, and he continues to fear monger, saying that the verdict will have a destabilizing effect. Couple of points being made there. Remember that this is coming after the big verdict where Hindu side will be now pressing ahead with key requests after the Varanasi court held that the Gyanvapi mosque is maintainable. The case of Gyanvapi mosque is now maintainable, and the next hearing is on September 22nd. Remember that this happened after, just a short while ago, after the Varanasi court had come out with the verdict, and it held that the Gyanvapi mosque Shringar Gauri temple plea is maintainable. Justice A.K. Vishwesh rejected the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid Committee's arguments that the plea filed by 5 Hindu women who sought permission for the daily worship of Hindu deities located in the Gyanvapi mosque premises cannot be heard due to Places of Worship Act and the Waqf Act, and paved the way for further hearing. The next hearing is now scheduled on September 22nd, and now the question arises, what can happen next in that case?
हमारे साथ इस वक्त विश्वशंकर जैन और हरिशंकर जैन हैं, जो अभी अभी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में पूजा अर्चना करके आए हैं। सर, पूजा अर्चना करके आए हैं, क्या मकसद रहा?
भगवान को जो आज का आदेश हुआ था वो बताया कि आज आदेश हुआ है, और उनसे आशीर्वाद मांगा कि आने वाले समय में आशीर्वाद दीजिए कि भव्य मंदिर यहाँ बने।
भव्य मंदिर की आप बात मतलब मांग करके आए हैं, लेकिन आज जो हुआ कोर्ट में उसको आप किस तरह से?
बहुत अच्छा आदेश हुआ है। आदेश मील का पत्थर है, और इस आदेश के बाद आगे का केस जो होगा उसका मार्ग प्रशस्त हो गया है। अब पूरे केस की सुनवाई होगी और उन सारी बातों पे गवाही देंगे।
आगे आप किस तरह की चीजें रखेंगे अब कोर्ट के आगे?
बहुत चीजें रखेंगे, अभी बाद बताएंगे।
विश्वशंकर जैन जी, आप पूजा करके आए हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
करके आए हैं, बाबा से आशीर्वाद मांगा है कि आगे की लड़ाई के लिए हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
एक चीज आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोग इसमें अड़चन डाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप? अड़चन
की कोई अड़चन नहीं है, हम तो लीगली अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। लीगली कोर्ट ने आज एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट की मुस्लिम पक्ष की, अब आगे सारे लीगल आर्गुमेंट्स कोर्ट के।
एक विश्वशंकर जैन जी, आप पूजा करके आए हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
करके आए हैं, बाबा से आशीर्वाद मांगा है कि आगे की लड़ाई के लिए हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
एक चीज आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोग इसमें अड़चन डाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप? अड़चन
की कोई अड़चन नहीं है, हम तो लीगली अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। लीगली कोर्ट ने आज एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट की मुस्लिम पक्ष की, अब आगे सारे लीगल आर्गुमेंट्स कोर्ट के सामने रखे जाएंगे।
Let's try and break it down. What essentially does the Gyanvapi verdict mean? Now remember, the Varanasi court has passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. Now the court has decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has outrightly been rejected by the court. In fact, the order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed a petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. The application filed by the Masjid committee has been rejected as well. The court will now hear the matter on 22nd of this, September, when both sides have been asked to submit their pleadings. So what next for the Hindu side? Now the Hindu side will file application on the right to pray, so submissions will be made seeking daily prayers inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Pleadings will also be submitted in the Varanasi court. The arguments on carbon dating of Shivling is also likely. The Hindu side may also seek probe into how old the Shivling is by presenting historical data as well.
पूछता हूं क्यों ना भरोसा हो। मैं भारत में तमाम लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं कि भारत का धरोहर काशी, मथुरा और अयोध्या है, आध्यात्मिक पहचान है कि नहीं है। अगर पहचान है, हमें उनकी पूजा करने का हक भी मिलना चाहिए या ना मिलना चाहिए, यही तो प्रश्न।
ऐसा सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं, न फैसला मेरे पक्ष में है, न फैसला उनके पक्ष में है। फैसला न्याय के पक्ष में है, जो फैसला होना चाहिए था। दूसरी बात बता दूं, जो उनको हाई कोर्ट जाना तो उनका भी अधिकार है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति जिला कोर्ट के फैसले से नाराज होता है या उनको लगता है कि न्याय नहीं मिला जो मुझे मिलना चाहिए था, उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट जा सकते हैं और जाने का अधिकार है।
आप लोग की तरफ से क्या किया जाएगा?
यदि हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे तो हाई कोर्ट में हम लोग अप्रोच करेंगे, वहाँ भी हमारे लोग उनकी बातों को खंडन करेंगे, वहाँ भी न्यायालय को समझाएंगे कि यह ट्रायल चलना चाहिए, ट्रायल चलेगा या सरिया कोर्ट में नहीं चलेगा या सिविल कोर्ट में चलेगा या वक्फ एक्ट से, वर्शिप एक्ट से, बाबा विश्वनाथ एक्ट से नहीं बाधित है, तो वहाँ भी समझाया जाएगा, वहाँ से उनका खारिज होगा।
न्यायालय ने इस सुनवाई को सुनने योग्य मानना है, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और बाकी न्यायिक प्रक्रिया जैसे चलनी है वैसे चलती रहेगी। लेकिन सभी पक्षों से मैं यह जरूर अपील करूँगा, इस फैसले का मैं भी स्वागत करता हूँ, सब लोग स्वागत करें और किसी भी प्रकार से इस विषय को लेकर के कोई विवाद उत्पन्न करने का काम ना करें।
अभी 2 दिन पहले की टिप्पणी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कि काशी और मथुरा के केस चलेंगे। अगर सुनवाई के योग्य हैं, ये तय हो गया तो इस केस को आप कैसे रोक देंगे? कोई हाई कोर्ट नहीं रोक सकता है। लिहाजा ये फालतू की मूर्खतापूर्ण बातें हैं और उन्हें 2 सत्य स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि जिला कोर्ट में या तो मुकदमे का सामना करें, अन्यथा वार्ता की मेज पर बैठ करके उन्हें भी सत्य पता है, इसलिए काशी और मथुरा को हिंदुओं को प्रसन्नतापूर्वक लौटा दें।
वो इस बात को आप देखिए, आज भी दीवारें चीख चीख के कह रही है। दुनिया का ऐसा कौन सा मस्जिद होगा जब जहाँ पे भगवान का प्रतिमा होगी मस्जिद में और वहाँ पे स्वास्तिक बने होंगे, प्रतीक होंगे। तो इसलिए ये मुगलों का उद्देश्य सिर्फ तोड़ना था, इनको लड़ना था। तो इसलिए हमें लगता है कि मुस्लिम पक्षकारों को अपना दावा वापस ले लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि हार तो अगर जो लड़ेंगे तो ये तय करना है कि आप मुगलों के ध्वज लेके चलोगे कि देश का ध्वज लेके चलोगे, भारतीयता का ध्वज लेके चलोगे। तो अगर ये वापस लेते हैं तो भाईचारा का संदेश देश पूरे दुनिया में जाएगा।
हमारी संस्कृति दूसरा है, सबको साथ मिलके सर्वधर्म समभावा। सो इसीलिए मुसलमान से कहूँगा कि आप कह दीजिए कि ये 3 है और आपने समझा दिया क्योंकि 3 से आगे बढ़ नहीं सकती, क्योंकि ये 3 विशेष हैं, उसको मान लेंगे तो फिर कोई विवाद नहीं। फिर मस्जिद चलेगा, अनेक जगहों में मंदिर चलेगा, इनको डर नहीं होगी। बट ये औरंगज़ेब का दुष्ट काम, और काशी मथुरा में भी और औरंगज़ेब ने ही किया था, ये 2 दुष्ट काम को समाप्त करना है।
कि जो हमारा विरोधी पक्ष था, इस याचिका का जो विरोधी पक्ष था, उनका तर्क था कि इनकी याचिका ही ना सुनी जाए। तो ये बहुत प्रसन्नता का विषय है, क्योंकि अयोध्या, मथुरा और काशी ये तीनों हिंदुओं के आस्था के स्थान हैं। इसलिए 1991 में जब पूजा स्थली विधेयक प्रस्तुत हुआ, जिसके बारे में अभी ये तर्क दिया गया कि इस मांग से पूजा स्थली विधेयक जो विधान।
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side. Fresh TMC versus BJP face-off erupts in Bengal. BJP to march to government headquarters. Police calls it illegal.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into this air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea.
In a big development ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, AAP claimed that its Ahmedabad office was raided by the police when party supremo Arvind Kejriwal arrived in the state. Making this revelation, Gujarat AAP leader Isudan Gadvi stated that the search continued for 2 hours but nothing was found. As of now, there has been no confirmation of whether a raid took place or its purpose. Commenting on the news of the raid, Kejriwal attributed it to BJP's nervousness owing it to the growing popularity of AAP in Gujarat. Kejriwal is on a 2-day visit to the state where he will interact with various sections of the society and announce promises for the Gujarat Assembly polls. The slew of guarantees declared so far include free electricity up to 300 units, an unemployment allowance of Rs 3,000, 10 lakh government jobs, among many more. AAP is seeking to emerge as an alternative in Gujarat, where the politics revolved around BJP and Congress. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, we continue to be live with breaking. Coming up next, big win for Hindu side. Judge orders Gyanvapi matter is maintainable, rejects Muslim side play. Plus, OAC hits out at Gyanvapi verdict, says case going Babri way.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Updates in the Amit Shah security breach case. The court has extended the police custody of the main accused, Hemant Pawar, till September 14. Police has also recovered the call history from the phone of the accused. Big news coming in. Now remember, this is when there was a security breach during Amit Shah's visit to Mumbai on September 4th and 5th. The police got suspicious as he loitered around Varsha, the official residence of Maharashtra CM, and also the Deputy CM's residence Sagar. He was arrested. Pawar was arrested while trying to enter the Sagar bungalow. All right, time for a very short break right now. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. Fresh TMC versus BJP face-off erupts in Bengal. BJP to march to government headquarters. Police calls it illegal. Plus, big political storm over Congress burning shots warning. Is Congress again trying to fear monger on RSS?
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shingar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोग का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of
the claims, the site and the Gyanvapi inside view.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है।
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है।
The Places of Worship Act argument that had been given many times by the Muslim side has been rejected by the court.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
D-gang link emerges to project approved by the Mahavikas Aghadi government. Sensational details on this is exclusive. As D-gang revelations tolls Mumbai project, Maharashtra government orders investigation. New video emerges of D-gang associate Salim Fruitwala threatening project developers. Big Himanto government crackdown on jihadi terror. 84 terror suspects arrested since 2016. Landmark Gyanvapi verdict by the Varanasi court dismisses Muslim side plea, says Hindu side plea maintainable. Starting this edition of This is Exclusive with that big story that we are getting for you tonight. This is yet another embarrassment for the Mahavikas Aghadi. In fact, Republic shows you how the Dawood gang is still active in Mumbai real estate. A key project that was approved by the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Mumbai is now under the scanner for the alleged D-link. What is also even more embarrassing for the Mahavikas Agadi government is that there are pictures that have basically emerged of the D gang with some of Mahavikas Agadi members. The Shinde government has now ordered a probe. Here are the details, and then we also get you some more breaking news.
Is the D gang still wielding its influence in Mumbai's real estate? In focus is now the 16.5 acres Bhendi Bazaar redevelopment project, in which several alleged irregularities have come to light. The cluster redevelopment project, envisioned in 2009, was given the green signal in 2019 under MVA government to uplift the lives of more than 25,000 people residing and working in Mumbai's Bhendi Bazaar. Republic TV has accessed a complaint letter given to BMC chief by Advocate Ajay Agrawal, requesting BMC to continue the stop work notice till this project complies with all laws, rules, regulations and all other court's decisions, including the SC order.
सैफी बुरहानी डेवलपमेंट ट्रस्ट करके SBUT अपलिफ्टमेंट ट्रस्ट करके बनाया हुआ है उन्होंने, और उसको 16.5 एकड़ ज़मीन जो है वो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट के लिए दी गई। और वहाँ पे उन्होंने क्या काम किया कि वहाँ पे कोई रूल्स को फॉलो नहीं किया, कोई बायलॉज लॉ कोई फॉलो नहीं किया। जो बड़ी सड़कें थीं उनको पूरा को बंद कर दिया, आगे रोड ब्लॉक कर दी और बिल्कुल पतली पतली लेन बना दी। उसके अलावा जो वहाँ पे ग्रीन एरिया जो मेंटेन करना था, एटलीस्ट 20% जो पोडियम पे मतलब नीचे मदर लैंड पे, वो उन्होंने पोडियम पे दिया, वो भी ख़त्म कर दिया।
Now the complainant has revealed to Republic that D-Gang has been linked to the project. Not just Dawood's family but his henchmen allegedly forced people out and made heavy investments in their names in the project. According to the complainant, this project could even be used for terror activities.
वहाँ पे जो एंगल है वो आया है दाऊद इब्राहिम एंगल में, दाऊद इब्राहिम का, कि जो दाऊद इब्राहिम की जो वहाँ पे प्रॉपर्टीज़ थी उसकी खुद के नाम में थी, उसकी वाइफ मेजाबीन मेंशन करके एक पूरा महल है वो था, और बेनामी प्रॉपर्टी थी बहुत सारी। वो भी ये उस पर आरोप है कि वो प्रॉपर्टी जो वहाँ पे ऑक्शन हुई वो उन्हीं के लोगों ने ख़रीद ली, और उन्हीं के लोग जो छोटा शकील जो उनका मेन हेंचमैन है दाऊद इब्राहिम का, वो उसका साड़ू यानी को ब्रदर जो है उसको सलीम कुरैशी सलीम फ्रूट, वहाँ पे उसने दादागिरी करके वहाँ पे लोगों से खाली कराया एरिया। वो मतलब साम दाम दंड भेद हर तरह की नीति अपनाई गई, पैसा देकर तुम खाली करके जाओ और जान से जाओगे।
Now a video has surfaced in which Dawood's aide Salim Qureshi alias Salim Fruit appears to be threatening developers. Just a few days back, the NIA arrested him in a separate case in connection with activities related to Dawood Ibrahim.
असद भाई मेरी बात सुनो, मेरी बात सुनो, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, मेरी बात सुनो, अभी तुम मेरी बात सुनो। मेरे को बिल्डिंग की है, बिल्डिंग में तोड़े हम लोग, उसके अंदर पैसा हम लोग क्यों नहीं मांगे, क्यों नहीं लिए मालूम है? क्योंकि हम लोग यहाँ पे बराबर दादागिरी कर रहे थे, मतलब काम करते थे। अभी काम निकल गया, अभी नहीं नहीं चमचे लोग, सुनो ना, सुनो इसका रिकॉर्ड खान ने बताना चाहिए ना, सुनो सब मालूम है, खान को मालूम है, सुनो खान को मालूम है, सबको मालूम है। अरे भाई आउटसाइडिंग में मेरा 1.5-2 करोड़ रुपये बताएगा वो।
ऐसा जीवन बोल रहा हूँ सर। अभी आप हो क्लस्टर 3 में?
दो मेरे ऑफिस पे पहुँचो ना।
हेलो, क्लस्टर 3 में हो क्या?
नहीं वो बोला हाँ,
क्लियरेंस सर, और ये सलीम भाई है ना, हम लोग आ रहे हैं आपको मिलने के लिए। तो अभी ऊपर आ जाए हम लोग 3rd फ्लोर पे, ये उनका ही आउटस्टैंडिंग था।
A D-gang money trail is being suspected.
ये पैसा जो जनरेट हो रहा है ये अंडरवर्ल्ड ही जो अभी तक पैसा लगा हुआ है, जिसके ऊपर ये पता लगता है कि इन्होंने 1,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर दिया है, वो पैसा कहीं भी कोई बुकिंग नहीं ली गई किसी से, वो सारा अंडरवर्ल्ड का पैसा लग रहा है, और वहीं से जो इनकम जनरेट होगी वो भी अंडरवर्ल्ड को जाएगी, और ये पूरा एक फोर्टिफाइड एरिया बन जाएगा।
As several irregularities in construction and allegations of corruption have come to light, including terror links, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister has ordered a probe into who would have benefited and profited from the change in project plans, while the BMC issued a stop work order now.
दाऊद गँग रिअल एस्टेट मध्ये ऍक्टिव्ह असल्याची एक माहिती समोर येते। काही ठिकाणी दाऊद गँगकडून
SBUT प्रोजेक्ट जो चौकशीचे आदेश असं आहे, दाऊद गँग कुठेही ऍक्टिव्ह दिसली तर त्यांना ठेचून काढण्यात येईल।
MVA's role is now under the scanner, with BMC constituting a committee to probe into this project. A report will then be submitted to the Home Ministry for action.
Republic TV exposes a terrorist activity of Dawood Ibrahim and his gang in real estate sector in the financial capital Mumbai. A property that is under the redevelopment, that is a cluster redevelopment project scheme that was opened and given a heads up by Mahavikas Aghadi led by Uddhav Thackeray back in 2019. Earlier it was unlifted and it was a work stop that was the earlier government. But right after the property, the cluster redevelopment project which comes under SBUT, that is Sebi Burhani Upliftment Trust, and now it has come into the scanner by Maharashtra government led by Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis.
The big question is the project being built to aid T-Gang's terror activities in Mumbai? And did the Uddhav-led MVA government pander to the real estate mafia for gains? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting on some more breaking news coming in on a story that we've been tracking very closely, and this is exclusive. We are now being told that there is a list that is essentially being prepared by the Maharashtra government with regards to properties that have been linked to the D-gang. In fact, strict action is likely to be taken. We are being told that Maharashtra Home Ministry has essentially asked senior police officials to draw up a list of properties that have been linked to D company. The Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis has now asked the Maharashtra police to submit a report. Now, that's the action that is being taken soon after Republic TV has now exposed the link of Salim Fruitwala with a project that was floated by the Mahavikas Aghadi. Let me go back to my colleague Alisha, who's getting us the latest details. Quick development now taking place, Alisha, with the Maharashtra government essentially asking the police to draw up a list of all such properties. Is it a little too late given the fact that these properties have been under the scanner of even central agencies? Some action has already been taken in the past. What's the plan of action?
Well, Shravan, as far as cluster redevelopment project is concerned, now the Maharashtra Home Ministry has clearly given instructions to the senior police official to get the list of the property that is linked to D company, and that report has to be submitted to Home Minister, and later the action will be initiated. More importantly, we heard even Devendra Fadnavis in the assembly, which is why he uplifted the project in Bindi Bazaar in Mumbai, where he clearly mentioned 3 points. One, the area that is the width of the roads has been reduced, the original plan was changed, and the third point that is mentioned is the areas that has been given to the developer, that is something now under the scanner. So Maharashtra government that is led by Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde has given an instructions, and also Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation is something going to investigate into the case, because there's some sort of video that has come across, because this was a project that was under SBUT, that is Burhani Uplift Trust, and they are been looking into this, but now it has been the work stop notice has already been issued after the direction that was given by Home Minister. But this was 2019, where Mahavikas Aghadi led by Uddhav Thackeray has clearly given a nod to go ahead with the project. We even saw the appreciation letter that was given by SBUT, that is to the Uddhav Thackeray, and also where Nawab Malik, which was a minority minister, who can seen given a heads up and brought some projects. So, but everything is been under the scanner now. Even the role of Mahavikas Aghadi is under the scanner.
Let me also bring in the complainant in this particular case, Mr. Ajay Agarwal. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Mr. Agarwal, straight away, there are questions that I would like to ask. Perhaps let's just bring in Ajay Agarwal, the complainant who's just joined us on this broadcast. Even Alisha is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Agarwal, a quick question with regards to the Mahavikas Aghadi link to these projects and the D-gang link. What's the proof that you're essentially putting across? There are certain communication that I'm given to understand that you've had with the police. Just put this into perspective, the link that is emerging right now.
In fact, I have provided a video link in this regard. That video link is of Salim Fruit. Salim Qureshi alias Salim Fruit, who is co-brother of Chota Shakil. And he is operating in India at present on behalf of the D company. and he was arrested on 22nd of May by the NIA on the allegation that he is collecting money from the builders and it is being pumped into the for terror in India. So in this link he was saying while standing in the SBUT area that I got it vacated by Dadagiri and some of my payment is pending. In fact, this area, this SBUT area which was given to them for redevelopment is the basin of Dawood Ibrahim, and the entire many of the buildings belong to him and many are in his name, Benami properties owned by him. So in this case, this underworld is operating in that area and they are threatening the people to vacate the houses, and then later on the entire rules have not been followed and they are constructing the buildings, the towers on the basis of some NOC which were totally illegal. Fire NOC has been given to them which is totally illegal because fire tenders cannot move in this project. It's a mega project and which is having 70 to 80 story buildings, and big fire tenders are needed in case of any fire. Big ladders are totally legal and it will meet the same fate as of Supertech Twin Towers. If this project will allowed to be go, then the entire thing, if put before the Supreme Court will definitely order like what has happened with the Twin Towers.
Seem to be having...
So this should be totally
Mr.
stopped
Agarwal.
And the entire project should be reviewed and the terrorist angle should be looked into by the NIA, by the CBI, by the ED, and if it is found that then the entire SPUT should be taken over by the Maharashtra government.
Well, just a quick answer that I want from you, Mr. Agarwal, before I let you go. That is with regards to the assurances that have been now made by the Shinde Fadnavis government. What is it that you're hearing from them in terms of action? Will that be taken?
In fact, Mr. Fadnavis has said that the company will not be allowed. And while the Chief Minister has forwarded my complaint to the Principal Secretary, Dr. Sonia Sethi of the Urban Development Department, Police Commissioner also forwarded to the Joint Commissioner, Law and Order. So NIA and ED and CBI has not done anything so far on my complaint. And I will pursue this matter with them now. And this terrorist angle should be looked into. And if it is found, it is established that the D company is operating in that area, which is my allegation and which I have substantiated through that video which I have provided, then this project should totally be taken over by the Maharashtra government.
Well, let me also bring in my colleague Alisha, who's got us this story, and this is exclusive. Alisha, as far as Salim Fruitwala is concerned, he's already in the custody of the National Investigation Agency. Does the government essentially have any plans of perhaps roping in the central agency as far as this case is concerned? As Mr. Agarwal is pointing out, that the terrorist link is something that they would be looking into.
Well, Shravan, we even heard Maharashtra Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly mentioning that anything that is linked to the Dawood company will not be spared, and he has already given an instructions to the senior police official as well. He has asked to get a list of property that is linked to D company, and that report that is need to be submitted to Home Ministry, and later where the action will be initiated. So we'll wait whether the police will get all the details and the list of properties that is linked to D company, and later there could be an linchpin of the central agency as well, because this is something, a video that has came across of Salim Qureshi alias Salim Fruit, who was earlier arrested by a National Investigation Agency in connection with the D company in the case that was registered by NI. So the video also shows his involvement. So yes, government is very much serious when it comes to the D company, Daud and his gang, and all the properties is something under the radar when it comes to the real estate sector in the financial capital.
Well, thank you very much, Alicia, for getting us the latest details. A story that only Republic Media Network has now access to. Also, Ajay Agarwal, who spoke to us a short while back, putting this into perspective. It's expected that the Maharashtra government would be taking stringent measures to ensure that the activities of the D gang is curtailed in the financial capital. Shifting focus now to the other story that we are getting for you on This Is Exclusive. The Assam government has now replied in the Legislative Assembly on the question that has been related to the jihadi activities in the state. Now, Assam government says that since 2016, 84 terror suspects related to jihadi outfits nabbed in the state, including 35 from the JMB, 9 from Hizbul Mujahideen and 40 from the ABT. In fact, out of the 40 that have been arrested in connection to the ABT module, remember 10 have been related to the madrasas. They've been organizing meetings in masjids, madrasas. There have been jalsas where they have given provocative speeches. In fact, that is something that the Assam police has essentially indicated that this was perhaps step one of the radicalization program. In fact, the ABT had a larger plan in place. They wanted to ensure that the sleeper modules are activated and there is a base for them in the state of Assam, and they could perhaps continue working in eastern India. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Anirudh, who's joining us from Guwahati at this point in time. Anirudh, over the last few weeks or perhaps a few months now, we have seen a massive crackdown by the Assam government on these jihadi networks. A few days ago, the Special Law and Order, Mr. GP Singh, who was on This Is Exclusive, essentially indicated that the ABT wanted to create a base in the state of Assam so that they could carry on with their activities. But it seems that the situation is under control with the number of arrests that have been made.
Yes, Alan, definitely this admission by the Assam Chief Minister, who also holds the home portfolio in the state, is an eye opener for many who have been actually trying to politicize this entire crackdown on the jihadi. Many political parties, in fact, try to corner the government, saying that only very recently this crackdown is being carried out. So were there not any jihadi activities earlier in the state? So this reply, which has been tabled in the House today, this answer by the Chief Minister, who also holds a home portfolio, is an eye-opener, because here, as you can see, 35 JMB cadres were arrested since 2016, and 9 from the Hizbul Mujahideen were arrested since 2016 till that. And the ABT, the crackdown on ABT started this year in the month of April, and it is still on. And so far, this data, the data that has been tabled in the House was till yesterday. Today, 2 more arrests have been made. So total 42 arrests has been made so far. Sawan.
Well, thank you very much, Anirudh, for getting us This is exclusive, the latest details of the crackdown by the Assam government. It's expected that this is only going to intensify, with right now focus in various places like Borpeta, the module that has now been brought to a grinding halt. Shifting focus now. This has been a big win for the Hindu side. The Varanasi court has passed its order, the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. The court has decided that the plea is maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's plea has now been rejected. The order of the maintainability comes after 5 women had filed the petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on an outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. In fact, my colleague Piyush spoke to the petitioners to get you an understanding of what's really happening and what to expect in the days to come. In the next hearing, what are the major challenges that one would be facing?
Well, it's a big day as far as the Mar Shringar Gauri Gyanvapi Mosque is concerned. Remember that today the district court pronounced a verdict and rejected the plea of Muslim side, saying that this matter is now all set to be heard. To speak on this, I am now joined with petitioners and also lawyers who have since the beginning of this entire matter fought this fight, and today they believe that the first win has already been won by all the petitioners. Joining me is Manju Vyas ji, Sohan Lal Arya ji, Subhash Chaturvedi ji, and also lawyer Deepak Singh ji. We will begin with Sohan Lal Arya and try to understand what are his sentiments. Sohan Lal ji, सबसे पहले आपने कहा था कि बाबा मिल गए. आप मानते हैं कि कदम आगे बढ़ गया?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. हमने कहा था बाबा मिल गए, और आज ये कहते हैं कि आज का फैसला काशी विश्वनाथ के शिलान्यास का, बीजारोपण का यह प्रथम आदेश है, बीज का प्रथम आदेश है. हम ये भी कहते हैं आज का फैसला बहुत ही गौरवान्वित क्षण है और गौरवान्वित पल है.
जब कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि मुस्लिम पक्ष की जो दलील है 7/11 के अंदर वो खारिज की जाती है, उस वक्त आपके मन में क्या भाव आया?
उस समय हमें पूरा का आभास और मतलब खुशी से झूम उठे कि भाई वक्फ बोर्ड के अंदर नहीं आता, 7/11 के रूप में ज्ञानवापी का परिसर नहीं आता. बहुत ही हर्षित हो गए और माननीय न्यायालय, हम न्यायालय को प्रणाम करते हैं, न्यायालय की गरिमा को प्रणाम करते हैं, भारतीय संसद को प्रणाम, भारतीय संविधान को भी प्रणाम करते हैं.
सोनाल जी, आगे की क्या तैयारियां हैं? आगे आप क्या सोच रहे हैं, क्या करने?
आगे के लिए हमारा जो है श्रृंगार जो है नंदी है, और जो कुएं के घेरे में उसको तोड़ करके जो याचिका दाखिल की गई है ताकि नंदी और बात कर सके. दूसरा चीज कार्बन डेटिंग का प्रकरण है, कार्बन डेटिंग चाहते हैं. और दूसरा पूरे देश के पत्रकारों को हम चाहते हैं एक याचिका दे करके सारे देश के पत्रकार आवे और वह मस्जिद जिसको कहा जाता है मस्जिद को अपनी आंखों से देखे, ताकि जो हमारा आराध्य स्थल है जिसके जो प्रमाण छिपाए जाते हैं, मिटाए जाते हैं, वह आप अपनी आंखों से देखें. जिनको आक्रांताओं ने तलवारों के नोक से जो है ध्वस्त किया, हम कलम के माध्यम से रेक्टिफाई करना चाहते हैं. और हम माननीय देश के पत्रकारों से चाहते हैं अपनी याचिका के माध्यम से वे आएँ और सब कुछ देखें.
Also, it is important to highlight that this entire case was basically begun when a petition was filed by 4 women petitioners. One of them is Manju ji, and she is the one who was leading that entire team of women petitioners. Manju ji, मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ, आज आपके क्या भाव हैं? क्योंकि एक कदम आगे बढ़ गए, ये आप सुबह से मैं देख रहा हूँ आप कह रहे हैं.
जी, बहुत खुशी के आज हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं क्योंकि हम लोगों की आज बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है. जिस प्रकार से हम लोग श्रृंगार गौरी को ढूंढने गए थे और हम लोग को शिव मिल गए, इससे भी खुश हुए. और आज हम लोग ने न्यायालय में कोर्ट में जब भी बहस होती थी, चाहे विपक्ष और पक्ष हम लोग दोनों रखते थे, जो उनकी जो बातें होती थी हम लोग सुनते थे और पूरी उम्मीद थी कि हम लोगों के पक्ष में ही फैसला आएगा क्योंकि हम लोग के पास पूरा सबूत था.
पूरा देश आपको इस वक्त देख रहा है. मैंने आपको देखा था, आप डांस कर रही थी, आप गाना गा रही थी. अगर एक गाना अगर आप गा दें प्लीज, आज के जो आप वर्डिक्ट आए उसके बाद.
भैरो बाबा
आप दोबारा गाइए. जी जी जी.
हाँ, काशी नहीं, अन्नपूर्णा बाबा ना. हाँ, अन्नपूर्णा माता भैरो बाबा रहा न कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी. आज देखिए प्रकृति भी खुश हो गई है, वो फूलों की वर्षा पानी के रूप में हम लोग को दे रही है. आज पूरा देश, पूरा आज हिंदुस्तान, पूरा सनातन धर्म पूरा खुश है. और मैं पूरे सनातन धर्म से, पूरे देश से ये कहना चाहती हूँ हाथ जोड़ के कि 8 बजे सभी लोग अपने घर में दिए जलाएं, शंख नगाड़े बजाएं और हर हर महादेव का नारा जरूर लगाएं. हर हर महादेव.
The claims, the site and the Gyanvapi inside view.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है.
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 a.m. with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into this air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to
हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कोर्ट इस तरह के इश्यूज को कि दे विल निप इट इन इट्स बट, मगर अब लगता है कि इस तरह का लिटिगेशन अगर आगे बढ़ेगा तो फिर ये उसी रास्ते पर जा रहा है जो बाबरी मस्जिद का लीगल इशू गया था.
Will the lobby-led law take its course? Watch the burning question tonight at 8 p.m.
Landmark Gyanvapi verdict by Varanasi court says Hindu side plea maintainable.
ठीक है, जो कुछ भी कोर्ट ने कहा है जाहिर सी बात है हम सब उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, एहतराम करते हैं और जब कोर्ट का पूरा जजमेंट सामने आएगा तो उसको स्टडी करके ही कोई एक हतमी फैसला या राय कायम की जा सकती है.
Muslim side plea rejected by the Varanasi court. Next hearing on 22nd of September.
This is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence.
Big political storm over Congress burning shots warning. Is Congress again trying to fearmonger on RSS? As D-gang revelation stalls Mumbai project, Maharashtra government orders investigation. Massive BJP TMC showdown in Bengal. Police blocks BJP march, but the party hits back, says we'll go ahead. Elements. Well, the Varanasi court has passed its order on the maintainability of the Hindu side's plea. The court has decided that the same was maintainable and will be upheld. Therefore, the Muslim side's arguments have been rejected. The order on maintainability comes after 5 women had filed a petition seeking permission for daily worship of Hindu deities whose idols are claimed to be located on the outer wall of the Gyanvapi mosque. The application filed by the Masjid committee has been rejected. The court will now hear the matter on 22nd of September when both sides have been asked to submit their pleadings. So what next for the Hindu side? The Hindu side will file an application on the right to pray. So submissions will be made seeking daily prayer inside Gyanvapi. Pleading will be submitted in the Varanasi court. The arguments on carbon dating of shivling are also likely. The Hindu side may also seek probe into how old the shivling is. Let's listen into the lawyer for the community.
बोल रहा है पूरा काशी. That's the word, that's the message being sent out by मंजू जी. सुभाष नंदन जी, आप वो हैं उस टीम के लॉयर्स को आप हमेशा से लीड करते रहे हैं जिन्होंने इस पूरी लड़ाई को शुरुआत से लड़ा है. आज जब कोर्ट ने फैसला सुनाया और कहा कि ये मामला सुनने लायक है, उस वक्त आपके क्या भाव थे?
हमारे भाव तो देखिए, हम लोग समझिए पूर्ण विश्वास के साथ चल रहे थे कि ये हमारा वाद जो है पोषणीय होगा और न्यायालय स्वीकार करेगा, क्योंकि तमाम हमारे साक्ष्य, हमारे दावों में ही इस तरह के सारे साक्ष्य प्रमाणों को हम लोगों ने रखा था कि हमारे दावे को खारिज माननीय न्यायालय द्वारा नहीं किया जाएगा. ये हमको पूर्ण विश्वास था. इसलिए उस विश्वास को लेकर जब आज जो है जो माननीय न्यायालय का जो है फैसला आया, तो हम तो मान लिए हम लोग तो सामान्य प्रक्रिया में न्यायालय के लगे हैं, लेकिन देश का जो है पूरा देश, मैं कहता हूं कि 100 करोड़ ही नहीं 125 करोड़ लोग, कुछ लोगों को छोड़ दीजिए, सारा देश जो है हर्षोल्लास हो गया और सारा देश जो है आज तमाम जगह से खुशियों का, बधाइयों का तांता लगा हुआ है. लोग बधाई दे रहे हैं कि एक बहुत बड़ी जीत है. और आज जो जीत है ये नींव है. इस नींव पे खड़ा होकर आदि विश्वेश्वर नहीं तमाम ध्वंस मंदिरें जो आक्रांताओं ने तोड़ा है, उस ध्वंस मस्जिदों को पुनः हम जो है प्राप्त करेंगे. उसकी लड़ाई माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष हम लड़ लेंगे. ये न्यू उस
प्रक्रिया बाकी किस तरह से बढ़ेगी?
अब कानूनी प्रक्रिया तो देखिए अभी तो बढ़ी चुकी है भाई. हमारा दावा भी एक्सेप्ट हो गया है और इसमें कमीशन भी लगभग जो है बाह्य जितनी बाहरी साक्ष्य थे माननीय कमिश्नर, अधिवक्ता कमिश्नर द्वारा सारा कमीशन रिपोर्ट न्यायालय में पेश किया जा चुका है. अगला कदम जो हमारा एक प्रार्थना पत्र हम लोगों का पड़ा हुआ है, उस प्रार्थना पत्र में जो 4 दीवारी से जो बंद है, तहखाने के सारे दीवार बंद है, जिस तहखाने के अंदर हम प्रवेश नहीं कर सके, उन तहखानों को तोड़कर अंदर प्रवेश कराने की इजाज़त मांगेंगे. और उस इजाज़त के साथ हम सर्वे की मांग माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष कर चुके हैं और पुनः कहेंगे कि उसको आगे बढ़ाया जाए, ताकि हमारे तमाम देवी देवता उस तहखाने के अंदर ही बंद हैं. माँ श्रृंगार गौरी आदि विश्वेश्वर का जो अर्घा है, जो ऊपर शिवलिंग मिला है, उस अर्घे का नींव जो है स्थान जो कहा जाए कि वो नीचे उस तहखाने में भी स्थित है जो नंदी के सामने है. और तमाम हमारे देवी देवता गणेश भगवान और भगवान हनुमान तमाम लोग पड़े हैं। हमारे ख्याल से जितने साक्ष्य मिलेंगे, जिसकी कल्पना या सुना हमने पुराणों में सुना है, इतिहासों में सुना है, या समाज में लोगों से सुना है, वो सारे देवी देवता उस तहखाने में मिलेंगे। इसलिए हमारी अगली लड़ाई होगी उस तहखाने को खुलवा कर एक नई कमीशन टीम बनाया जाए और नई कमीशन टीम बना के पुनः जो सर्वे की गति को आगे बढ़ाया जाए, ताकि पूरा साक्ष्य जो है, कंप्लीटली सर्वे जो है, प्रमाण हमारे बीच या न्यायालय के समक्ष आ जाए, और तब हमारी लड़ाई जो है ट्रायल के रूप में प्रोसीजर जो कोर्ट की है वो आगे बढ़ेगी।
आप क्या कहेंगे? जी, आज जो फैसला आया, आज उस फैसले के दौरान जो है आज सारे रास्ते खुल गए हैं। जो है अदर भी जो है इसके और मुकदमों में जो है, जो हमारे धार्मिक मुकदमे जो चल रहे हैं देश में अलग अलग जगह पे, इससे जो है ये एक नज़ीर के रूप में ये पेश होगा। ये जो 1991 का जो वर्शिप एक्ट को लेकर के एक हवा खड़ा किया गया, ये जो काला कानून है जो है, इसको लेकर के अभी एक हैदराबाद के नेता का भी बयान देख रहे थे। अभी उन्होंने जो बयान दिया 1991 के वर्शिप एक्ट को लेकर के, इसका मैं उनको जवाब देता हूँ कि पहले वो ये जो लोगों को वो बरगला रहे हैं, पहले वो खुद इतने बड़े विद्वान अधिवक्ता भी हैं, वो जो है उनको अभी ये नहीं पता है कि 1947 के समय उसका कैरेक्टर और नेचर क्या है। पहले तो ये डिसाइड होगा जो है। जब कैरेक्टर और नेचर डिसाइड नहीं है तो वो बार बार 1991 वर्शिप एक्ट को लेकर के वो बार बार लोगों को जो है बरगला रहे हैं कि ये केंद्र सरकार मिली हुई है, राज्य सरकार मिली हुई है, सभी लोग मिले हुए हैं। ये न्यायपालिका के ऊपर उन्होंने प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा कर दिया है जो है।
मैं पूछता हूं क्यों ना भरोसा हो। मैं भारत में तमाम लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं कि भारत का धरोहर काशी मथुरा और अयोध्या है, आध्यात्मिक पहचान है कि नहीं है। अगर पहचान है, हमें उनकी पूजा करने का हक भी मिलना चाहिए या ना मिलना चाहिए, यही तो प्रश्न।
ऐसा सबसे पहले मैं आपको बता दूं, न फैसला मेरे पक्ष में है न फैसला उनके पक्ष में है, फैसला न्याय के पक्ष में है, जो फैसला होना चाहिए था। दूसरी बात बता दूं, जो उनको हाई कोर्ट जाना तो उनका भी अधिकार है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति जिला कोर्ट के फैसले से नाराज होता है या उनको लगता है कि न्याय नहीं मिला जो मुझे मिलना चाहिए था, उसके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट जा सकते हैं और जाने का अधिकार है।
आगे आप लोग की तरफ से क्या किया जाएगा, किस तरीके से?
यदि वो हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे तो हाई कोर्ट में हम लोग अप्रोच करेंगे, वहाँ भी हमारे लोग उनकी बातों को खंडन करेंगे, वहाँ भी न्यायालय को समझाएंगे कि यह ट्रायल चलना चाहिए, ट्रायल चलेगा या सरिया कोर्ट में नहीं चलेगा या सिविल कोर्ट में चलेगा या वक्फ एक्ट से, वर्शिप एक्ट से, बाबा विश्वनाथ एक्ट से नहीं बाधित है, तो वहाँ भी समझाया जाएगा, वहाँ से उनका खारिज होगा।
न्यायालय ने इस सुनवाई को सुनने योग्य मानना है, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और बाकी न्यायिक प्रक्रिया जैसे चलनी है वैसे चलती रहेगी। लेकिन सभी पक्षों से मैं यह जरूर अपील करूंगा कि इस फैसले का मैं भी स्वागत करता हूं, सब लोग स्वागत करें और किसी भी प्रकार से इस विषय को लेकर के कोई विवाद उत्पन्न करने का काम ना करें।
अभी 2 दिन पहले की टिप्पणी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कि काशी और मथुरा के केस चलेंगे। अगर सुनवाई के योग्य हैं, ये तय हो गया तो इस केस को आप कैसे रोक देंगे? कोई हाई कोर्ट नहीं रोक सकता है। लिहाजा ये फालतू की मूर्खतापूर्ण बातें हैं और उन्हें 2 सत्य स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि जिला कोर्ट में या तो मुकदमे का सामना करें, अन्यथा वार्ता की मेज पर बैठ करके उन्हें भी सत्य पता है, इसलिए काशी और मथुरा को हिंदुओं को प्रसन्नतापूर्वक लौटा दें।
वो इस बात को आप देखिए, आज भी दीवारें चीख चीख के कह रही है। दुनिया का ऐसा कौन सा मस्जिद होगा जब जहाँ पे भगवान का प्रतिमा होगी मस्जिद में और वहाँ पे स्वास्तिक बने होंगे, प्रतीक होंगे। तो इसलिए ये मुगलों का उद्देश्य सिर्फ तोड़ना था, इनको लड़ना था। तो इसलिए हमें लगता है कि मुस्लिम पक्षकारों को अपना दावा वापस ले लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि हार तो अगर जो लड़ेंगे तो ये तय करना है कि आप मुगलों के ध्वज लेके चलोगे कि देश का ध्वज लेके चलोगे, भारतीयता का ध्वज लेके चलोगे। तो अगर ये वापस लेते हैं तो भाईचारा का संदेश देश पूरे दुनिया में जाएगा।
हमारी संस्कृति दूसरा है, हम सबको साथ मिलके सर्वधर्म समभावा। सो इसीलिए मुसलमान से कहूँगा कि आप कह दीजिए कि ये 3 है और आपने समझा दिया क्योंकि 3 से आगे बढ़ नहीं सकती, क्योंकि ये 3 विशेष हैं, उसको मान लेंगे तो फिर कोई विवाद नहीं, फिर मस्जिद चलेगा, अनेक जगहों में मंदिर चलेगा, इनको डर नहीं होगी। पर ये औरंगज़ेब का दुष्ट काम, और काशी मथुरा में भी और औरंगज़ेब ने ही किया था, ये 2 दुष्ट काम को समाप्त करना है।
कि जो हमारा विरोधी पक्ष था, इस याचिका का जो विरोधी पक्ष था, उनका तर्क था कि इनकी याचिका ही ना सुनी जाए। तो ये बहुत प्रसन्नता का विषय है, क्योंकि अयोध्या, मथुरा और काशी ये तीनों हिंदुओं के आस्था के स्थान हैं। इसलिए 1991 में जब पूजा स्थली विधेयक प्रस्तुत हुआ, जिसके बारे में अभी ये तर्क दिया गया कि इस मांग से पूजा स्थली विधेयक जो लोकसभा में पारित हुआ है उसका वो वायलेट होता है, वो नहीं हो रहा है।
इंतजामिया कमेटी की तरफ से ये दरखास्त पड़ी थी कि जो मुकदमा दाखिल हुआ है वो चलने योग्य नहीं है। हाँ,
तो आगे क्या आप लोगों का स्टेप रहेगा?
वो दरखास्त जो इंतजामिया कमेटी की खारिज हुई है उसके खिलाफ इंतजामिया जाएगी हाई कोर्ट में। बस
हाई कोर्ट जाएगी। नेक्स्ट डेट 22 सितंबर पड़ी है।
22 सितंबर पड़ी है।
22 सितंबर को क्या आप लोगों को बोलने को मौका दिया जाएगा?
अरे अभी तो सब लोगों को जवाबदेही वगैरह लगाना पड़ेगा ना,
उसके बाद।
हाँ, तब मैं अब तो मुकदमा चला ना, अब चलेगा मुकदमा, देखा जाएगा। अभी तो मैं समय लगेगा, कई साल लगेगा पता नहीं, कौन जाने।
The claims, the site and the Gyanvapi inside view.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है हमारा।
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The honorary consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PIL challenges.
Has another rift emerged in Sharad Pawar's Nationalist Congress Party? The question once again comes to the fore after former Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and NCP leader Ajit Pawar stormed off the party's national convention midway in front of NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar, who is an NCP MLA from Baramati, left the stage shortly after the party leader Jayant Patil was given the chance to speak before him, stirring rumours of a division in the party. The former Deputy Chief Minister was not in his seat when NCP Member of Parliament Praful Patel said that Ajit Pawar would speak before Sharad Pawar's concluding remark. Later, Praful Patel revealed that Ajit Pawar had excused himself to use the washroom and would return for the address. It is pertinent to mention that earlier in 2019, a rift in NCP emerged when Ajit Pawar extended support to the BJP to form the government in Maharashtra. And while the Shiv Sena, NCP and Congress was still considering the alliance. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कोर्ट इस तरह के इश्यूज को कि दे विल निप इट इन इट्स बट, मगर अब लगता है कि इस तरह का लिटिगेशन अगर आगे बढ़ेगा तो फिर ये उसी रास्ते पर जा रहा है जो बाबरी मस्जिद का लीगल इशू गया था.
Will the lobby-led law take its course? Watch the burning question tonight at 8 p.m.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas. Flames lit up this night sky at a power station on the western outskirts of Kharkiv after it was hit in a strike. The thick smoke was seen billowing into this air. Ukrainian officials meanwhile said that Kharkiv's TEC-5, which is the country's second biggest heat and power plant, had been hit in a Russian strike. Ukrainian President Zelensky marked 200 days since the country's war against Russia began by paying tribute to nation's military, emergency services and those who are suffering because of this conflict. President Joe Biden marked 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks, paying tribute to extraordinary Americans who gave their lives as one of the nation's darkest days. The Honorary Consul of Tuvalu said that he hopes King Charles III's passion for tackling climate change will benefit the South Pacific Islands. He said that an independent island nation which is within the British Commonwealth has suffered problems brought on by climate change and that the island needs more help.
Prohibitory orders are in place and security has been heightened in Varanasi ahead of the district court's order on the maintainability of the plea in the Gyanvapi Mosque Shingar Gauri case. The district judge A.K. Vishwesh had last month reserved the order till the 12th of September.
धारा 144 सीआरपीसी के आदेश निर्गत कर दिए गए हैं। जनपद में सेक्टर स्कीम लागू की जा रही है। प्रत्येक जगह पर खासतौर से मिक्स आबादी वाले इलाकों में पुलिस का पर्याप्त सुरक्षा प्रबंध किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां हैं यानी कि पीआरवी व्हीकल्स हैं, उनको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशंस पे स्टेशन किया जा रहा है। क्यूआरटीज की टीम गठित कर दी गई है। प्रत्येक क्यूआरटी के साथ में एक इंस्पेक्टर रैंक के अधिकारियों को लगाया गया है और हम लोगों का प्रयास है कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति किसी भी दशा में आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations.
Wrap up stories from around the country in this top wrap. In a massive row, Lok Sabha MP Tejasvi Surya along with several other BJP leaders came down heavily on the Congress party for sharing a picture of khaki pants on fire. BJP further claimed Congress is burning down India. BJP's Sambit Patra, reacting on the burning shots warning, said there is no space for violence in the country and the Congress should not instigate violence.
आगजनी का दृश्य है ये. This is nothing but instigating people for violence. यह और कुछ नहीं है मगर किस प्रकार से लोग वायलेंट हो, किस प्रकार से आगजनी हो, किस प्रकार से हत्याएं हो, उसके लिए लोगों को उकसाने का काम आज गांधी परिवार और गांधी परिवार के कहने पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया है.
After storm over burning shots warning, BJP demanded Congress party to take down the tweet immediately. BJP leader Sambit Patra attacked Congress on creating ruckus and violence in the country.
I'd like to appeal to the Congress party yet again, very sternly, that this is not the right message that any political party should send. Indian politics has no place for violence. हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति में हिंसा के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं. इसलिए इस प्रकार के हिंसक पोस्टों को आप नीचे उतारें, तुरंत इसे खारिज करें.
AAP versus BJP face-off has been intensifying now, with the AAP claiming raids at their Ahmedabad office, while on the other hand Ahmedabad police shattered the claim, saying no such raids have been carried out in the city.
गुजरात में जैसे ही कल अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पहुंचे, उसके थोड़ी देर बाद में वहां पे पुलिस पहुंची हमारे पार्टी के एक दफ्तर पे, और वहां 2 घंटे तक वो लोग रेड करते रहे. चप्पा चप्पा छानते रहे, कोने में क्या रखा है, किस कंप्यूटर में क्या है, किस फाइल में, किस कागज़ में क्या है, ये तलाशते रहे. 2 घंटे में उनको कुछ नहीं मिला. तो वहाँ उनको उम्मीद होगी पता नहीं क्या डॉक्यूमेंट मिलेंगे, क्या पैसा मिलेगा, क्या मिलेगा, जैसे ये लोग करते हैं वैसे ही सोच रहे होंगे. लेकिन उसके बाद कुछ नहीं मिला तो वो धमकी दे के गए कि यहाँ बीजेपी का राज है और यहाँ अभी देखेंगे तुमको कैसे काम करते हो, अभी तो और लोग आएंगे.
The claims, the site and the Gyanvapi inside view.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है.
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the Act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 am with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from
In another highlight of the Indian Defence Forces, the Indian Army's impressive engineering skills came to the fore after a video depicted the troops constructing a bridge across the Indus River. The video was titled "Bridge King Challenges No Terrain Nor Altitude Insurmountable" and was shared on Twitter by the Southwestern Command of the Indian Army. The drill was carried out by the Sapta Shakti engineers in eastern Ladakh. The building of the bridge included carrying out mobility tasks and training. The video depicts the mechanical launch of heavy metal parts into the water body as the bridge is shown to be completed at the end of the video. Army personnel engrossed in teamwork can be seen in the exercise while heavy trucks cross the terrain after the bridge has been completed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a major anti-terror crackdown, NIA is carrying out raids at around 50 locations in different parts of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi NCR region and recently registered cases against activities of terrorist gangs. Now, gangsters including Lawrence Lambia, Kaushal and Kala Jathedi are under the NIA scanner. The Supreme Court will hear the Karnataka hijab case. In the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that the turban of a Sikh cannot be compared to a hijab. A 5-judge constitutional bench had decided that the turban and the kirpan are an essential part of Sikh religious identity. Army Chief General Manoj Pandey flew in an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force to the Ladakh sector and was briefed about capabilities and roles.
Supreme Court will hear the anticipatory bail filed by suspended BJP leader Naveen Kumar Jindal regarding the FIR registered against him in different states over derogatory remarks. Disengagement of Indian and Chinese soldiers from Gogra Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh, which is underway, is on course to being wrapped up by today. Supreme Court to hear petition seeking permission to amend BCCI constitution today. The case has been on board of bench led by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, but was adjourned multiple times due to paucity of time.
And here's a quick look at what else is making news this morning. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, the Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that the police conducted a raid at the AAP office in Ahmedabad on Sunday. Reacting to the development, Kejriwal said that Gujarat police found nothing at the party's office as the leaders and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party are honest. Now, there was no immediate response from the Gujarat police to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim.
Supreme Court is scheduled to hear over 200 PILs challenging the constitutional validity of the CAA. A bench headed by Chief Justice is scheduled to hear the petitions challenging the validity of the act, which triggered widespread protests pan-India. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate International Dairy Federation World Dairy Summit today. The summit has been organized in Noida at 10:30 am with over 50 countries that will be taking part.
मुश्किलों को करते नाकाम, जनहित हमारा काम, देश का सम्मान, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
लहू में उबाल, राष्ट्रवाद की मशाल, भारत का अमृतकाल, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
A roundup of news and brief from across the globe. Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their country's flag in areas of the northeastern Kharkiv region, which had been occupied by Russia in recent days. Kiev's army has been carrying out large-scale counter-offensive to reclaim Russia's occupied areas.
The claims, the site and the Gyanvapi inside view.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है।
Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. I'm Niranjan, and for months the Gyanvapi issue has divided India. Divided India because some politicians used the Gyanvapi issue to create a divide and to fearmonger. Today, as the court says that the plea is maintainable, it is the start of another legal battle, and in the next 30 minutes we will tell you why this could be a turning point in India. Here are the headlines.